Chapter 1. Half a month before the apocalypse. The night was shrouded in darkness, the desolate streets exuding an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The roars and howls of the zombies echoed hauntingly, piercing through the stillness of the night. Jiajia gritted her teeth, dragging her battered body as she sprinted forward. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a horde of ravenous zombies frantically pursuing her. Their mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs, and their bloodthirsty eyes glimmering with a savage and greedy light. Her wounds continued to bleed profusely, the crimson blood serving to further excite the zombies, driving them into a frenzy. Ahead lay a dead, and unable to hold on any longer, she collapsed. The horde surged toward her, their sharp claws eagerly tearing at the flesh of her body. In the distance, a modified off-road vehicle hurtled toward her, but it was still a moment too late. An outbreak of viral influenza has occurred nationwide. Citizens are advised to take precautions. For the health of you and your family, please refrain from unnecessary outings and avoid gathering in public places. We interrupt this broadcast for another news update. An intense heat wave is imminent, predicted to be the highest in decades. Please take this seriously. Several outdoor workers have already succumbed to heat stroke. Citizens are urged to take measures against heat exposure. After years of companionship, the outcome was merely saving a few ungrateful souls. Steeling herself to remain calm, she shielded her eyes from the glaring sunlight streaming through the window, allowing her to finally discern her surroundings. The environment felt somewhat familiar, littered with empty liquor bottles, while the television blared news warnings urging citizens to stay indoors. Jiajia was jolted. This was the small apartment she had inhabited before the apocalypse. But hadn't she perished amidst the zombie horde? The agony of being torn apart by zombies remained vividly etched in her memory. Coldness enveloped her as she stiffly rose from the sofa, fumbling for her cell phone. She extracted her phone, which had become lodged in the sofa, and glanced at the time. The date displayed caused her to freeze, momentarily unsure whether to feel exhilarated or incredulous, her eyes instantly reddening. She had been reborn, resurrected half a month before the outbreak of the zombie virus. First came an unprecedented heat wave, followed by torrential rains that could submerge cities, the mutation of the flu, and intense earthquakes that devastated their home. Over 90% of humanity perished in these calamities. This was soon followed by volcanic eruptions and acid rain that corroded flesh, as the world fell under a pall of ash, shrouding it in darkness and depriving it of sunlight. Resources for survival became exceedingly scarce, and with the mutation of flora and fauna, the most terrifying aspect was the absence of legal or moral constraints, leading the dwindling human population to turn on one another in a desperate struggle for resources. Cannibalism became alarmingly common. The malevolence of humanity proved far more dreadful than the ravages of the undead. That was when humanity faced its true cataclysm. In such dire circumstances, she had persevered, eventually forming her own small team. By the 10th year, the survival base she established was barely taking shape. Yet, she never anticipated meeting her demise through the machinations of her own comrades. Reflecting on this, Jiajia felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In this second chance at life, she vowed to stockpile supplies and survive the apocalypse, seeking vengeance on her former teammates. None would be spared. To amass supplies in advance, accumulating funds was of utmost importance. Her phone buzzed incessantly with messages from her scoundrel ex, Chun-Lu, and her so-called good sister, the innocent flower of the entertainment industry, Yin Cece. This pair of betrayers had evidently become entangled after sensing something amiss. She had gathered evidence against them. According to this timeline, last night she had drowned her sorrows in alcohol, contemplating how to deal with them. In her previous life, she had made them suffer, and now she was determined to do the same. Holding a trove of incriminating evidence that could ruin the pair, it would be a waste not to leverage if she would ensure they did not escape unscathed. Money would soon flow in. Transfer $3 million to my bank account within 15 minutes, marked as a voluntary gift, or you and Yin Cece will be tomorrow's entertainment headlines. Chun-Lu, initially frantic, had prepared a plethora of excuses, but Jiajia did not afford him the opportunity to explain before hanging up. After ending the call, Jiajia let out a cold laugh. Lu was hardly wealthy. 3 million was nearly all he could muster. This man was excessively concerned with his reputation, and she was certain he would comply. She then called the Yun family, knowing they would be even easier to manipulate. In the 6 months since Yun Cece entered the entertainment industry, she had likely earned around 100,000, and with the meager savings of the Yun family, they probably had close to 2 million. For the sake of her biological daughter, Yun Cece, a veritable cash cow, her stepmother, Su Yin, would undoubtedly be willing to part with 2 million to keep her quiet. 2 million? Have you lost your mind? Where we get that kind of money? Yun Cece trembled with rage. Yun Jiajia's voice was icy and clear. Song Qi is offering a high price for your scandal. If I don't see 2 million in my account within half an hour, you'll find yourself on the headlines tonight. The blatant threat turned the faces of the 3 members of the Yun family ashen. Su Yin understood that Yun Jiajia had long harbored resentment toward them due to her mother's affairs, and for the sake of Cece's future, the 2 million was a necessity. Return? Yun Jiajia scoffed mockingly, retorting, "Now you think you can speak? On what grounds do you negotiate? If it comes to it, I can simply forego the money and send the evidence to the reporters and Song Chi's team right now." "Don't!" Yin Cece shrieked. "It's just 2 million. They'll transfer it to you. If the news leaked, her life would be ruined. Make it quick. I need to see the money before I consider how to handle the evidence. Remember to mark it as a voluntary gift. I won't say it again." The doorbell rang incessantly as Yun Jiajia hung up the phone. Peering through the peephole, she caught sight of Lu's haggard face, likely fraught with worry over the situation. Opening the door, Lu attempted to enter with a sycophantic smile, his eyes darting toward the apartment and her phone. With a swift kick, she sent him sprawling into the hallway. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream followed as Lu clutched his groin, collapsing in agony. He gazed at her in disbelief. "Why don't you just become a eunuch?" Yun Jiajia shot him a disdainful glance, laughing as she walked away. She climbed into her car and dialed the real estate agent. Upon reaching adulthood, she had inherited her mother's estate, which included 1 million, a villa in the suburbs, an apartment in the city, and private jewelry. Yin Cece's 2 million had already been transferred, along with Lu's 3 million and her 1 million inheritance, totaling 6 million ample funds for stockpiling supplies. Just as she prepared to drive away, a sudden flash of light appeared before her. Chapter 2: The Apocalypse Survival System. The Apocalypse Survival System has been activated. Please prepare, host. The Novice Gift Pack has been initiated, a 10 square meter space which the host may utilize indefinitely for survival purposes. An unemotional mechanical voice resonated. Yun Jiajia opened her eyes once more, finding herself in a vast, white expanse. This voice had materialized out of thin air within her Mind Apocalypse survival system. Piecing together the information transmitted by the system, she deduced that this was akin to a golden finger, a boon bestowed upon her in the form of this small space, a novice gift from the Apocalypse survival system. By completing survival tasks issued by the system, she would earn rewards. Failure, on the other hand, would result in punishment. After contemplating this, Yun Jiajia could hardly contain her delight. The zombie virus was merely a prelude to the apocalypse. The addition of another golden finger provided her with yet another trump card. On the very day the zombie virus erupted, she had unlocked her abilities' enhanced physique, stamina, and fatigue resistance. She could even manipulate the bodies of anyone within her line of sight with her mind. Thanks to this power, she had narrowly escaped death numerous times. Now, with the system and the space at her disposal, she was determined to create her own perfect survival base amid the apocalypse. After a moment of joy, she exited the space. With both space and money secured, her foremost priority now was to stockpile supplies. Please complete Novice Task 1. Reinforce your villa in the suburbs to create a temporary survival base. Successful completion of a novice task will grant the host a reward that ensures a continuous and undamaged power supply during the apocalypse. Please take this seriously. As she drove toward the dealership, the system issued her first novice task. In the apocalypse, areas with fewer people also meant fewer zombies, making them relatively ideal locations for establishing a base. However, the prospect of a reward that guaranteed power without damage was undeniably enticing. She rented a large truck from the dealership. A small vehicle simply wouldn't suffice for extensive stockpiling. If she was going to gather supplies, she intended to gather plenty. First, she visited a nearby window and door shop, where she ordered the finest and most robust stainless steel doors and windows available. The proprietor assured her that they could withstand even the most forceful assaults with knives or hammers. Given that these were top-tier materials and there were multiple windows and doors to install, the total cost amounted to 20,000 yuan. Upon learning of the villa's location, the shopkeeper initially hesitated, deeming it too far to travel. However, after Jiajia offered an additional 2,000 yuan for transportation fees, they reluctantly agreed. "We have other business today after tomorrow morning, but we will arrive promptly at 3 in the afternoon to install them for you." Through the shopkeeper's recommendation, she found a reliable construction team, intending to erect a formidable wall to repel any potential zombie incursions. The villa spans over 200 square meters, and she wished to allocate more than 100 square meters outside as a garden. She specifically instructed that the strongest and most durable materials be used, which would be pricier than the market average. A nearly 4-meter-high wall would encircle the villa, culminating in a total expenditure of 46,000 yuan. She paid an additional 1,000 yuan for expedited service and provided the address. The construction team promptly proceeded to survey the site, preparing to commence the wall's construction. Once the preparatory work was complete, she officially set off to the largest department store in the city. The department store boasted an impressive array of supplies. Her truck could carry 6 tons, equivalent to 12,000 jin. After confirming the quality of the rice, priced at 7 yuan per jin, she summoned the manager and ordered 4,000 jins of rice. The manager, momentarily taken aback, quickly agreed. She also requested 1,000 jins of millet, along with 1,000 jins each of yellow beans, green beans, and red beans, 300 jins of peanuts, and another 300 jins of glutinous rice, with 400 jins each of potatoes and corn, 500 jins of all-purpose flour, 400 jins of cake flour, and 400 jins of bread flour. The total for these items was 60,000 yuan. She then purchased 100 barrels of soybean oil, 50 barrels of olive oil, 40 barrels of peanut oil, and 20 barrels each of corn oil and canola oil, amounting to over 50,000 yuan. Next, she acquired 500 bags of salt, 300 jins of sugar, 60 jins of light soy sauce, 50 jins of aged vinegar, 30 jins of white vinegar, 20 jins each of sesame oil, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and 50 jins of cooking wine, along with countless bottles of yellow bean paste and various condiments, totaling 4,000 yuan. Then came the meat. 30 jins of pig trotters, 60 jins each of beef spine, beef ribs, beef brisket, and beef shank, 40 jins of oxtail, along with 50 jins each of beef rolls and lamb chops, amounting to a total of 13,000 yuan. Canned goods, being the most convenient for storage and less prone to spoilage, were purchased in bulk. 3,000 cans of meat and fish, followed by 1,000 cans of fruit, for a total of 70,000 yuan. The manager specifically summoned laborers to load her orders onto the truck, though some items could not fit. She also designated 80 packs of bottled water, 150 barrels of bottled water, and sealed water containers, while compiling a list that included 1,500 bottles of beverages like cola, requesting delivery to her door. Additionally, she ordered 3,000 boxes of instant noodles of various flavors. The total expenditure on water, instant noodles, and transportation reached 200,000 yuan. The accumulation of these supplies, along with the expenses for the wall and the doors and windows, amounted to several 100,000 yuan. However, the provision she hoarded would suffice for a lifetime, leaving her with ample surplus. The area was somewhat desolate and remote due to the unfinished construction, resulting in a complete lack of residents. Upon disembarking, she first stored the amassed supplies in her space. Though the 10-square-meter space was not particularly large, it was sufficiently high. With careful stacking, she managed to fit most of the materials from the truck inside. She then commenced cleaning the villa, fortunate that it had been developed in 2 phases. Her villa belonged to the first phase, and prior to the project halt, the developers had shown some integrity by completing the renovations of the first phase villas, which featured a minimalist aesthetic. While at the supermarket, she had already contacted a cleaning service, and several cleaning ladies arrived to tidy up the villa before nightfall. After attending to the miscellaneous tasks, Jiajia collapsed onto the sofa and called the popular starlet, Miss Song. She had no intention of letting Yin Cc off easily. 300,000 yuan was merely the beginning. This drama was only just unfolding. Miss Song, for 1 million yuan, I will send you a comprehensive package of Yun CC scandals and photographic evidence, Yin Jiajia stated leisurely. Song Chi, having recently debuted, was a sworn rival of Yun CC. Though she had money, her standing in the industry was not particularly high, especially after Yun CC had outmaneuvered her for a role as the third female lead in a drama. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Selling it to her at a discounted rate was acceptable after all. Her ultimate goal was to utterly ruin Yun CC's reputation, rendering her too ashamed to even step outside, thus thwarting any attempts to hoard supplies. Chapter 3. Exposing the scoundrel and the vixen indeed. Upon hearing this over the phone, Song Chi found herself in a predicament. On one hand, she also desired to ruin Yun CC, but unfortunately, her funds were tight, and Yun CC had snatched nearly all the endorsements she could reach. The fans of both sides had been feuding over this matter for quite some time. I don't have 1,000,000. 30,000 is my limit. Yin Jiajia agreed without hesitation. I'll package the videos and photos and send them to your email shortly. I want to see it trending at the top of Weibo by 10 o'clock. She recited a series of card numbers. Money was of no consequence. What mattered was destroying Chun Lu and Yin Jiajia. Song Chi was overjoyed and agreed repeatedly. The villa had been thoroughly cleaned by the cleaning lady, making it bright and tidy. Yin Jiajia called the appliance store in the mall to purchase several of each of the basic appliances, refrigerators, ovens, microwaves, pots, and pans, intending to store them in her dimension, spending 70,000 yuan. Then, she hired professionals to deliver brand new furniture and bedding. This villa would serve as her temporary base of operations, so comfort was paramount. Finally, she didn't forget to order custom-made wire mesh. Once the virus broke out, electrifying it would add another layer of protection to the villa. After a pleasant night's rest in the villa, the door and window shop and the construction team arrived the next day. With the backing of money, efficiency and quality were naturally exceptional. Once the wall was nearly completed and the construction team and door and window shop personnel had left, the wire mesh, appliances, and various furniture items arrived. The supermarket also delivered the goods from yesterday to her doorstep. Commencing with the entwinement of the perimeter of the villa and its external facade with electrified barbed wire. Yin Jiajia then proceeded to stow a selection of electrical appliances within the confines of the interdimensional space. The surplus, which exceeded the spatial capacity, was provisionally relocated to the third story of the villa. Alert! Novice task I successfully executed. A solar power generator is awarded, inextricably linked to the interdimensional space, impervious to all forms of damage, and operational under both clear and inclement weather conditions, requiring solar irradiance for energy storage. Upon the culmination of novice task I, Yin Jiajia perceived the addition of a solar power generator within her personal system. Overjoyed at the revelation of its invulnerability, she recognized the augmentation of her prospects for survival, mitigating concerns regarding electrical power depletion. Subsequently, upon retrieving her cellular device, she discovered an inundation of missed communications, exceeding 100 in number. An examination of the headlines disseminated across various digital platforms revealed the following. Ingenue actress Yin CC accused of romantic interference, disrupting the relationship between her stepsister and boyfriend. Yin CC, compromising photographs unveiled. Yin CC, incriminating audio-visual recording released. Yin CC and her paramour's familial circumstances exposed. The trending headlines across Weibo and prominent video-sharing platforms were saturated with content pertaining to Yin CC and Chen Lu, undoubtedly fueled by Song Chi's machinations. The salaciousness of the content was undeniable. Despite the application of pixelation, the depravity of the individual's visages and corporeal forms remained discernible. Furthermore, the audio recordings served to comprehensively unveil their inherent nature. During the period of Yin Jiajia's detachment from her cellular device, Yin Guofu and Su Yan had been subject to exhaustive scrutiny by vigilant netizens. Su Yan's antecedent role as Yin Guofu's mistress 2 decades prior, coupled with the revelation of Yin CC's illegitimate status, had been brought to light. The internet was rife with condemnation and maledictions directed at the Chens, whose company was not spared, with detractors even leaving wreaths at its entrance. Both the Yuns and the Chens had become pariahs, universally reviled. Yin CC's attempts at justification were to no avail. Song Chi, exhibiting a modicum of conscience, portrayed her as a victim in the news, thereby preventing the exposure of her personal information. Observing the online furor, Jiajia smiled faintly, recognizing this as merely the initial stage of her plan. Her WeChat buzzed incessantly with notifications. Coincidentally, Cece called at that moment, and she answered. "You fiend. You accepted the money and still collaborated with Song Chi. My reputation is ruined, and you won't escape unscathed. We might as well perish together." Cece shrieked into the phone. "Don't think feigning ignorance will resolve this. Return all the money, and hold a press conference to declare that you were bribed by Song Chi, that you and Shen Lu were never romantically involved, and that I am not a homewrecker." Cece's imprecations were relentless. Jiajia, having entered her vehicle, responded with detached indifference. "How is your disgrace related to me? As for dying together, that depends on your ability to drag me down with you, which I doubt. It seems more likely that you will meet a gruesome end." Cece was rendered speechless with rage, lamenting her previous failure to recognize Jiajia's loathsomeness. Su Yin seized the phone, consumed by the desire to strangle Jiajia, then and there, lamenting the loss of such a considerable sum of money. Jiajia remained impervious to her threats. Given that the transfer had been explicitly designated as a voluntary gift, there was no substantiation to prove that the $2 million was obtained through extortion. Even if you reported to the police, you would require evidence. Moreover, you are currently in dire straits, with the evidence of your affair and third-party involvement known throughout the internet. Do you dare to report it to the police? With the impending apocalypse, who gives a damn about reporting to the authorities? Go ahead and report. She nonchalantly ended the call, leaving the truck temporarily at the dealership. She drove off in her sedan. In her previous life, 3 years after the onset of the apocalypse, City A was virtually deserted, a wasteland. Her squad had been moving north, and in a black market trading post near the border, there was a speakeasy called Wine Shop in the World. She was surprised to see the somewhat familiar name so far from City A. Upon entering, she discovered that the owner was indeed the same one from the original speakeasy in City A. They had only been nodding acquaintances, but in the ensuing 7 years, he had thrived in the apocalypse, possessing an intelligence network and knowledge of survivor bases that was unparalleled. In this new life, it would be advantageous to establish a rapport with him early on. Perhaps, in the future, she could exchange supplies for information at a discounted rate. As it was daytime, the bar was sparsely populated. She inadvertently bumped into someone. Chapter 4. Frenzied stockpiling. Jiajia looked up to see Yuchuan, the owner of the bar. His fair and delicate face was deceptive, for he was far from a benevolent character, peddling information, double-dealing, and engaging in treacherous acts. Fortunately, he was a trustworthy businessman, and they had collaborated a few times in the past, albeit with some complications, but they had achieved their objectives. "Apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Is there something on my face?" Yuchuan gestured to his face, a playful smile gracing his lips. Yuchuan found this guest somewhat peculiar. However, with the abundance of odd characters around, he chose not to dwell on it. It wasn't until Jiajia glanced at him for the nth time, her gaze imbued with complexity, that he set aside the drink he was adjusting and approached her. Was she seeking information? He feigned nonchalance as he seated himself beside her and initiated conversation. A couple of instances could be overlooked, but after so many, if he remained oblivious to her intentions, it would be a testament to his ineptitude in running this bar. He hardly believed he possessed any allure for young women. Yuchuan was astute, fully aware that her failure to articulate her purpose had been swiftly unraveled by him, and she was not the least bit surprised. She had indeed come to procure information. Yuchuan held a wealth of intelligence from both the legitimate and underground realms. If she aimed to stockpile weapons before the impending apocalypse, it was imperative that she acquired from him the knowledge of where such items could be procured. With no one around, Jiajia spoke in a hushed tone. "You may set the price for this information." Beep. The host has triggered the novice task too. The host is required to locate the underground trading square in City A within 3 days and, provided with sufficient funds, purchase an ample supply of weapons. Upon successful completion of the task, the host will receive a reward that ensures basic survival in the impending apocalypse. The system's voice resonated in her mind. In Jiajia felt a surge of delight. The reward from the system would undoubtedly meet her expectations. He Yuchuan could hardly conceal his astonishment, his brows arching in further surprise upon hearing that the price was to be determined by him. Who exactly was this seemingly young and tranquil girl? After a final round of negotiation, Jiajia succeeded in acquiring the information regarding the weapons. In a city, there exists an underground marketplace where the item you seek can be procured, albeit at a considerable cost, starting in the 7-figure range, gestured with a 7, emphasizing the sum. Within its confines, anything is attainable, provided one possesses the requisite funds. This price fell within anticipations. Following the remittance, she offered a gentle smile, arranging with to guide her in a day's time, and subsequently departed the bar. The weather was fair, and the bar was situated near a city's bustling pedestrian street, teeming with a dense throng of people. Occasionally, she overheard passers-by lamenting the recent sweltering weather, regretting their decision to venture out so early. Paying no heed to the warnings disseminated in the news, the flu was regarded merely as a commonplace ailment. However, upon reanimation, they would cease to be human, devoid of independent thought and reason. Driven solely by a bloodlust for human flesh, they would become zombies, having arrived without a vehicle. She strolled along the pedestrian street under the shade of an umbrella. Despite the elevated temperature, she knew that the situation would drastically change in a fortnight. The street vendors continued their vigorous hawking, the scene a vibrant tableau of prosperity and clamor, ambled along the street with a serene countenance, knowing that in a little over 10 days, this ordinary scene would become a relic of the past, a bygone era yearned for by all, and instead would rise ruins and despair. She was no altruist, incapable of saving everyone. Her sole desire was to survive, and she hoped that her adversaries would prove resilient enough to endure until the moment she could personally deliver their demise. A farm produce and sundry shop caught her eye and entered. The middle-aged proprietor promptly greeted her. "Madam, what can I assist you with?" "Seeds," she declared. "I require 1,000 packets of every vegetable seed you have in stock." Even amidst the apocalypse, she yearned to cultivate fresh produce and fruits once stability was restored, viewing it as a symbol of hope. Furthermore, she foresaw these items becoming precious commodities in future trading circles, necessitating a substantial stockpile. The proprietor, momentarily stunned, nearly stumbled. "Pardon me, what did you say?" "Each packet contains 80 seeds. Are you certain you require such a quantity? Moreover, we stock dozens of varieties of seeds, including some fruits. Do you desire them all?" With resolute conviction, Jiajia affirmed her request. Though it seemed implausible to an outsider, she was determined to amass this vast quantity. Notification. Side quest triggered. Host detected hoarding a significant quantity of seeds. Reward. 5 square meters of space. Jiajia perceived the expansion of her spatial dimension by 5 square meters. Though modest, it was a valuable addition, allowing her to store even more provisions. The proprietor, visibly excited, realized this was potentially the largest transaction he had ever encountered. Eager to secure the sale, he explained, regrettably, "Only a portion of the stock is currently available in the shop. The remainder is stored in our warehouse. If you don't mind, I can arrange for delivery to your doorstep in a couple of days." "Unnecessary," she replied. "I will collect them myself in a few days. Do you require a deposit?" "Indeed," the proprietor confirmed, proceeding to calculate the total cost. The seeds were inexpensive, with individual packets generally costing around $1. A few exceptions were pricier, but the total came to $60,000. The proprietor extended a 5% discount, reducing the amount to $57,000. With a $7,000 deposit required. Furthermore, the proprietor pledged to include a few hundred extra seeds and planting implements, such as trowels. Jiajia was quite content with this arrangement. After agreeing on a pickup time, she departed from the general store. The dimension possessed preservative capabilities, preventing food spoilage. Consequently, she could allocate some space for storing snacks. Additionally, she procured several refrigerators. Upon approaching a crepe stand, she gazed at the crepes and declared, 300 crepes, please." The proprietor ceased preparing a crepe upon hearing her request, staring at her in astonishment and asking excitedly, "Do you truly require 300? Indeed. While the primary objective during the apocalypse was survival, Maintaining a degree of lifestyle quality was essential given the possession of a dimension. The adjacent vendors were astounded, but recognizing a substantial transaction, they hastened to prioritize her order. These acquisitions amounted to $26,000, a reasonable sum. Regardless of capacity, it was imperative to stockpile these items, including saplings of fruit trees, which were also reasonably priced. The store manager assured her that he would locate them within the next couple of days. Ensuring her survival during the apocalypse while having access to fruits was of paramount importance. Moreover, if cultivation proved successful and fruiting commenced subsequently, these could serve as commodities for bartering information. 2 vendors dedicated their time to assist her in transporting the snacks to the trunk of her vehicle. When the trunk reached its capacity, the remaining items were placed on the back seat. Seated in the driver's seat, she began to contemplate the items she had yet to stockpile, armed with a checklist. If she wished to sustain a high quality of life in the apocalypse, it was imperative to secure not only fruits and vegetables, but also fresh poultry and seafood. However, the villa she intended to temporarily inhabit was merely a transient refuge. Ultimately, she would need to venture northward. She drove to the shopping mall, where various apocalyptic calamities loomed: extreme heat or frigid cold. In such circumstances, even indoors could become unbearably cold, necessitating a substantial purchase of thick winter clothing. She located a modestly priced boutique brand and expressed her desire to acquire winter coats, down jackets, and sweaters, prompting the sales associate to display the available styles. Given that it was still summer, the associate found her request peculiar, as the store only showcased summer attire, offering her instead a catalog of winter designs. "I would like 12 pieces each of these 5 basic styles of down jackets and cotton coats, in every color available. Additionally, 20 sweaters and linings in all colors shown, 6 pieces of each of these 7 styles of sportswear, and 6 pairs of these 4 styles of cotton shoes." As she leafed through the catalog, she shared her fondness for this niche brand, which she had adored since her university days. Now, for years post-graduation, her admiration had only deepened. The designs were simple yet refreshing, with clean and gentle colors that were far from ostentatious. Ensuring she would not become an easy target in a post-apocalyptic world, "I will take 3 pairs of these boots, and also the athletic shoes." She hesitated for a moment before glancing at the display case housing the athletic shoes, deciding on 3 pairs of each style. Several sales clerks were taken aback, for there were 24 styles displayed in the window. However, noticing that Miss Jiajia seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, they refrained from probing further. "Miss Yun, the winter collection is stored in the warehouse. If you could provide us with your address, we could deliver your selections to your doorstep, though it may take about a week." A week was ample time. Yun Jiajia proceeded to choose an additional 200 distinct short-sleeve shirts. In a post-apocalyptic world, clothing would become a rare commodity, thus it was wise to stockpile. As for storage, she would consider that later. Beep detected host stockpiling a substantial quantity of clothing. Special reward, a 4 square meter wardrobe. Upon hearing the system's notification, a grin broke across Yun Jiajia's face, which she could no longer conceal. She had come to realize that accumulating diverse items could indeed trigger rewards from the system. Although 4 square meters was not vast, it was sufficient for her burgeoning collection of garments. She also purchased dozens of thick, fleece-lined trousers, all in a loose-fitting style, alongside 80 pairs of both regular long pants and shorts, 50 scarves, 20 sets of pajamas for each season, 100 pairs of thick gloves, and 100 pairs of socks. The sales clerk calculated that most of these were off-season garments, thus slightly discounted. Remarkably, she managed to acquire all of this for under 80,000 yuan. Considering her status as a valued customer, the clerk even secured a 10% discount for headquarters. Consequently, her total expenditure amounted to 71,600 yuan, with complimentary delivery to her villa in the suburbs. Having completed her purchases, Yun Jiajia felt elated and dashed to another electronics store in the mall, where she acquired 10 heaters set to arrive at her villa the following day, for a total of 30,000 yuan. Having purchased 10 air conditioning units at the cost of 25,000, she exited the mall and placed a telephone order with a lingerie store for 400 assorted pieces of lingerie and sports bras, alongside 500 pairs of undergarments. totaling 50,000. After completing these acquisitions, she made her way to a large supermarket, where she procured an extensive array of bath gels, shampoos, conditioners, laundry detergents, and skincare products, all at a considerable expense, amounting to 300,000. This was deemed essential with the onset of frigid weather. The arid conditions could lead to discomforting skin irritation, and products with safe, simple ingredients would facilitate the swift restoration of her parched skin. Jiajia approached the manager and purchased a substantial quantity of sanitary pads, incurring an expense of 27,000, requesting the manager to arrange for home delivery. With today's extensive shopping spree, her storage space had significantly expanded. Out of her 5 million, she had spent just over 1 million, with the remaining funds earmarked for other purposes, as it was certainly impractical to invest in a multi-million-dollar motorhome. The attentive sales associate provided a thorough introduction, and after more than an hour of browsing, Jiajia settled on a stylish, mid-size motorhome. This vehicle, measuring over 8 meters in length and 2.55 meters in width, featured 4 extensions, offering a generous living space of over 20 square meters. Inside, it boasted 3 Xiaomi air conditioning units, a large double-door refrigerator, a single-door mini-fridge, a bathroom with a wet and dry separation, an integrated kitchen, a bar counter, and a 60-inch Xiaomi smart television. Equipped with a state-of-the-art air purification system, the bedroom is notably commodious. Upon entry, a cooking counter is situated to the right, complete with all necessary culinary utensils. Across from the counter lies the lounge, furnished with plush sofas that offer remarkable comfort. The table before the sofa can be lowered to form an additional bed. An interconnecting door bridges the driver's cabin and the vehicle's interior. Ascending the ladder, the upper level mirrors the spaciousness below, featuring a compact sofa and cushions, comfortably accommodating another person. Crucially, this vantage point is ideal for discreetly positioning a firearm by the window. Madam, this vehicle is priced at 9,999,000, the sales representative stated. Jiajia maintained a composed facade, though inwardly, she was astounded by the exorbitant cost. Regardless, she committed the vehicle to memory, planning to surreptitiously retrieve it on the day of the zombie outbreak. Chapter 6. The real estate agent had already secured a buyer. Given Jiajia's urgency to sell, the price was set comparatively low, yet the buyer attempted to further reduce it with various justifications. Jiajia was unconcerned with these negotiations. Her priority was the swift acquisition of funds. The agent indicated that the buyer intended to pay in full, but had negotiated the price down to 850,000. With a full cash transaction, the formalities could be completed in approximately 1 week, meaning she would receive the proceeds from the sale within that time frame. An appointment was scheduled for the viewing. The prospective buyers were a middle-aged couple engaged in business, seeking a small apartment in City A for their child, who would soon be attending university there. The location was convenient to the university, and the price was agreeable. Jiajia led them upstairs. The community facilities had been renovated in recent years. Although it was not a new development, its exterior bore no difference to that of a contemporary complex. The vicinity boasted a college, a hospital, and a subway station, rendering it exceedingly convenient. Chun-Lu had vanished without a trace, and she felt embarrassed to reach out to her again in these past few days. She retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. Earlier that morning, she had arranged for a cleaning service to tidy up. The modest 40-square-meter apartment appeared immaculate, basking in ample natural light, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The astute woman had significantly lowered the price. While the apartment looked satisfactory, it was, after all, not a newly constructed property, and a city was merely a 2nd or 3rd-tier city. The implication was clear: she ought to sell it for less. Jiajia, weary of idle chatter, declared a firm minimum of 820,000 yuan, full payment, with all paperwork completed within a week. The middle-aged couple exchanged glances and, in unison, agreed. They had already perceived Jiajia as an inexperienced young woman unaware of market trends. After bidding them farewell with a dismissive smile, she thought to herself that in these apocalyptic times, who cared about haggling? What mattered was whether she could secure the funds before the impending chaos to stockpile supplies. She contacted a moving company to transfer her belongings to a villa on the outskirts. The following day was spent sourcing various materials for reinforcement. When the time she had arranged with Yuchuan arrived, she drove to a private club in the heart of a city. This place, a private establishment, could it truly host an underground trading arena? Upon spotting her, Yuchuan instructed someone to assist with her parking, then explained, "Do not ask too many questions. Just follow me." Jiajia complied, reflecting on how this information and the guidance had cost her over 100,000. The trade in such news proved remarkably lucrative. The private club was vast, featuring numerous tea rooms and entertainment areas. Yuchuan escorted her down the elevator to the lowest level, and just before they exited, he spoke with a serious and icy demeanor. "Whatever you see, do not ask or mention it. You are aware of the nature of this place. Avoid any conflicts. What you're paying for is merely the information and the guidance fee. My task is nearly complete." Jiajia was indeed cognizant that a place engaged in such dealings could hardly be deemed respectable. Yet, it pained her to part with such a substantial sum. The elevator halted on the third underground floor, leading them to a dimly lit and desolate area, where several robust men, akin to bodyguards, stood watch. Here, the rules dictated that one must be blindfolded to enter the plaza. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. A woman grasped Jiajia's hand and guided her for approximately 5 to 6 minutes before stopping. They had arrived. Upon removing her blindfold, Jiajia was taken aback by the scene before her. It truly was a grand plaza, matching the size of those above ground, yet shrouded in darkness. Many individuals wore masks to conceal their identities, and several small shops were partitioned off, their signs adorned with incomprehensible symbols, likely codes. Turning her head, Jiajia discovered that Yuchuan had vanished. Cursing inwardly, she realized there was no staff member to provide guidance, leaving her to navigate on her own. She halted before one of the small shops. Seated within the establishment was a woman appearing to be in her 30s, her heavy makeup obscuring her true age. What had captivated Jiajia's attention was a handgun displayed on the wall. Her extensive experience allowed her to discern that it was authentic. The audacity of openly exhibiting such an item piqued Jiajia's curiosity regarding the identity of the proprietor of this clandestine trading hub. She gestured towards the firearm, stating her intention to procure a quantity of them. Her limited funds would scarcely suffice for a substantial purchase, but her intention was merely to entice the woman to acknowledge her and engage in commerce. The woman cast a glance in her direction, remaining silent for several moments before stating that such a transaction necessitated the arrangement of a contact, the displayed item being merely a sample. Concurrently, in an office situated on an upper level, a man intently monitored the surveillance footage, his gaze laden with complexity. After a brief interval, Jiajia was escorted to an upper floor of the plaza. Devoid of trepidation, she paused to survey the plaza below, recognizing several faces from her past life during the apocalypse. Their presence here indicated that none of these survivors were benevolent individuals, herself included. With that, her escort ceased guiding her, leaving Jiajia to proceed alone. Upon opening the door, she was not merely astonished, but utterly dumbfounded. Her body tensed instinctively as she sought a defensible position. "Old acquaintance, there's no need for such intense animosity upon our initial encounter." A deep, resonant voice emanated from a man who lifted his gaze to meet hers. Her visage was stern, with elongated, profound eyes that seemed bottomless. A high nose and tightly pressed thin lips framed her clearly defined, rigid features, reminiscent of an iceberg that had remained unmelted for a millennium, exuding an icy chill that pierced to the bone. This individual was one she knew all too well, her nemesis from a past life, Lu Yen. Upon encountering him, Jiajia felt a shiver run through her entire being. The phrase "old friend"? The mere thought sent a chill coursing through her. Lu Yen had never been an ordinary man in her previous existence. His physical prowess and cunning had reached a terrifying level. At that time, his name was enough to instill fear in the hearts of survivors. Her team had crossed paths with him on several occasions, each time suffering defeat. He had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, and in hindsight, he ought to have eliminated those worthless individuals then and there. It could be said that she remained at a disadvantage, though fortunately, she possessed a sanctuary to retreat to if need be. Lu Yin raised his gaze to meet hers, gesturing for her to take a seat opposite him. Surprised? Though the atmosphere was somewhat frigid, it had not escalated to the point of confrontation. She settled into the chair across from him, their eyes locking over the expanse of the desk, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the transaction square surveillance on the computer. How did you die? Chapter 7. What is the intention? The man before her was tall, his expression indifferent, a hint of coldness lingering in his brow. He remained silent, only casting a fleeting glance at her face. This reunion had been anticipated, yet upon seeing that familiar visage once more, he still felt a sense of disorientation. Her youthful countenance appeared even more pristine and untainted than when he had first encountered her, though her gaze now held a newfound resolve and composure. In her eyes, Lu Yin had always epitomized cunning and foresight. She could not fathom the reason for his demise. Lu Yin remained silent, coolly remarking, "The least expensive firearm I offer is in the 7-figure range. How many would you like?" Upon hearing the price, Jiajia felt momentarily stunned and quickly retorted, "Since you claim we are old friends, why not consider a discount?" With the meager funds at her disposal, acquiring even a few weapons to ensure her survival seemed a formidable challenge. Given her rebirth, there existed no genuine conflict between them in this life, and nonetheless, during the 4th year of the previous apocalypse, they had indeed fought side by side once. Lu Yin, upon hearing her words, let out a faint smile. He rose to his full height, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his muscles subtly concealed beneath his tailored suit, yet exuding an undeniable aura of strength. He approached a concealed door beside him, which gradually ascended to reveal a warehouse brimming with weaponry. He then cast a cold glance at Jiajia, leisurely stating, "A discount depends on both background and quantity. While this assortment of arms and the money you possess are of little consequence to me, the matter is." He paused, as a thought struck him, and resumed his seat. The sight of the warehouse filled Jiajia with a gasp of astonishment. It was no wonder that in her previous life, Lu Yin and those around him had never lacked for weapons. It appeared he was indeed entrenched in this trade. Yet, it would be remiss to overlook the nuances. During her entry, she had overheard Yuchuan mention that the shadowy figure behind the underground trading plaza navigated a gray area, rarely revealing his true visage. Thus, it could be said that she was rather fortunate. With the added advantage of rebirth, Lu Yin's preparations would undoubtedly surpass hers. "What do you wish to convey?" Jiajia inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon him. After a moment of contemplation, she managed a stiff chuckle. "It's quite all right if there are no discounts. However, in this lifetime, we have no conflicts. Our shared objective is merely to survive in this apocalyptic world. We have no antagonistic teammates, so I believe we can maintain a more harmonious rapport, avoiding the unpleasantness that characterized our previous encounters." Lu Yin, rarely seen smiling, exhibited a fleeting softness in his otherwise rigid demeanor. "Are you certain that I am the one lacking harmony?" Jiajia felt a twinge of discomfort. She was acutely aware that Lu Yin's team consistently eclipsed theirs in strength. In her former life, she had placed great importance on her small squad, often viewing Lu Yin's formidable group through a lens of prejudice. Little did she realize they simply aspired to reach a well-established location, and their rejection had ignited their ire. In hindsight, Lu Yin should have eliminated them all then and there. Yet, despite her musings, she recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances and conceded, "It is I who am out of harmony. My request is modest. Merely 2 or 3 weapons will suffice. What shall our terms of exchange be?" Lu Yin remained silent for a brief pause before gesturing towards the empty paper and phone on the table. Jiajia was momentarily taken aback, realizing he wished for her to write down her phone number, opting for the path of least resistance. She complied and swiftly penned her number. Lu Yin then summoned the subordinate who had previously guided them, instructing him to escort her to select her weapons. Jiajia followed the guide into another room, which was similarly filled with weapons, yet the quantity was more than double that of the previous one, with price tags affixed to them. Her current funds were limited, as she intended to reserve several $100,000 for future purchases. Thus, she selected only items for self-defense. After swiping her card, she discovered that the total was not as exorbitant as the listed prices suggested, amounting to just over $1 million. The guide mentioned that the owner had graciously granted her a substantial discount of 40% and that he would soon fetch the weapons for her. After a few moments, several bodyguards approached, carrying an impressive array of weaponry that far exceeded her initial order, including rifles among other items. Noticing the puzzled expression on Jiajia's face, the guide clarified that the surplus was a gift from the owner. Jiajia pursed her lips. To be honest, she was uncertain of Lu Yan's intentions behind these gestures. However, the discounts and gifts might indicate a thawing in their relationship, perhaps a subtle form of reconciliation. Lu Yan's subordinates loaded the weapons into her vehicle, while she had already stored her snacks in her space, leaving her car rather empty. As the subordinates inquired whether they should assist in delivering the items to her residence, Jiajia declined. She was unwilling to disclose her address, even if it might have been difficult to conceal. Once they departed, she took the driver's seat. Beep. Newbie task 2 completed. Reward. Armory. Please check your inventory. Jiajia drove away, and upon reaching a quieter street with fewer people, she took a moment to inspect her space. To her surprise, a dedicated armory had indeed been established, spanning approximately 10 square meters. The armory boasted an impressive capacity, filled to the brim with a myriad of weaponry, including rifles, grenades, and blades. The assortment acquired by Lu Yan found its place within, making for a striking display. Jiajia's spirits soared. With the armory and supplies at her disposal, her basic sustenance in this apocalyptic world was assured. The presence of such items promised a life of considerable comfort. As she prepared to exit the space, her foot caught on a long blade, one of the many gifts bestowed by Lu Yan. The blade was sharp and sleek, glinting with a cold light, a fine instrument for dispatching foes, allowing her to conserve ammunition by piercing the heads of zombies. Quite excellent. Upon leaving the space, she arrived at an outdoor equipment store, where she eagerly purchased several robust baseball bats and a collection of adventure gear. Protective clothing was essential as well, with the inevitable threat of viral outbreaks. A few suits would be indispensable. Tactical jackets and tents were also crucial, alongside a necessary emergency kit. This shopping spree totaled over 30,000, and she arranged for home delivery. Fortunately, her space did not expand during this transaction. Jiajia intended to organize her space later, allocating a small portion for daily necessities such as toilet paper and sweetbreads. Her first stop was a bakery, where she placed an order for a selection of the most popular breads and pastries, filling boxes with her purchases, which nearly cost 30,000. The bakery had never received such a large order and promptly set to work, hastening to fulfill it. In Chapter 8, she parked her car and ventured into a milk tea shop, ordering 1,000 cups of various flavors, spending 15,000 in total. Regardless of the expense, she resolved to exhaust her funds before the apocalypse arrived. A vast collection of beverages has been detected in the host's possession. The climate-controlled storage chamber is now accessible. What? The system expanded her storage capacity again because she had purchased bubble tea, so she wouldn't have to worry about storage. She got in touch with the wholesale market and ordered enough paper towels to last her decades, as well as pillows, blankets, and mattresses for all 4 seasons, spending more than 50,000 yuan. After a spree, she retrieved the bread and bubble tea she had purchased and stored them away. She checked into the best hotel in City A, where a penthouse suite cost nearly 20,000 yuan per night. The 300-square-meter suite had an entertainment room and a card room, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the city at night. The meals that were delivered were delectable. She took out her phone and ordered a mountain of takeout, resolving to indulge herself before the end of the world. Fried chicken, hamburgers, marinated seafood, frog pot, sashimi, barbecue, seafood, beef hot pot. She ordered everything on the menu, regardless of price, and had it delivered. Just as she was excitedly choosing what to buy, a call came in from a contact labeled Crazy Woman. Jiajia's expression immediately turned sour. She answered the phone with a yawn. The caller was her direct supervisor, who had exploited her relentlessly during her month or so at the company, treating young people as if they were not human. This woman was especially obnoxious, an extreme exploiter. In the end, she had quit. A letter of complaint had directly brought down the middle-aged female leader who had been abusing her authority. Now, she had no intention of indulging her. With a scornful chuckle, she retorted, "I hold your paltry salary in utter contempt. Mark my words, your downfall is imminent. Within 2 days, your life will be utterly ruined." She promptly terminated the call and dialed the number for a private investigation firm. She was privy to her female superior's transgressions. Not only was she engaged in an extramarital affair, but she was also embezzling company funds, lavishing them upon a male subordinate despite his existing relationship. Furthermore, she was manipulative towards her husband, neglectful of her child, and a constant perpetrator of workplace bullying. She had endured enough. It occurred to her that in her previous life, she had been far too lenient with her. She commissioned the detective agency to expedite the acquisition of this evidence within 2 days, which cost her a total of over 50,000 yuan. She luxuriated in a refreshing bath and settled in to watch television. The name Yun Cece dominated the entertainment charts. No one could have imagined that this seemingly innocent new actress was capable of such scandalous behavior, snatching resources from her peers, feigning virtue while engaging in duplicity, and maintaining a chaotic romantic life during her academic years, all of which had been exposed. Numerous victims directed their animosity towards her. She had become a pariah, universally reviled. Yun Cece's management agency had already drafted a legal letter, preparing to hold a press conference to issue a clarification. They also stated that Yun Cece had repeatedly violated the company's no-dating policy, constituting a breach of contract for which she would be sued. The company owned by Chun Lu's parents had also been exposed. It was merely a moderately sized enterprise, ill-equipped to withstand such vitriol. Business partners were fervently severing ties with them. Currently, the male protagonist remained in a private hospital. After several inquiries by our reporters, we learned from the doctors that he was suffering from a urological ailment. The exact nature of his condition will be revealed on Banana Television once our reporters have completed their investigation, continuing to satiate your appetite for gossip. Yun Jiajia nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the news. Indeed, Chun Lu had truly become a eunuch. How delightful! After enjoying a refreshing slumber, she awoke to find a new friend request on WeChat. The note read Lu Yan. Upon closer inspection, the all-black avatar and the minimalist name certainly seemed to align with his character. Although she was uncertain of Lu Yan's intentions, she accepted the request. As he had bestowed upon her so many gifts the previous day, it would be impolite to disregard such a favor. After accepting the friend request, he remained silent, prompting Yun Jiajia to dismiss the matter from her mind. Upon returning to her villa, she began to arrange the items she had ordered over the past few days, efficiently organizing the space to accommodate the bulk of her supplies. The remaining items were placed on the second floor and upstairs. Meanwhile, she busied herself reinforcing the villa's walls and setting up several traps. Only 1 or 2 of these traps were designed to ward off zombies. The rest were intended for human threats. Days swiftly passed, and all her previously ordered supplies arrived, including thick winter coats and shoes. With everything stored neatly and the villa fortified multiple times, she even excavated a pond in the yard for fish cultivation. Although she initially considered raising livestock, she abandoned the idea, realizing she would not be able to transport them later. Over the past few days, she had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, spending over 1 million in total. The formalities regarding the house were nearly completed, and the space and villa were once again organized, creating new areas for storing her provisions. In recent days, the Yun family has reached out to her multiple times, urging her to come forward and clarify matters. Just a couple of days ago, she received a phone call from the local police station, where the Yun family accused her of extortion. However, the transfer record at that time clearly stated it was a voluntary gift, which led to the matter being dropped. They initially considered adding a charge of invasion of privacy, but there was no evidence to substantiate that the photographs in question were taken by her. Yun Jiajia, with her meticulous mind, had long distanced herself from any potential complications. On this particular day, she planned to visit a large agricultural market on the outskirts of the city. She pondered the importance of high-calorie and fatty foods to sustain energy in a post-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, fresh vegetables were equally indispensable. Relying solely on pharmaceutical vitamins and health supplements would not suffice for long-term nourishment. Survivors who thrived into the later stages of the previous life had seldom encountered or consumed fresh vegetables. Various calamities had rendered much of the soil unfit for cultivation, forcing reliance on expired canned goods for sustenance, which ultimately led to malnutrition. Thus, she deemed it essential to prepare for such necessities. The seeds she had stockpiled were intended for future cultivation should she settle in an area with fertile soil, allowing her to experiment with planting. However, the finished vegetable products were also crucial. She drove her large truck to the agricultural market for a tour. Arriving at 10 o'clock in the morning, she found the market somewhat quiet, having just passed its peak hours. Inquiring with an elderly woman at the entrance, she learned of the largest vegetable supplier in the area and proceeded directly to their storefront. She surveyed the expansive shop and addressed the cashier, inquiring, "Where's your manager? Tell him there's a significant order to discuss." The cashier, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. The store manager approached, a smile illuminating his face upon hearing the large order. "How much would you like to wholesale?" Chapter 9. Friends Jiajia surveyed the vegetables before her, selecting tomatoes, Shanghai greens, lettuce, carrots, bitter melons, cucumbers, eggplants, pumpkins, asparagus, broccoli, and shiitake mushrooms. In total, she required 3,000 pounds. After a moment of contemplation, she determined a reasonable quantity to stockpile. 3,000 pounds of vegetables is, in fact, not excessive. The average daily vegetable intake for a human is around 300 to 400 grams, making her order quite modest. However, she intended to cultivate her own in due course, and too much stock would leave her with insufficient storage space. Ding! Detection of a substantial vegetable stockpile. The apocalyptic farm and storage facility have been unlocked, the system announced. Upon hearing this, Jiajia felt a transformation within her space. A small farm had emerged outside her storage area, astonishing her with its sunlit expanse and a small plot of land. Additionally, there was a large wooden cabin, presumably the warehouse mentioned by the system. "Miss, are you certain you wish to order so much?" The store manager, well versed in the ways of commerce, had only seen such quantities ordered by large supermarkets and wholesale markets, thus expressing his surprise. "Absolutely. Could you calculate the total cost? This should be eligible for home delivery, correct? I can pay by card here." The manager chuckled, "Of course. That could be arranged." With the large warehouse now at her disposal, she decided to stock up on fruits as well, requesting approximately 1,500 pounds. Having meticulously calculated the total expenses, the wholesale price amounted to slightly over 45,000 yuan. An additional few hundred yuan was allocated for shipping, with the store manager assuring delivery by the following morning. Subsequently, she procured essential medications and antibiotics from a pharmacy, albeit in limited quantities. This decision stemmed from the observation that, within a year or two of the apocalypse, most survivors exhibited enhanced physical resilience, enabling them to withstand minor ailments such as colds, fevers, and gastritis. In dire circumstances, resilience or demise became the governing principle, embodying the harsh reality of survival of the fittest. Given her robust constitution, extensive stockpiling of medications was deemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, a modest supply was retained for emergencies. Ideally, a comprehensive medical repository would have been preferable, considering her proficiency in basic healthcare, a rare and invaluable asset in the nascent stages of the apocalypse. Furthermore, she amassed a collection of agricultural and medical texts, facilitating continuous learning. Coupled with her abundant resources, she arguably possessed unparalleled wealth in the impending dystopia. Despite repeated attempts to engage with her system, the lack of response led her to abandon the notion, resigning herself to treating the system as a mere inanimate mechanism. As the days dwindled, the impending apocalypse loomed merely 3 days away. It was on this day that she received a call from a number she recognized yet felt distant from, identified as Xiao Wei. The familiar name evoked a moment of quiet contemplation for Jiajia. This individual was a close friend from her university days, characterized by an overwhelming preoccupation with romance, her entire world revolving around her boyfriend since junior high school. During the first semester of their junior year, she unexpectedly became pregnant and, defying their counsel, insisted on bringing the child to term. I endeavored to dissuade her, meticulously delineating all the potential pitfalls. Alas, she was irrevocably consumed by romantic infatuation, her ultimate aspiration being matrimony and procreation. After she abandoned her studies and estranged herself from her family for the sake of her paramour and offspring, I, in a fit of pique, expunged her from my contacts and severed all ties. Subsequently, I learned of her unfortunate circumstances. She had borne a child prematurely. Her partner possessed a mere high school education and was relegated to menial labor with meager compensation, rendering him incapable of adequately providing for her and their child. Furthermore, her unwed pregnancy engendered disdain from her in-laws, who even denied her a wedding feast. Later, the man engaged in infidelity. Upon hearing this news, Jiajia, while feeling a pang of regret, couldn't help but deem it a fitting consequence for her obstinacy, as she had defiantly disregarded the counsel of everyone and made a decision that irrevocably jeopardized her future. Having been out of touch for an extended period, she hesitated momentarily before answering the call. "Is that Jiajia?" A voice, tinged with sobs, emanated from the other end. Only after she affirmed her identity did Xiao Yiwei continue, albeit haltingly, unable to articulate a coherent sentence for a prolonged duration. Xiao Yiwei's tone, imbued with entreaty, stirred a pang of sorrow within Jiajia. Despite her original family's favorable financial standing, she had squandered her prospects for a reprobate and now found herself in a state of destitution, unable to even afford medical care for her child. Reduced to such abject humility, she was now bereft of the means to even take her child to the hospital. Jiajia sighed. Although their relationship had soured due to her failed attempts at dissuasion, she couldn't deny that Xiao Yiwei had been the first to defend her, dousing Yin Sisi with a bucket of cold water when she and Yin Sisi had clashed more than 3 years prior. With the impending apocalypse, she felt it was acceptable to spare a small portion of her remaining funds for her. "Very well, resend your friend request, and I'll transfer the funds to you momentarily." Choked back several sobs. Thank you, Jiajia." Moments later, a friend request popped up, the profile picture unchanged over the years, still her beloved chibi Maruko-chan. Promptly transferred 20,000 yuan. After a moment's deliberation, she transferred an additional 15,000 yuan, sending a message: "Avoid taking the child to the hospital if possible. There's a dense flu outbreak recently, and hospitals are breeding grounds for infection. Childhood illnesses are often minor, so just procure some antipyretics from the pharmacy. Furthermore, use this money to purchase some sustenance and beverages to keep at home and refrain from venturing out for the next few days." Having done this, she felt she had fulfilled her obligations. Whether survived was now contingent upon her own resilience. Having endured a decade in the post-apocalyptic world, witnessing scenes of sanguinary internecine conflict, her heart had long since turned frigid. It was purely coincidental that contacted her after her rebirth, and that she happened to have some residual funds. Otherwise, she would not have meddled. The 35,000 yuan represented her last vestige of benevolence. In recent days, she had stockpiled all usable items, even accumulating 100 or so power banks, along with computers and tablets, downloading numerous dramas, novels, and films to while away the hours during moments of ennui. Chapter 10. Premature eruption. As time inexorably drew nearer, ventured into the city center, intending to squander her remaining funds. While luxuriating in a 5-star hotel that evening, against all odds, sent her a message. Text. With but a fleeting moment remaining, shall we coalesce our efforts? Upon receiving Lu Yan's missive, Jiajia nearly stumbled into her demise. Despite Lu Yan's unusual amiability in bartering weaponry, in this iteration of existence, she sought only to distance herself from the madman that was Lu Yan. More than once, she had pondered why, in the previous life, he had abstained from ending her existence, instead treating her as a mere lab rat. She desired no further association with him. Perhaps her silence conveyed her exasperation. Yet, her true desire was to survive in solitude. Why couldn't this magnate unite his former subordinates and become an overlord? She, for one, would not court trouble. What could his anticipation portend? Jiajia tuned into the television, where the news broadcast highlighted trending topics. The subsequent item concerned the escalating influenza outbreak. She knew that this was merely the harbinger of the impending apocalypse. The final segments pertain to a viral leak from an American research facility. Several youths, under the influence of narcotics, were behaving erratically in the streets. Their eyes bloodshot as they bit at people devoid of reason, their actions terrifying and far from human. Despite multiple gunshots from the military, they remained animated, eventually subdued and taken for study, the results of which were still pending. A chill ran down Jiajia's spine as she realized that what was initially perceived as a mere drug addict was, in fact, something far more sinister: a zombie. A creature that feasted on human flesh and blood. Luyan's earlier premonition. She swiftly moved to the French window to survey the scene. Discord had already commenced below. Surveying the scene through binoculars, several men were attempting to restrain a woman, yet she remained unyielding. The woman clung to a middle-aged man, her eyes bloodshot as she tenaciously gnawed at the flesh of his neck. Alas, this iteration had erupted 3 days earlier than in the previous timeline. Jiajia's countenance shifted, though she remained composed, far from panic-stricken. She had long prepared contingency plans, stationing a motorcycle and an off-road vehicle within the villa's courtyard. The vehicle she currently drove had been rented that very day, specifically to facilitate subsequent travel and procure the recreational vehicle she had previously scouted at the dealership. Remaining at the hotel was undoubtedly untenable. Jiajia swiftly gathered her belongings, ensuring to pilfer the hotel's disposable amenities, bottled water, and complimentary snacks into her interdimensional storage. Retrieving a short blade and a handgun, she secured them at her waist, concealing them beneath the loose hem of her short-sleeved shirt. Donning a face mask, she availed herself of the private elevator within the penthouse suite, promptly descending to the subterranean level where the garage was situated. With a zombie outbreak imminent, densely populated areas were certain to be afflicted. Navigating through the hotel lobby, teeming with people, would be an imprudent decision. The optimal course of action was to proceed directly to the garage and abscond in a vehicle. With the eruption virtually underway, the conventional traffic regulations had become obsolete. Collisions were inconsequential. Self-preservation was paramount. The elevator in the 5-star hotel operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly arriving at the garage. Within the garage, the piercing screams of a woman could be heard. Jiajia positioned her hand on her lower back, prepared to promptly draw her handgun and discharge several rounds into the craniums of any encroaching zombies. Striking other areas proves futile. Only a direct perforation of a zombie's cranium ensures its true demise. This, she comprehended acutely. Exiting the elevator, she hastened towards her vehicle. In the corridor, a man with an ashen complexion and bloodshot eyes, mouth agape in a ghastly manner, devoid of reason, salivated a viscous, fetid ichor, an unsettling sight to behold. He lunged at a young woman, tearing away a portion of her facial flesh with a single bite, masticating it with relentless fervor. The ground became a sanguine morass. A harrowing spectacle. Panic seized the occupants of the garage, with children wailing uncontrollably. A courageous man, emboldened by desperation, attempted to restrain the zombie. But the creature possessed prodigious strength and stamina, seemingly inexhaustible. Annoyed by their interference, the zombie, agape, lethargically rose, only to exhibit lightning-fast reflexes the next instant. Pouncing on the would-be interceptor, its cadaverous hands snapping his neck with brutal efficiency. The man's life was extinguished in an instant. Guards! Help! Murder! There's a murderer here. Where are the guards? Run! He's insane. Flee! Don't leave me! Bedlam reigned in the garage, with all but Jiajia succumbing to terror, their escape frantic. A child, having clambered onto a vehicle, was yanked off before he could secure the door. Jiajia, ensconced in her SUV, accelerated forward, heedless of potential collisions. Those who had been bitten, regardless of gender or age, began to convulse violently, their bodies undergoing grotesque transformations in tandem with the escalating tremors. They would then abruptly cease all movement, only to rise again in a ghastly manner, their complexions ashen. A rapid, unsettling grin would spread across their faces, revealing teeth that had morphed into sharp, elongated fangs, wholly unlike human dentition. They augmented the ranks of the undead, joining the hunt for the remaining living. They were revived. Cloud, Jiajia drove away. She was no paragon of virtue. Self-preservation was paramount in these dire times. To linger even for a moment was to invite demise. She was no saint. She lived only for herself. There was a thud, as if she had struck someone. She pressed down on the accelerator, speeding out of the garage. Glancing back, she noticed a bloody handprint smeared on the window. It was not a person she had hit, but one of the undead. Cloud, Jiajia drove on recklessly. The streets were in utter disarray, with police officers striving to maintain order, though, regrettably, some had already swelled the ranks of the zombie horde. Their batons now instruments of terror against their former charges. Who knows? Moments, perhaps mere seconds, before, these ghoulish beings were ordinary people with families, friends, children. But now, all was lost. Their eyes registered only blood and flesh, the tantalizing scent of human prey. Chapter 11. Carjacking the streets were a pandemonium of chaos, with people scattering in desperate flight. Screams echoed incessantly, and blood was everywhere. At this juncture, even the traffic regulations had become obsolete. Several vehicular collisions transpired simultaneously at the intersection ahead. Living pedestrians were pursued by the ravenous undead, and despair permeated every corner of the metropolis. The scent of the living incited the zombies to a state of frenzy. Morsels of flesh were torn away, and once vibrant countenances were transformed into visages of unimaginable horror. All living entities were their quarry. Jiajia had witnessed this spectacle in her previous existence, but the circumstances appeared to deviate from the prior trajectory. Not only had it commenced prematurely, but the initial outbreak was also excessively virulent. If this locale was already in such a state, what of places such as hospitals and educational institutions? An unsettling realization dawned upon her, and her complexion darkened. There was a hospital in close proximity. No wonder the situation was so severe. That was the underlying cause. It was imperative to depart from this location immediately. Disregarding the deceased and the undead obstructing the path ahead, she floored the accelerator, expeditiously crushing them beneath the vehicle. A score of zombies lunged toward her, some even clinging to the windows. Through the glass, pairs of vacant eyes fixated upon the interior of the car, gleaming with sanguinary intent and baring their ivory fangs. Presenting an utterly ghastly sight, a zombie, heedless of the impending impact, charged from the front and collided with the windshield. Its cranium was instantly shattered, and its body tumbled to the ground, but the crimson ichor obscured her vision. "Blast it all!" Jiajia exclaimed under her breath. She augmented her velocity to the utmost extent and then executed an abrupt deceleration. All the zombies clinging to the vehicle were cast off in the wake. Having navigated to an obscure nook, Jiajia exhaled in relief, seizing a can of soda from her vehicle to replenish her vigor, as extricating herself from the urban sprawl would demand considerable exertion. Lingering here was untenable. Her present scheme involved driving to the car dealership, where, armed with her firearm and blade, she could dispatch the encroaching zombies and procure a recreational vehicle to evacuate the city. A series of beeps resonated. The novice undertaking has concluded. The primary survival directive is now activated for the host. The primary undertaking is non-negotiable. The host is entreated to exert every effort in its completion. Proceed to a city's premier medical center, the closest to the city core, and locate the virologist Wei Qian. Liberate him, ensure his well-being, and convey him to a city gymnasium within 5 days. Upon fulfillment of this undertaking, the host shall be endowed with lavish emoluments. The host is exhorted to dedicate their utmost resolve. Jiajia was verging on stupefaction. At such a juncture, she was being dispatched to a hospital. Her solitary transit posed no significant impediment, as she could dispatch the zombies with dispatch. However, the challenge of extracting a living individual unscathed from a sprawling medical complex was a formidable escalation. Moreover, such luminaries of expertise were seldom accustomed to physical exertion, potentially rendering them a hindrance. Her countenance was somber, yet she rallied in an instant. The system's promise of a munificent reward was undoubtedly substantial, and whether for the sake of the reward or her own preservation, she was compelled to embark on this venture. Jiajia chuckled at this prospect, her gaze sweeping the vicinity. Anarchy was beginning to reign. The thoroughfares were teeming with mutated zombies, ravenously preying upon the living. The windshield of the vehicle was obscured, rendering visibility unclear, and following the recent series of collisions, its performance had notably deteriorated. Thus, a replacement was imperative. She exited the car, wielding a sharp knife, as a female zombie lunged at her from the side, mouth agape and dripping with blood. Jiajia had already noticed her, and as the creature drew near, she forcefully plunged the blade into its skull, ensuring a true demise. As the zombie collapsed, a young girl in the vehicle behind them let out a piercing scream, pointing at Jiajia with wide eyes filled with terror. "She's a killer! She's a killer!" she shouted at the man beside her. Jiajia merely rolled her eyes, dismissing the girl. Such a loud and useless individual, prone to mindless screaming, would inevitably become fodder for the undead in this apocalyptic world. She had little interest in a lifeless person. Her gaze swept across the array of vehicles before her. However, others were not as fortunate. Amidst the ruins, a man cried out, "My wife, what is wrong with you? I'm Dachuan. This is our child. Please don't bite anyone." A transformed woman was viciously attacking her husband and child. The man, possessing considerable strength, might have resisted effectively, but these zombies had once been their loved ones, their intimate companions just moments ago. Unable to strike with full force, he hesitated, perceiving them merely as afflicted souls. Jiajia observed coldly, unperturbed by the plight. Regardless of familial ties or friendships, once a person had crossed into death, they were no longer the same being. To hesitate was akin to courting one's own demise. Only the indifferent and selfish can survive. Otherwise, even if one manages to live by a stroke of luck, escape from death is ultimately inevitable. She surveyed her surroundings before striding towards the vehicle occupied by the young couple. Upon inspection, this car appeared to be the most practical option. Standing before it with a bloody dagger in hand, her icy gaze made the two occupants swallow hard. The young man, thoroughly annoyed by her presence and gripped by fear, harshly commanded her to silence. "Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll throw you out of the car." "Get out," Jiajia replied, her tone frigid and devoid of any emotion. As a few zombies began to approach, her focus remained steadfast on the vehicle. She had no intention of wasting time with the undead. She swiftly drew her handgun and fired several shots at the approaching zombies, each bullet finding its mark in their skulls, causing them to collapse lifelessly. "I only require the car. If you do not exit promptly, rest assured that the muzzle of this gun will be directed towards you." The couple remained timid, deterred by the chaotic scene of wrecked vehicles surrounding them. Even with a car at their disposal, they dared not drive recklessly, opting instead to huddle in the corner, ultimately deciding that relinquishing the vehicle to her was the wiser choice. Having witnessed her marksmanship moments earlier, they were left trembling in fear, especially the girl who, in a state of panic, repeatedly begged, "Don't kill me." The man, slightly more composed, cautiously rolled down the window a fraction to negotiate terms. Recognizing that Jiajia was no ordinary individual, how could anyone maintain such composure in such dire circumstances? Moreover, with both a knife and a gun in her possession, her resolve was evidently formidable. Chapter 12. Uprising. As Jiajia dispatched the nearby zombies, she vociferated, "Get down here. What gives you the right to negotiate with me? If you have the audacity, drive away. If not, get out, or you'll all meet your end at my hands. I'll count to 3, and after that, don't blame me for being merciless." The man, consumed by dread and helplessness, was particularly intimidated by the pistol in Jiajia's grasp. Without hesitation, he flung open the car door, dragging his girlfriend out. Any further delay could very well cost them their lives. Jiajia settled into the driver's seat, while the man pleaded for them to be taken along. A gunshot fired into the ground silenced him. As Jiajia drove off, he located an abandoned electric scooter nearby. He hauled his girlfriend onto it and trailed behind her. With even the police succumbing to madness on the streets, the police station was undoubtedly in disarray, and traffic laws were non-existent. With a long way to go home, their only chance of survival lay in following that woman. Jiajia lowered a window, steering with one hand while using the other to shoot at any approaching zombies. clearing a path for herself. The hospital is nearby, but it's not wise to proceed rashly. The system chimed in. Nevertheless, Jiajia remained steadfast in her plan. She glanced back to see the young couple trailing her on the scooter. A smile tugged at her lips. They truly have no sense of self-preservation. Her destination was the hospital, and following her would only hasten their demise. The residential buildings were not spared. The closer one was to the hospital, the graver the situation became. She had to summon every ounce of her spirit. Although the early zombies were not formidable, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. The lights in the aging neighborhood illuminated the surroundings, intermittently pierced by screams and the sounds of struggle. She readied her belongings and drew her firearm as she stepped outside. After selecting the building she intended to enter, she retrieved a rifle from her space and exited the vehicle. There were approximately a dozen survivors in this street, desperately evading and resisting. The convenience store clerk, terrified, hurriedly shut the store door, refusing to allow any survivors inside, even reinforcing the entrance. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the store's entrance. Jiajia was already accustomed to such displays. This was the essence of human nature. She began to systematically eliminate the zombies in the area. Knowing that the elevator was not an option, the power supply's reliability was uncertain. To reach the top floor, she would have to ascend on foot. To prevent the zombies from continuously swarming the residential building and potentially blocking the staircase, obstructing her escape route after surveying the hospital from above, she needed to clear the area first. The rifle's formidable power, combined with her marksmanship honed over a decade, allowed her to dispatch a group of zombies in mere minutes. As she ascended the residential building and prepared to close the door at the staircase, a pair of hands obstructed her path, and a man emerged, panting, pleading, "Wait for us." Unfazed, Jiajia intended to forcefully shut the door, uncertain of the fate that awaited his hands. "Please, let us just hide here for a moment. We promise not to bother you once we reach the upper floors. Just allow us to take refuge." Jiajia remained resolute, her gaze piercing through them towards the building across the way, which appeared considerably safer. This building already housed some zombies, while the one opposite seemed somewhat better. If one wished to survive, it would be wiser to head there, as the chances of survival would be significantly higher. She coldly articulated her thoughts and swiftly began ascending the staircase. The young couple stood frozen, with the girl clinging to her partner's hand, tearfully imploring, "Dachuan, why is she so heartless? What should we do now?" She had just mentioned zombies. The mere mention of this term, which he had only ever encountered in films, sent a shiver down his spine. He turned sharply to his noisy girlfriend and shouted for her to be silent. The nearby zombies, attracted by the commotion, began to converge. His sharp eyes caught sight of a hammer, abandoned by some unknown person. As a zombie lunged towards his girlfriend, he seized the hammer and struck the grotesque creature with all his strength, then grasped her hand, urging her to flee towards the building across the street. Since she claimed it was safer, and given that staying or leaving could lead to death, it was better to take a chance. In moments of peril, one must heed the stronger voice. Upon reaching the third floor, they noticed a door ajar beside the staircase, with the sound of a television emanating from within. However, the clamor of scattered debris and anguished cries drowned out the broadcast. Curiosity piqued, she stepped inside to see how the news was being reported. The living room was vacant, and the master bedroom door stood wide open. Inside, a middle-aged zombie was savagely tearing into the body of a woman beneath it, while a young boy, armed with a kitchen knife he had scavenged, bravely pointed it at the zombie. However, the woman beneath the zombie has transformed into one of its kind, and the undead couple lunges toward the young boy. "Mom? Dad? What has happened to you?" The sound of gunfire erupts, striking the male zombie in the head, causing it to collapse slowly. The female zombie shifts her focus, advancing towards Jiajia, who swiftly dispatches her with a single shot. The boy, wide-eyed with terror, remains bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The news broadcast reports the latest updates. Multiple cities nationwide are engulfed in turmoil, with the government and police working diligently to address the situation. Residents are urged to remain indoors and avoid venturing outside at all costs, to safeguard themselves from potential bites. Just as the female anchor concludes her statement, Chaos ensues in the studio as a zombie emerges from behind her, sinking its teeth into her neck. She is unable to struggle, meeting an immediate demise, and within moments, she rises once more, transformed into a monster, wandering the studio. The boy is petrified. Jiajia glances at him, and, noting that he bears no bite marks, prepares to leave with her weapon in hand. She has a principle. Under no circumstances will she harm a child unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 13, City Announcement. The young boy stands frozen, unsure if he comprehends her words. Secure your doors and windows. Do not open to strangers. Jiajia pays little mind, casually shutting the door behind her. After all, he is merely a child, and there is no conflict between them. Offering a few words of warning is inconsequential. Judging by the news, it is evident that the A city television station has fallen, with even the anchors caught in the turmoil. She hastened towards the summit of the building, and upon reaching the rooftop terrace, she set up her rifle and peered through her binoculars towards the northeastern direction where the hospital was situated. The scene at the hospital was even more dire than anticipated, with people scrambling to escape. From the windows on the second and third floors, one could witness the desperate measures of ordinary citizens, driven to leap from the building as they were pursued by the undead. Even those clad in white coats and security personnel had succumbed, joining the ranks of the infected and chasing after the uninfected patients. The hospital doors remained ajar, and a chaotic mass of people fled, with the ravenous ghouls in close pursuit. It would not be long before they reached these streets. Already, several dozen animated corpses were shambling towards the residential buildings, and their numbers would only swell with time. The situation was far more calamitous than she had initially conceived. Through the binoculars, she could also observe the nearby apartment buildings. In one residence across the way, a television flickered, displaying only static. Meanwhile, on the streets below, residents were falling victim to the scourge and swelling the ranks of the undead. A small group of armed police officers advanced together, attempting to evacuate the populace from the street amidst a landscape littered with corpses. A little girl was crouching just a few steps ahead of them. One of the officers approached and gently tapped the girl on the shoulder, his lips seemingly forming words of comfort. The girl slowly turned her head, her face ashen and gaunt, her bulging eyes fixed upon him with an unnerving stare. Her mouth was smeared with blood, and fragments of flesh clung to her teeth. The exposed skin was rigid and lifeless, and her hair was disheveled. In a word, she was one of the living dead. The police officer was taken aback, and before he could react, a little girl lunged at him, tearing a chunk of flesh directly from his face. With a fierce bite, she severed an artery, and blood gushed forth. He was dead. Surrounding officers fired their weapons in an attempt to eliminate this grotesque creature, neither human nor beast. However, the gunfire failed to subdue the zombie, and from the nearby shadows emerged a horde of approximately 10 more zombies, invigorated by the scent of the living. The police squad found themselves encircled. Despite possessing handguns and weaponry, they had never encountered such monstrosities and were at a loss. Even after firing several shots, the zombies continued to rise and move. This realization led to a collective breakdown among the officers. The resistance lasted only a few minutes, culminating in the escape of a single officer, wounded and having abandoned his comrades. From a team of 7, only one survived. Mere moments later, the fallen officers also rose again, transformed into zombies. Jiajia observed from the window ledges of nearby residential buildings, where many residents watched this gruesome scene with eyes filled with despair. Just as she prepared to further observe the hospital across the street, several drones appeared in the sky, accompanied by an urgent announcement. Emergency notification. Survivors outside who are unharmed and in good condition are advised to proceed to the largest stadium in City A, where military personnel have been dispatched to secure the area. Survivors unable to reach the stadium for any special reason are urged to protect themselves and find shelter, awaiting rescue. Military forces are mobilizing across the city to address the situation, and we ask everyone to follow instructions and remain indoors. The announcement reverberated through the city's thoroughfares, echoing repeatedly, instilling a sense of hope in the ordinary citizens. Simultaneously, a stark broadcast flashed across television screens, bearing only the words, await rescue. Jiajia was intimately familiar with this scene. In her previous life, this was how it unfolded. In the initial throes of the outbreak, those unaccustomed to the undead felt utter despair. However, the daily proclamations ignited a flicker of hope within them. Everyone believed they would be saved, including her. They placed their faith in the military, confident that the insurrection would be swiftly quelled and that the creatures below would be eradicated. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was a cataclysmic calamity targeting humanity. The zombie virus was incurable. In the years following the apocalypse, they discovered that virtually all of humanity had been infected, and upon death, they would transform into zombies. These creatures possessed an acute sensitivity to human scent and sound, with a predilection for biting at blood vessels and arteries. Coupled with their sharp fangs, escape was paramount, as a single bite could pierce flesh and, combined with their crushing bite force, prove instantly fatal. Depending on the depth of infection, individuals would succumb to zombification at varying intervals. If fortune favored them and the wound was not too severe, such as on an arm or leg, amputation could be performed, and if their constitution was robust enough, a fraction of individuals might survive. However, the crux of the matter was that the zombie virus was incurable. Despite immediate containment efforts, the sheer enormity of the population hindered their effectiveness. By the time the gravity of the situation was fully comprehended, it was too late. The zombie virus had reached pandemic proportions. The governing body dispatched a substantial military force, resorting to thermal weaponry to eliminate all infected individuals within the most severely affected areas, including injured civilians. However, these measures proved insufficient to contain the spread. Ultimately, a complete rescue operation was abandoned, and the remaining troops, comprising less than a quarter of the original force, evacuated with key figures. Rescue efforts devolved into self-preservation. Within a couple of months, even public announcements and notifications ceased, as if the plight of the survivors trapped in the city awaiting rescue had been entirely forgotten. The survivors were left to fend for themselves. By the time the general populace realized the situation, their food and supplies had dwindled. The city streets were deserted, save for the dense swarms of zombies. Without external assistance, the only way to avoid starvation was to risk venturing out in search of sustenance. A choice between two forms of demise that marked the true advent of the apocalypse. Ruthlessness, exceptional willpower, and physical prowess, coupled with the ability to gather resources, were essential for survival. In her previous life, Jiajia was considered fortunate. The outbreak occurred during the day while she was attending a relative's funeral. She accompanied the procession to the crematorium to bid farewell, which, besides hospitals and schools, was another hotspot. The deceased, devoid of vital signs, collectively reanimated, a truly shocking sight. She witnessed these transformations firsthand and promptly fled the crematorium. Due to its remote location, the spread of zombies in the area was relatively slow, and others managed to escape as well. Chapter 14. The Hospital. Many individuals within the city remained unaware of the zombie outbreak. In her previous existence, she relentlessly exposed Yun Cece and Chen Lu, revealing their scandals and causing them to be utterly disgraced. However, she never anticipated that the two, fully armed, would brave the risk of being recognized by their detractors to seek retribution. She remained confined within her apartment. Instead of her, they encountered the undead ascending the stairs. A darkly humorous twist of fate. The pair possessed some resilience, surviving the initial encounter but hesitant to descend. They pleaded with her to grant them entry, an impossibility. The full outbreak meant that even her apartment building was infested with zombies, predominantly inhabited by young individuals. The building echoed with terrified screams and the guttural moans of the undead for days. Yun Cece and Chen Lu were compelled to seize a residence on another floor, where they remained for several days. Her supplies dwindled after a week, and the rescue vehicles were stationed far from their location. Venturing that distance was tantamount to suicide. Consequently, she armed herself with knives and other weapons, intending to raid the local supermarket. She had observed survivors attempting the same from her window, only to be slain by others for supplies or devoured by zombies. Across from her resided a single mother with a pre-verbal child. She frequently peered through the peephole, observing the activity in the hallway and the apartment opposite. However, the mother remained mostly still. Upon descending to scavenge for supplies, she encountered Yin Cece and Chen Lu, armed with knives and clubs, revealing their infiltration into the neighbor's home. Having bound the mother and daughter, they plundered their resources and consumed their provisions, leading to the starvation of the two women. Had they not been fearful of the zombified forms the mother and daughter later assumed, these two villains, who happened to witness her descent to the store for supplies, would likely have remained ensconced within for an extended period. At that juncture, her loathing for the pair was profound, yet she felt no trepidation. That expedition lasted an entire day, during which she daringly retrieved a handgun from the vicinity of a zombified police officer. With this firearm, she retaliated, fatally wounding both of them. Chen Lu was struck by a bullet and further subjected to her vengeful blows, leaving him on the brink of death. Yin Cece fared little better, relying on her diminutive stature and agility to ascend the stairs despite her pain. Disinclined to pursue her, she dragged Chen Lu to the zombified mother and daughter's apartment, secured the doors and windows, severed the bonds of the undead pair, and departed without a backward glance, slamming the door shut. She recalled Chen Lu clinging to the door, pleading with Jiajia to spare him, offering to be her servile slave. Her heart was filled with the exhilarating satisfaction of revenge. Later, realizing that rescue was not forthcoming, she departed the apartment and, en route to evacuating the city, passed by the Yun family residence. The elderly couple, emaciated and shivering, regarded her as their salvation, unaware that she had come for retribution. Her mother had succumbed to illness induced by these two individuals, and the time for them to repay their debt had arrived. "Jiajia, I knew you were kind-hearted and wouldn't abandon us," they said. "You are far more filial than Cece." Yin Guofu and Su Yin were overwhelmed with excitement, yet unexpectedly, she turned and smashed the windows and doors, creating a cacophony that attracted the zombies, leading to her departure. It remains uncertain whether they survived. In the ensuing 3 to 4 years, she traversed various survivor bases and communities, forging connections with numerous individuals, and tenaciously persevered, establishing her foothold in the post-apocalyptic world. In the following years, she ultimately assembled her own band of survivors and even discovered several relatively well-preserved villas in the frigid north. Together with her comrades, she began erecting walls, reinforcing the perimeter, and employing wooden stakes to barricade the entrance, preventing the undead from breaching their sanctuary. Additionally, they welcomed a few other survivors, designating individuals to stand guard in the watchtower and organizing patrol schedules. As the 9th year of the apocalypse unfolded, the base had grown to over 20 residents, and with an increase in numbers came the thirst for power. Her teammates, eyeing her leadership with suspicion, believed her indecisiveness stemmed from her being a woman, which led to growing discord. Ultimately, she became a pawn in a treacherous scheme, meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of zombies. In this life, she vowed never again to place her trust in anyone. At that moment, the world remained shrouded in darkness. Glancing at her phone revealed it was 3:30 in the morning, and she estimated that dawn would break in just over an hour. The zombies were unperturbed by sunlight, rendering daytime maneuvers equally perilous. The outpatient department and the inpatient ward of the hospital were housed in separate buildings. Dr. Wei's laboratory was likely situated on the top floor of the outpatient building. She had previously visited this hospital, and the 7th floor was off-limits to patients and ordinary medical staff. Therefore, her objective was the 7th floor of the hospital. The elevator was presently inoperable, compelling her to navigate through numerous obstacles, dashing from the hospital lobby, teeming with zombies, to the 7th floor in a bid to rescue Dr. Wei from the laboratory and escort him safely to the gymnasium. Dr. Wei was a highly regarded figure within the military, a prodigious young virologist. However, Jiajia held little regard for his abilities. If he were truly competent, he would have resolved this crisis. And yet, a decade into her previous life, the situation remained dire. After waiting for an hour, the darkness began to recede. She prepared for action, retrieving a rope from her surroundings and securing it to a sturdy point before gradually lowering it down. She intended to descend from over 20 floors. Just moments ago, she had heard the screams of zombies echoing in the corridor. It was only a matter of time before this building succumbed as well. She could not afford to concern herself with trivial matters and needed to conserve her strength. Below the rope lay a small car, its window shattered, but that was inconsequential. She could easily enter through the broken glass. With the car keys inside, she resolved to descend gradually along the rope. Her physical condition was excellent, and she held no fear of heights. Descending from such a height posed no challenge for her. She swiftly reached the ground. There were approximately 20 zombies on the ground, and after dispatching a few with her firearm, she sped away towards the hospital. Along the way, numerous survivors obstructed her path, seeking assistance, but she deftly maneuvered past them without a hint of compassion. She could not afford to be soft-hearted. After 10 minutes, she arrived at a narrow alley near the hospital, where she efficiently dealt with several more zombies. Armed with a rifle, a short knife at her waist, and donning a protective mask, she pressed on. Chapter 15. The soldier squad, an increasing number of humans had succumbed to becoming zombies. At present, the electrical systems had yet to collapse, and the hospital's broadcast continued to play. Survivors were urged to evacuate the hospital swiftly for those unable to leave. It was imperative to find a safe place to ensure their survival. Jiajia observed for a brief moment. Dawn was breaking, and the distant sound of large vehicles could be heard. She huddled in a corner, watching intently. It was a military truck, from which approximately several dozen soldiers disembarked. These soldiers, trained and disciplined, brandished their firearms as they exited, advancing towards the hospital without regard for the imminent danger. Unlike ordinary civilians, they were armed and possessed commendable physical prowess, complemented by extensive training, making them formidable against a handful of zombies. However, the hospital was no longer home to merely a few zombies. It was teeming with at least 1,000, strategically positioned throughout the premises, poised to ambush any remaining humans. It seemed these soldiers were not just any ordinary troops. Moreover, Jiajia had an instinctive feeling that they were also there for Dr. Wei. Despite their rigorous training, the sheer multitude of zombies posed a significant challenge. As this was the initial outbreak of the zombie plague, aside from reborn individuals like her and Lu Yin, the others were oblivious to the fact that to truly incapacitate a zombie, one must utterly destroy its brain. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed, and these soldiers remained ensnared in the hospital lobby, unable to breach the interior, even with the most formidable weaponry at their disposal. Their lack of understanding regarding zombies rendered them ineffective. The overwhelming number of zombies had even scattered their ranks, resulting in the loss of several soldiers during the skirmish. Plunged into the throng of the undead, they were torn asunder, their flesh devoured, denied even the chance of zombification, becoming mere sustenance for the ravenous horde. The most stalwart of minds could scarcely endure the sight of comrades consumed before their very eyes. They are not human, Jiajia mouthed, deciphering the words from one of the figures. She sighed, noting that a mere dozen or so soldiers had seized the chaos to infiltrate the second floor. Yet their efforts were likely futile. The mission to rescue Dr. W. I rested squarely upon her shoulders. Another half-hour elapsed, and with the full dawn, the temperature had already soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Further delay was untenable. Donning her protective suit from the spatial dimension, she secured the helmet with utmost care. Venturing alone into a legion of thousands of zombies demanded every precaution. Shouldering her rifle, with her pistol holstered at her waist and a short blade strapped to her arm for swift access, she stealthily entered the hospital. The entrance was marred by the gruesome spectacle of humans being devoured. The lobby a scene of carnage with bloodstains and scattered remains, a veritable inferno on earth. Drawn by the scent of the living, the horde surged towards her. Without hesitation, she sprinted towards the hospital's flank, pursued by approximately 100 relentless zombies. Jiajia faced these initial stage zombies with practiced ease, their sluggish pace posing little threat, certainly not enough to outstrip her own. Casting a rope, she skillfully hooked it onto the second-floor window railing. Jiajia smirked, but her expression tightened as several zombies emerged at the very window she targeted. Frowning, she quickened her pace. Driven by an insatiable craving for the living, a zombie leaned out too far and plummeted from the building. Without hesitation, Jiajia clambered onto the second-floor windowsill and kicked out at the zombie below, using the momentum to propel herself inside. The zombie beneath her feet still clung to her shoe, and she stomped down with such force that she nearly pulped its brain. She swiftly dispatched the nearest zombies with a rifle, but more and more were closing in. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the air as a terrified soldier was shoved to the ground by a fleeing survivor. The noise attracted the attention of even more zombies, who began to converge on the soldier. Seeing the zombies descend upon the soldier, the survivor seized the opportunity to escape. The rationale was simple. If one person could distract the zombies, the other's chances of survival would increase. A cold smile played on Jiajia's lips as she recognized this ruthless calculation as the beginning of the end. Wasting no time, she took advantage of the distraction to eliminate the zombies in her immediate vicinity, hemmed in by the undead above and below. She switched to a submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire, stepping over the corpses as she dashed toward the 5th floor. The higher she went, the denser the zombie population became, just as a small horde of 20 or so zombies lunged at her. She dodged into a clinic beside the stairwell and locked the door. Unfortunately, the zombified doctor and patient were already inside. She chose not to waste bullets, as the noise could attract more zombies to the door. Instead, she drew her short knife and swiftly pierced the zombies' brains with deadly precision. The 2 zombies were expeditiously dispatched. Fortuitously, disinfectant and water were at hand, ideal for cleansing her short blade. A glance at the time revealed it to be 7:55, still quite early. Presuming that Dr. Wei remained secure on the 7th floor, she nudged the corpses of the 2 zombies aside. From her storage, she retrieved a succulent half-roasted chicken and a bottle of chilled milk tea. Discovering that the hospital's computers were still connected, she launched a 10-cent video, selecting a recent entertaining variety show to accompany her meal. As she watched, she consumed the roasted chicken and sipped the milk tea, replenishing her vigor. Sustaining herself with ample nourishment was imperative to conserve adequate strength for the tasks ahead. The roasted chicken glistened with savory oils, its golden brown exterior appearing exquisitely tender, further enhanced by the addition of cumin powder. The chilled milk tea invigorated her senses as she imbibed it. Given that the 7th floor housed a private laboratory, it was likely sealed off, precluding any impetuous ascent. The stairwell might only extend to the 6th floor, with the 7th floor accessible solely via a sealed iron door or an elevator. Consequently, the situation had become considerably more challenging. Fortunately, she had amassed a considerable stockpile of useful items, including tools for prying open doors. As a last resort, explosives might prove effective. Around 9:30, Jiajia prepared to proceed. She retrieved a black backpack, stowing explosives within as a contingency, then hoisted a submachine gun, readied her weapons, and prepared to ascend. Chapter 16. The Rescue Plan Before Departing. She made sure to pilfer all the resources from the consultation room, not even sparing the tissues. Gently opening the door, she surveyed the corridor, noting only a scattering of zombies, the majority of whom were not congregated in this vicinity. Evidently, another unfortunate survivor has perished. To avoid attracting the attention of the undead, she dispatched the nearby ones with a short blade. The 3rd and 4th floors were teeming with zombies, while the 5th floor was comparatively less crowded. She ascended to the 6th floor with utmost stealth. Upon her arrival, the 100 or so zombies on the 6th floor surged towards her in unison. Startled, Jiajia cast a glance at the stairwell leading to the 7th floor. As expected, there was a sturdy iron door, seemingly impregnable. However, explosives could potentially breach it, but such a measure should not be taken lightly. If the door were to be blasted open, the resulting commotion would undoubtedly draw the attention of the hordes below, and the laboratory likely housed more than just Dr. Wei. While her objective was to rescue Dr. Wei, she did not wish to endanger the lives of others unnecessarily. Furthermore, forcibly breaching the door without prior reconnaissance would only complicate her rescue mission. After a moment of contemplation, she shook off the grasping zombies and sprinted in the opposite direction down the corridor. With the zombies in hot pursuit, Jiajia spotted a restroom. Without hesitation, she darted inside, slamming the door shut. She knew it would only provide temporary respite, but every moment counted. She locked the door, as the zombies began pounding on it with increasing ferocity. It was clear that the barricade would not hold for long. Fortunately, there was a window high up on the side wall of the restroom, which could potentially serve as an escape route, perhaps even allowing her to reach the 7th floor. Presumably to prevent patients from harming themselves, the window was set quite high and was only partially open. However, it could be fully opened, although climbing up to it would be challenging. As she pondered, a distraught woman emerged from one of the restroom stalls. It turned out there were survivors concealed within. The woman, likely in her early 30s, had disheveled hair, and her once pristine azure dress was now creased. Her makeup was smeared from crying, and splatters of unidentified blood marred her face. With tearful eyes, she gazed at the impassive Jiajia and stammered, "Where did you come from? Those ghoulish creatures outside are terrifying. I was safely hidden in the restroom, and no monsters had discovered me. Now that you've entered, they're all congregated at the entrance. What am I to do?" Jiajia regarded her with aloof indifference and retorted, "Figure it out yourself. Do you know how to get out?" Perhaps perceiving Jiajia's preparedness and noticing the unfamiliar firearm in her hand, the woman swallowed hard, fearing to provoke her. She softened her tone and inquired, "She possesses a gun and remains so composed. Perhaps she knows a way out." "I have no idea," Jiajia replied. "Then what should we do?" the woman asked anxiously, unwilling to meet her demise there. She had been hiding there all night, hearing the broadcasts indicating a rescue point near the hospital. She yearned to go there, but she lacked the courage to go alone. Her gaze turned to Jiajia with a glimmer of hope. Jiajia nonchalantly replied, "Await death." The sudden appearance of another person was undeniably troublesome. Jiajia sighed in resignation. She couldn't possibly burden herself with a liability. However, she had indeed attracted the zombies, and if she hadn't, the defenseless woman would have inevitably perished anyway. The woman began to weep once more, inciting a stir among the zombies outside. There was a sink by the window, but she was uncertain if stepping onto it would lead to its collapse. From her backpack, she retrieved a sturdy stone, initially intended for emergencies, now proving to be of use. With a forceful strike, she shattered the mirror above the sink into a myriad of fragments. Glancing at her reflection, she noted the numerous scratches on the glass encasing her helmet, and the whereabouts of her mask were unknown, leaving her expression devoid of emotion. Excellent. This face could afford to appear even more inscrutable, as she had resolved to embody a persona of cold detachment. The woman continued her sobbing, prompting her to suppress the noise. "If you wish for the horde of zombies outside to burst in, by all means, keep crying," she threatened, stepping onto the sink. She was not particularly tall, approximately 5 feet 5 inches, but managed to stretch her hand just enough to reach the window. With another vigorous strike of the stone, the glass shattered and cascaded down to the ground 6 stories below, landing outside the hospital. A few shards fell toward the restroom area. Jiajia, clad in her helmet and protective suit, was unharmed by the debris, yet the sight startled the woman. The latter, momentarily ceasing her tears, fixed her gaze on Jiajia and inquired, "Are you planning to climb down from here?" Fear mingled with a hint of excitement in her voice. "But this is the 6th floor. Is there even a safe place to land outside? You'll need to assist me. I've never climbed before." Jiajia, taken aback, pondered when she had ever suggested bringing the woman along. The glass lay shattered, and she cast a disdainful glance at the woman, stating, "I'm under no obligation to assist you in escaping. My sole aim is survival. Crawling in this direction presents a 99% chance of death. Therefore, you must contemplate whether you prefer to fall to your demise or be devoured by the undead. However, I believe that death from a fall is the more merciful option. The pain is fleeting, and one passes swiftly, devoid of prolonged suffering. In contrast, being bitten by a zombie entails the agony of feeling your flesh torn away by their sharp teeth, your blood drained, and as you approach death, the torment intensifies. You may even be consumed entirely, or if you are not, you would inevitably become one of them, a soulless husk. The choice lies with you." Jiajia was not attempting to frighten her. Indeed, death from a fall seemed the lesser evil. The agony of being torn apart by zombies was simply horrifying. The woman, paralyzed by fear, stood immobilized. Jiajia chose to disregard her. With such timidity and character, even if she escaped this moment. She would not survive in this apocalyptic world. Even if she had not sought refuge in this restroom, she would eventually be discovered by the zombies. Unless she could remain utterly silent while crouching there, which would lead to starvation. Thus, the fate of this woman had been sealed from the very beginning. There was nothing she could do. Climbing to the window, she propped her elbow where the glass once was and peered downwards. The sixth floor was indeed quite high, with a horde of zombies awaiting below for sustenance. Straining to look upward, she noticed there were windows above. However, the windows were sealed shut. If she were to ascend, the soundproofing of the glass would likely prevent those inside from hearing her attempts to signal, expending much of her energy with an uncertain outcome. Thus, it was imperative to alert those above to her presence in the restroom below. Chapter 17. Armed standoff leaning out. She gauged the distance from the restroom to the window above. Rifling through her backpack, she found some stones. With a heave, she tossed one upwards, hearing a resounding thud as it struck the glass. The pane remained intact, showing no signs of damage. After 3 more attempts, someone finally came to investigate. A refined-looking man, around 30 years of age, approached the window to assess the situation. Jiajia waved at him, eliciting a look of surprise. He glanced at her before hurrying back inside. Jiajia, precariously balanced, began to feel the strain. Glancing downwards, she beheld a dense horde of zombies. In just one night, the city had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. From above, they observed a young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, extending half her body out of the 6th floor window. Soon after, a woman joined them on the 7th floor. They exchanged a few words, but did not open the window. "I'm here to rescue Dr. Wei. Open the window, and I'll climb up," she scribbled hastily. Extending herself once more, she steadied herself with her left hand on the wall and waved the note with her right. "Who are you?" they inquired from above. The man paused, considering before remaining silent. Jiajia produced a tether, beckoning the others to yield, as she intended to affix it to the window's railing and ascend. The trio complied, aware that Jiajia spoke the truth, and with the zombie outbreak, there were few viable alternatives. Having successfully secured the rope to the railing, which was sufficiently sturdy and long, and with her current stamina still adequate, scaling from the 6th to the 7th floor presented a manageable challenge. Clutching the rope firmly, her feet braced against the windowsill. She was about to press against the wall and begin her ascent when the woman seized her leg, weeping as she implored, "You cannot abandon me. Take me with you." Those on the floor above watched as her leg was grasped, a collective apprehension washing over them. It was the 6th floor, and hospital buildings were known to be taller than most. A fall from nearly 40 meters would be instantly fatal. A surge of anger welled up within Jiajia, but she knew that this was not the moment for anger or resentment. "Release me first," she said, "and once I've climbed up, you can follow." "All right," the woman acquiesced, releasing her grip and allowing her to proceed. With both feet now pressed against the hospital's exterior wall, her body arched, she slowly made her way upward, a feat impossible without ample strength and courage. After several minutes, Jiajia finally reached the outer wall of the 7th floor. A woman resembling a nurse quickly extended a hand, pulling her safely inside. The room was immaculate, completely sealed off from the outside world, filled with an array of instruments and machines that were bewildering to behold. This was just one of the rooms on the 7th floor, and she counted herself fortunate to have found someone here. Suddenly, her body stiffened, yet her mind and physique reacted with remarkable swiftness as she drew her pistol from her waist, aiming it at another tall man, resembling a bodyguard. The two stood in a tense standoff, weapons drawn. A fleeting glance revealed that the bespectacled man was likely Dr. Wei, while the imposing figure appeared to be his bodyguard. A younger woman, presumably a doctor, accompanied them, along with another individual who seemed to be an assistant of sorts. "You possess a firearm. Who exactly are you?" The tall man furrowed his brow, finding the timing of her appearance exceedingly peculiar. He could not afford any error concerning Dr. Wei. Jiajia's gaze turned icy, unfazed by his presence. "It will be prudent for you to lower your weapon. We have no conflict. My purpose here is to escort Dr. Wei to the gymnasium. Do not concern yourself with my motives. Simply understand that I mean you no harm. You are situated on the 7th floor. with a vantage point that has likely allowed you to observe the unfortunate fate of the soldiers below. Few, if any, have survived. Only I can facilitate your escape. Jiajia's voice remained steady, devoid of any panic one might expect when confronted with a gun, exuding an air of confidence and an innate leadership quality. Wei Qian observed her for a moment, having already reached a conclusion from the horrors and transformations witnessed in the laboratory since last night. It was evident that her ability to arrive here unscathed spoke volumes of her capability. Lin Wu, lower your weapon. The bodyguard, named Lin Wu, harbored lingering doubts. The regulations surrounding firearms were exceedingly strict. Where had she obtained her weapon? Yet, at Dr. Wei's command, he had no choice but to comply. Jiajia removed her helmet, revealing a fair visage, her dark, bright eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. Lin Wu and the others were taken aback, as she appeared to be in her early 20s, a stark contrast to her actions. The woman below cried out in a panic, imploring them to watch over her as she prepared to ascend. It was then that they remembered her presence. Lin Wu glanced down and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired of Jiajia, "Is she with you?" "No, merely a survivor," Jiajia replied. "Whether she can climb up depends on her own fortune." Jiajia had already shown leniency by not retracting the rope, granting her a glimmer of hope. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her and that the monsters outside the restroom were about to break in, the woman steeled her resolve and began to climb, mimicking Jiajia's movements. "Are there any hospital maps or route diagrams available?" Jiajia asked, casting a glance around the laboratory. With so many zombies amassed below, it was imperative to investigate. Lin Wu remained suspicious of her, but realizing that the hospital map and routes were crucial to their successful escape, he proceeded to the last laboratory on the 7th floor corridor to retrieve the documents and study them together. The map was spread out on the floor, and Jiajia, after examining it, turned to Wei Qian and asked, "Are there any elevators here that can take us downstairs? Are they still operational?" Wei Qian's furrowed brow betrayed his concern. "It is possible, but the problem lies in the abundance of virus samples stored here. Since the flu outbreak, I have been conducting research here on the 7th floor, and there are numerous items stored here. If we cannot take them away promptly, and if zombies were to flood the elevator and shatter them, the consequences would be dire, with the potential for airborne transmission." Chapter 18, Resource Allocation. As the adage goes, survival of the fittest. Only those who adapt to the post-apocalyptic world will endure. An elevator could malfunction or, upon reaching the ground floor, open to a throng of zombies, spelling certain doom. Jiajia asserted her viewpoint. Subsequently, she cast a glance at Wei Qian, who appeared to be shy of 30 years of age. This seemingly youthful virologist did not inspire much confidence, appearing rather frail and likely to be a hindrance. Lin Wu, on the other hand, represented one of the few combat assets. The female physician exuded a composed and detached demeanor, hinting at potential, while the assistant seemed better suited for menial tasks. Embarking on a perilous journey with such a retinue was fraught with danger. When the critical moment arrived, she would not hesitate to abandon those who proved to be liabilities, prioritizing the extraction of Dr. Wei. The fulfillment of her mission was paramount. The others were merely ancillary. Unbeknownst to them, the woman from the restroom had, with considerable effort, managed to reach the window. Appearing utterly drained, she precariously extended a hand inward. The female assistant promptly attempted to assist her, but struggled to pull her up. Ultimately, Jiajia intervened, forcefully yanking the woman inside, where she collapsed onto the floor, her life momentarily spared. The group resumed their previous discussion. Wei Qian adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed upon the map, seemingly engrossed in thought. "I propose we descend under the cover of nightfall," he suggested. Jiajia cast a glance at him, realizing that climbing was the safest option available, despite the throngs of zombies roaming below. This method would allow them to bypass the dangers of the 5 or 6 floors beneath. However, a moment's carelessness could result in a disastrous fall. She retrieved a pair of binoculars from her bag and scanned the distance, spotting a few cars near the hospital entrance that had been involved in accidents. Their damage appeared minimal, presenting a glimmer of hope for a salvage operation. She shared her thoughts with the group, who unanimously agreed, as no better alternatives were apparent. Just then, the woman who had climbed from the restroom caught up, accusing Jiajia of neglecting her. The others paid her no mind by now. Most had grasped the reality of the situation. She was merely cannon fodder. Given her lack of survival skills and her troublesome demeanor, it was unlikely she would endure for long. Yet, they lacked sufficient rope. The female doctor remained composed, having assessed that the rope was around 10 meters long, which proved inadequate. Jiajia stowed the rope in her backpack, prompting the group to notice for the first time the enormous black backpack she was carrying. "I have it covered. There's no need for concern," she replied, her expression impassive as she proceeded to inspect several laboratories on this floor, with Wei Qian following closely behind. Internally, she chuckled at her grandiose declaration. Her true intention was to ascertain if any supplies could be stored in her spatial pocket. Although she possessed enough resources to last several lifetimes, she believed that nothing on this floor should go to waste. After all, even the smallest mosquito constitutes a morsel, and they could not take everything with them. Wei Qian seemed to see through her intentions and, with a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, remarked, "Indeed. Specimens, glass jars, and those with gray labels should not be disturbed. The rest can be taken at will." Jiajia, momentarily embarrassed by being uncovered, quickly dismissed her discomfort, reasoning that she was risking her life and deserved some reward. She had managed to procure a substantial amount of disinfectant, wet wipes, and hand sanitizer into her space. Uncertain whether the others had reached a conclusion, she noted that mealtime had arrived and it was time to eat. Upon her return, she found the female doctor in a state of despair, weeping inconsolably, clutching a phone that had failed to connect, with the signal and power still intact. It was all too evident that something had happened to her family. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow, etched on the faces of all present. Leaning against the doorframe, Jiajia was no stranger to such occurrences. However, she could not allow the group to linger in their grief, for it would jeopardize their escape later that evening. "I have found some instant food. Let's first fill our stomachs before contemplating our escape. It would be unwise to wallow in despair, as it is possible that a phone was merely lost on the way to the gymnasium. The authorities have already announced that survivors outside may seek refuge there, so you must prepare yourselves for the journey," she said with a half-smile. "I have no intention of carrying those who would only weigh us down." Her words reignited a flicker of hope among the group, while Dr. Wei gazed out the window, lost in thought. Indeed, there was an abundance of instant food and drinking water among the emergency supplies. Jiajia took a third of it into her space, discarding the remaining 2/3 onto the floor of the room, instructing them to retrieve their bags. After taking stock of the supplies, she found that there remained 7 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 12 buckets of instant noodles, 12 cans of peanut milk, 5 boxes of spicy sour noodles, and a case containing 24 bottles of mineral water, along with 27 packages of compressed biscuits and 3 bags of potato chips, not to mention several packets of ham sausage. Currently, there were 6 individuals in total. She allocated 1 box of spicy sour noodles to each of them, while she herself reluctantly settled for the self-heating hot pot for lunch. The 24 bottles of mineral water would ideally suffice at 4 bottles per person. However, after some contemplation, she decided to withhold 1 bottle from the woman from the restroom, placing the extra bottle in front of Wei Qian. Aside from herself and the restroom woman, the others were researchers from this facility, and these supplies inherently belonged to them. In light of her ample provisions and the decent demeanor of those around her, she adhered to the established norms. There were no objections to her distribution. Dr. Wei was a vital member of the research team, and some preferential treatment was justified. The hard-hearted Lin Wu even considered that the woman who had climbed aboard later should not receive any share, as she appeared unlikely to contribute anything of value and might even hinder their progress. Yet, upon witnessing Jiajia's frosty expression, clearly indicating her desire to avoid scrutiny, coupled with Dr. Wei's instructions, he swallowed his discontent. In times of crisis, every bottle of water held paramount importance and must not be wasted. The woman had initially uttered a complaint, but upon receiving a dispassionate glance from the 2 doctor-like women beside her, she refrained from further protest. The 12 buckets of instant noodles and 12 cans of peanut milk were also evenly divided, while each person received 4 packages of compressed biscuits, with the remainder discreetly tucked into Dr. Wei's bag. Dr. Wei was somewhat taken aback by her actions, finding himself unable to decipher the woman's motives. Could it truly be as simple as rescuing him? Moreover, her demeanor towards him had become markedly more solicitous. Chapter 19. Commencing operations, the auxiliary supplies within this level's laboratory were relatively comprehensive, including a kettle for boiling water. After preparing instant noodles for everyone, a piquant aroma permeated the air, exacerbating the hunger of the group, who, with the exception of Jiajia, had scarcely eaten in the past day. They eagerly began consuming the noodles as soon as they were ready. The female physician, Yang Jing, surreptitiously glanced up from her meal, her gaze fixed on the newcomer. The timing of her arrival was peculiar, yet she instinctively believed that this woman held the key to their escape. She, along with two other physicians specializing in research, had been on duty on the 7th floor the previous night, assisting Dr. Wei. However, the other two had been summoned to a meeting and never returned. A sense of foreboding washed over Yang Jing. The information gleaned from the surveillance footage throughout the day suggested that their survival was highly improbable. Indeed, it seemed likely that few, if any, members of the hospital's leadership who had been present the previous night had survived. The outside world was now a scene of utter devastation, akin to a living hell. She had never imagined that the zombie virus depicted in films could become a reality. The imperative now was to ingratiate herself with the young woman and ensure that she did not become a liability, lest she be abandoned in a life-or-death situation. Upon finishing her meal, Yang Jing proceeded to the laboratory across the way, retrieving a small, green case. She carefully placed it on the ground and opened it to reveal a compact collection of hypodermic needles. Whether these potions, with their hypnotic and transient mind-altering effects, would have any impact on the zombies remained uncertain. Wei Qian, the most authoritative researcher present, demurred with a gentle shake of his head, his delicate eyes appearing somewhat profound and enigmatic as he stated in a subdued tone, "From my understanding, they're only effective on humans." Jiajia, her gaze lowered to the syringes on the ground, felt a surge of interest. Her eyes met Yang Jing's, and she smiled, remarking, "If these are of no use to you, perhaps I should take them with me?" As the de facto leader of this small band of survivors, and possessing firearms, her suggestion met with no opposition. Lin Wu, ever vigilant, remained by Wei Qian's side, his caution unwavering. Seeing that the esteemed doctor did not object, he turned a blind eye. His mandate was to safeguard Dr. Wei, and as long as their safety was not compromised, he was willing to overlook certain matters. Having finalized their plans and exchanged introductions, providing only their names, the group settled down to rest. As night descended, a cacophony of piercing screams from below drew them to the windows. A rescue convoy, composed of police vehicles, had been ambushed by zombies near the hospital. A handful managed to escape, but most were dragged from the vehicles and devoured by the ravenous horde. The harrowing screams sent a chill down their spines, especially as they witnessed several living individuals being consumed whole. "Do zombies possess intelligence?" Yang Jing asked, her heart sinking, struggling to believe what she had just witnessed. Jiajia provided her insights. Zombies inherently lack intelligence. Their instinctual behavior revolves around capturing the living, feasting on their flesh and blood, and transforming them into their own kind. Additionally, their tendency to congregate is also instinctual. However, with the potential spread or mutation of the virus, it is conceivable that intelligence may eventually emerge. Wei Qian cast a glance at her, recognizing her profound understanding of the undead. Jiajia maintained a composed demeanor as the radio once again announced for survivors to await rescue. Wu Xiaomei, the woman in the restroom, gazed at the dense throng of zombies below and swallowed hard, suggesting perhaps we should wait for official rescue. However, self-rescue was the only option. Jiajia stealthily procured a bag from the laboratory, extracting a rope to secure it to a sturdy railing. After confirming its stability, she instructed the group, "I will take the lead and descend first. At the very least, when I reach the 2nd floor, Yang Jing and Wu Xiaomei should follow. Lin Wu, you, and Dr. Wei's assistant will stay on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. I will make my way outside to drive in, and you must swiftly get into the vehicle." Jiajia articulated her plan clearly. The swarm of zombies below was overwhelming, even more so than the previous night. Earlier that afternoon, a soldier had risked his life to barely close the hospital's main entrance, yet a significant number of zombies had since gathered around the premises, easily numbering in the thousands. Her primary objective as the vanguard was to locate a vehicle to facilitate their escape. To ensure Dr. Wei could descend safely from the 7th floor, someone must serve as a distraction to draw the zombies away. The female assistant appeared too fragile, clearly unable to endure for long. Therefore, Yang Jing and Wu Xiaomei are the prime candidates. Should they adhere to her stipulations and not succumb to disarray out of trepidation, their prospects of survival are considerably heightened. Alas, such is the nature of the post-apocalyptic world. She hadn't forgotten Yang Jing's gesture of goodwill, as a case of syringes remained ensconced within her bag. Handing her personal dagger to Yang Jing, she said, "Once I've located a vehicle, you should arrive on the ground floor at a normal pace. Remember to run in my direction. I'll drive along our agreed-upon route to this location, pick up the others, and we'll depart immediately." Yang Jing solemnly received the dagger, replying understood. Wei Qian had already exchanged his lab coat for civilian attire. Standing at over 1.8 meters, his stature was not insignificant, which should afford him some measure of self-defense. Jiajia, stepping onto the windowsill, clutched the rope tightly as she descended bit by bit. The height caused almost everyone to hold their breath. Lin Wu, having undergone considerable training, maintained a relatively calm demeanor. A peculiar glint flickered in Wei Qian's eyes. Yang Jing tensely gripped the dagger, and Lin Wu cautioned her to secure it to her person, lest she inadvertently sever the rope in her nervousness. Yang Jing complied. In her previous life, Jiajia had engaged in numerous extreme activities for survival, rendering even a descent from the 30th floor unremarkable, let alone the 7th. As she neared the corridor window, a throng of zombies reached out to her, their densely packed, ashen black, rigid hands grasping. Jiajia carefully descended, her rifle still stowed in her bag. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the nearby zombies, sensing the presence of living beings, began to converge in that direction. By the time she reached the 2nd floor and continued downward, the zombies below had begun to seize her at every opportunity. Unexpectedly, she had no intention of descending. Instead, she stood on the wall, activated a small explosive from her bag, and cast it downward before ascending a couple of steps. With a resounding boom, the explosive detonated amidst the throng of zombies, erupting in a shower of sparks and a cloud of blood, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air. Most of the zombies lurking below were reduced to scattered fragments, their flesh torn asunder, a testament to the explosive's potency. The smoke was so dense as to obscure the scene below. With a lithe leap, Jiajia landed, unleashing a torrent of gunfire from her submachine gun as she sprinted toward the vehicles. Chapter 20. A harrowing night, a dark, menacing horde of zombies pursued her relentlessly, causing Lin Wu, Wei Qian, and the others to break out in a cold sweat. She dare not tarry, dispatching several zombies with her submachine gun as she ran for approximately 4 or 5 minutes, successfully reaching the vicinity of the vehicles. The door ajar, she swiftly entered, ignited the engine, and floored the accelerator. A throng of zombies were sent flying as the vehicle plowed through them, drawing the attention of more of the undead. Yang Jing had painstakingly ascended to the 3rd floor, her heart pounding as she gazed down at the zombies below. A single misstep would mean a gruesome end, devoured without even the chance of reanimation. She struggled to quell her anxiety, observing that Jiajia had already started the car and was speeding toward her. There was no time to delay. She had to act swiftly, emulating Jiajia's descent. Looking up, she noticed that Wu Xiaomei was still dawdling on the 5th floor, frozen in place and wailing. What nuisance! Yang Jing couldn't help but curse. That woman was jeopardizing Dr. Wei's chance of escape. Lin Wu, upstairs, could no longer maintain his composure, aiming his gun at Wu Xiaomei. If she were not dealt with, they all risked losing their lives because of her. According to the original plan, he was supposed to approach Yang Jing while he and Dr. Wei remained on the 5th floor. But now everything was delayed because of this woman. Jiajia's car was about to arrive, yet everyone was stalled because of her. Just as Lin Wu prepared to pull the trigger, Wu Xiaohong suddenly felt several hands clutching her ankles, suspended in midair. "Ah, something has grabbed my foot. Help, save me." Lin Wu lowered his weapon, while Wei Qian adjusted his glasses, his gaze icy. Wu Xiaomei was not standing on the wall. In her fear, she hung helplessly, relying solely on her hands to grip the rope for support, while the zombies lurking by the fifth-floor window seized the opportunity to pull her in. Yang Jing watched in horror as the zombies grasped her, yanking her closer. Not just her feet, but her entire body was becoming suspended, with only her hands clinging desperately to the rope. In that precarious position, one point of support was the zombie gripping her foot, while the other was her hands. "Help me. I can't hold on much longer. I don't want to die." Wu Xiaomei was in a state of utter panic. Ultimately, everyone witnessed her being dragged by a swarm of zombies, her hands forcibly releasing their grip on the rope, her body dangling from the windowsill, gradually being pulled into the fifth floor, swallowed by the horde of the undead. Lin Wu quickly descended, determined to buy time for Dr. Wei and his female assistant. These three were all sagacious individuals, cognizant of how to maximize their chances of survival. Hence, their efficiency was paramount. Even the seemingly frail female assistant managed to conquer her trepidation and descend with alacrity. Everyone was acutely aware that a fall would result in utter annihilation. Jiajia's decisive actions earlier provided a clear objective to emulate. Yang Jing was nearing the ground floor. Another step would bring her within reach of the ravenous zombies below. In her moment of desperation, her fingers brushed against the short blade at her waist. She glanced downward, employing her expertise to assess the optimal way to leap, minimizing injury while preserving her ability to flee. Jiajia had already dispatched a number of zombies, and with the vehicle so close, there was no time to tarry. With gritted teeth, Yang Jing swung herself to the left, targeting a less congested area of undead. She released her grip, tucking her head as she tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before brandishing her blade. Summoning every ounce of strength, she sprinted toward Jiajia's vehicle. Having anticipated her move, Jiajia promptly unlocked the car doors. Yang Jing wrenched open the rear door, clambered inside, and slammed it shut, narrowly escaping the clutches of the pursuing horde by a mere second. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she cast a glance at the zombies clawing at the glass, silently grateful for her timely rescue. "Impressive dexterity," Jiajia remarked tersely before maneuvering the car away from the hospital. "What about Dr. Wei and the others?" Yang Jing inquired, her voice still laced with residual anxiety. "Rest assured, this is merely a diversion to lure the zombies outside, facilitating their descent." Yang Jing turned to observe that the hospital's undead population was indeed converging on their position, affording Dr. Wei and his team a slight reprieve. Wu Xiaomei, Jiajia remained calm, having already witnessed the events unfold. In truth, she could not fathom how Wu Xiaomei could possibly survive. Devoid of emotional intelligence, intellect, physical strength, or courage, she was merely cannon fodder. Even if she hid in the restroom, death would inevitably find her. It was somewhat regrettable. Had she known to be more biased during the distribution of supplies, perhaps the outcome would differ. After circling twice, as they were about to land, she hastened towards the hospital, recklessly maneuvering through the chaos. Lin Wu, with keen eyesight, leapt onto the roof of the vehicle before dropping to the ground, shielding Dr. Wei as they entered the back seat. The three of them crammed into the rear, barely fitting. The female assistant, hurrying to catch up, also jumped down, but the overwhelming horde of zombies made their ascent far from smooth, especially without Lin Wu's remarkable agility. To save time, Jiajia swung the car, door open, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire from her submachine gun towards the surrounding zombies. Fortunately, the female assistant proved resourceful enough to scramble into the passenger seat. Outside the window, a throng of zombies clung to the vehicle, their bloodied mouths bared as they menacingly eyed the occupants. There, the female assistant pointed towards the hospital entrance. It appeared that the zombies had breached the heavily fortified doors, swarming forth in a dark tide, free from restraint. Not only would they be in peril, but the nearby survivors would also suffer. The door was alarmingly flimsy. As they secured the door, it was time for Jiajia to showcase her driving prowess. Noticing Lin Wu carrying a small box, likely containing research materials, she cautioned, "Hold on tight." With a swift and sharp turn, Her maneuvers sent numerous zombies sprawling. With a sudden press of the accelerator, they surged forward at nearly 300 yards per hour, leaving the occupants of the vehicle tense and apprehensive. Survivors from nearby residential buildings and convenience stores waved desperately for assistance. But in a moment where their own survival was uncertain, how could they offer help? Jiajia had no intention of stopping. There was no order to the traffic, no police presence, only the relentless pursuit of the undead. Doctor Wei had received 2 calls that day urging him to patiently await rescue at the laboratory. He disregarded them, realizing that self-preservation was the only viable option. His choice proved correct. Jiajia drove towards the sports arena, encountering zombies that obstructed their path. After approximately half an hour, the car ran out of fuel. They halted, exchanging glances of confusion and concern. She glanced at the dilapidated buildings and alleyway, now shrouded in darkness without streetlights, an indication of an area slated for demolition. Exiting the vehicle, she tossed a flashlight to her companions and resolutely decided they must flee into the alley. Chapter 21. The urban village Lin Wu was the first to disembark, wielding the flashlight. The eerie silence was unsettling. There was not a single human in sight. Why were there no zombies here? Yang Jing followed cautiously behind Lin Wu and Wei Qian. Jiajia positioned the vehicle at the alley's entrance, preventing any nearby zombies from entering. It was implausible that an entire village could be devoid of the undead. Something was amiss. The sound of barking dogs echoed from within the village, a clear indication that the zombies should have been drawn here, yet every household remained dark and unlit. As a local, she was quite familiar with city. This urban village was predominantly inhabited by the elderly, perhaps no more than a few dozen residents. It was inconceivable that not a single soul was present in the span of a night. Is it possible? The female assistant, trailing behind her, inquired with a hint of trepidation as she suddenly halted. What is it? Wei Qian and Lin Wu also sensed the peculiarity of the situation. At the end of the alley, there were 2 paths, and they came to a stop. Jiajia's expression was rather grim as she promptly veered to the left, feeling a sense of security with the submachine gun in her grasp. Be cautious. The barking from earlier was rather unsettling. Carelessly prying open a door to one of the houses, she confirmed thrice that there were no inhabitants or zombies within, then ajar the door, gesturing for the others to enter. Lin Wu hesitated momentarily and asked, "Are you sure you can manage alone?" "Nonsense," Jiajia replied without lifting her head, proceeding onward. If all went as anticipated, the elderly should be at the village committee. It was said that many villages screened open-air films at night for the amusement of the seniors. After a considerable walk, she halted before a 3-story building in the village, listened intently, and then retrieved a ladder from a nearby house, slowly ascending to the rooftop. In the courtyard, dozens of zombies, blood dripping from their mouths, wandered aimlessly, some missing limbs, others drenched in blood, all transformed into elderly zombies. An archaic war film flickered on the screen. The barking emanated from the zombie dog inside. Once humans turned into zombies, they lost their intellect and could no longer speak, retaining only the primal instincts of the undead. Dogs, too, became zombies, sharing the same hunger for the living and the same goal of transforming humans or animals into the undead, yet they could still emit barks. In her previous life, she had frequently encountered zombie deer and zombie cats during the apocalypse. If one was a nimble creature in life, such as a cat, then becoming a zombie cat would pose a considerable challenge. Numerous pools of blood stained the ground, accompanied by a discarded medicine bottle. Jiajia cast a fleeting glance before descending. It seemed an elderly individual had succumbed to a sudden illness while watching a film, subsequently devouring or transforming the remaining villagers. The door was sealed, and due to the elderly person's sluggish mobility, none managed to flee. Even the dogs had morphed into zombie canines. In the village, there existed a small shop, which Jiajia inspected momentarily. The stock within was substantial, consisting of rice, wheat, beverages, nutritional supplements, and various daily necessities, sufficient supplies to sustain an individual for over half a year. She stored the majority within her spatial compartment. Upon returning to the residence, she knocked on the door, which Lin Wu opened a crack. Upon recognizing her, he allowed her entry. Yang Jing and the others felt reassured at her return. After a brief respite, they resolved to depart, as lingering here was ill-advised. Regarding the supplies within the house, they were free to take whatever they could manage. The television inside blared a message of awaiting rescue. The fan and air conditioner were running, as the evening temperature soared to nearly 40 degrees Celsius, causing them to perspire profusely during their journey. They had chosen to escape at night to avoid the risk of heat stroke and dehydration from the daytime heat. Yang Jing swallowed a mouthful of compressed biscuits and inquired, "What are the inhabitants here?" "All deceased, gathered at the village committee," Jiajia replied, her tone seemingly indifferent. "That door likely won't hold for long. So let us not squander time and gather all the supplies. Assuming no unforeseen events transpire, the forthcoming segment of our journey will necessitate traversing on foot the environs exterior to the village team with the undead, presenting formidable perils. Furthermore, our collective provisions are dwindling, and I harbor no inclination to extend gratuitous succor." Lin Wu, his female assistant, and Yang Jing meticulously scoured the premises for any remaining resources. They possessed an acute awareness of their present predicament. Even upon reaching the purported sanctuary of the gymnasium, their reception, save for the potential intercession of Dr. Wei and Lin Wu, remained uncertain. The assurance of timely sustenance was far from guaranteed. Thus, amassing an ample supply of provisions was paramount. Lin Wu ventured into the adjacent dwelling in quest of nourishment, while Yang Jing and her cohort stood guard below. Wei Qian, engrossed in the televised plea for deliverance, lapsed into contemplation before inquiring of Yun Jiajia. "You seem to possess a profound understanding of the undead." Yun Jiajia, nonchalantly manipulating the remote control, responded without averting her gaze, "The undead are rather predictable. Immersing oneself in zombie cinema naturally imparts such knowledge." Wei Qian scrutinized her intently before lapsing into silence. They subsequently procured an array of implements capable of serving as armaments. Cleavers, axes, knives, and bludgeons were unearthed and amassed. The stockpile of provisions amassed on the floor was considerable, encompassing multiple bags of biscuits, several cases of milk, sacks of rice, flour, and oats, as well as potable water and essential toiletries, including alcohol. Yun Jiajia magnanimously declared her disinterest, citing a desire to avoid encumbering herself with excessive baggage during their journey. Initially, her companions reiterated their offer, but upon ascertaining her genuine disinclination, they proceeded with an equitable distribution. Each individual's satchel was replete to capacity, necessitating Yang Jing's acquisition of a robust sack to accommodate the surplus. Prior to their departure, she intended to secure the additional provisions to her person utilizing cordage salvaged from the premises. The female assistant suggested, "We could take a shower first. We have more than half an hour before departure. A quick rinse will suffice, as the stickiness on our bodies would make escaping quite uncomfortable." Yun Jiajia had no objections. She too wished to cleanse herself, and thus was the first to step forward. The bathroom here was rather rudimentary, but there was little room for discernment at this point. The cold water washed away the sticky sweat from her hair and skin, preventing any suspicion that she had not retrieved clean clothes from her space, but rather donned her original filthy attire. After everyone had taken their turns rinsing off, they readied their weapons for departure. Wei Qian wielded an axe, while a bespectacled genius doctor clutched an old axe, a rather incongruous sight. Yang Jing selected a stick, and the female assistant picked up a kitchen knife for courage. Lin Wu chose nothing. He had a gun, and one hand was occupied carrying Dr. Wei's crucial research materials, leaving him no spare hand to grasp anything else. Firearms outweighed such implements. Just as the group prepared to step outside, a commotion erupted nearby. Deducing that it came from the direction of the village committee, Yun Jiajia swiftly opened the door and shouted to the others, "They're coming out. Run." Chapter 22. The rush through obstacles. As she spoke, she had already begun to sprint. After a night of training, the group had developed a tacit understanding. Moreover, Yun Jiajia undeniably became the backbone of this hastily assembled team, her authority unquestioned by the others. The instant she spoke, they surged forward without hesitation, racing for their lives. Ahead, Yang Jing bellowed, "What are you still gawking at? Flee, once you fall behind. No one will assist you." The physical conditioning of the group was reasonably sound. The female assistant and Yang Jing were somewhat lacking in stamina, but fortunately, the zombies were not particularly swift, though their endurance was inexhaustible. The alleyways of the urban village were rather intricate. Jiajia led the way, with Lin Wu and Wei Qian close behind, followed by Yang Jing and the female assistant. After navigating a labyrinthine route for nearly 2 kilometers, they finally located their vehicle, only to find it had been ransacked and was devoid of fuel. She vaulted over it, with Lin Wu safeguarding Wei Qian as he followed suit. Yang Jing was several meters behind, striving to catch up. Once Yang Jing arrived, they noticed the female assistant, who was a mere few meters away from the nearest zombified canine. The nearly 2-kilometer sprint had far exceeded her physical limits. She ran breathlessly, the vehicle obstructing the alleyway. Just as Lin Wu prepared to discharge his firearm to eliminate the zombified canine, Jiajia interjected, preventing him. Discharging a firearm at this juncture would undoubtedly attract nearby zombies. They were already without a vehicle, and while she could contend with additional zombies, Wei Qian and the others might not be able to withstand them. The two individuals, save for Wei Qian, regarded her with bewilderment. The female assistant was, after all, their comrade, and she was only a short distance away from safety. Jiajia discerned their misinterpretation but refrained from further clarification. She merely unsheathed the short blade Yang Jing had secured at her waist. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she pinpointed the canine's position, and she shouted to the female assistant, "Evade!" In the subsequent instant, the short blade was launched forth, striking the pursuing canine squarely in the temple. The canine cadaver, impeded by the blade's intrusion, suffered a deceleration in its velocity. The female assistant had already arrived at the vehicle, where Yang Jing promptly assisted her. Subsequently, the group initiated a renewed endeavor to abscond. It was universally acknowledged that the outskirts of the urban village harbored a greater multitude of the undead. The vehicle served as a temporary impediment to both the zombified canine and the aged zombie. They relinquished their pursuit and opted for a silent ambulatory approach. Indeed, Lin Wu concurred, an uncommon utterance for him. The swordsmanship was undeniably exceptional. In such obscured conditions, and with a weapon so unwieldy, even I might have struggled to precisely lodge the blade into the hound's brow. She possessed ample self-assurance. Otherwise, she would not have exerted such force in her projectile. If her swordsmanship was so precise, her marksmanship must be even more so. A natural aptitude, Jiajia succinctly stated. In reality, it is all honed through incremental practice. To endure in a world fraught with peril, one must possess aptitudes that others may lack. Proficiency in swordsmanship and marksmanship, robust physical conditioning, and the capacity to assess situations. Concealment within the dwellings would have been a more secure option, but such refuge would only be temporary. Their objective was to reach the gymnasium, and prolonged lingering would only exacerbate their predicament. It was preferable to endure momentary discomfort and traverse the 2-kilometer distance. After a dozen minutes of ambulation, having distanced themselves from the vicinity of the urban village, they concealed themselves at a street corner, advancing surreptitiously. The group's muscles were taut with tension as they observed approximately 20 zombies meandering along the street. Jiajia had just informed them that, provided they emitted no sound, the zombies might be momentarily deceived, temporarily unable to detect the presence of the living. Consequently, they were compelled to maintain absolute silence, tensely inching forward. The thoroughfare lay in disarray, with cadaverous figures ravenously devouring corpses, inducing nausea among the onlookers, who were left with no recourse but to endure. Several automobiles were present, yet their dilapidated state rendered them undeniably inoperable. An attempt, however, was warranted. She subtly gestured to the group, cautiously advancing towards the motorcycles, whereupon she abruptly brandished her firearm and sprinted forward. In a matter of strides, she arrived at the vehicle, its ignition key still intact. It was at this juncture that the cadaverous entities reacted. Jiajia had already maneuvered the vehicle to their position. Lin Wu, having anticipated her actions, promptly mounted an electric scooter, despite his aversion to such conveyances, as no alternative presented itself. "Embark," she commanded, executing a sharp turn to halt before them. The cadaverous figures advanced menacingly, while a dormant one nearby stirred. Yang Jing and her female assistant seated themselves on the motorcycle's rear, the space accommodating two women with a degree of confinement, whereas only a solitary male could occupy it. With alacrity, they boarded the vehicles. Wei Qian, in turn, mounted Lin Wu's electric scooter. Maintain a firm grip, Jiajia instructed, accelerating to maximum velocity, veering into an adjacent street, thereby eluding the pursuing cadaverous horde. However, the thoroughfares were now teeming with these entities, leaving scarcely any sanctuary. As they entered new streets, a greater number of cadaverous figures surged towards them. She glanced into the rearview mirror, noting that Lin Wu, despite piloting an electric scooter, maintained a commendable pace, trailing closely behind. Excellent, she mused. I appreciate such sagacity. Jiajia instructed Yang Jing to activate the mobile navigation as network connectivity remained available, enabling them to follow its guidance. Yang Jing moved swiftly, immediately directing Jiajia on the route. The motorcycle sped through the city streets, fraught with peril. For instance, a zombie suddenly appeared ahead. With no time to halt, Jiajia twisted the throttle to its maximum, directly crushing the undead creature beneath them. The zombie's brain matter splattered, some of it staining the shoes of her female assistant, who dared not utter a sound. Only 6 kilometers remained to the stadium. Yang Jing felt a surge of excitement. 6 kilometers was a relatively short distance, and at this speed, they could arrive in just over 10 minutes. Jiajia refused to slacken her pace, propelling forward with great determination. In contrast, Lin Wu faced a more challenging situation. Their swift motorcycle maneuvering kept them relatively safe, but the limitations of the electric bike hindered any significant progress. At that moment, they found themselves surrounded by zombies. Lin Wu had already passed his gun to Wei Qian, who was now responsible for firing. They were in grave danger, prompting an exclamation from the female assistant. Chapter 23. Mission accomplished. Wei Qian must not be harmed. Jiajia abruptly halted, witnessing a cluster of over a dozen zombies blocking Lin Wu and the others, with more encroaching from nearby. Wei Qian fired Lin Wu's handgun, revealing an unexpected proficiency with firearms. Without hesitation, she dismounted, reloaded the magazine, and aimed at the zombies' heads, unleashing a relentless barrage. The street resonated with the sounds of the undead's growls and the crackling of gunfire. Despite their fear, Yang Jing and the others quickly joined the fray to assist. They discovered that although the zombies do not tire, their speed is rather sluggish. Their strategy primarily relies on sheer numbers, and only when they draw close to a person do they exhibit a burst of strength. As long as one maintains a sufficient distance, it becomes quite difficult to succumb to them. Unfortunately, they lacked experience and could offer little assistance. Jiajia aimed and fired for a minute or two, dispatching the dozen or so zombies that had surrounded Lin Wu. The zombies were densely packed, allowing for efficient shots that slowed their advance. Although not every bullet struck true, it bought Lin Wu and the others valuable time, and they soon broke through. As the group resumed their journey, they heard a woman scream emanating from a convenience store less than 2 kilometers from the gymnasium. Instinctively, they turned to look. The store was dimly lit, and a robust man was viciously grasping the hair of the female clerk, cursing her as he ransacked the store, nearly emptying its supplies. A scar marred the man's face, and after securing the goods, he revealed a sinister smile. The store's door had been smashed to pieces, undoubtedly his handiwork. A heavy atmosphere settled over them. It had only been a single night since the outbreak of the zombies, yet here was a man acting with such impunity, completely disregarding the fabric of social order. Under normal circumstances, they would never stand idly by in the face of such lawlessness, but now, with their own survival at stake, they could only rely on Jiajia to lead them to the gymnasium. To their astonishment, Jiajia brought the vehicle to a halt. In her previous life, order had managed to persist for 2 or 3 days, yet here it was, on the very first day, that a despicable man sought to take advantage of the chaos. The woman's clothing had already been torn in half, prompting her to stop. The man discovered them, his pupils contracting as he saw the approaching woman with a gun in hand. He halted his movements and turned, raising his hands as he approached them. "Hey, are you here to snatch supplies too?" The online uproar suggests that the authorities might not distribute any resources to us. However, where did you acquire that firearm? I could offer you a third of the supplies here if you divulge the source. The man's demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a friendly smile, though his gaze persistently flicked towards a gun in Jiajia's grasp. In less than 2 seconds, he suddenly pivoted, intent on snatching it away. "Be careful," Lin Wu and his companions called out loudly. Anticipating his move, Jiajia fired several shots, eliminating him before ultimately pressing the last bullet against his forehead. Mere moments after his demise, his body convulsed violently, his eyes turning blood red as he underwent grotesque transformations. The female clerk trembled in fear. With the gun still aimed at his forehead, Jiajia comprehended the metamorphosis into a zombie. Meanwhile, Lin Wu and Wei Qian busied themselves, seizing 2 of the bags laden with supplies. Yang Jing and her female assistant, lacking in strength, conferred briefly before jointly lifting one. The store was shrouded in dim light. They all focused on the supplies and the corpses strewn about, unaware of the zombies closing in from outside. Seizing the moment, she directly opened the warehouse door, transferring half of the supplies into her space. "Let us go," Jiajia stated. The female clerk implored, "Can you take me with you?" "No," she rejected firmly. Although the convenience store's door was broken, the warehouse remained a viable refuge. Having articulated her intentions, she promptly mounted her vehicle, with Yang Jing and the others swiftly trailing behind. Initially, she harbored no desire to meddle in the affairs of others. However, memories of the previous world, subsequent to the cataclysmic outbreak, resurfaced in her mind. She recalled the stark disparity in physical stature between men and women, which precipitated a precipitous decline in the status of women. Many were compelled to become mere appendages and instruments for survival, often at the behest of their kin. She harbored a deep aversion to such circumstances, and when confronted with the reprehensible actions of a scoundrel within a mere 2 days, she found herself unable to restrain her indignation, opting to obliterate his cranium while simultaneously procuring a modicum of provisions. Nevertheless, she would not burden herself with an encumbrance, as this constituted her cardinal rule for survival in the post-apocalyptic epoch. However, she elected to leave behind half of her provisions, not averse to affording the survivors a glimmer of hope for their continued existence. Her stores were already exceedingly ample, and her spatial capacity had reached its zenith. There was no exigency to maraud through supermarkets like a brigand. Finally, at 3:30 in the morning, she arrived in the vicinity of the gymnasium. The closer she drew to the gymnasium, the more numerous the roadblocks became, with snipers perched atop nearby buildings, their sights trained on the surroundings. Soldiers patrolled the area, rendering it, at present, the most secure location in the city, second only to her own abode. A substantial contingent of law enforcement and military personnel had been deployed there. The gymnasium possessed the capacity to accommodate several tens of thousands of individuals. However, not everyone was afforded sanctuary within its confines. In the span of a mere day, at least 85% of the denizens of the city had succumbed to zombification. In this fleeting period, the city, which once boasted a population of over 2,600,000, had dwindled to a mere 400,000 living souls. With each passing day, hour, and minute, the ranks of humanity would continue to diminish. While the gymnasium presently offered a semblance of security, internal strife would inevitably erupt, affording the undead an opportunity to exploit. Her own sanctuary remained the most secure haven. At long last, they approached the gymnasium, opting to abandon their vehicle in favor of walking, skillfully handling the few zombies that appeared. "Halt!" A patrol of soldiers blocked the path to the gym. The soldiers aimed their weapons at the armed Jiajia, demanding, "Where did you get that gun?" Lin Wu, having anticipated this moment, produced identification confirming his and Wei Qian's identities and whispered a few words into the ear of the squad leader, prompting them to lower their weapons. Yang Jing and her female assistant also presented their relevant credentials. After a brief inspection, and noting the absence of any bite marks, the soldiers promptly reported to their superiors and granted them passage. It was astonishing that Dr. Wei had managed to escape from the zombie-infested hospital, while higher authorities were still organizing rescue efforts. The first hospital's rooftop lacked a landing zone, and access to the top floor was blocked, complicating the rescue operation. Therefore, witnessing Dr. Wei appear unscathed at the gym was indeed a pleasant surprise. As Wei Qian observed Jiajia turning to leave, he called out to her, "Aren't you coming in with us?" Everyone turned their gaze towards her, and even the soldiers were taken aback that someone would arrive at the refuge of the gym only to depart. "No, I have my own destination," she replied. They were well aware of Jiajia's capabilities. If she claimed to have another location, it was surely safer than the gym. Wei Qian nodded and gestured for Lin Wu to open the box he was carrying. He handed her 3 vials and a syringe. These were developed earlier. These 3 medicines are effective against nearly all ailments except for the zombie virus. Wei Qian adjusted his glasses and continued. As for the syringe, it contains poison that evaporates upon exposure to air, ensuring that any living beings within a certain radius will succumb to its effects. Jiajia, without pretense, directly accepted the item, finding it rather useful. They exchanged WeChat contacts, with Wei Qian and others promising to assist her whenever necessary, vowing to lend a helping hand without hesitation. Jiajia carefully stored the item away and, leveraging her connection with Wei Qian, drove off in a small vehicle from the gymnasium. The others watched her depart before entering the gymnasium. As Jiajia cruised leisurely along the road, she charged her phone and activated the navigation system, preparing to retrieve the vehicle she had earmarked at the RV dealership. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, rescuing Dr. Wei Qian and safely bringing him into the gymnasium. No casualties were incurred within Dr. Wei's team. Thus, the host has exceeded the mission requirements and is rewarded with a doubling of rewards. Chapter 24. Rewards doubled. Mission accomplished. Reward. A 3-square medical room equipped with comprehensive medical supplies, an expanded external storage space of 5 squares, no personnel injuries, and, as additional rewards, 20 sets of combat gear. A small garage, and a host may freely relocate 1 large real-world item to be stored by this system for retrieval when needed. Jiajia entered the space, her eyes brightening at the sight before her. The space, meticulously organized by her, housed a wardrobe, a refrigeration unit, an armory, and a storage room. In the days leading up to the outbreak of the apocalypse, she had utilized the remaining 2 million to stockpile an ever-increasing amount of supplies, significantly enlarging the space. She even possessed a diminutive esports room, where she had strategically placed 20 cost-effective desktop computers, 30 rudimentary laptops, and 300 portable power banks. These were acquired through connections at a computer market, procured at a discounted price of just over 140,000. An inexhaustible supply for a lifetime, preloaded with a plethora of games, films, and novels, ensuring a perpetual source of amusement. The sheer abundance of provisions instilled in her a profound sense of security. Mobile phones and headphones were also stockpiled in ample quantities, along with numerous surveillance devices for future installation. The variety and quantity of culinary delights were virtually limitless. Prior to the advent of the apocalypse, she had placed substantial orders for ready-made dishes from renowned hotels. The entire refrigerated storage was brimming with milk tea, snacks, and various desserts, as well as an abundance of meat and vegetables packed to capacity. An immeasurable quantity of instant biscuits, snacks, and beverages was piled exceptionally high. Approximately 3,000 packages of hot pot seasoning of various flavors were hoarded, an amount that could never be consumed in a lifetime. She also made sure to procure a substantial collection of pots, pans, and tableware for cooking hot pot and barbecue. Subsequently, she augmented her reserves with a considerable supply of fresh meat, with the dimension specifically designating a 3-square-meter area for meat storage. The area was completely filled, leaving no room to navigate, utterly packed with beef balls, beef rolls, mutton rolls, chitlins, shrimp paste, and more, an inexhaustible quantity. Furthermore, there was an armory, a wardrobe, and other such amenities. These supplies would be sufficient for 2 lifetimes, with some items overflowing into the farm. The newly acquired medical suite, situated on the far left of the dimension, revealed a comprehensive array of medical supplies upon opening the door. Everything a hospital had, and more, was present, including vitamins, an excessive amount of medication, more than she could ever utilize in her lifetime. Elated, Jiajia felt her journey had been exceptionally worthwhile. The newly acquired square footage furnished a modicum of additional space, now approximating 100 square meters. A staircase had materialized within the confines of the space, descending to a diminutive garage housing 3 motorcycles, 6 bicycles, an electric scooter, and a compact car. The spatial portal opened onto a farm, complete with arable land. Upon unlocking it, she experimented with cultivating vegetables, which appear to flourish at an accelerated rate compared to those grown externally. The farm currently encompassed roughly 63 square meters. Further expansion will occur once the host achieves a certain yield. This sufficed entirely for Jiajia's sustenance. She had also planted a fruit tree in the farm, anticipating the harvesting of the freshest produce. The warehouse overflowed with fresh fruits and vegetables, impervious to spoilage. Adjacent to the land flowed a stream of potable water, ideal for irrigation. She harbored no apprehensions regarding provisions. However, she was intrigued by the system's capacity for object translocation. Is temporary storage available for any item? Affirmative, host. Could an entire villa and its grounds on the outskirts be accommodated? Jiajia's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she appended. It could be regarded as a cohesive entity. Affirmative. Jiajia was thoroughly reassured. Should relocation become necessary, she need not fear the villa falling into the possession of others. Prior to the impending cataclysm, she had reinforced the villa multiple times, transforming it into a veritable fortress. With a sense of contentment, she resumed her drive towards the car dealership. Subsequently, when relocation becomes necessary, she can simply store the villa within the system and embark on her journey in a recreational vehicle. These rudimentary zombies pose virtually no threat to her current capabilities. The entire metropolis, teeming with 2 million of the undead, has essentially devolved into a wasteland. She adroitly evades the swarms of zombies, occasionally encountering instances of upheaval, invariably instigated by humans, which she disregards. Approaching the vicinity of the dealership, she glances at WeChat, still connected to the internet, to find her social circle in disarray, inundated with pleas for assistance from survivors, including members of the Yun family. Online forums are rife with fervent discussions centered on the zombie phenomenon, dissecting their vulnerabilities and speculating on the etiology of the outbreak. Desperate cries for help abound, with some individuals even conjecturing about the government's potential intervention. Alas, the entire globe has succumbed to the cataclysm, with her villa remaining the sole sanctuary. Within these digital spaces, trivial matters such as entertainment news, games, and films have become inconsequential, superseded by the paramount concern of survival. Several messages linger in the workgroup, dispatched by the female supervisor's spouse, containing a video documenting his fatal assault on her after discovering her infidelity, capturing her subsequent transformation into a zombie. Additionally, there are a few frantic appeals for aid from colleagues. Yin Guofu and Su Yin inquire whether she has perished, beseeching her for financial assistance, claiming their household provisions are dwindling. Jiajia curls her lips in disdain, astonished that they are still alive. After merely a day, it is implausible that they have exhausted their food supply. They are likely attempting to extort her under the guise of the chaotic circumstances, intending to exact retribution upon her with impunity. She will not be deceived, opting instead to settle accounts with them in due course. The vicinity of the vehicle depot was not devoid of zombies, but she dispatched them with ease, opting to eliminate them individually with her dagger to avoid attracting undue attention. She drove off, elated to be leaving the city. The main thoroughfares leading out of the city had been blockaded by the military, but fortunately, she had taken precautions upon entering, identifying a concealed back road. A sophisticated surveillance network had been established around the villa, with multiple cameras providing real-time monitoring of the external environment. The perimeter walls had been reinforced and heightened, complemented by the construction of a watchtower. The walls were fortified with electrified wire mesh, and the electrical current had been activated, ensuring a fatal outcome for any unwelcome trespassers. The recreational vehicle was parked in the yard, creating a slightly cramped space. Her immediate priority was to inspect the fish in the pre-apocalypse constructed pond, intended as a source of fresh fish. She prepared pineapple spare ribs, tomato shrimp with beef, braised prawns and oil, corn, and spare rib soup, and a generous serving of rice. The day's exertions had taken their toll, necessitating a substantial replenishment of energy. The portions sufficient for 2 or 3 individuals were entirely consumed. Chapter 25. Exquisite existence. The villa was replete with stockpiled provisions. Exhausted from the day's activities, she ascended to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Indulged in a refreshing cold shower, set the air conditioning to its lowest setting, and drifted into a serene slumber. Upon awakening, it was past 7 p.m. Drawing back the blackout curtains, the evening sun streamed into the bedroom. The sun, still high in the sky, cast a vibrant, glaring red hue as it lingered in the west. The outdoor temperature likely remained in excess of 40 degrees Celsius, with increasing heat. The outskirts proved to be a rare sanctuary, markedly different from the city, with nary a zombie in sight. Upon unlocking my mobile device, I was greeted by an overwhelming array of messages from various forums. The social media platforms were buzzing incessantly. Survivors were leaving desperate notes on these channels, stating, "We are on the 6th floor of Building 17 at Yunbin Bay. We have not ventured outside for 2 days, and our child's formula is nearly depleted. Are there any brothers or sisters from Building 17 who could spare some formula?" Below this post were numerous comments, among which the most liked was, "Have you even considered how many have perished?" Today, I received insider information that the entire city is now inhabited by merely hundreds of thousands. Across the nation, cities are witnessing daily fatalities in the hundreds of thousands. Who would dare step outside, fearing the bite of those monstrous zombies? We have no idea when this will be resolved. Food has become a precious commodity. Which survivor would share with your child? This statement resonated with many, garnering thousands of likes. In the past, a few hundred likes might have seemed trivial, but following the drastic population reduction over the past 2 days, it had become a focal point of discussion. Many individuals were overwhelmed, some even unable to access the internet due to various circumstances. One comment read, "Given how far the stadium is, will rescue vehicles come and pick us up?" To this, another reply struck back harshly, "You still expect rescue vehicles to arrive at your door? Dream on." Now, rescue vehicles only dare patrol areas with fewer of those creatures. Just last night, I witnessed an entire rescue vehicle swarmed by zombies, with dozens of police and soldiers inside. They had firearms, yet they were utterly ineffective against the undead. Do you really believe they would come to your aid? It seems you must resign yourself to those 4 words. Await rescue. Just wait. Every minute, fresh news emerges, predominantly filled with disheartening and despairing remarks. Suddenly, a video surged to prominence. Jiajia furrowed her brow and clicked on it. It featured a young woman, clad in a helmet, engaging in a gunfight with zombies outside a hospital. Within mere minutes, the video became a sensation. Wow, she's so impressive. It seems she exudes fearlessness. These creatures appear to be no match for her. However, I am quite curious about where she obtained that firearm. I would like to acquire one as well. She is truly remarkable. Someone save me. If only the officials possessed such capabilities, we would not have descended into this dire situation. In just a few brief minutes, the video garnered over 100,000 likes. Jiajia clicked her tongue in surprise. The protagonist of this video was, astonishingly, herself, likely filmed by a survivor from a nearby residential building during that time. Yet, it mattered little to her. It was her first taste of viral fame. Her former friend, Xiao Wei, sent her a message. "Jiajia, I have killed someone. I am so frightened." Jiajia, wearing her slippers, descended the stairs to dine, feeling no ripple of emotion upon reading the message. Killing is merely killing. What is there to be afraid of? A harsh survival environment can transform a person beyond recognition. Meanwhile, a female host spoke in an official tone, delivering scripted remarks. "Dear citizens, this crisis has been confirmed to originate from Country M. A virus leak from a research institute in Country M has led to widespread infections and mutations across the nation. This is a moment of utmost urgency. I implore all citizens to refrain from venturing outdoors. Secure your doors and windows and remain in safe areas, avoiding contact with outsiders. The situation is now under control, and we trust that the military will soon resolve it entirely." Jiajia's smile deepened as she considered that even this secondary city harbors over 2 million zombies, let alone the entire country. How could this situation be rectified? The disintegration of the official order is merely a matter of time. After such disintegration, various factions will inevitably emerge. In a previous life, they engaged in fierce conflicts over the granaries meant to store food and emergency supplies in various cities, employing a myriad of schemes and machinations. The zombies also became mere tools for exploitation. She paid little heed to these thoughts, but was taken aback to discover that the female host had been bitten in the news studio. The cameraman screamed, followed by the sound of a person being attacked. The female host, in a panic, attempted to flee amidst the cacophony of chaos, but a well-dressed zombie with a horrifying visage approached her menacingly. The host lacked the strength to resist. Part of her scalp was violently torn away, blood oozing darkly from the corner of her mouth. After being savagely bitten several times, she succumbed to death. A minute later, the host, with her scalp injured, stood up in a stiff and unnatural posture. In the studio before the camera, several zombies wandered and howled. She glanced at the social media platform, and indeed, it had exploded with activity. This unforeseen turn of events rendered the words of the female host utterly devoid of authority. Moreover, the live broadcast of the zombie mutation would instill even greater fear among the few remaining survivors across the nation. She sighed deeply. Xiao Wei had sent her a video. Initially, it was merely a recording of children, but later, Xiao Wei's husband barged in, exuding an air of hostility, declaring that there was no food left at home and demanding either that she venture out to procure sustenance or surrender the child's formula. How could she acquiesce? The outside world was fraught with peril. Both options were untenable, leading to a fierce argument. The confrontation escalated to the doorstep, where her husband deemed her and the child as a drain on resources, threatening to cast them out as fodder for the zombies. In a critical moment, Xiao Wei, summoning an unexpected strength, broke free and rushed to the kitchen, seizing a knife and plunging it into the man's heart, almost instantaneously ending his life. Fearing he might still pose a threat to her and her daughter, she delivered a second strike and, anxious that he might rise as a zombie to attack them, dragged his body outside. The video concluded there. She then turned off her phone, retrieved a baking tray, and began to grill meat. As she cooked, she opened her tablet to enjoy a downloaded comedy. The tantalizingly oily grilled meat paired with chilled milk tea, the air conditioning set to a refreshing 16 degrees, and she prepared some lettuce to wrap the meat, tossing together a packet of turkey noodles. For dessert, she chose a mango milfai. Life could not have been more delightful. Chapter 26. The killing of intruders. After indulging in the comedy for a while and allowing her meal to settle, she commenced her exercise regimen. The third floor had been transformed into a well-equipped gym, allowing for high-intensity workouts without stepping outside. Today was no exception. By the time she finished exercising, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The system commenced broadcasting the current number of survivors in City A, a total of 216,729 individuals. The national population now stands at 182,116,050. The living in City A have dwindled to just over 210,000. Within a mere 2 days, over 200,000 people have perished. The national survivor count has also undergone several rounds of reduction, now approximately 1/13 of the original figure. This statistic seems rather normal. She was not particularly surprised. In the early stages of an apocalypse, death is rampant, and only the fittest endure, with the mortality rate eventually beginning to decline. After indulging in a game and enjoying a refreshing sleep, she spent the next 2 days primarily honing her physical abilities. Today, however, was somewhat different. After completing her workout, she descended to retrieve a chilled beverage and noticed a group of individuals approaching from 2 kilometers away. Moreover, a few scattered zombies had already appeared in the vicinity. Upon confirming that the approaching figures were indeed living humans, she displayed a disdainful smile. She had strategically installed cameras throughout the area, with a comprehensive surveillance network established in the villa district, including every individual villa. They were likely unaware that their presence had been detected the moment they drew near. She recognized familiar silhouettes among the group of 7, 6 men and 1 woman. Leading them was a short, stocky man adorned with a large gold chain around his neck. his dark face marked by scars and exuding a menacing demeanor as he shoved a frail man beside him. Brother Ma, you made an impeccable choice by selecting me. Just a few days ago, a woman came and purchased an enormous amount of food sufficient to last for decades. She resides here alone. How could she possibly contend with so many of us? Ultimately, all that food will belong to us. The frail man chuckled slyly. In response, the man named Ma struck him with a palm, spat on the ground, and retorted fiercely, "Do you think you are worthy? If he shows you, it will be a grave mistake on my part. Just hours ago, you claimed that the provisions in the supermarket were enough for us brothers. Yet what transpired? The majority was seized by that group of armed soldiers, and the remainder was taken by the locals. Were it not for my cunning in dragging you into danger to eliminate those living souls, we would have lost every last morsel. If it weren't for you, would I have to endure the loss of 3 men?" At the mention of this, Ma Chang's anger flared. He initially had 8 brothers, making a total of 10, and their combat prowess was not insignificant. However, spurred on by that supermarket fool, 4 of them perished while attempting to seize supplies. Those 4 fallen comrades had all transformed into zombies. The remaining brothers cast in glances full of disdain. Thus, I devised this plan to atone for my sins. Dear brother, I assure you, that woman lives alone, and her food supply is enough to last for decades. We could either eliminate her or keep her alive, seize her house. She possesses some charm, and we can. Aha! The group shared a conspiratorial laugh, while the woman remained at the forefront, a cold smile escaping her lips as they approached the villa district. Observing the scene unfold on the monitor, a detached expression graced her features. The individuals, in their initial arrogance, stumbled upon a rock near the villa complex, dismissing it with a careless remark, "I've never dwelled in a villa before. This locale exudes tranquility. Henceforth, I shall reign as its master. Given the imposing iron gate, perhaps we should scale the wall." Scarcely had these words escaped their lips when they felt the ground give way beneath them. To their dismay, a chasm had materialized, swallowing them into its depths. The pit was several meters deep, its sandy composition rendering any attempt to ascend futile. The fall left them with mouths full of grit. Ugh, what's with this sudden hole? Could it be that the woman detected our arrival? Before they could fully prepare, a series of crossbows emerged from the perimeter wall of the villa complex. Their sights set on the pit. "Boss, look out!" A volley of arrows descended upon them, leaving them with no means of escape. Each grasp at the sandy surface only exacerbated their predicament, causing them to sink further. The onslaught of arrows was relentless. "It stings. Boss, it stings. Who would perpetrate such a heinous act? Flee." Nearly all of them bore the marks of the assault. Jiajia erupted in laughter, reveling in her method of tormenting the intruders. These minor traps were not designed to be lethal, but rather to inflict suffering. The crossbow traps she had devised were calibrated to avoid causing fatal injuries. As she contemplated whether to activate the next device or simply bury them alive, a notion sparked within her. It was unlikely that this place would remain devoid of zombies indefinitely. Consequently, she could lure the undead to the periphery of the villa complex, fortifying her defenses while drawing a sufficient horde to serve as a protective barrier for the estate. Excellent. Let us commence with the transformation of these individuals into zombies. With fervent enthusiasm, Jiajia procured her firearm. Writhing in agony, Ma Chang and his cohorts, through gritted teeth, extracted the projectiles, their countenances flushed with rage, exclaiming, "We shall never coexist with this accursed woman." Employing their underlings as makeshift stepping stones, they clambered upwards, and just as their fingers grasped the precipice, a bullet pierced Ma Chang's palm. Aya! The imposing iron gates swung open, revealing a youthful woman brandishing a firearm, her gaze fixed upon them with amusement. "Well, do you fancy the present I bestowed upon you?" "You!" Ma Chang sputtered, rendered nearly speechless by the excruciating pain, his hand irrevocably incapacitated. Jiajia's smile deepened as she depressed a button on the gatepost. "What are you up to?" Ma Chang had already plummeted back into the pit. His henchmen, having identified Jiajia, aimed their pilfered weapon at her, yet their shots missed their mark. Jiajia retorted derisively, "What am I doing? Ensuring your demise? of course. Trespassing upon my domain warrants but one fate, death. Who is she, you ask? Jiajia, a figure infamous in the post-apocalyptic world for her ruthless killings. A personification of the term doomsday thug. Revenge is her nature. Those who dare offend her must brace themselves for repercussions magnified 1,000-fold. Chapter 27. Lord's Erin scarcely had the words left her lips when the villa's automated defense system launched a grenade, its trajectory aimed precisely at the abyss. Bang! A spark ignited, accompanied by an agonizing shriek, as fragments of human remains were propelled into the air. Having anticipated the grenade's trajectory, Jiajia had retreated to a safe distance, remaining unscathed. A cloud of acrid dust billowed, with embers scattering, leaving the cavern eerily silent. A stark contrast to the preceding cries of agony. Donning a mask, she approached the edge of the opening and peered down, her gaze settling upon a scene of carnage. Two figures, barely clinging to life, were discernible amidst the dismembered bodies, Ma Chong and the supermarket clerk. They had sought refuge behind others during the blast, but their mangled state indicated their imminent demise. Ma Chong's features were unrecognizable, his face a mask of blood, with flesh torn away. His bulging eyes, filled with regret, stared fixedly at Jiajia, lamenting his folly in provoking this formidable adversary. In an instant, his life was extinguished. After a brief pause, those who had not suffered fatal head wounds began to undergo a grotesque transformation. Even their fragmented bodies could not impede the relentless spread of the zombifying virus. They metamorphosed into mindless creatures, driven solely by the insatiable hunger for human flesh and brains. The paralyzed supermarket clerk, still conscious, could only watch in horror as the ravenous zombies descended upon him, devouring him piece by piece. The cavern was now teeming with the undead. A faint smile graced Jiajia's lips. Their presence here indicated that the military checkpoint outside the city had likely fallen, and other survivors might stumble upon this location. Consequently, she resolved to create a gathering of zombies outside the villa. Having fortified her own villa, she promptly sought a construction crew to erect an imposing perimeter wall at the entrance of the villa district, employing the finest, most robust materials available. Similarly, she augmented it with barbed wire and an electric grid, creating an impenetrable defense. As the developer had built the villas in a rather dispersed manner, she designated the 6 villas in her vicinity as the nucleus of her villa district and commenced constructing the outer wall. Consequently, there were isolated villas situated several hundred meters away in the remote wilderness, where survivors might discover them and subsequently approach her location. It would be advantageous to have some zombies lurking in the outskirts, as they posed no threat to her. After a brief walk, she located their vehicle ahead, laden with 12 cases of instant noodles, a case of cola, 5 cases of purified water, 8 bags of rice, an assortment of fruits, vegetables, and meats, and even a box containing jewelry and gold, presumably plundered from a jewelry store during the chaos. Excellent. Now these possessions were hers. Beneath the surface was a launching mechanism. Upon activating the button on her end, the zombies would be catapulted outward, and the adjacent sand and soil would fill the cavity, completely concealing its presence. She observed her handiwork with satisfaction. Several zombies now roamed outside the villa district, but it was not enough. She hoped that more reckless fools would stumble upon her domain. Ma Chong and his cohorts were easily dealt with, lacking potent weaponry and vulnerable in the apocalypse. This underscored the paramount importance of possessing armaments. Having triumphantly vanquished 7 intruders, the host has successfully seized all enemy provisions. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring 14 points and unlocking the branch storyline, the Lord's Emporium. Within this emporium, essential commodities are available for exchange. Before Jiajia materialized a panel reminiscent of a gaming marketplace, showcasing an array of items ranging from extraordinary victuals to medical supplies and materials for constructing a base. Among the fundamental offerings was the Endurance Protein Bar 1, accompanied by a description indicating that consumption would sustain vigor and stave off hunger for 12 hours, priced at 3 points. Savory Fried Rice 1, capable of replenishing energy, suppressing appetite, and maintaining stamina for 15 hours, boasting an exquisite flavor, was valued at 6 points. Miracle Healing Balm 1, effective on all wounds excluding those inflicted by zombies, including gunshot wounds, promising immediate mending upon application, was listed at 12 points. These were the items currently within her purchasing power, with others remaining locked. The Lord's Emporium, a subsidiary of the survival system, also known as the Lord system, was an integral component of the survival system. She comprehended the system's intent. By eliminating invaders and confiscating their resources, she could accrue points. Given her role as a lord, the presence of inhabitants was inevitable. With a somber expression, she inquired of the system, "Is it what I suspect?" "Affirmative, esteemed host. Your conjecture is accurate. Survival mission commencing. Within 1 month. Seek out suitable denizens to inhabit your domain and enlist their services. The fealty of these inhabitants toward the host will directly correlate with the awarded point incentives. We implore the host to persevere." The assignment's remuneration is structured in 2 tiers. The initial disbursement occurs upon the acquisition of at least 1 inhabitant for the host domain, while the subsequent disbursement is contingent upon a resident's sustained existence within the host territory for a month, coupled with a loyalty quotient, alternatively known as amity, exceeding 70. The host is encouraged to persevere. This is a novice undertaking for a survival overlord, the culmination of which will dictate the issuance and rewards of subsequent overlord assignments. The host's patience is earnestly entreated. Perplexed, Jiajia was plunged into contemplation. Her aspiration for this existence was one of solitary freedom. Yet this overlord assignment indubitably disrupted her current trajectory. Regardless, she resolved to proceed cautiously, 1 step at a time, with the prospect of accumulating points. What had she to fear? It was the dawn of the 5th day of the cataclysm. Presently, the aggregate number of survivors in a city amounted to merely 150,000. Many had discerned the prevailing circumstances and were loath to venture outdoors gratuitously. Consequently, the mortality rate had decelerated somewhat. Over the past couple of days, she had communicated with Yangjing via WeChat, learning that the population of the gymnasium had burgeoned to 20,000. At present, the authorities had dispatched soldiers to systematically purge each sector, but the efficacy remained suboptimal. The undead often congregated in packs and were virtually indestructible, rendering their eradication exceedingly arduous. Despite several days of accumulated experience, a considerable number of soldiers had been lost. Dr. Wei, a virology expert, had been safeguarded and was currently engaged in the investigation of the zombie virus. As a young physician of some renown, Jiajia had received a modicum of preferential treatment, spared for being grouped with the common populace. Yet she had been unable to locate her relatives within the gymnasium. Yangjing posited that the gymnasium was already teeming with people, even to the point of several disturbances arising from the commingling of individuals. Furthermore, the cooling system had faltered on 2 occasions, leading her to believe that this supposed haven might soon be untenable. Jiajia conceded to Yangjing's perspicacity, acknowledging that the gymnasium's viability was indeed limited. With the oppressive heat raging outside, the true indulgence lay in exercising within the cool confines of the villa. Breakfast was an inviolable ritual. From the array of refrigerators in the kitchen, she meticulously retrieved tomatoes, eggs, ham, and noodles. She scrambled the eggs until they were fluffy and set them aside. The fresh tomatoes yielded their vibrant, tangy juices, to which she added a ham sausage. Sought ing it briefly. After introducing purified water and bringing it to a boil, she immersed the noodles until they were cooked through. Finally, she incorporated the scrambled eggs, seasoning the concoction to her liking. The fragrant, sweet, and sour tomato and egg noodles emanated warmth within the air-conditioned sanctuary. She prepared a serving of sausage and cheese toast, steamed a corn on the cob, stir-fried some vegetables, and poured a glass of ice-cold milk, a breakfast fit for 2, yet easily consumed by her alone. After her repast, she reclined on the sofa, contemplating how to accomplish her mission. Chapter 28. An encounter with acquaintances enlisting just anyone on the street was out of the question. Flitted across her mind, but she swiftly dismissed the notion. She sought not merely a resident, but an ally, one unencumbered by liabilities, far from inept, and preferably possessing a skill that would prove advantageous rather than encumbering. This election was of paramount importance. She had no desire to repeat past errors. While her rapport with was amicable, their paths had diverged for quite some time. Inexplicably surfaced in her thoughts, but that was an absolute impossibility. Lu Yin, having been reborn as well, undoubtedly orchestrated everything meticulously in advance. He is likely reigning as a formidable figure elsewhere, and it is improbable that he would become one of her residents. The mere thought of him joining her is preposterous. If Lu Yin were to enter, it would be a feat if he did not usurp control. Absolutely not. Upon reflection, she found Yang Jing to be a suitable candidate. Firstly, she is a physician, and based on her prior conduct, she possesses fundamental self-preservation skills. Secondly, she is agile, and with her parents likely perished in the cataclysm, she is unencumbered by familial obligations, rendering her more manageable. The gymnasium's defenses are unlikely to endure for much longer. Perhaps she could orchestrate a dramatic rescue to elicit her gratitude. The remaining candidates were dismissed from her consideration. The number of individuals online today was markedly fewer than in the preceding days. During her idle moments, she maintained a vigil from the rooftop, scrutinizing the distant landscape. Unrest had begun to stir in the outskirts, which suited her purposes. In the distance, a military jeep accelerated towards the villa district, its horn blaring incessantly. The sudden appearance of several zombies startled the occupants, who hastily discharged their firearms. However, they were unaware that the zombies' vulnerable point was the head, requiring a penetrating shot. None of the occupants managed to strike the zombies' critical area. The occupants persisted in sounding the horn. From her vantage point on the rooftop, Jiajia observed that they were at a distance from the villa district. She had no intention of employing traps. Instead, she aimed her sniper rifle at the exposed head of a young soldier in the vehicle. Just as she was poised to fire, one of the individuals in the vehicle extracted an injured man and disembarked to create a diversion. While the other drove away to evade the zombies, the remaining man steadfastly shielded the wounded soldier on the ground. Observing the injured man from afar, Jiajia felt a sense of familiarity. She deactivated the trap and refrained from firing. The man noticed the surveillance camera outside the villa area and scrawled SOS on the ground, waving frantically before the lens. Soon, he discerned the unsettling nature of his surroundings, an abundance of traps and scattered human remains. He glanced at his unconscious teammate, steeled his resolve, and knocked on the door. Their captain had lured away the zombies, granting him only a few minutes to seek assistance. If the occupants of the villa remained unresponsive within that time, all three of them would face dire consequences. Jiajia resolved to investigate. Upon reaching the surveillance monitors on the first floor, she saw the injured man's image on the screen. Overwhelmed with emotion, her hands trembled. She recognized him, Jiang Songyan. She hadn't expected to encounter him so soon. In her previous life, he had been her most trusted companion in the post-apocalyptic world. They had first met 6 months after the outbreak, when the escalating events and earthquakes in city had convinced her to seek refuge in the frigid north. Amidst the chaos, she had encountered Jiang Songyan, and they had embarked on a journey together, becoming exemplary teammates with seamless coordination and unwavering trust. However, he had perished in the 5th year of the apocalypse while saving her life. Had he survived, there might have been a turning point in her previous life. But now, she had a second chance with even greater opportunities. She had anticipated meeting him in another 6 months, but was surprised by this early encounter. Despite her excitement, Jiajia remained vigilant. She exchanged her weapon for a portable handgun, approached the villa's gate, and activated the switch. The iron gate slowly ascended. She appeared in a summer combat uniform, her high ponytail swaying with youthful vigor, a rarity amidst such turmoil. Jiajia gazed down at Jiang Songyan, who lay unconscious, his features unchanged from his past life, eyes tightly shut, skin slightly darkened from sun exposure, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. A gunshot wound marred his chest, blood seeping steadily from the surrounding area. We initially intended to provide him with rudimentary first aid. However, our accompanying medic had just perished, and we lacked clean bandages to tend his injury. I beseech you, the man implored, even producing his identification. So many had fallen during this mission. We could not afford another loss. The name inscribed was Lin Yu, a soldier from a certain battalion. Jiang Tsongyin was a commendable individual, but that did not guarantee his comrades shared his virtues. After a brief moment of contemplation, witnessing Jiang Tsongyin's deteriorating condition, she ultimately consented to allow him entry. Typically cautious, she rarely made such decisions, yet she was confident that within her domain, no one could stir up a tempest. She was the one in control. Saving him is feasible, but you are aware of the current circumstances. I must confine you. I possess excellent medical supplies to ensure he will not perish, so you need not worry. As long as you harbor no ill intentions, I shall not cause you harm. Once he regains consciousness, you will be free to leave. After a struggle with his thoughts, Lin Yu acquiesced. Very well. However, our captain has just gone to divert the zombies, and I fear for his safety alone outside. I implore you. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with urgency. These matters can be resolved. He may join you, but on one condition. I will disclose it once he regains consciousness, she stated, gesturing towards Jiang Tsongyin. Agreed. She can find them within one of the villas, providing sustenance and hydration, before activating the smart lock system, sealing all doors and windows, save for the ventilation shafts. Jiang Tsongyin was settled in the guest room of her villa. His combat attire was saturated with blood, drawing upon her protracted survival in the post-apocalyptic world. Jiajia possessed rudimentary first aid skills. She staunched the bleeding, extracted the projectile, disinfected and bandaged the wound, and administered hemostatic drugs and antibiotics. Despite her limited expertise, his vital signs stabilized. Several hours elapsed during this endeavor. Considering the protracted recovery his injury necessitated, Jiajia resolved to procure and apply a regenerative balm, which swiftly facilitated healing upon application. Subsequently, she proceeded to meet with the two individuals. The secured door swung open, casting a harsh glare upon their faces. Preoccupied with Jiang Tsongyin's condition, the two men shielded their eyes from the sudden light before gazing up at her. Chapter 29. His departure. Jiajia, now attired in casual wear, approached them. Observing their palpable apprehension, she gestured dismissively, urging them to relax. Upon confining them, she had provided 2 servings of fried rice, instant biscuits, and water. Noting the empty containers, the team leader introduced himself. I am Tian Sheng, their captain. This is Lin Su, and the injured one is Jiang Tsongyin. We are immensely grateful for your assistance. A tinge of gratitude graced Tian Sheng's swarthy countenance as he cast a cautious glance towards Jiajia, inquiring about Jiang Tsongyin's condition. Tsongyin should be stable now, yes? We shall take our leave then, not wishing to impose any further. Lin Su followed suit, directing his gaze at Jiajia. Having lingered there for an entire afternoon, he remained uncertain of Jiang Tsongyin's well-being. Has the bleeding ceased? He wondered, surmising that this young woman, perhaps even a girl, possessed a warmth beneath her aloof exterior. Were she truly callous, she would not have granted them entry, let alone provided sustenance and water. He is well, Jiajia responded, her gaze sweeping over them. Tian Sheng appeared the eldest, while Lin Su and Jiang Tsongyin seemed to be around 25 years of age, all of them towering over the average person. Both Tian Sheng and Lin Su breathed a collective sigh of relief. That is good, very good. You made a part, she declared. However, he shall remain. Her words elicited incredulous stares from the two men. Raising an eyebrow, she turned her attention to Tian Sheng, Jiang Tsongyin's immediate superior, and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Tian Sheng's expression shifted continuously before he hesitantly voiced, "Might I inquire as to the reason for detaining him?" Lin Su fixed his gaze upon her as well. They deemed any justification for this request to be somewhat far-fetched, considering Jiang Tsongyin's lifelong immersion in the military and their years of camaraderie. They were unaware of his acquaintance with such an eccentric young woman. "I require an assistant. Would that suffice as a reason?" Jiajia's wristband vibrated, prompting her to exit the premises, leaving the two men to exchange bewildered glances. Awakened from his slumber, Jiang Tsongyin beheld that familiar visage. Jiajia's countenance was radiant with undisguised elation, her eyebrows betraying an irrepressible joy. In this lifetime, she had finally reunited with her cherished comrade. Alas, Jiang Tsongyin remained oblivious to her identity, regarding her with unfamiliar eyes, a circumstance that elicited a fleeting pang of disappointment, swiftly supplanted by renewed optimism. He differed slightly from their initial encounter in the previous life. His physique was now tall and robust, his ebony eyes gleaming with clarity, his brow furrowed in a determined manner. There was an abundance of vitality about him. His cautious demeanor resembled that of an oversized golden retriever. During their first encounter in the previous timeline, he had already been honed to a razor's edge, devoid of such expressions. At this moment, Jiang Tsongyin stood at the foot of the stairs, casting two somewhat awkward and restrained glances at her. "Was it you who rescued me?" he inquired. During his unconscious state, he had faintly discerned certain sounds, and if his intuition served him correctly, they emanated from her. Jiajia, never one to squander an opportunity to claim credit, promptly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, your two comrades are also present, residing in the adjacent room. I employed the most efficacious remedies to restore you to health. Your teammates have pledged to fulfill a condition, to entrust you to my care as a menial laborer." Subsequently, she advanced towards him, step by deliberate step. Jiang Tsongyin's eyes widened in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend her words. He emitted a bewildered ah until he perceived the earnestness in Yun Jiajia's expression, prompting him to retreat a step. What is transpiring? He wondered. The injuries he had sustained had indeed healed to an almost implausible extent. Were it not for the faint residual marks, he would have dismissed it as a mere dream. This was beyond the capabilities of modern medical science. Without further ado, Yun Jiajia seized his arm and led him towards the exit. Observing her practiced demeanor and then glancing at the delicate hand on his wrist, Jiang Tsongyin felt increasingly bewildered. The outside world remained intensely hot, the kind that could relentlessly scorch anyone exposed for too long. Everything here was unfamiliar to him. As he followed her through a series of doorways, he couldn't help but marvel at the towering walls, a truly impeccable refuge against any crisis. Yun Jiajia unlocked the door to another villa, and the four of them sat down facing each other. By this time, Jiang Tsongyin had regained his composure, having changed into a set of clean, black clothes. He was even able to walk and move about, and his complexion was no longer deathly pale. Despite only a few hours having passed, both of them were incredulous. "Tsongyin, is your injury really all right?" Jiang Tsongyin nodded. He, too, found it peculiar, as the recovery was remarkably swift, almost implausibly so. With everyone present, Yun Jiajia disclosed the terms his teammates had conceded to her. Tian Sheng and Lin Su felt a touch of awkwardness, unsure if they had rescued Jiang Tsongyin or betrayed their comrades. However, they had been left with no other recourse. Under Jiang Tsongyin's inquisitive gaze, Tian Sheng and Lin Su nodded with difficulty. Jiang Tsongyin understood his teammates' actions, recognizing that it was for his sake. He moved his parched lips and said, "Feel free to ask me for any assistance you may need in the future. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot stay at this time." Yun Jiajia understood his sentiments. Moreover, it was merely a condition, and since the person involved had spoken, she had no reason to refuse. In her heart, Jiang Tsongyin held a distinct place compared to others. The 5 years of friendship and a life-saving act were unparalleled. The condition made a few hours prior was simply to have Jiang Tsongyin on her side, without any intention of restricting his personal freedom. In their previous encounter, he undeniably expressed his disillusionment with the official and military governance systems. The crisis, instigated by the emergence of zombies, had given rise to further turmoil stemming from internal strife and power struggles among various factions. Such self-destructive infighting, which disregarded the lives of ordinary survivors, left him profoundly despondent. Thus, he chose to depart, harboring a deep disdain for these scheming organizations. Given the premature onset of the apocalypse in this life, Yun Jiajia boldly speculated that the internal conflicts would culminate sooner than anticipated. Within a month or two, Jiang Tsongyin would undergo a transformation in his worldview, becoming utterly weary of the life he once cherished. She consented to this notion, fully aware of Jiang Tsongyin's character, which allowed her to release him with such ease. Chapter 30. Lu Yan's call. The three were taken aback by her swift acquiescence, momentarily unable to discern whether her previous stance was a condition or merely a jest. The early outbreak of zombies signified the potential for unforeseen events. Jiang Tsongyan was her reliable comrade, and she possessed ample confidence in his abilities, convinced that he would remain unscathed. Nevertheless, fundamental precautions were still necessary. She casually transferred half a box of compressed biscuits, 6 bottles of drinking water, several packs of instant food, canned meat, and a few medical supplies into their vehicle. The trio gazed at these provisions in silence for a moment. In a city where resources were critically scarce, her ability to produce such an abundance of food was astonishing. It was not that the supplies had been damaged or consumed too rapidly. Rather, they had received news that City A was currently home to at least 220,000 zombies, with the streets littered with decaying corpses and the undead. A vast multitude of zombies roams the streets and alleys, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary citizens, let alone the military, to navigate the urban landscape. They can only gradually clear their surroundings to expand their territory. Supermarkets, already infested with the undead, are nearly impossible to approach. To procure supplies from these establishments, one must risk life and limb, a perilous endeavor that often leads to a dead end. This has resulted in the scant few survivors being unable to secure sustenance. As the safe zones within the city have dwindled significantly, the gymnasium still shelters tens of thousands of people. Yet the military is incapable of providing sustenance for such a large population over an extended period. Consequently, everyone, including the soldiers, is relegated to the most basic provisions. Even a few boxes of instant noodles have become exceedingly precious, and she casually offers a substantial portion. Just ensure that you do not disclose the location of this place. Jiajia tilted her head, catching a glimpse of his unusually earnest expression, and smiled faintly. At this moment, Jiang Tsongyan indeed appeared quite principled. However, it seemed he had never strayed far from the path of righteousness. Jiajia insisted repeatedly, and under the cover of a blind spot where Tiansheng and the others could not see, she discreetly slipped him a private handgun, along with a note bearing her phone number. Military weapons are subject to strict inventory checks, making it difficult to carry personal arms. She had entrusted him with a weapon, and whether he could conceal, it would depend solely on his own resourcefulness. Jiang Tsongyan's initial shock, skepticism, confusion, and unease gradually transformed into a hint of gratitude as he accepted the firearm. She possesses a gun. His instincts urged him not to pry further. She was not a villain and would not endanger him. Accepting it for self-preservation was sufficient. The shortcomings of humanity in the face of this crisis have become glaringly evident in recent days. Having forfeited his firearm during the rural rescue mission, the opportunity to wield a means of self-preservation was indeed a boon. "Thank you," Jiang Tsongyan murmured, casting a profound gaze in her direction. Jiajia responded with a playful wink. "You're quite welcome. There will be ample opportunities for reciprocation in the future." Tiansheng and Lin Su echoed their gratitude multiple times. The return journey to the city's stronghold was fraught with peril, possibly necessitating clandestine overnight stays in various locales. These supplies were invaluable to them, capable of replenishing their strength and ensuring their survival. They boarded the vehicle that had brought them. As the undead lingered outside, she waved them farewell before securing the iron gates once more. Upon re-entering the villa, she commenced viewing the film while indulging in refreshments. A cool breeze, registering 16 degrees, caressed her skin, prompting her to retrieve a blanket to drape over her abdomen. Sipping her taro ball milk tea, she luxuriated in supreme comfort. Jiang Tsongyan would undoubtedly be a commendable choice for residency. However, he was burdened with his own affairs. As his friend, even in his amnesiac state, she harbored no desire to impose upon him. It was her intention to await his eventual disillusionment before offering sanctuary to the crestfallen and dejected young man. Her role was simply to bide her time. The telephone chimed, and only when the call was on the verge of being rerouted to the voicemail system did she deign to glance at the device. A moment of stunned silence ensued as she scrutinized the caller ID, ensuring that her eyes had not deceived her. "Who is this?" she pondered. It seemed that she was destined to encounter familiar faces today. One was Jiang Tsongyan, her comrade from Timeline, yet unwritten. The other was the detestable Machiavellian, cunning, and calculating Liu Yan, a man she found utterly repugnant. What could have possibly motivated him to contact her? It was as if the celestial orb had reversed its course. Nevertheless, she pressed the answer button, entertaining the possibility of a genuine purpose behind the call. A few days ago, he mentioned the possibility of an early outbreak, and that very night, the zombie virus erupted. If I could extract a morsel of intelligence from him, that would be advantageous. She assertively called out his name, Lu Yin. Lu Yin responded with a non-committal murmur, yet from his tone, she discerned that his mood seemed rather bleak. What brings you here? Yin Jiajia queried, her caution palpable. Lu Yin continued to evade the matter at hand, instead posing a question. Are you afraid of me? Surprisingly, Lu Yin did not take offense at her assertiveness. Rather, he chuckled softly. She could hardly fathom what that perpetually indifferent visage would look like when smiling. Is it not permissible to greet an old friend? Lu Yin remarked. Collaborate with me on a task. You shall not suffer any loss. Yin Jiajia firmly declined. No, thank you. She had everything she needed, rendering her impervious to any material incentives. Moreover, with an entourage at Lu Yin's disposal, his unsolicited approach could only be a trap, absolutely a snare. I shall decline. Seek assistance elsewhere, she retorted with a dismissive click. However, Lu Yin unexpectedly uttered a phrase that sent a jolt through her. Do you remember the Black Crow? Yin Jiajia's entire being trembled. The Black Crow was an enigmatic organization that had emerged in the north during the apocalypse, when survivors were few and far between. And it was indeed a most bizarre assembly. They smeared themselves with the gore of the undead, fashioned masks from their flayed skin, never revealing their true visages, nor maintaining any fixed abode, but rather concealing themselves within a forest. They emitted scarcely any sound. Moreover, the chieftain of this eerie cabal possessed the power to allure the undead, even commanding the lesser among them. In those days, as the bases partitioned the land, the Black Crows persistently encroached upon others' territories, expanding their dominion, even leveraging their capacity to command the lesser undead, which caused considerable vexation. She, along with her squad, had allied with other bases to oppose them on several occasions, though neither side gained the upper hand. Subsequently, Lu Yin's base was directly established within the Black Crow sphere of influence, and their mutual conflict provided a few days of respite. Chapter 31. Retribution Approaches. Crucially, it was only before her demise in the previous life that she comprehended that not merely the two treacherous teammates were complicit in the machinations against her, but also the Black Crows who were in league with them. She was perplexed as to why Lu Yin would bring up the Black Crows. Although the Black Crows posed a threat to survivors in smaller bases, such as themselves, she doubted that Lu Yin would concern himself with such an organization. The Black Crows' leader is at the A University Library. Do you not wish to go? Lu Yin inquired with a composed tone. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiajia's pupils contracted, and her hand instinctively clenched the fabric of the sofa. So, what is the purpose of telling me all this? Lu Yin's inquiry further substantiated that the Black Crows were inextricably linked to her death, but the question remained, what did he intend to do? He is also a reincarnator, possessing far greater social resources and manpower than she does. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, tracking down the leader of the Black Crows would be a trivial task for him. Perhaps her villa is not as secure as she believes. The fact that Lu Yin shared this information with her must surely serve a purpose. I no longer wish to encounter those wretched beings that are neither human nor zombie. Since you harbor a grievance against him, why not take the opportunity to resolve it? Lu Yin remarked nonchalantly, idly toying with an exquisite handgun. Yin Jiajia scoffed. You can't possibly be suggesting that I engage him in a fight to the death while you reap the benefits, can you? Lu Yin paused, his silence lingering before his tone grew colder, a glacial intensity glimmering in his eyes. Do not assume the worst of me. What could you possibly possess that would pique my interest? If I wished for your demise, you would have never left that door during our weapon trade. As for the Black Crows, I have no conflicting interests with him. It is merely a matter of personal distaste. Yin Jiajia froze for a moment, realizing that aside from the space known only to her, there was indeed nothing of value to Lu Yin. Was it truly just a matter of personal disdain? She was uncertain. A university is situated in a relatively remote area, 27 kilometers from the outskirts. She felt a strong temptation. Her objective was to exact vengeance upon her enemies. Aside from the Black Crows, the others were not residents of City A, being a considerable distance away. Therefore, he was a fitting first target for her revenge. She ended the call and began searching online for the current situation at a university. Having gleaned considerable intelligence from various online posts, it appears that a university's surviving faculty and staff number fewer than 1,000. The military has blockaded the campus and initiated a forceful purge of zombies, resulting in several student casualties, much to the suppressed indignation of those within. The distance of 27 kilometers is not prohibitive. At her pace, a one-way trip would take just over 20 minutes, factoring in the numerous zombie roadblocks along the route, which will necessitate forceful breaches. A conservative estimate would be 40 minutes. The Villa District's electrified perimeter remains active around the clock, and the traps are perpetually set, deterring any would-be intruders. Excellent, the decision is made. Adorned in a close-fitting black tactical suit, with a rucksack slung over her shoulder, complemented by a pair of black silk gloves, a pistol, a short blade, a submachine gun, and magazines, all meticulously prepared in advance. An arsenal of weaponry remains at her disposal within the interdimensional space, prompting her to muse whether dismembering the Black Crow with a long sword would provide a more profound sense of catharsis. The rucksack contains an assortment of snacks and beverages to stave off hunger, while a strawberry-flavored lollipop is casually held between her lips, and a gas mask rests on the passenger seat. Preparations for departure are complete. The glaring twilight sun compels her to don sunglasses as the zombified forms of Ma Chong and his cohorts begin their pursuit the moment she pilots the vehicle out of the Villa District. She promptly accelerates, shaking them off with ease. The suburban roads are somewhat uneven and jarring, and the route from the villas to the city is predominantly downhill. The suburban roads are now teeming with zombies, likely originating from the nearby rural areas. This time, she brazenly takes the main road, now devoid of military presence. With the majority of the armed forces concentrated at the gymnasium and other locations of strategic importance, the city streets are entirely overrun with zombies congregating in hordes, leaving no sanctuary for the living. Their numbers are more formidable than before, with each zombie's gaze reflecting an insatiable craving for human flesh. With unwavering composure, Jiajia pressed down on the accelerator, her vehicle colliding forcefully with the approaching zombies, crushing them beneath her tires. The off-road vehicle, meticulously modified by her, possessed enhanced performance and endurance, allowing it to withstand the repeated impacts while maintaining operational integrity. Her destination was clear: a university's library. Regardless of Liu Yan's motives in divulging this information, the veracity of which remained uncertain, she was determined to investigate. The streets were devoid of living souls, with military personnel primarily patrolling the quieter, secured zones. Consequently, her sudden appearance in a vehicle immediately drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, which converge upon her in overwhelming numbers. Despite the unimaginable horde advancing towards her, Jiajia remained unfazed. She floored the accelerator, executing sharp turns and abrupt stops, employing various collision and crushing tactics to distance herself from the relentless pursuers. The journey was fraught with challenges, and it was nearly 8 o'clock when she finally arrived in the vicinity of a university. The back entrance had already been breached by the undead, enabling her to drive unimpeded onto the campus grounds. The once bustling university was now eerily deserted, save for the roaming zombies. The surviving students were presumably concealed within the buildings, desperately clinging to life. A university's library, renowned for its prominence, was easily located. The imposing library doors were firmly shut, but through the glass panels, a multitude of snarling zombies could be observed within. The library housed an estimated 800 or more of the undead, primarily former students who had succumbed to the infection. It appeared that Black Crow had indeed demonstrated some degree of competence in surviving within the sealed library. The individuals who had closed the doors were solely concerned with preventing the zombies from escaping, paying no heed to the possibility of survivors trapped inside. Opening the doors would undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. Having parked the vehicle discreetly, she donned her gas mask. Upon exiting, she was immediately beset by a dense throng of zombies, their pace noticeably accelerated. eschewing any delay, as ingress through the main gate was presently unfeasible. Jiajia resolved to first elude the undead horde. After circling the vicinity twice, she found herself still trailed by a small contingent. She elected to ascend the venerable banyan tree adjacent to the library, a specimen of at least 2 centuries in age, quite capable of supporting her weight. Moreover, its proximity to the library was remarkably close, a mere 2 meters. As she scaled the tree, the frustrated zombies, incapable of following, could only gesticulate and howl from below. Jiajia, in response, made a mocking face at them before continuing her ascent, reaching a height corresponding to the library's 3rd story. The library, recently renovated, featured floor-to-ceiling windows along its eastern facade. Her plan was to precisely calibrate the force and trajectory of a hand grenade, aiming for the air conditioning unit on the 3rd floor's flank, hoping to breach the expansive windows. Once prepared, she hurled the grenade, which landed squarely upon the designated target. Covering her ears, she braced for the ensuing detonation. 2 seconds later, the explosion reverberated. The resulting conflagration, illuminated by the setting sun, presented a scene of both desolation and poignant beauty. The windows were indeed breached, fragments cascading to the ground, the sound drawing a cluster of zombies to the base of the building. Chapter 32. Psychopathic. The air conditioning unit was utterly destroyed, its components scattered across the ground. The library's construction, however, proved to be of commendable quality. Despite the expanse of glass, the structural pillars provided ample support, preventing a complete collapse and remaining steadfast. Several of the zombies on the 3rd floor, drawn to the window, tumbled to the ground below. The rope was an indispensable tool for Jiajia, who extracted it from her backpack and grasped it firmly in her hand. The 2-meter distance was negligible. She selected the largest hook and, leveraging her strength, hurled it toward the pillar on the 7th floor. The zombies clustered by the pillar on the 3rd floor, fiddling with the rope. As long as she was swift enough, there would be no issue. She unsheathed the long knife from her space in advance, its sharp blade glinting coldly. With the rope secured, she gripped the upper middle section tightly and leaped down, creating an arc in mid-air. After swinging a few times, the rope finally steadied her, leaving her suspended in the air. She glanced down. TSK, what an unsightly group of zombies. Looking up toward the 3rd floor, she was met with another horde of zombies, their eyes fixed hungrily upon her. She climbed a little higher, and as she reached the 3rd floor, the zombies reached out their hands towards her. Jiajia executed a powerful leap, using her remarkable agility to propel herself off the rope, ultimately landing gracefully on the ground, while the zombies below clawed at her shoes. She found herself surrounded. However, she had prepared for this. With a swift horizontal motion of her long knife, she chose to deliver fatal blows, sending crimson splatters across the ground. With the demise of these few zombies, a natural gap appeared in the encirclement. Her handgun followed suit, slowing the advance of the remaining zombies, but a grimy, blackened hand grasped her arm. Without hesitation, she struck the arm with her knife, severing the zombie's hand, then dashed out of the encirclement, sprinting towards the 4th floor. Had it been anyone else, survival would have been nearly impossible. She had endured in this apocalyptic world for far too long, amassing a wealth of experience, knowing precisely how to escape unscathed. A delay of even a second could have proven perilous. This exhilarating sensation invigorated her spirit, having traversed the path without encountering any survivors. The logical assumption pointed towards the 4th floor. The door to the 4th floor yielded to her forceful entry, revealing an almost unervingly desolate space with rows of towering wooden bookshelves standing guard. The unnerving silence amplified the sense of foreboding. Her blade, previously employed in dispatching numerous zombies, bore the crimson stains of past encounters, transforming it into a macabre instrument in her grasp. Progressing through the labyrinthine rows of bookshelves, she found no trace of living souls. As she prepared to approach the final row, a momentary pause ensued. Through the narrow apertures between the shelves, she distinctly discerned several prone figures of the undead, their ebony blood collected within discarded beverage containers. The floor bore the indelible marks of crimson, a testament to the dried rivulets of spilled blood. It had been extended duration since she last beheld a living person. Emerging from behind Jiajia was a youthful male, appearing a year or two her junior. His complexion was pallid to the point of appearing sickly, devoid of any ruddy hue. His frame was gaunt, and his gaze was fixed upon her with an unsettling intensity, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. His elongated fringe obscured his eyes, revealing only the dark circles beneath. His entire being exuded an aura of melancholy and listlessness, akin to a recluse deprived of sunlight for extended periods. His garments were saturated with blood. At that moment, the boy brandished a pair of scissors, manipulating them with a rhythmic clicking sound, all while maintaining a smile. "How did you gain entry?" he inquired. "I was under the impression that this library was devoid of living beings. The explosive sounds emanating from downstairs were undoubtedly your doing. What is the purpose of your visit? Do you observe those recumbent figures upon the floor?" He placed a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, his smile deepening, before erupting into unrestrained laughter. "They are now to be referred to as zombies." Jiajia advanced towards the back of the bookshelf, encountering a scene of grotesque carnage. The boy before her was undoubtedly the youthful figure of Black Crow, a stark contrast to his later appearance clad in the guise of a zombie. On the floor lay 5 dismembered corpses, their bodies reduced to mere fragments, with eyes plucked from their sockets and limbs scattered in disarray. Moments ago, he must have been dissecting the last zombie's foot, severing 4 toes with a sickening precision. It was utterly revolting. Jiajia cast a disdainful glance back. This individual had clearly been a psychopath even before the apocalypse, as such actions were inconceivable otherwise. Is it visually appealing? Black Crow's expression darkened ominously, lamenting the interruption of his gruesome task. "What a pity, I was just about to finish. Since you've disturbed me, I suppose I shall dissect you first. I believe the sensation of vivisection would be far more exhilarating. I find your knife quite appealing." Jiajia regarded him with palpable disgust. Such a character, had she not known that he would evolve into a significant threat to her in the years to come, she would have had no interest in entangling herself with someone of his ilk. To label him as a deviant was a mere understatement. How audacious of him to boast while brandishing his ragged scissors and small knife. Jiajia took deliberate steps closer to him, while Black Crow tilted his head and suddenly chuckled. "You wouldn't happen to be seeking me out, would you? I am well aware of everything in this place. There is nothing of value that would warrant another's attention. I should not know you at all." As Jiajia drew nearer, he retreated step by step. On the 4th floor, there existed a small lounge designated for the library staff's respite. He approached the area, opened the door, and picked up a rope from the floor, pulling forth a fearsome male zombie. With eager enthusiasm, he introduced this unfamiliar woman. "This is my dearest friend. I am truly grateful for this crisis, for I have longed for his eternal companionship. On the 2nd day of our concealment here, we discovered that being bitten by a zombie or succumbing to death does not equate to a true demise. Thus, I deceived all the survivors into meeting their end, including my closest friend, who I transformed into a zombie. This way, he achieves immortality." The ravenous Black Crow erupted into maniacal laughter, reveling in his own perfect creation. Jiajia cast a sidelong glance at the zombie that had been dragged out. It possessed a commendable stature, making it one of the more robust zombies. Indeed, it was unfortunate to befriend such an individual. This Black Crow was a quintessential psychopath, having inflicted suffering upon so many living souls in the early stages. I even sampled the taste of their flesh and blood, which was notably less palatable than that of the living. Black Crow smiled, his gaze brimming with provocation. Suddenly, the muscular zombie lunged at Jiajia. She deftly sidestepped, wielding her long knife. But this particular zombie proved to be a formidable adversary, moving with a speed surpassing that of the average zombie. She recalled that this was merely the beginning. Could it be that such a drastic acceleration was already in effect? The long knife plunged into the zombie's skull. Its cranium was too resilient to penetrate further. Black Crow had vanished without her noticing, prompting Jiajia to draw the pistol from her waist. She cannot be blamed for resorting to such measures. Emerging from behind the 3rd bookshelf, the carrion crow clutched a splintered table leg and charged directly toward her. Casting a sidelong glance, Jiajia fired a shot into its foot, causing it to collapse. The robust zombie writhed and struggled vehemently. Jiajia discharged several more rounds into its torso, while simultaneously exerting force to drive the blade home. The carrion crow contorted in agony, crawling across the floor and emitting frantic shrieks. The whirring of a helicopter echoed from the rooftop. Chapter 33. His ire immediately following. The reverberations of a landing resonated from the ceiling above. Someone had arrived. She cast a wary glance upward, the situation remaining ambiguous. Regardless of their identity, she resolved to restrain the carrion crow first. Its leg already wounded, she retrieved a pair of handcuffs and secured it. The carrion crow, still restless, attempted to stab her, only to be met with a forceful kick. "Settle down," she admonished. "The less you struggle, the less you'll suffer. This is of your own making, so don't come crying later." Having bound its limbs, Jiajia stood up, relieved. This menace could not be allowed to persist. The carrion crow spat out the tattered paper she had stuffed in its mouth, its malevolent nature laid bare, its eyes burning with a desire to devour her. "It's all your fault," it snarled. "You disrupted my plans. What right do you have to be here?" Utterly deranged, Jiajia was about to speak when the sound of gunfire erupted from the stairwell outside, followed by the measured tread of footsteps approaching. She had hastily closed the door upon entering, but its flimsiness offered little resistance to anyone determined to breach it. Withdrawing her blade from the zombie's cranium, she stealthily approached the portal. Each footfall echoing from beyond the threshold induced immense trepidation, culminating as the cadence ceased directly before her. Should the individual breach the barrier, she resolved to terminate them with extreme prejudice. Yet, she was perplexed as to the identity of any potential visitor at such a juncture. Could it be Lu Yen? After several moments elapsed, it became apparent that the personage had no intention of initiating ingress. Realizing that his capture by this enigmatic woman portended near certain doom, Heya seized the opportunity and desperately cried out, "Help! I am a student from a university. I have been abducted. It is I." A sonorous and magnetic voice suddenly declared. Jiajia, poised for an assault, was taken aback. It was indeed Lu Yen. She remained silent, lost in contemplation. "Yeah," upon hearing the declaration, immediately deflated, realizing that even an imbecile would discern the acquaintance between the two. Lu Yen stood at the doorway, separated from her by a mere partition that he could breach at his discretion. After a moment's hesitation, Jiajia disengaged the lock and swung the door ajar. Lu Yen maintained his characteristic demeanor of aloofness and refinement. Despite the sweltering heat, he was attired in a dress shirt. The sleeves rolled back to reveal his robust and aesthetically pleasing forearms. His slender, well-defined legs were encased in black dress pants, with his hands nestled in his pockets. His posture was both erect and austere. Even in repose, he exuded an aura of formidable intensity. His elongated eyes swept over Jiajia's visage, obscured by a gas mask, before settling upon the prostrate form of Heya. In measured tones, he remarked, "Having afforded you a second opportunity, I had anticipated a modicum of enhanced efficiency. Alas, your progress remains dilatory." The absence of emotion rendered her demeanor frigid. Jiajia found his attitude utterly intolerable and remarked sarcastically, Indeed, you are the fastest. What do you have to say?" The boy's icy gaze fixed upon her, an expression that suggested he wished to devour her whole. However, the presence of another person behind her was somewhat disconcerting. After a prolonged pause, seeing that Lu Yen had no intention of departing, she let out a resigned sigh and, in a state of vexation, inquired, "What brings you here?" "There's nothing here," Jiajia replied with a stiff, feigned smile. "It's just that it's a rare opportunity to play the executioner, and having someone lingering behind me makes me uneasy. Would you mind stepping aside?" The sky outside had only just begun to darken, and the university campus was now engulfed in the chilling sounds of zombies' howls, casting a more sinister and frightening atmosphere. She had been keenly observing the movements behind her, uncertain whether the figure was friend or foe, and she could not afford to relinquish her back to anyone while wholly committed to executing her plan for revenge. Ultimately, she resignedly turned to face Lu Yen directly. Having worn the gas mask for too long, she felt a surge of discomfort and promptly removed it, tossing it into her bag. Her delicate, fair face emerged, with her lustrous dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her pair of vibrant, clear eyes now regarded him with evident displeasure. The black crow was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a person to restrain him. Understanding Jiajia's thoughts, an inexplicable anger flared within him, yet he chose to mask it, letting out a cold laugh instead. "Are you afraid I might ambush you? Rest assured, despite having had countless opportunities to harm you, have I ever laid a hand on you? That is indeed a valid point. Very well, I shall refrain from being overly dramatic." Furthermore, it seemed that Lu Yin was somewhat displeased. What could possibly be the source of his vexation? Jiajia unsheathed her blade, realizing that at that moment, only she and Lu Yin were present, along with a lamb ripe for the slaughter. The bloodstains upon the long saber had already solidified. Jiajia's attention was entirely focused on the crow's leg. He finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind since the beginning, perhaps out of a genuine fear of death. As beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead, "Why you harbor such animosity towards me?" At the instant those words were uttered, her blade descended, severing a section of his calf. A heart-wrenching cry ensued, as the crow nearly succumbed to the excruciating pain. In his agony, his eyes fluttered open, only to witness the absence of a portion of his leg, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. Jiajia's gaze was frigid as she refuted his question, stating, "You are not worthy of my hatred. It is simply that scum like you do not deserve to live." The piercing screams had incited a commotion among the zombies below. She was not yet prepared to depart, as this was only the beginning. Compared to the torment of being torn apart by zombies, this was insignificant. It was far from sufficient. As she contemplated striking the fractured area of his leg with a rod, a powerful hand seized her wrist. "Why are you hindering me?" Jiajia demanded with indignation, her gaze fixed upon the hand that held her wrist, and she retorted with displeasure, "Release me. This place teems with zombies. Are you intending to attract them all with such a commotion?" Lu Yin was equally incensed by her actions. His tone lacked its usual composure and self-restraint, instead laced with a palpable sense of agitation. His icy voice, under such duress, finally possessed a semblance of humanity. With a piercing gaze, he pulled her closer. "Having been granted a second lease on life, my imprudence remains uncorrected, perpetually transforming certainties into chaos. To find myself besieged, despite a well-laid plan for retribution, is a testament to my ineptitude. I am, indeed, in awe of my own failings." Chapter 34. An invasive kiss, a mirthless smile played on Lu Yan's lips, his eyes glinting with a subtle derision, whether directed at her imprudence or his own infatuation, she couldn't discern. The simmering ire within Jiajia erupted, her gaze fixed on Lu Yan's abyssal, frigid eyes. "By what authority do you deem me imprudent?" She enunciated, each word distinct. "Do you not perceive your interference as overreaching? Even if I am imprudent, it is of no consequence to you. Your forces are likely stationed on the top floor. You are at liberty to depart. My choices are my own affair. I comprehend now. Your intent was never to benevolently impart information regarding the Dark Raven, but rather to act with malice." Consumed by her rage, Jiajia sought to provoke him with her words, desiring to ignite a similar fury within him, compelling him to simply leave. She wished to sever all ties forevermore. "Did you presume I desire to impede you? My longing for his demise surpasses yours," Lu Yin retorted, a chilling sensation pervading his body despite the oppressive heat. With gritted teeth, he quelled the fire within, meeting her gaze with composure, only to be met with a fleeting glimpse of aversion in her eyes. His heart constricted, and the words he intended to utter dissipated. "Yet, my desire for you to exact your own vengeance is greater still." The sounds of shambling zombies echoed from beyond their sanctuary. Lu Yin retrieved his cellular device, directing his subordinates to clear the perimeter. Lu Yin stiffened momentarily, glancing down in the dim light of his phone to see a row of teeth marks imprinted on the back of his hand. Instead of being angered, he released her hand, his undamaged one involuntarily touching the spot where she bit him. He watched her with cold detachment and acquiesced. "Fine, I won't interfere. You wanted retribution, didn't you? Go ahead. Jiajia, having regained a modicum of composure, placed a foot on Haya's severed limb, jolting him awake from his stupor. However, the severity of his wounds and the unchecked blood loss threatened to plunge him back into unconsciousness. She gripped his chin, retrieved the severed leg from the ground with a gloved hand, and calmly employed her earlier method to blast another opening in the four-layer glass. Flames flickered, but Lu Yin stood motionless, his gaze never wavering from her. Jiajia dragged Haya to the shattered window, forcing him to remain conscious. Under his furious and hateful gaze, she tossed the severed limb down below, illuminating the scene with a flashlight. She chuckled. "Look, they're devouring your leg." Haya could barely croak out a whisper, his voice raspy and faint. "If you're going to kill me, can't you just make it quick?" Jiajia refused with cold logic now. Since she had been torn apart by zombies, everyone involved would experience a similar fate. This time it was him, and next time it would be her two fine comrades. Haya attempted to beg for mercy, but Jiajia had no intention of granting him such a reprieve and gagged his mouth with a piece of cloth. The short blade in her hand repeatedly pierced his flesh, each strike carefully avoiding vital areas, inflicting pain while ensuring he remained lucid. Having sustained a multitude of non-lethal wounds, each inflicting excruciating pain that bordered on madness, his face was also disfigured. Recognizing that he had endured enough, Jiajia removed the gag from his mouth and forced him to gaze downward. "Do you see it? That below is your final resting place." With great difficulty, Haya managed to utter two words. "I beg." Futile. Jiajia unceremoniously cast him down. A fall from the fourth floor would not be fatal, but he would be forced to witness his own agonizing demise. Haya landed on the ground floor with a thud, a pool of blood forming beneath him. The sound of the impact naturally attracted attention, and the surrounding zombies quickened their pace, their excitement heightened by the scent of living flesh. A dense throng of countless zombies enveloped him. Witnessing Haya's death, she finally experienced a modicum of satisfaction. However, upon regaining her composure, she immediately regretted her earlier outburst. She chastised herself for allowing the conflict to escalate. Devoid of resources and weaponry, she was vulnerable against his numerous allies. Had a full-blown confrontation ensued, her demise would have been inevitable. "Are you not leaving?" Jiajia inquired, employing her usual detached tone. She felt a twinge of guilt. Her relationship with Lu Yin was fraught with animosity, yet not irreparably so. In her previous life, she had impulsively saved him once, but he had also reciprocated in kind. This intricate and ambiguous connection, coupled with their shared rebirth, made it difficult for her to interact with him as naturally as she did with others. She retrieved her mobile phone. Once again, Jiajia received a message from Xiao Yiwei. "Jiajia, how are you? I just tried to call you, but I couldn't get through. The city is in chaos now. I've seen many posts saying that the authorities are unable to manage the situation, and we must rely on ourselves to get to the gym. Are you at home or at the gym?" Jiajia pondered briefly. Could it be that Xiao Yiwei was seeking her out? To be frank, Xiao Yiwei, with a child in tow, was devoid of any combat capability. Merely a defenseless married woman. She had no desire to invite trouble upon herself. Transferring money to her previously had already been an act of considerable kindness. Since the city was in turmoil, she might as well visit the Yun family. Although she wasn't particularly fond of these individuals, she had no intention of resorting to violence against them. A little encouragement wouldn't hurt. Having made up her mind, she prepared to embark on her journey. She retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, quenching her thirst with more than half of it before carelessly discarding the empty bottle on the ground. She planned to leave the fourth floor and descend to the third floor using the rope she had originally found. Just then, Lu Yin approached her. "If you have something to say, just say it." "I'm listening," she replied somewhat dismissively. However, Lu Yin remained silent, and only when her impatience peaked did he suddenly lunge at her. Jiajia's eyes widened in shock. It was her first encounter with such a situation, especially involving Lu Yin. Confused, she attempted to push him away, her tone rife with disbelief. "What are you doing?" Lu Yin remained mute, pressing her against the wall, and under her terrified and bewildered gaze, he savagely bit down on her soft lips. She pushed back with all her might, yet he remained utterly unyielding. It was a fervent and assertive kiss, as he vigorously pressed his lips against hers, as if to consume her entirely. His tongue boldly explored every recess of her mouth, seeking to engulf her. Jiajia resisted with all her might, but his grip was like an iron vice around her. What was happening? She was nearly breathless when he finally relented slightly. Gasping for air, Jiajia would have reached for her gun to shoot Lu Yan on the spot, dismembering him, had her hands not been restrained. "Bastard!" she exclaimed, but as soon as the words left her lips, he was upon her again, this time gently nibbling at her lips, his teeth grinding against them. Seizing an opportunity, Jiajia kicked out at him, but only managed to make him stumble back a step. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Yan finally released her. Chapter 35. Lost in recollection, Jiajia sprang up as he caught his breath and landed a punch squarely on his jaw. "Shameless," she spat, grabbing her bag and making for the door. The blow had landed with considerable force, and Lu Yan touched his mouth, finding a trace of blood. He watched as she made a flee. "Are you just going to leave? Fond of her? Impossible. You're a persistent specter everywhere I go. Lu Yan, you're insane." She clenched her teeth, her cheeks flushed with anger. What was this supposed to be? Lu Yan merely smiled, stepping in front of her, looking down at her. "You've always been prejudiced against me, but you're not wrong. I am insane." His gaze was unervingly serene, yet a trace of frenzy lurked within its depths. She was not mistaken. He was indeed mad. For if he were not, he would not have abandoned his thriving base to seek her out. But what did it matter? Having embarked on this course, he would see it through to the bitter end. He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "What do you think I am doing?" he rasped, his voice tinged with a dark, suppressed emotion. "Deep down, you know better than anyone, but you refuse to believe it, to acknowledge it. You have been playing the blind fool from the start, preferring cowardice and blindness to facing me." Seldom did he articulate himself so plainly, but he had been pushed to his limit. She recoiled, attempting to free herself from his grip, and when he did not relent, she raked her nails across the back of his hand, leaving angry welts in their wake. Even then, he refused to release her. "So, you want clarity?" she hissed, meeting his gaze with icy defiance. "Yes, I would rather be blind than have anything to do with you." Lu Yan was an odd and suspicious man. Ordinarily, their paths would never have crossed, remaining as parallel lines. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, a little over a year had passed. During their northward migration, she and Jiang Tsongyan had been ambushed twice by survivor groups and had encountered a horde of zombies, forcing them to seek refuge in remote, desolate areas. Having strayed far from where she and Jiang Tsongyan had become separated, and with dwindling supplies, she pressed onward until she stumbled upon a rural village. She sought shelter in a house that caught her eye, only to find a man lying within, covered in blood. During that era, the village's cadaverous beings were inclined to meander in droves. The slightest provocation would rouse them. Even some of the diminutive flora had begun to metamorphose, exhibiting a certain affinity with the undead. She hesitated to cast Lu Yan out, fearing it would incite the ghouls to forcibly intrude. The final round in her pistol had long been expended en route. A blizzard raged, provisions were scarce, and the temperature plummeted to well below freezing. To traverse such conditions was to risk being engulfed by the snow, let alone evade the ravenous undead. She did not dispatch the unconscious man. The rustic courtyard consisted merely of two conjoined bungalows, accompanied by a lavatory and a kitchen, where a meager supply of victuals remained. She awaited the cessation of the blizzard. A faint susurrus emanated from the chamber where the man lay. Presuming he had succumbed, she stealthily intended to dispatch him with a dagger, only to discover that he had regained a modicum of consciousness. Despite her rudimentary pugilistic skills, her lack of practical experience betrayed her, and she was seized by the throat upon entering the threshold. The disparity in physique and stamina was considerable. Lu Yan, having barely awakened, scrutinized her briefly and, ascertaining she posed no significant menace, released his grip. The temperature continued its inexorable descent, and both were confined within the diminutive dwelling, unable to venture forth. A tacit accord was reached without a single utterance. The territory and provisions were to be divided equally. Lu Yan possessed numerous opportunities to extinguish her existence, yet he refrained from doing so. They exchanged scarcely any words, save for his stark declaration: "Transgress this boundary, and you shall meet your end." Although Jiajia had spent over a year in Jiang Tsongyan's company, her experience in interpersonal interactions was relatively limited. Coupled with the disparity in their strength, she found no opportunity to act against Lu Yin, and thus they spent 2 months together. The only instance of crossing boundaries occurred when Lu Yin relinquished the soul quilt to her. Their meager food supply allowed them to weather the blizzard, and Lu Yan's injuries healed. Upon the snow's thaw, departure became feasible, and their paths diverged. Their reunion occurred 2 years later, when he had transformed into a formidable post-apocalyptic overlord with numerous subordinates and bases in various locations. He was widely regarded as a ruthless devil. Jiajia shared this sentiment, associating him with misfortune. Despite her aversion to Lu Yin, she acknowledged that he had never intentionally harmed her. He remained one of the most memorable figures in her post-apocalyptic life, aside from Jiang Tsongyan and a few others. However, she desired no further entanglement with him. Equipped with abundant supplies, a villa, traps, and a generator, she could live comfortably as a wealthy woman, perhaps even supporting a kept man. But Lu Yin was out of the question. Lu Yin, observing her transition from ferocity to bewilderment, remained silent for a moment before uttering, "I shall disregard that statement. How many will ultimately survive? Who besides myself would dare to associate with you?" Jiajia was about to inquire about his meaning. Subsequently, Lu Yan's subordinates approached, halting at the doorway and respectfully announcing, "Boss, the cleanup is nearly complete." "Very well," Lu Yan responded. He cast a final, inscrutable glance at Jiajia, remarking, "Reflect upon your actions. You consistently prioritize physical prowess over intellect, succumbing to the allure of swift retribution at the expense of your own safety. Such imprudence renders you vulnerable to exploitation. Their machinations to supplant you merely underscore your naivete." With that, Lu Yin opened the door and nonchalantly departed, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Jiajia furrowed her brow, and as the sound of the helicopter reverberated once more, she glanced at her phone, noting that it was past 9 in the evening. She had squandered an inordinate amount of time with that odious individual, Lu Yin. Replacing her phone, she donned her gas mask anew. Undeniably, he was an utterly detestable character, yet his parting words resonated with truth. She was indeed imprudent, habitually prioritizing immediate gratification over her own well-being, a deficiency that demanded rectification. As the hour grew late, with Black Crow reduced to naught but remnants, she paused briefly to recuperate before descending the stairs to the 3rd floor. Here, absolute darkness prevailed, devoid of any glimmer of light or sound. The corridor was strewn with the cadavers of zombies, each dispatched with a fatal cerebral puncture. Lu Yan's men had meticulously purged the 3rd floor of all undead, executing their task with utmost discretion. Her rope remained secured to the pillar, the zombies below having dispersed after devouring Black Crow's remains. She ascended the rope and swiftly descended to the 1st floor. As soon as the zombies detected the sound, she dashed towards the car, which remained intact. Quickly entering the vehicle, she started the engine and sped out of the campus. This time, her destination was not the Yun family home. Rather, she aimlessly raced through the streets, crushing zombies beneath her wheels. It was only when she found herself pursued by a horde of the undead that she made a sharp turn, shaking them off and steering towards the Yun residence. The Yun family lived in a decaying neighborhood over a decade old, situated outside the urban center, where zombies were still abundant. After the residents discovered that lights attracted the undead, they ceased to illuminate their homes, rendering the streets and residential buildings shrouded in darkness. She successfully reached the base of the Yun building, encountering a few oblivious zombies along the way, whom she dispatched with swift precision. Years ago, when real estate prices soared, Yin Guofu sold his old house after marrying Su Yin and bought their current home. Having recently faced bankruptcy, his financial resources were limited. Thus, he could only afford a 4th-floor apartment with all his savings. The stairwell housed a few more zombies, all of which she eliminated with ease. She had previously stealthily crafted a duplicate of the Yun family key, which she now retrieved from her pocket, entering the house silently. Inside, the 3 members of the Yun family were huddled in the master bedroom, sighing in despair, completely unaware that their door had been opened. They had been waiting for rescue for days, yet none had come. The food supplies were depleted, leaving only a few condiments to make do. Suzanne lamented, as the family had never cultivated the habit of stockpiling food. The frozen dumplings and rice stored in the refrigerator were scant, and on the 5th day since the crisis erupted, they were nearly exhausted. Originally, I had contemplated soliciting sustenance from my neighbors, but upon cautiously opening my door a mere crack, I discovered that they had all transformed into zombies, aimlessly wandering the hallway in search of prey. They were sprawled there, their doors sealed shut, and I dared not make a move. This morning, I witnessed residents from our building make a desperate dash to the local convenience store, only to be devoured by a horde of zombies before reaching their destination, denied even the chance of reanimation. Cloud Guofu, his brow furrowed in displeasure, couldn't shake his habit of reprimanding others. He began to berate Su Yin. It's all your fault. What kind of woman behaves as you do, failing to stockpile provisions? All you ever do is shop and pamper yourself. Now, we're left with only 2 packets of biscuits, barely enough to last a day. These 2 packets will be divided between Cece and me. There's none for you. Cloud Cece remained silent, squatting on the floor. With at least a share of the biscuits assured, she saw no need to speak. Su Yin, disheartened by her daughter's lack of intercession or solace, glared at Cloud Guofu and retorted, "So, you're turning on me now, are you? I never saw this side of you before. You were all sweet talk and flattery, abandoning your long-suffering wife for me. Husbands and wives are like birds of the same forest. In the face of disaster, they fly away separately. The old saying is true. I should have never followed you." Cloud Guofu, feeling his authority challenged, impulsively struck Su Yin across the face. "What license do you possess to utter such words? All these years, I have provided you with sustenance and comfort. It is not your place to criticize. Very well, if you harbor such a desire for food, I shall cast you out tomorrow to procure it. I declare, Yin Guofu, was indeed blinded by fate when I took you as my bride." Su Zhang, struck by the blow, gazed at him with incredulity, her eyes wide. In all their years of matrimony, she had never before suffered such violence. Exasperated by their quarrel, Yin Cece exclaimed, "Can you not maintain silence? What is the purpose of this dispute at such a time? If we attract the attention of the undead, we shall all perish. We must now contemplate our course of action." Speaking of which, Yin Cece was fraught with anxiety, for those individuals were clad in full battle array, their visages obscured, and they wielded firearms. They had seized Chen Lu and discovered his cellular device, making a gesture of severing the neck. At present, the fate of Chen Lu remained unknown, yet they persisted in their squabbling, which was exceedingly vexing. Upon hearing her words, Yin Guofu's spirit waned. He had once coaxed his younger daughter to usurp her elder sister's affluent paramour, hoping to partake in a life of ease, but alas, it had proven futile. Yin Jiajia stood at the threshold, privy to their entire discourse. The abduction of Chen Lu was indeed a novel development. She had presumed that upon her rebirth, all would transpire according to the trajectory of her previous existence, but many events had diverged. The premature outbreak of a zombie virus and the reappearance of Xiao Wei, her former confidant who had not contacted her in the previous life, were but a few examples. Now, Chen Lu had been added to the equation. She recollected that in her previous existence, Chen Lu had managed to latch onto influential figures and ingratiate himself, thereby eking out a meager existence within an organization until the following year. It was during a conflict between that organization and S-City that she encountered him. That base had repeatedly provoked them. She and Jiang Tsongyan, acting decisively, utilized the meager firearms and ammunition they had seized to launch a nocturnal assault on the organization's stronghold, obliterating it. Chen Lu met his demise at her hands. She never anticipated that he would be taken hostage. Standing at the doorway, Yin Jiji smiled upon hearing Yin S mention her and pushed the door open. "How lively!" Surveying the disheveled trio, she remarked with a touch of irony. "Those who were once so arrogant are now cowering like dogs in such a small room, afraid to even turn on the lights. How amusing." Chapter 37. The Yin family Niels are still alive? She sneered with acerbic sarcasm. If she hadn't exposed these matters to Song Chi and the media, she would still be a glamorous, innocent starlet, wealthy and beautiful, instead of facing starvation. Jiajia immediately discerned her petty thoughts, crossed her arms, and switched on the lights. Having been in darkness for several days, they were initially disoriented by the sudden brightness, shielding their eyes from the harsh glare. Once their vision adjusted, they turned to look at Jiajia. A black, leather, form-fitting combat suit accentuated her curvaceous figure, while her raven hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, revealing her fair neck. A few stray strands adorned her cheeks, complementing her exquisite features, particularly her slightly raised eyebrows, which exuded an indefinable, aloof allure. Her aura had undergone a seismic transformation. Jiajia cast a glance, and not a single soul among the three dared to utter another word, when their eyes fell upon the gun and dagger in her hands. An oppressive silence enveloped the room once more. Guofu and Cc also regarded her with hopeful eyes. Despite their animosities, survival took precedence. Their household had scoured every corner for sustenance, unlike other families who, despite having exhausted their provisions, at least had a decent stock of rice to last a few more days. They were truly at the end of their resources. Jiajia looked at her with a semblance of a smile, bemused by her incessant penchant for distasteful speculation about others, even in such dire circumstances. Not everyone harbored ambitions akin to Cc's, of aligning oneself with the wealthy. The notion of objectifying oneself was something Jiajia found utterly contemptible. The term cling suited her perfectly. She sauntered over to Cc, squatting before her, and fired a shot towards the window, shattering the glass entirely. Its echo resonating through the stillness of the night, accentuated by the distant growls of zombies. It was the first time Cc had encountered a real firearm, rendering her immobile with fear. Even Guofu and Yin fell into a profound silence. Then, Jiajia seized a handful of Cc's hair, aiming the gun at her chin, and demanded, "Procure some food. I may have plenty, but why should I part with it for free?" Guofu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "We are family, after all. There is no need for such hostility." "Family?" Jiajia laughed, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. "Do you even have the right to utter such a term? I shall never obliterate from my memory the individual who incited my mother's fatal illness. Did you presume I have suffered your presence until now for naught? It is, of course, to witness your agonizing demise." Guofu was visibly shaken, trembling with trepidation. He was acutely aware of his daughter's antipathy towards him and genuinely feared she might dispatch him to the afterlife with a single gunshot. He surreptitiously observed, not without contemplating seizing the firearm, but her current aura and imposing presence deterred him from acting, even though Cc had remained impassive moments earlier. Upon seeing a gun pointed at her daughter's chin, Yin, despite her fear, lunged forward. Jiajia shoved her aside. Observing these three cowering individuals, she abruptly lost interest. Seizing Guofu's cellular device, she located the building's residence group and transmitted images she had prepared well in advance via a Guofu's phone and subsequently dispatched them to the residence group. After composing provocative text, she cast his phone to the ground. Personally intervening would evidently sully her hands. It would be preferable to have them meet their end through torment. Guofu's facial muscles quivered convulsively. Years of indulgent living had transformed him into an obese individual, devoid of considerable self-respect. Given the choice between death and a life devoid of dignity, he opted for the latter. Stealing another glance at Jiajia's handgun, he knelt before her without hesitation, proceeding to slap his own face while imploringly stating, "It is entirely my fault. I was short-sighted in the past, abandoning your mother to marry such a venomous woman. It is all my fault. I beg your forgiveness, and I shall kneel until you pardon me." Observing her unyielding demeanor, he commenced kowtowing. Yin was filled with intense hatred. Yet after enduring hunger for so long, she found herself devoid of the strength to resist, kneeling in submission, beseeching Jiajia to spare her family, imploring her not to fire and to provide them with some sustenance. She also confessed her past wrongdoings towards her mother. Cc, however, clenched her teeth, refusing to yield. The shift in their positions stirred within her a tumult of jealousy and resentment. How she wished she possessed a firearm, for had that been the case, it would likely be Jiajia kneeling on the ground now. Regardless of the circumstances, she was unwilling to acknowledge her inferiority to Jiajia. Observing Su Yin and Guofu stripped of all dignity, Jiajia felt a twinge of satisfaction. She pressed the gun she held against Cc's chin further in, then withdrew it, feigning nonchalance as she discharged a round towards her hand. A cry erupted from Cc as the bullet pierced the back of her hand, eliciting anguished wails. Fear etched on their faces. Guofu and Su Yin were paralyzed by terror. With an air of indifference, Jiajia remarked, "My apologies, it seems I misfired. However, if Cc is willing to submit, I might consider bestowing a morsel of food upon you. Once I open this door, the zombies will come pouring in, and you all know very well who will meet their demise." Guofu shot a menacing glare at Cc, compelling her to kneel alongside him. Su Yin followed suit. In excruciating pain, Cc found her fear of death overwhelming all else. She, too, sank to her knees in humility, pleading for mercy for her family. The once pure visage of Cc had become waxen and distorted. Chapter 38. Recruiting residents, Jiajia gazed down upon the family of three, who now resembled nothing so much as stray dogs, a sight that afforded her a modicum of satisfaction. She had already prepared herself during the car ride. Unzipping her backpack, she emptied its contents of snacks onto the ground. Guofu immediately scrambled forward, gathering them all into his arms. "Mine, all mine," he exclaimed. The scattered provisions were sufficient to sustain them for several days, perhaps even half a month for him alone. Cc and Su Yin also displayed avaricious expressions, vying with Guofu for the food on the ground. They were now keenly aware that no rescue was forthcoming. Their only recourse was self-preservation, and every morsel of food represented a sliver of hope. The family of three tussled over the sustenance. Jiajia smiled knowingly, then opened the door and exited the Yun residence, leaving the door ajar. Just then, a man and a woman descended from upstairs, casting a wary glance at Jiajia. Paying them no mind, Jiajia proceeded downstairs, dispatched a few lurking zombies, and drove away. Scarcely had she started the vehicle when a figure plummeted from above, landing with a sickening thud and a pool of blood spreading from the head. It was Su Yin. Zombies swarmed past the vehicle to feast upon the still living woman on the ground. Su Yin's fingers twitched, as if in a desperate plea for assistance. Jiajia remained unmoved, driving away from the scene. Su Yin's current predicament was entirely of her own making. Having engaged in so many repugnant acts, she, while not the principal culprit in her mother's demise, had certainly played a significant role in hastening it. A fitting retribution, indeed. As for the remaining two individuals, she had just installed pinhole surveillance at the Yun residence, allowing her to monitor their every move with clarity. This endeavor yielded significant insights, revealing that the speed of the zombies had begun to escalate. This development placed considerable pressure on the soldiers within the city, particularly in the most densely populated urban areas, which faced the brunt of the assault. With 6 days having passed, critical personnel have commenced evacuation via helicopter, heading north or to more remote mountainous regions. These updates were relayed to her by Yang Jing through WeChat. She was faring relatively well, squeezed into a modest room with a group of medical staff, while ordinary citizens resorted to sleeping outdoors on makeshift bedding. Certain areas of the city had already begun to experience network outages. Jiajia expressed her concern, observing that the gymnasium was nearing its capacity. She contemplated the possibility of rescuing Yang Jing during a moment of peril, as the Lord system lacked residents for farming and menial tasks. After taking a shower and donning fresh pajamas, she indulged in a sumptuous meal while sipping chilled watermelon juice with ice. Setting up a small computer desk on her bed, she began snacking while watching a film. Halfway through, she recalled the two individuals at the Yun residence and, noticing that the surveillance was linked to her phone, picked it up for a quick check. During their raid for supplies, the residents upstairs had also joined the fray. Guofu had fiercely protected his provisions but inadvertently pushed Su Yin down the stairs. Ultimately, the food was lost and they were unable to fend off the two intruders, left gasping for survival on the floor. After the two had departed, she steeled herself to gather her belongings and step outside. Finding the situation amusing at first, Jiajia scrolled through WeChat, only to come across Lu Yin's profile picture. Remembering the events of the evening, her expression shifted to one of discomfort, prompting her to bury herself under the covers and drift into a deep slumber. Days passed in succession, and the number of survivors continued to dwindle. The city was left with just over 100,000 residents. This marked the 10th day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Many residents, not sheltered in the gymnasium, having lost hope for rescue, resorted to self-help, forming spontaneous survivor squads that ignited chaos. Meanwhile, whispers of a plan within the military surfaced, revealing intentions to evacuate a select group of individuals from a city, heading northward. The world had descended into turmoil, leaving no place entirely safe. Only areas with fewer citizens offered a semblance of respite, as fewer inhabitants implied a reduced presence of the undead. The gymnasium was overcrowded, making it impossible to evacuate everyone. Only those possessing skills, commendable professions, or notable contributions stood a chance of being rescued. Clearly, the majority of citizens did not meet these criteria. Thus, on the morning of the 10th day, a rebellion spontaneously erupted, led by individuals rallying ordinary citizens to assault the soldiers on guard, seizing their firearms. Although the instigators were swiftly apprehended, the remaining citizens became aware of the impending evacuation. Consequently, the atmosphere within the gymnasium grew increasingly chaotic. Yang Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. Seizing the opportunity before the communication system was compromised, she reached out to Jiajia. The absence of her parents served as a grim confirmation of their fate. At just under 30, she was in the prime of her life, unwilling to resign herself to death. She had a considerable chance of appearing on the evacuation list, yet that did not guarantee her survival. With the dwindling number of soldiers, any mishap on the journey could result in the abandonment of a group, and she could very well find herself among them. She sought refuge with Jiajia, a person who appeared 100-fold, 1,000-fold more capable than the others. She would not suffer any disadvantage. The question now was whether she could prove her worth. Yang Jing took a deep breath and declared, "My medical proficiency is quite considerable. I am adept at various surgical procedures. Furthermore, I possess unwavering confidence in my intellect and execution, and I am certain I would not be a hindrance. If dire circumstances were to arise, I would resolve matters independently." Jiajia was in fact inclined to accept her, but she refrained from acceding so promptly, stating that she needed a couple of days to deliberate. During these days spent exercising within the confines of the villa, she had also eradicated a wave of survivors from the city seeking to seize supplies, thereby acquiring additional points. Having been indoors for numerous days, she had indeed become somewhat out of practice. On the 11th night, the military, accompanied by a small contingent of citizens and key personnel, evacuated the city, heading north to rendezvous with the main force. Somewhat ironically, Wei Qian also extended an invitation to her, hoping that she would join them in the north, where, in a secure environment of research undisturbed, there was a possibility of developing an antidote to the zombie virus. She scoffed at the notion of abandoning her well-appointed villa base to accompany them on a fool's errand. Yang Jing was on the list, but she did not evacuate. Instead, she concealed herself in a shop near the stadium. The military's withdrawal would undoubtedly be a considerable undertaking, and if she were to accompany them, she would likely perish en route. She was unwilling to gamble on that. Rather, she would entrust her life to someone she deemed formidable. Upon receiving news of the military's departure, Jiajia also set out from the villa. Recruiting Yang Jing at this juncture would enable her to fulfill the system's task. Upon seeing the message from Yang Jing, she did not hesitate and sped into the city. At the city checkpoint, she encountered a small group of citizens armed with firearms seized from soldiers, initially intent on plundering supplies from their fellow humans. Their ambitions were swiftly extinguished when Jiajia shot their leader. Chapter 39. The rescue of Yang Jing. The roads near the gym were intermittently filled with the thunderous sounds of bomb blasts and the rumble of colossal mechanized war vehicles. accompanied by the chilling screams of the undead and the anguished cries of humanity, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. Soon, she encountered a second wave of survivors, a motley crew of individuals darting through the streets, seizing vehicles and supplies. Undoubtedly, these were ordinary citizens not included on any evacuation list. To survive, they had to band together. The situation had long transcended the government's control, especially as the zombies exhibited an alarming increase in speed. Coupled with their insatiable and relentless nature, there loomed the possibility that, following an evacuation, powerful bombs could be airdropped to cleanse the city of its undead menace. However, such an action risked not only failing to eradicate the zombies, but could also lead to the tragic demise of the citizens within the city. No longer did forums host posts filled with hope for rescue. Instead, they were rife with discussions on forming teams to evacuate and mutually safeguard one another. As Jiajia sped through the streets in her off-road vehicle, the accelerating pace of the zombies instilled a measure of pressure, yet she remained undeterred. The survivor group, primarily composed of robust young men, stood defiantly before her vehicle, brandishing stolen firearms and baseball bats, while a few others worked to buy them time. "Step down, or we shall drag you out," taunted the red-haired youth, who had approached her off-road vehicle, his voice dripping with mockery as he gasped in astonishment. A vehicle of such exquisite caliber undoubtedly commands a king's ransom, and its operation must be an unparalleled delight. Jiajia cast a frigid gaze upon her surroundings, noting several girls with hair dyed in a riot of colors. This squad was unequivocally a band of juvenile delinquents. As for the yellow-haired one, his fearlessness in the face of death was understandable. To presume that they could abscond with the vehicle, surrounded as they were by a multitude of zombies, was sheer folly. It was unknown how many individuals they had plundered along their journey, laden as they were with sundry bags. Her hand descended from the steering wheel, grasping the pistol beneath. The crimson-haired ringleader had approached the car window, uttering a menacing proposition. "You possess a certain comeliness. Surrender the vehicle willingly, and we might deign to bring you along. In these end times, we continue to thrive. To align with us is the optimal choice." Jiajia emitted a soft chuckle, her eyes brimming with sardonic indifference. Lowering the window, she met the red-haired man's gaze and, with swift and unexpected action, discharged a bullet into his eye. "How amusing," she remarked, "for it is fools such as yourselves who shall meet their demise with utmost haste. To dare impede my vehicle is a gamble with more lives than you possess." As she spoke, she fired another shot into his other eye, as well as several others who were converging upon her. With a casual toss of a grenade, she started the car and accelerated, smashing through the blockade. My eyes! My eyes! Stop her!" The red-haired man's eyes had been pierced, causing copious amounts of blood to gush forth, rendering him completely blind. He writhed on the ground, pounding the earth in agony. Zombies relentlessly closed in upon them. Those who had been obstructing her path, witnessing her reckless driving, recoiled in terror, scrambling to safety. Those wielding firearms hastily discharged their weapons at her vehicle. Yet their bullets failed to penetrate even the glass. A group of people stared in astonishment as she swaggered away. Suddenly, a green-haired girl pointed blankly at the grenade on the ground and inquired, "What is this?" To presume invincibility after eliminating a few zombies and humans is utter folly. The grenade detonated, its fiery radiance illuminating the entire street. A thick cloud of white smoke billowed behind her, and the fiery glow filled the sky, as zombies and humans alike were sent flying by the immense force of the blast. Congratulations, host, for punishing those with malicious intent. Fortification materials have been randomly dropped and have now been integrated with the materials of the SUV. Another drop, stamina-enhancing Venison 1. She floored the accelerator, successfully navigating through numerous obstacles to reach the streets surrounding the stadium. A sizable piece of venison lay on the passenger seat, substantial enough to feed 2 people for several days. She tossed the venison into the back seat. The SUV was also noticeably different from its original state. Now, as she parked the car, a horde of zombies surrounded it, clawing at it without leaving a single mark. She attempted to call Yang Jing, but the call would not connect. Instead, Lu Yin sent a message. "Where are you?" Jiajia, pondered for a few seconds before typing. None of your concern. Luyan likely knew of her hiding place in the suburbs long ago. She tried calling Yang Jing again, but still couldn't get through. After careful consideration, she decided to search the vicinity first. The address left was that of a baby store on this street. Upon finding the store, she discovered that the doors were already shut. In the city, everything is scarce except for zombies. And no sooner had she stopped than a number of them descended upon her. The military had expended considerable resources to clear the vicinity of the gymnasium, but their withdrawal inevitably drew a significant portion of the city's undead population to this area tonight. Deploying another explosive device in the opposite direction would divert a contingent of these creatures. Then, drive the vehicle directly into the maternity store, halting merely a hair's breadth from the staircase leading to the second floor. Inside the store, several adults had encircled Yang Jing, attempting to cast her out, when the sound of the explosion and the abrupt intrusion of the SUV forcefully interrupted their actions. Yang Jing had been defensively brandishing a dagger, shielding herself, having sought refuge here for a day, never anticipating encountering such desperate individuals tonight. Her face bore streaks of blood, and a constant stream of cold sweat mingled with tears. She was genuinely terrified of death. Given any opportunity to resist, she undoubtedly would, but she was overwhelmingly outnumbered. Just as she resigned herself to meeting her end, the explosion at the entrance offered a glimmer of hope. Upon seeing the vehicle burst in, she knew it was indeed Jiajia. Jiajia reversed the vehicle, aiming to strike the group, and lowered the window a third of the way, leveled the muzzle of a submachine gun at them, and stated icily, either depart or perish. To emphasize her point, she discharged a round into the wall, confirming the weapon's authenticity. Enter the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Yang Jing seized the moment of their bewilderment, brandishing her dagger to shove aside the nearest woman, and hastily boarded the vehicle, collapsing into the passenger seat, gasping for breath. "It's fortunate you arrived," she said, "or I truly would have met my demise here." Yunjai tossed her a bottle of purified water, suggesting she assuage her parched throat. Several individuals, their throats constricted with tension, swallowed hard as they gazed at the firearm. "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek a refuge. Perhaps we could collaborate. No negotiations," she retorted, weary of squandering ammunition after numerous skirmishes that day. The undead outside had already begun to converge upon their location, threatening to encircle them. The group found themselves in a perilous predicament, devoid of any other weapons. Even if they attempted to force the door, it would remain obstinately shut. Reluctantly, they proposed, "We could pry open the door to the adjacent room and hide." The woman, who had appeared so unexpectedly, spoke with an unyielding tone that brooked no dissent, compelling them to acquiesce. They hastily ran to the next door to force it open. Yang Jing, taken aba momentarily, quickly deduced that their survival for 11 days must have necessitated careful deliberation. Attacking them would yield no advantage. "What is it?" Jiajia inquired as she stepped out of the vehicle and approached the shelves. Chapter 40. Sudden deluge. The undead were nearing the entrance. "Do not dawdle. These cans of infant formula are valuable. Let's not waste them. At least take some with us." Though their storage was already at capacity, there remained ample space in the back seat. Yang Jing hesitated for a moment before swiftly descending to assist her in the task. The ingredients of the baby formula were wholesome and nutritious, although she had an abundance of supplies and did not require any. They could be preserved for future trade as second-hand goods or kept for personal use. Time was of the essence. Each person could carry 4 to 5 cans of formula in one trip, and with the urgency palpable, neither wished to linger. As the departure neared, the car's rear was laden with over 60 canisters of formula, complemented by 4 cases of purified water for infants, an assortment of soaps, talcum powders, children's toothpaste and toothbrushes, baby bath gels, shampoos, mosquito repellents, and sweat towels. In under 2 minutes, the back seat was filled to capacity. Zombies had breached the maternity store, and Jiajia swiftly reversed, retreating from the street. The nearby stadium echoed with intermittent loud noises and the sounds of weaponry, suggesting the evacuation was still in progress. Had she arrived a minute later, she might have been sacrificed to the zombies. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation, Self-preservation was paramount for everyone. The fact that someone risked their life for her was a profound act of salvation. She could pledge, with near absolute certainty, her obedience and loyalty. The number of zombies was rapidly increasing, and Lu Yan's calls were being disconnected one after another. Unable to answer herself, she instructed Yang Jing to answer and put the call on speakerphone. The street ahead was teeming with zombies, including many clad in military fatigues. Casualties from a nearby military forces. Night had fallen, and it was imperative to leave promptly, judging by the sky. Lu Yan discerned she was driving, his brow furrowing. He had intended to speak with her calmly, but now he couldn't help but turn cold. Jiajia, puzzled, glanced up and her heart sank. There was no moon, no stars, just a lifeless, oppressive darkness. Ominous dark clouds loomed, as if to engulf the city. The sky suggested a terrifying downpour could commence at any moment. She distinctly remembered observing the sky before leaving, but in less than 2 hours, such a drastic change had occurred. It seemed the torrential rain was imminent. Yang Jing also witnessed the scene, betraying a hint of anxiety. Where are we headed? Lu Yan's tone grew colder, laced with derision. Instead of seeking refuge, you burden yourself further. Do you fancy yourself a paragon capable of delivering the world? The man's voice exuded an intense aura of intimidation, silencing Yang Jing. Jiajia offered a mocking laugh. Indeed, none of your concern. He perceived Yang Jing, the most suitable resident candidate, merely as an encumbrance, oblivious to her true worth. Lu Yan responded with amusement. You would do well to comply, lest. Lest what? Silence yourself and cease your threats. The memory of that day ignited her ire. Jiajia, though vexed, refrained from displaying it in Yang Jing's presence. Who did he fancy himself to be? Threatening to discipline disobedient children. Lu Yan, should you find yourself isolated and injured, I vow to exact retribution with a blade. So adept at verbal volleys. Jiajia, incensed, urged Yang Jing to terminate the call. Yang Jing swiftly complied, avoiding Jiajia's gaze throughout the journey. In the inky blackness of the night, Lu Yan sat upon the plush sofa, his fingers caressing a bullet. Despite the initial vexation upon the call's termination, his spirits lifted somewhat. A subordinate knocked, reporting on the progress. Upon concluding his report, he inquired, Chief, are you certain you won't depart? Paradoxically, despite a city's untenability as a long-term sanctuary, he harbored no intention of leaving, merely stating, await further developments. Lu Yan cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon him. Your sole duty is to execute orders. Is that not comprehensible? Understood. Perspiration beaded on her brow as she meekly complied. Beyond the window, a throng of unsightly animated corpses shuffled about, a sight to which Yang Jing had grown accustomed over the preceding days. She eventually broached the subject. I overheard some arrangements a few days ago. Although there's to be an evacuation, in order to placate some of the citizens remaining in the city, soldiers are being asked to volunteer for a suicide squad to hold the city, in the hope that an antidote might one day be developed. Jiajia found it somewhat amusing. It seemed Yang Jing still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, cognizant of reality, she felt compelled to disabuse her of this notion, as there truly was no cure for the zombie virus. She spoke candidly. The world is already in disarray. We mustn't cling to such notions. What we must do is enhance our strength and experience, safeguarding our own sanctuary in this apocalyptic world. Yang Jing, mentally clear, cast aside that faint expectation after being reminded by Jiajia. Jiajia harbored some concern for Jiang Tsongyan. Should the soldier suicide squad truly materialize, it was highly probable that he would participate, given his disposition. She lacked his contact information. Soldiers were not permitted to possess cell phones, and she had not asked him to leave one behind at the time. She could only rely on him to contact her of his own volition. She believed he would be all right. It's raining, she remarked placidly, the vehicle's velocity already at its zenith, heedlessly crushing any zombies in its path. The rain from the heavens did not descend gently, but rather lashed down. The torrential rain pounded the earth, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, an utterly terrifying spectacle. Within mere minutes, the ground was submerged in water up to one's calves. The drainage system of a city was functioning properly, The downpour was simply of an excessively appalling nature. Save for the vehicle's headlights, the city was devoid of any illumination, the rain falling with an intimidating density. In recent decades, such torrential rain has never been witnessed. Yang Jing felt an immediate chill envelop her. In her 20-some years of life, she had never encountered such a deluge. The water was already accumulating, and if this incessant rain continued for several days, City A might truly succumb to flooding. The thunder rumbled ominously as she rolled down the car window, and raindrops splattered against her cheeks. Yet, the temperature outside remained unyieldingly hot, the swelter undiminished. Chapter 41. To the food factory in this apocalyptic scenario, the bizarre celestial phenomena seemed all too natural. Jiajia accelerated, evading the zombies trailing behind her. Each additional mouth to feed meant an extra ration of supplies. If she could indeed procure some food from the factory, it would affirm her utility, alleviating the guilt that weighed heavily on her heart. After all, Jiajia had rescued her on 2 occasions. Suddenly, Jiajia slammed the brakes, causing the vehicle to jolt and prompting Yang Jing to disclose their location. The torrential downpour, while not affecting the integrity of the car, certainly complicated their mobility. Upon hearing Yang Jing mention the food inside, Jiajia made a decision. They would take a look. If they could indeed retrieve some provisions, it would be beneficial. After all, each additional person would require an extra bowl of rice. And surely the subsequent residents would not be limited to just Yang Jing. She even reserved a spot for Jiang Tsongyan, though her supplies were already overwhelming in quantity. Who would ever complain about possessing too much? With navigation set, they set forth on the route to the food factory. Yang Jing hailed from a well-off family. Both her parents were educators, and her relatives were quite affluent. The factory itself was of a decent scale, likely housing a substantial stockpile of food. As her thoughts wandered, 2 gray raincoats materialized silently in the back seat, resting atop the baby formula. In the midst of torrential rain, the road outside the city was somewhat muddy and difficult to traverse. It took them over 20 minutes to cover a mere 7 kilometers. By nearly 10 o'clock, they finally arrived at the food factory, situated near a small village. The factory's entrance was firmly shut. She parked the car steadily, handing a raincoat and umbrella to Yang Jing before donning another set herself. Retrieving her tools, she swiftly pried open the factory door, revealing an eerily silent interior. The factory was reasonably sized, approximately 500 to 600 square meters, with a small delivery truck parked outside. Jiajia held the umbrella aloft, standing still as she cast a glance into the factory. Should they enter or not? Hesitantly, she inquired. Jiajia returned to the car, inching it closer to the factory, stating, "Of course we should go in. We've come all this way, why not?" She instructed Yang Jing to hold the flashlight while she wielded a handgun, scanning their surroundings. The factory door was also locked. With a few swift motions, she unlocked it and led Yang Jing inside, where they discovered a storage area filled with pre-packaged food. There was an abundance: popcorn, soda crackers, dried mango, chocolate, candies, and various canned meats. The dazzling array of food left both women spellbound. The supplies at the gymnasium had been rather meager, and Yang Jing had scarcely eaten her fill in recent days. Upon seeing such a bounty, her eyes sparkled as she turned to Jiajia, suggesting, "We could take some and stow it in the trunk and the passenger seat. I can squeeze in with these supplies." A subtle sound reached their ears, and Jiajia motioned for silence, pausing for a few seconds before swiftly dashing to the little office door within the factory, kicking it open forcefully. "Who is there?" she called out. A chair was hurled in her direction, which she deftly evaded. Yang Jing followed closely behind, immediately turning on the lights. A man in his 50s, wielding an electric baton, attempted to strike them, accompanied by a middle-aged woman and a couple in their 30s. The atmosphere instantly became fraught with tension, as the quartet brandished makeshift weapons such as sticks, brooms, and chairs, charging towards them. Jiajia indifferently discharged a firearm towards the wall, demanding tranquility. The security guard's arm, poised to strike with the electric baton, froze mid-air, realizing the presence of a gun. The remaining 3 were equally petrified, recognizing the futility of their weapons against such firepower, compounded by their age, which cast doubt on their ability to prevail in a physical altercation. We harbor no ill intentions. The security guard stammered, barely reaching 5'7" and of slender build, his mind reeling at the sight of the gun's muzzle shifting. I am a security personnel here, and upon hearing the commotion, I presumed there were intruders, hence our actions. Jiajia cast her gaze behind him, surmising that he had likely gathered his entire family. Intruders? Huh. I suspect you are the ones who have appropriated the factory's provisions. She immediately discerned their intentions, noting that in the absence of the factory manager, they had taken liberties, with the security guard having even set up bedding, treating the premises as his own residence. However, in these apocalyptic times, safeguarding sustenance undoubtedly took precedence over other concerns. I shall not make things difficult for you, Jiajia declared with a smile, making it clear that she was not negotiating but rather issuing an ultimatum. We shall confiscate a portion of the provisions, and thereafter we shall consider this matter resolved. Jing lowered her head in contemplation. The call to her relative had gone unanswered, likely indicating tragedy or the retreat of the military. It would be fortunate indeed if they could save some supplies for the few individuals present. Naturally, they would wish to take as much as possible. My driving skills are adequate. I can handle a small truck, and we can load these finished goods onto it, Jing proposed. Jiajia cast an appreciative glance in her direction, affirming, let us proceed with that plan. The four remained silent. A woman in her 30s from the countryside murmured softly, why do we keep seeing armed individuals around these days? Silence. Her husband glared at her, signaling her to refrain from speaking carelessly. Jiajia detected the pivotal word, keep seeing, and slowly directed the gun towards the woman, threatening her to reveal the truth. Who else is there besides us? Every day, frightening roars echoed through the village. They had quietly observed that in recent days, soldiers had come to conduct a sweep, yet few had emerged after the dispersal. Last night, 2 soldiers had scaled the factory walls. When they rushed over upon hearing the commotion, the men were already injured and unconscious. Fearing repercussions, they had left them in the storeroom, uncertain of their fate. Jiajia decided to take a look, as the description hinted at the possibility of it being Jiang Tsongyan. She gestured for Jing to follow her, then locked the 4 individuals inside the office before heading toward the storeroom they had mentioned, smashing the lock with a hammer. It's you. Chapter 42. The arrival on a rainy night. The man leaned against the wall, staring at her in shock. Her gaze swept over Jiang Tsongyan, noting the wound on his shoulder where blood ceaselessly welled, and the pallor that drained his face of vitality. On the ground lay his teammate, Lin Su, unconscious. She refrained from inquiring about their captain's whereabouts, understanding that some truths need no utterance, and silence preserves the heart from further sorrow. We were ordered to enter the village, to clear the undead and rescue any remaining inhabitants. Jiang Tsongyan's voice lowered, his eyes reflecting a chilling despair. But we faced not only the onslaught of zombies, but also the hostility and rejection of the villagers. Only 2 of us survived, he continued, explaining that most of their remaining comrades were killed by the surviving villagers, who deliberately caused them to be bitten by zombies. Some villagers even kept zombies to attack outsiders, not even sparing the soldiers sent to rescue them. Observing their acquaintance, Jing excused herself to inventory the provisions. Jiajia, witnessing his despondency, surmised that he had already encountered the darker aspects of humanity in this post-apocalyptic world, albeit sooner than she anticipated, but the timing was opportune. Now that the authorities have abandoned you and most of the survivors in their retreat, you have nowhere else to turn. Why not join me? She suggested, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Having previously extended an invitation for him to stay at the villa, she was confident that Jiang Tsongyan would now accept. After a long silence, Jiang Tsongyan acquiesced, his voice sincere. All right. Indeed, they were left with no refuge. He had never imagined that they would be abandoned. He would have willingly sacrificed his life for the sake of his superior's orders, but he was not willing to let his entire team be sent to their deaths. The events of recent days had shattered his worldview, causing his beliefs to crumble. Equally comparable to despair is confusion, a state of being uncertain of one's direction. Apart from Linja, the only person left whom he could trust was her. For now, survival was the priority. Yet he was injured. He gestured towards Linja and, pursing his lips, said his injuries are more severe. Can we take him along? We are willing to serve you. Jiajia cast a glance at the unconscious Linjia. Though he appeared to lack the comprehensive qualities of Jiang Tsongyan, he was at least a special forces soldier and would likely prove useful. Very well, she agreed. Inside her backpack were medical supplies for emergency treatment, including antiseptics and antibiotics, which she tossed to Jiang Tsongyan, who was proficient in first aid. Upon seeing the supplies, he murmured, "Thank you. I just heard the sound of zombies. I'm worried that if the door isn't tightly closed, they might come," Yang Jing said, gesturing toward the truck. "Let's load most of the food onto the truck together. I will drive and follow you. Filling the truck will provide us with sustenance for quite some time." Yin Jeva nodded in agreement, and then informed Yang Jing to take the 2 injured men with them. After acquiring the truck keys from the security guard, Yang Jing drove the truck to the factory entrance, and they swiftly began loading various food items onto it. Jiang Tsongyan performed a basic bandaging for himself and his teammates. Once Lin Zhe's vital signs stabilized, he witnessed them moving supplies and joined in the effort. The 3 of them worked with increased efficiency. Ultimately, they filled the truck to the brim with food, loaded the trunk of the SUV, and even managed to grab some tissues and hand sanitizer from the factory. During this time, Linjia regained consciousness for a few seconds before slipping back in a slumber upon seeing them. Yang Jing took her place in the driver's seat of the truck, instructing them to move Linyu to the passenger seat, as she was a physician and could monitor his condition at any moment. Jiang Tsongyan's injuries were also considerable, rendering him unsuitable to drive. So each of them carried a patient. In the end, Yin Jiajia did not forget to release the security guard and his family of 4. Despite their truck being filled with a substantial amount of supplies, they still left enough provisions for the family to sustain themselves. The security guard dared not voice any objections. It was a relief enough that they did not leave empty-handed, and after they departed, he obediently closed the door. Leading the way, Yin Jiajia switched on the headlights to illuminate the road ahead, as there were still a few zombies wandering out from the village. Though their numbers were not overwhelming and posed little threat, there were bottles of water and bread in the back seat, available for anyone to take. Yin Jiajia felt quite pleased. This trip had not been in vain. She regarded Yang Jing as a promising candidate, knowledgeable in medicine and possessing the wisdom to understand the situation. Jiang Tsongyan was an excellent teammate, consistently meeting all necessary standards, and fighting alongside such individuals would undoubtedly be a joy. The rain continued to pour, casting a dark pall over the sky, necessitating a reduction in speed, while also accommodating Yang Jing, who was driving a truck for the first time. When they were only a kilometer away from the villa district, Yin Jiajia felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing they were almost home. Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes, causing Jiang Tsongyan to heighten his alertness. After receiving her silent consent, he picked up her handgun, prepared to take action should the situation necessitate it. The downpour made visibility difficult, yet upon spotting figures descending from the opposite vehicle, Yin Jiajia instinctively held her breath, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Ultimately, she sighed. It seemed fate had conspired against her. For this person appearing at such a moment was indeed an unwelcome surprise. A figure descended from the vehicle across the way, shielded by a black umbrella. Others remained inside, likely subordinates and bodyguards. With composure, Lu Yan approached her car window and rapped gently. Upon noticing Jiang Tsongyan in the passenger seat, his already taut expression darkened, his gaze fraught with peril. Despite her reluctance, Yin Jiajia lowered the window, retorting acerbically, "Loitering at my doorstep. One might surmise you intend to obliterate the premises." Lu Yan's countenance was chillingly indifferent, his eyes glacial. Observing her impatient demeanor, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. Masking his emotions, he offered a justification. "I have not transgressed." His statement alluded to the fact that he had not encroached upon the perimeter of the villa, thereby indicating he harbored no hostile intentions. Yin Jiajia acknowledged this, her countenance softening slightly. However, she remained perplexed as to why Lu Yan had appeared at this juncture. Jiang Tsongyan sensed that the man's gaze, though impassive and self-possessed, was laden with animosity toward him. His intuition warned him that this individual posed a significant threat. He maintained a discreet grip on his firearm, poised for any unforeseen circumstances. Lu Yin found even a cursory glance at Jiang Songyin unsettling. He casually tossed an object to Jiajia, who recognized it as a walkie-talkie. "I am preparing to depart a city. Retain this," he remarked, seemingly without intent. However, his countenance soon grew even more somber, suspecting that her excursion was related to Jiang Songyin. "You could accompany me," he entreated, his gaze fixed upon her with profound intensity. Chapter 43. Entering the base, Jiajia comprehended his intentions and promptly declined. "No need." This response was anticipated by Lu Yin. He was not surprised. Even though he foresaw the outcome, he felt compelled to inquire, for it left an emptiness within him. Jiajia cast him a sidelong glance. Outside, a torrential downpour fell, and the moisture on his brow was indistinguishable between rain and sweat. In such weather, he still possessed the leisure to sow discord. "You need not concern yourself." Jiang Songyin could not decipher their conversation, yet he sensed an implicit connection to himself. Although he was unfamiliar with this man, it seemed as if the man knew him. This included Jiajia, who had previously permitted him entry during the chaos of the zombie uprising to save him. What could possibly bind him to these two individuals? He was not foolish enough to inquire at this moment. Instead, he met Lu Yan's gaze without fear and earnestly declared to Jiajia, "I have stated that my loyalty remains unwavering." This was a repudiation of Lu Yan's words. Jiajia responded with a smile, "I believe you." Upon witnessing the trust reflected in their eyes, Lu Yan's temper flared, and he averted his gaze toward Jiajia, grappling with emotions that were both bitter and inexplicable. His tone became even more distant than usual. Jiajia contemplated his retreating figure, recognizing that the subsequent remark should have been hers. "You mustn't perish. Perhaps there will come a day when you seek refuge with me. Should that time arrive, if you plead, I might reluctantly offer you shelter." With his back turned to her, Lu Yan's cold visage curved into a faint smile. "That would be most agreeable." As Lu Yan drove away, Jiajia pressed the button to open the villa's gate, allowing both the SUV and the truck to come to a halt within the confines of the residential area. She had previously prepared drainage facilities, so the water accumulation within the villa was not severe. Yang Jing leaped from the vehicle, her expression shifting upon her arrival. This villa district appeared rather secluded, with ample security measures in place to ward off the undead. The area boasted expansive open spaces, and the central villa stood out, fortified by high walls and electric fencing, accompanied by a private courtyard. Additionally, there were watchtowers, paved walkways, and stretch of dirt, all contributing to a remarkable survival base. A recreational vehicle, a small car, and motorcycles were also stationed within the premises. After surveying the area for a minute, she remained astonished at how anyone could discover such an exceptional location and prepare so thoroughly. In that moment, she felt reassured that her choice was indeed wise. The truck was parked against the wall, and despite umbrellas and raincoats, they were all somewhat damp from the torrential downpour. She instructed Jiang Songyin to carry Linyu and follow her inside, where she settled them in the villa on her right, which she had previously furnished with basic amenities. With its pristine condition and bright lighting, the villa appeared even more inviting. Jiang Songyin and Yang Jing obediently expressed their agreement, their curiosity piqued by her generous demeanor. How much supplies must be available in this area to allow for such extravagance? They then followed her to unload the goods from the truck. Due to the presence of two individuals, she provided a slightly larger portion, leaving 1/6 of the supplies at Jiang Songyin's villa, while reducing the quantity allocated to the villa on her left, where Yang Jing was arranged to reside. Although each villa contained several rooms, separation was deemed prudent for safety reasons. The provisions at their residence would suffice for several months. Having not yet dined and with the evening's exertion leaving them somewhat famished, they retrieved a piece of venison from the off-road vehicle, along with a substantial amount of meat and vegetables from her villa, and located a grilling pan to set up at Jiang Songyin's villa. They decided to indulge in barbecue delights. Seated at the dining chairs, they turned on the television, which displayed downloaded dramas, casually selecting one to watch while placing the cleaned meat onto the grilling pan. Additionally, they arranged several bottles of chilled beverages and fetched a pot to add purified water, incorporating a hot pot base, thereby filling the table with an abundance of ingredients and snacks. The villa's air conditioning, set at a refreshing 16 degrees, made Jiang Tsongyan ponder whether the apocalyptic chaos outside was merely a figment of his imagination. The nation had succumbed to despair, resembling a hellish landscape, while their surroundings felt almost heavenly. They were surrounded by ample food, a sturdy shelter, spacious bedrooms, and the comfort of cool air conditioning. "Feel free to inquire about anything," Jiajia said, sprinkling cumin and chili powder over a grilled piece of meat, wrapping it in lettuce, and savoring the delightful aroma that enveloped her mouth. A wave of satisfaction washing over her. "You and that gentleman from earlier seem to have known me previously," Jiang Tsongyan ventured hesitantly. This was merely conjecture on his part, the veracity of which remained uncertain. "Unacquainted." Next, Jiang Tsongyan pursed his lips. "The preparations here are quite comprehensive. Electrified fences, high walls, and an arsenal of firearms. Have you been anticipating the advent of zombies for some time?" Jiajia chuckled softly, offering a pretext to parry his inquiry. "I'm an aficionado of apocalyptic scenarios. I've long been captivated by such films, investing my resources into these preparations. As for the firearms, it's best not to inquire." Jiang Tsongyan had no further questions. None of this was genuine, yet he refrained from delving further. "Any more questions?" Jiajia inquired. The essence of the hot pot had dissolved into the broth, its piquant aroma permeating the villa, redolent with fragrance. She summoned Yang Jing to join them for the meal. "Will the addition of several individuals pose a predicament for you?" Jiang Tsongyan discerned that Yang Jing was also a recent arrival, hence his query. The introduction of 3 unfamiliar faces into one's domain could be unsettling. Coincidentally, Yang Jing descended, washing her hands before taking her seat beside Jiajia. Chapter 44. Enlisted as residents, they had gained profound insight into this matter in recent days, thus harboring no illusions about human nature. Very well. The 3 of them bathed and donned clean attire, selecting from an ample supply of garments for both genders. As they savored the hot pot, their initial reserve gradually dissipated, replaced by ease. Laughter echoed through the villa as they grilled meat and relished the spicy broth. Since the apocalypse, Yang Jing had not experienced such contentment and joy, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Jiang Tsongyan, formerly in the military, was accustomed to strict discipline. Needless to say. Notification. Detecting the addition of 3 residents. The host is awarded 60 points. Please review, and available rewards have been unlocked. Following the system's announcement, a store interface materialized before Jiajia, now featuring more than just the previous supplies for replenishing physical energy. The array of unlockable items had expanded, encompassing poultry such as chickens, ducks, fish, shrimp, and other livestock suitable for breeding. This was indeed a commendable addition, akin to engaging in infrastructure development, as fresh eggs and the rearing of domestic fowl were certainly valuable in the post-apocalyptic world. Chickens were relatively inexpensive, costing only 20 points each, while ducks were slightly pricier at 25 points apiece. Fish were categorized into several varieties, generally priced at 20 points, and shrimp were available in sets of 30 points. These could be redeemed later when undertaking infrastructure projects. Esteemed citizens, the city is overrun with zombies, posing a severe threat to the survival of remaining residents. Currently, most cities nationwide are experiencing widespread flooding. Residents of City A are urged to evacuate the city before the impending torrential rains. Following the cessation of the downpour, heavy artillery will be deployed for remote elimination. For your safety and the preservation of our homeland, please evacuate as soon as possible. Upon hearing this announcement, the 3 were taken aback. The use of heavy weaponry for elimination after the rain ceased, while the city was still teeming with zombies and some survivors, made evacuation difficult due to the ongoing deluge. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Yang Jing exclaimed in astonishment. So soon. Jiang Tsongyan felt a chill in his heart. Even though he understood that this was currently the most efficacious method, he still found it somewhat ruthless. Jiajia stated, "There's no alternative. If we delay further, the city will only be overrun with more zombies. At present, the military and the majority of essential personnel have been evacuated to safer locations. If we wish to eradicate all the zombies, this is imperative. albeit it won't completely eliminate them. In reality, the zombie virus has been latent within each of them for a considerable time. Upon death, they will invariably transform into zombies. Even if the deployed weaponry is potent enough to reduce the majority of zombies to ashes and fragments, some will inevitably escape the conflagration. As long as death persists, the specter of zombies will continue to haunt us. Furthermore, deploying hazardous armaments would result in the utter devastation of the city's infrastructure, which is entirely unwarranted. This torrential downpour is unlikely to abate anytime soon. Jiajia accessed the city's online forum, and as anticipated, the survivors were in a state of incandescent rage. This announcement was tantamount to a death sentence for them. Currently, only City A has disseminated this notification, and it is highly probable that it is merely a preliminary trial. A viral post emerged. Am I mishearing things, or what? What do they mean by safeguarding the homeland upon which we depend for survival? How can we preserve anything by deploying weapons? The remaining survivors will perish as well. We placed our trust in them, so we remained in our homes awaiting rescue. We haven't even settled the score with the official forces for surreptitiously evacuating the city. And now, they're issuing another evacuation order before the torrential rain, a once-in-a-generation deluge. The city is already submerged, and there are countless zombies. Tell me, how are we supposed to evacuate? This post garnered over 200,000 likes. As of now, City A boasts a population of 98,127 survivors, while the nationwide count stands at 5,740,000. The system has issued a notification. The clock on the wall chimed, and Jiajia bowed her head in contemplation. It is now the 12th day of the apocalypse. To speak of a nation is one thing, but within these 12 days, City A has dwindled from over 200,000 to the current figure of just over 98,000, a rate of population reduction even swifter than in the previous life. Few were able to evacuate the city before the torrential rains, and in a few days, the numbers will diminish further. Go rest, Jiajia instructed as she led Yang Jing to the villa she had arranged for her. The bedding and other necessities had been prepared in advance, and the infrastructure was all in place. A charger lay in the drawer. Yang Jing had anticipated a life of dependency, yet she was pleasantly surprised by the excellent conditions. Everything one could need was available. Each villa was equipped with surveillance that Jiajia had installed, not for their sake, but to ensure that every corner remained under her control. After indulging in a game before bed, she was awakened the next day by a knock on the door. Peering out the window, she saw Jiang Tsongyan at the entrance. She changed into fresh attire, donned a raincoat, and opened the door, umbrella in hand. Jiang Tsongyan, also sheltered by an umbrella, explained his purpose. Lin Yu has awakened. I prepared some food. If you don't mind, we can share. Jiajia replied affirmatively, and then called for Yang Jing. Jiang Tsongyan's culinary skills were commendable. The meal was edible and quite palatable. Upon reflection, I have come to realize that during these unprecedented times, the majority of those who survive possess considerable strength. Should we retreat in the coming days? There's a plausible chance that a small group may traverse the route bordering City S, potentially drawing attention to our location. Consequently, I have resolved to maintain my vigil at the watchtower this afternoon. He continued, elucidating that a prison lies not far from here, housing numerous nefarious criminals. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Ordinarily, the zombies at the entrance have been strategically positioned by me to deter any unwelcome visitors, yet their utility may be diminished at present. Jiang Tsongyan's analysis proved to be quite astute. Jiajia had previously examined the map and confirmed that a prison indeed exists over 20 kilometers away. The zombies at the entrance were indeed her strategic placement. However, the more individuals who approach, the better it is for her. By vanquishing wave after wave of invaders, she can accumulate points, which are her true objective. The influx of people is advantageous. Jiajia possesses unwavering confidence in her fortified villa area, as its elevated terrain renders it defensible, complemented by her comprehensive arsenal of equipment and weaponry. Empowered by these advantages, she harbors no fear. Instead, she anticipates the challenges ahead. Jiang Tsongyan's offer to stand guard is unnecessary, for I have already made arrangements. I will receive alerts from within a 2 to 3 kilometer radius should anyone approach. Chapter 45. The emergence of the cat, both individuals were taken aback initially, but upon further contemplation, they surmised that she had indeed installed surveillance in the vicinity. After their meal, Jiang Tsongyan ascended the watchtower once more, binoculars in hand, to survey the surroundings. As the villa area, now the base, is situated in a relatively elevated region on the outskirts, water accumulation within the premises is minimal. However, the roads outside have become exceedingly muddy. Today, the tempest is not solely characterized by torrential rain, but also by fierce winds that could rattle the entire city. The watchtower has been equipped with facilities to shield against the elements, and Jiang Tsongyan stands firmly atop it. Upon seeing them emerge, he raises his voice with a hint of concern, stating, "The wind is quite strong today, at least a force of 9. With such powerful winds, especially in the outskirts where numerous trees and thickets abound, the risk factor escalates significantly." Yang Jing assesses, "The structure is robust, so we need not worry about conditions within the base. However, the surrounding trees pose a threat. If the wind were to snap branches and send them flying our way, it could cause complications here." Jiajia remains silent and ascends the watchtower as well, which comfortably accommodates 2 individuals. Indeed, the nearby forest is swaying perilously under the onslaught of the gale, compounded by the relentless downpour, creating an imminent risk of branches breaking and being propelled into the air. Various small debris and flowers are swirling about in the air, mingling with the torrential rain. She extends her hands, attempting to manipulate the wind. A month following the outbreak of the apocalypse in her previous life, she unlocked the ability to control the wind, allowing her to wield it at will, even using it as a weapon against foes, inflicting considerable damage upon zombies and adversaries alike. However, this power abruptly vanished after a severe injury in the 8th year. In a moment of exhilaration, she endeavors to harness the winds around the base with her mind, and to her astonishment, this ability has seemingly returned. Gradually, the fierce winds within a 2-kilometer radius of the base begin to subside, and the trees outside cease their frantic swaying. After a few minutes, the area surrounding the base is almost entirely calm. Jiang Tsongyan, taken aback, questions in disbelief, "Is this a superpower?" Although he was not well versed in these matters. Last night, Jiajia had handed him a mobile phone. He searched for information on zombies and was met with a plethora of zombie novels. After perusing a few, he discerned a commonality among the protagonists. Each possessed extraordinary abilities, collectively referred to as supernatural powers, following the outbreak. He had never imagined such a phenomenon would manifest in his own life. Witnessing it firsthand, he observed that the nearby wind had visibly diminished, ultimately vanishing, while through the telescope, the distant tempest raged on. Jiajia nodded, affirming, "Indeed, in this apocalyptic era, approximately 1 in 20 survivors could unlock supernatural powers." She recalled that Jiang Tsongyan possessed such an ability, specifically a wood-based power that allowed him to manipulate the growth of plant vines for combat and accelerate crop growth. In essence, it was a commendable ability. Furthermore, these powers could gradually strengthen over time. She offered a gentle smile, assuring him, "Do not worry, you will acquire your own soon." Although she had known Jiang Tsongyan for a considerable time, she now found herself regarded merely as a recent acquaintance in his eyes. Trust and rapport would need to be rebuilt, perhaps more effectively through the trials of combat. Once the torrential rain subsided, she intended to find an opportunity to take them outside to gain practical experience. Jiang Tsongyan squinted, gazing into the distance where a nimble creature darted about. He pointed to a patch of ground over 70 meters from the base, where a cat was situated. Following his gaze, Jiajia spotted a black and white cat, resembling a dairy cow, evading the pursuit of zombies. The cat appeared uninjured, merely weary from the relentless downpour, its fur clinging damply to its body. A zombie lunged towards it, but it nimbly leaped away, evading the pursuit of another ghoul. It was a pitiful creature. After securing the base's entrance, Jiajia scrutinized the feline in her arms. Resembling a cartoon police cat, it was a British shorthair, its gaze rather vacant. A circular black patch adorned its mouth, giving the impression that it was perpetually agape. The cat's eyes, both foolish and terrified, were fixed on Jiajia, yet it remained docile, nestling in her embrace. Meow, it uttered, a voice tinged with apprehension. Jiajia stroked the cat's fur, damp and unyielding, unlocking the gate to her villa's courtyard. She turned to find Yang Jing lingering at the entrance, hesitant to follow. "Come in," Jiajia said casually. "Yes," Yang Jing replied, following her into the villa with an air of constraint. The courtyard boasted a fish pond and a space for a vehicle. Inside, the warm, amber lighting created a cozy, if somewhat cluttered, atmosphere. The sheer quantity of items in the living room alone was overwhelming, and the kitchen was expansive, housing 2 refrigerators. Unopened packages were strewn about, suggesting an abundance of resources. A zombie film played on the oversized television. Jiajia wrapped the cat in a clean towel. Allowing Yang Jing inside was a calculated move, a means to foster trust. Gesturing for Yang Jing to sit on the sofa, the latter finally spoke. "There are more things here than in an unpacking blogger's house." "It's all right. I'm accustomed to buying a little of everything." Jiajia inspected the little cat, finding no injuries, though its gaze appeared somewhat vacant, reminiscent of a simpleton. "Please fetch some warm water from the pink basin in the restroom at the stairwell," she instructed Yang Jing. Yang Jing promptly complied. As there was a restroom on the first floor, approximately 10 square meters in size, with a clear separation of wet and dry areas, filled with an overwhelming array of toiletries. She located the pink basin Jiajia mentioned and filled it halfway with warm water, surmising that this was intended for bathing the cat. In a corner, near the milk powder canister, she spotted a bottle of baby bath wash, glanced at the ingredients, and handed it to Jiajia. "This is suitable for mothers and infants. It could be used for the kitten as well." After expressing her gratitude, Jiajia placed the kitten in the basin. The little creature cautiously surveyed its surroundings, but showed no resistance to the water, obediently allowing Jiajia to apply the bath wash to its fur and cleanse the dirt. How peculiar! How could cat be here? Yang Jing pondered. The vicinity was largely uninhabited, and the area felt rather remote, seeming unlikely for either cats or humans to pass through. Jiajia found this odd as well, but could not fathom the reason. After all, it was merely a small cat, and nurturing it could serve as a pleasant distraction. Together with Yang Jing, she examined the kitten, determining it to be a male under a year old, still intact, of the British short-hair breed, with an adorably silly demeanor that Jiajia found endearing. With supplies in abundance, she intentionally retrieved a bag of cat food from the storage room on the second floor, poured some into a charming bowl, and offered it alongside water to the kitten. After satisfying its hunger, the little cat became particularly affectionate, curling up in Jiajia's lap and mewing contentedly. Yang Jing, feeling considerably more at ease, directly inquired, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Chapter 46. Harnessing the wind. Having arrived at the base last night, half a day has now passed, and Jiajia finds herself at a loss. Though she had expressed intentions to assign tasks to the others, she remains uncertain about what to do herself. In the past, while at the gym, she was responsible for examining patients suffering from heat-related illnesses or providing first aid. The abrupt transition to idleness leaves her feeling disoriented, particularly as she was brought to the base under the guise of being rescued, and her inactivity breeds a sense of unease. Jiajia has grown somewhat familiar with the soldier, surnamed Jiang. Should she fail to demonstrate her worthiness before him, she fears experiencing a significant sense of inadequacy. For the next few days, while it is permissible to indulge in leisure activities such as playing games or reading novels and watching dramas, the incessant rain renders any productive endeavors impractical. The first villa is equipped with a gym, providing an opportunity for exercise. She intends to lead them into practical combat scenarios later on, unwilling to carry the burden of any hindrance. Yang Jing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. All right. She had previously cultivated a habit of exercising, especially now in this apocalyptic world, where possessing sufficient physical capability and speed is vital for survival. Jiajia's thoughts aligned perfectly with hers, prompting her immediate agreement, accompanied by a promise to avoid being a burden. The little cat, adorably foolish, fulfilled Jiajia's long-held desire to have a pet. She had always adored cats, but had never had the chance to raise one. In her previous life, She had managed to rescue a kitten during the apocalypse, and it had accompanied her through their hardships, only to be lost amidst a chaotic confrontation. This new feline companion arrived at an opportune moment, and with its endearing foolishness, she decided to name it to die. Now that a base has been established, it could be entrusted to the system for relocation in the future. With a recreational vehicle for habitation and cat care, a repeat of past mistakes is unlikely. Jiajia engaged in desultory conversation with Jing. Suddenly, her bracelet emitted a resonant hum. She set aside a die and switched the television to surveillance mode. In the tempestuous weather, a group of individuals was approaching. Approximately 6 in number, clad in dark raincoats, they were, without exception, burly and menacing in appearance. They advanced with heavy strides, brandishing knives. Jiajia maintained a composed demeanor, the approach of others being a normal occurrence. In the suburbs, one can only ensure a limited number of people, not complete isolation. It is surmised that they escaped from the prison 20-odd kilometers away, armed with firearms. They likely absconded in recent days, pilfering the weapons from the prison guards. They are a ruthless bunch, undoubtedly with blood on their hands. Jiang Tsungyan detected the unexpected situation and promptly descended from the watchtower, vigorously pounding on the villa's courtyard gate. "Someone's coming," he exclaimed. "The watchtower presents an excellent vantage point for sniping." He immediately stated, "I require a sniper rifle. I can shoot them dead before they even reach here." He promptly deduced that these individuals had escaped from the nearby prison. These individuals are unworthy of compassion. Jiajia instructed them to wait outside, and upon her return, she tossed a sniper rifle to Jiang Tsungyan. Jiang Tsungyan swiftly ascended the watchtower, adjusted his position, and aimed at the foremost figure. Jiajia, accompanied by Jing, ascended to the top floor of their building, the height of which was on par with the watchtower, providing a similar vantage point. Jing lowered her binoculars and remarked, "They are less than 500 meters away." Jiajia initiated a call to Jiang Tsungyan. Although dispatching those insignificant henchmen would be effortless, she opted to invest some effort to cultivate her subordinate's combat proficiency and hone her wind abilities. "Hold your fire," Jiajia instructed over the phone, extending her hand to experiment with manipulating the wind energy. Before them stood towering walls, fortified with electric fences and iron gates. Li Lauer had confidently asserted that the premises were inhabited. The locale was peculiar. Having recently escaped from prison the previous night, he and his comrades, armed with stolen firearms, had ventured in this direction. The weather was tempestuous, with relentless wind and rain, and the temperature remained persistently low. In recent days, the prison had already succumbed to several heat-related fatalities. As they progressed further, they noted the anomaly that there was no wind in this area. Lu Dazhuang, his face adorned with shifty eyes, proposed as leader, "Boss, I think this place is ideal. Now that we possess firearms, why don't we storm in and seize it as our sanctuary?" The other 4 echoed his sentiment, having barely escaped the confines of the prison. The prospect of aimless wandering in this bizarre weather was maddening. "I concur with Dazhuang's assessment. Let's directly seize it. We have guns. What do we have to fear?" Li Lauer was tempted, but he was no fool. He silenced his compatriots, exclaiming, "Idiots, haven't you noticed the electric fences? How are we supposed to scale those towering walls? Even with guns, we can't penetrate that gate." He regarded his comrades as a band of mindless brutes, possessing only brawn and devoid of intellect. Lu Dazhuang suggested, "We can provide you with a boost, allowing you to scale the wall and seize the initial advantage. Afterward, we'll divide the spoils among ourselves. It's been ages since we've indulged in any luxuries, having spent so many years in prison." He added with a suggestive wink, "preferably with all the accoutrements." Upon hearing this, Li Lauer was even more enticed, considering they possessed firearms, and not just one, but 2. He found it peculiar how the sound of the wind had intensified so suddenly. As she watched the group of gullible marks draw nearer, Jiajia's lips curled into a smile. She then proceeded to concentrate the surrounding air currents into a vortex, which she directed towards the 6 men. "What's happening? How am I levitating? Wasn't the wind calm just moments ago? How did it become so strong? I'm going to fall." Li Lauer felt as though his vision was deceiving him. After being lifted into the air, He could discern the swirling vortex of wind beneath him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, dumbfounded by what he was witnessing in midair. He glanced around and noticed that the surroundings remained tranquil. Even a simpleton would realize that someone was manipulating them. But how could a person possibly control the wind? Jiang Tsongyan observed the men suspended in the air and then cast a few glances towards the rooftop where Jiajia was positioned. He inquired into the phone, "Shall we open fire?" Yang Jing was completely dumbfounded. Earlier, while stationed at the watchtower, she had overheard them discussing something about supernatural abilities, which she couldn't comprehend at the time. However, after witnessing it firsthand, she finally understood. This was a complete violation of the laws of physics. She regarded Jiajia with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Jiajia chuckled. "Hold your fire for now. I want to toy with him a bit longer. Wait for my signal before you commence firing." "Understood." Jiang Tsongyan responded with a smile. Observing the men's terrified expressions as they were tossed about in the wind through the rifle scope, he found their plight both pitiful and amusing. It seemed she had a playful side as well. Once again, they aimed at the leader, seizing the opportunity to take the two firearms as trophies. Chapter 47. The Prophet of the Mission. Several invaders were caught in the eye of the storm, drenched by the torrential rain, resembling drowned rats, and were tossed about by the tempest for what seemed like an eternity, until the wind abruptly ceased, leaving them helplessly sprawled upon the wet, muddy ground. After such tumult, the six were utterly exhausted. "Boss, what now?" The weakest among them, lying at the end of the line, timidly inquired. The group exchanged glances, fear reflected in each other's eyes. How could such favorable circumstances exist? The only plausible explanation was that the master of this place wielded control over the winds. With any thoughts of robbery extinguished, Leaderly struggled to prop himself up, the deluge rendering him incapable of standing. If he possessed such power, then this place would undoubtedly be his possession. There are abandoned villas nearby. Let us seek refuge within, Jiajia suggested, clad in a black raincoat as she approached the base's entrance, opening the door and signaling Yang Jing to retrieve the two guns. The six men stood in stunned silence as the sturdy iron gate began to creak open, revealing two women. A spark of defiance ignited within them. Exchanging glances, they suddenly surged forward towards the entrance. Amidst the storm, the six prisoners charged madly towards the base. Jiajia succinctly instructed over the phone, "Open fire." She then snatched the firearm from Yang Jing's grasp, aiming it at the intruders' heads and commencing a barrage of gunfire. Jiang Tsongyan seized the initiative, swiftly targeting the first assailant's heart. The man collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining five were paralyzed with terror, bewildered by the presence of a hidden sniper. The five individuals were thoroughly terrified by the relentless pursuit, just as the remaining four were on the verge of escaping this desolate territory. The despairing wind drove them back to the gates of the base. After a flurry of gunfire, this group was truly met with their demise. Jiajia revealed a satisfied smile, preparing to close the door. Yang Jing was startled, gripped by fear. This was her first encounter with the brutal reality of gun violence claiming so many lives. Her heart raced, and she stood there, mouth agape in shock. Jiajia casually tossed the two trophies, the guns, onto the vehicle, casting a cold glance at her as she remarked, "Of course, those we do not kill are ours." Yang Jing understood this principle, yet found it difficult to acclimate in that moment. "I know what must be done." Jiang Tsongyan had witnessed those individuals transform into zombies before climbing down to return the sniper rifle to Jiajia. However, she declined to accept it, shaking her head and saying, "Just leave it on the watchtower. By the way, your marksmanship is commendable." Yang Jing proceeded to the gym to train, while Jiajia went to visit Lin Yu. After a night of rest and medical treatment, Lin Yu's condition had improved significantly. He had regained consciousness, but was unable to rise from the bed. Upon seeing the door open, he strained to sit up, leaning against the headboard, gratitude evident in his expression. "I have listened to your words, and from now on, if you have tasks for us, we will see to them diligently and thoroughly." With no news of his family, it was clear that their fate was grim, and survival was now of utmost importance. During their missions, they had observed some survivors banding together to endure, and he understood this truth. Jiajia's willingness to invest time in saving him was a testament to his value in her eyes. Observing that she didn't seem malevolent and possessed leadership capabilities, adhering to her appeared to be a judicious choice. Jiajia chuckled softly. Very well, focus on recuperating first. Once you've recovered, you'll be of service. As a proficient physician, Yang Jing possessed ample medications to facilitate the healing process. Merely 3 days elapsed before Lin Su was capable of ambulating. During this period, the individuals involved had become acquainted, fostering a more harmonious rapport, cognizant that they would be comrades in arms in the times ahead. Upon awakening this early morn, a missive from the system materialized. Main quest being issued. Host, please accept. 31 kilometers hence lies the South High-Speed Railway Station of City A. Within the station, a youth of exceptional marksmanship aptitude is ensnared. Host, kindly extricate the youth from the railway station within 5 days and induct said youth into your company. Upon completion of the task, a substantial reward shall be bestowed. Host, persevere. The quest is non-refusable and must be accomplished. Hint, the youth possesses a slingshot. Jiajia, her morning irascibility still lingering, was assailed by the system's monotonous drone. A slingshot? What sort of clue was that? Furthermore, the railway station teemed with zombies, rendering this mission more perilous than any prior endeavor. Where within the railway station was he confined? After ablutions, she cleared her mind, resolving to wheedle additional information from a system. Platform 3 of train G7314 within the high-speed rail station. The system deigned to divulge only this solitary response, thereafter remaining taciturn. The rewards are exceedingly generous, pertaining to the host's base infrastructure. Please endeavor to succeed. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Jiajia was instantly roused to lucidity. The system's assurance of abundance is undeniably true. She must brave the challenges ahead, no matter how perilous they may be. With Yang Jing absent from her villa, it is certain she resides in the one equipped with a gym. She summoned Yang Jing and Jiang Tsongyan to join her. The 4 of them settled on the sofa, with Jiajia cradling a Dai, who stared blankly at them. Her gaze lingered on Lin's face for a moment before she inquired, "How much has your injury healed recently?" Her spatial medical repository contained the finest remedies, and with Yang Jing being a talented young doctor, Linju appeared to be recovering well. During her leisure, she even practiced shooting with Jiang Tsongyan. Linja, with a sun-kissed face, beamed a radiant smile. "I believe I am fine now. I can walk and jump." These medications are more effective than those in the military or hospitals. The 3 sensed she had something significant to convey, and their expressions grew serious. At 5 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Yang Jing and Lin Zhu will accompany me to the high-speed railway station. Chapter 48. Preparations for departure. Jiang Tsongyan patiently awaited her instructions. Jiajia mentally reviewed the arrangements. "You will stay here to guard. The torrential rain is easing today and is likely to cease by tomorrow. The zombies in the city have been submerged, and survivors will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to flee. Although we are in a relatively remote area, it does not guarantee we will remain undetected. The events of the past few days serve as a prime example. Before you arrived, this place had already endured several attacks. Thus, maintaining a strong defense at the base is crucial." She looked earnestly at Jiang Tsongyan. "You have trained for years. Your marksmanship and agility are commendable. Staying here to defend is the best course of action. This upcoming mission promises to be particularly arduous, as the high-speed railway station is teeming with zombies. Over the past few days, Yang Jing has been diligently honing her marksmanship, and now the moment for practical application has arrived. Lin Yu's injury should be fully healed the day after tomorrow, and he possesses commendable skills. Having both of them by my side will undoubtedly facilitate the tasks at hand. The nation has succumbed to the reign of the undead, and merely contemplating the atmosphere within the high-speed railway station sends shivers down the spine." Yang Jing steels herself, recognizing that this endeavor represents a significant opportunity for her growth. Her only obligation is to comply with the directives given. Lin Yu, who revels in adventurous and exhilarating challenges, is equally prepared for the journey to the railway station, eagerly awaiting Jiajia to lead them forth the day after tomorrow. Do you have any questions? Jiajia inquires, surprised that they have remained silent. After half a month of living in this post-apocalyptic world, they should be well versed in the current state of affairs. The nature of a high-speed railway station is self-evident. Since the onset of this calamity, both passengers and conductors aboard the trains have undergone mutations. The high-speed trains that were en route at the time were rendered inoperable due to collisions, effectively trapping a carriage full of zombies. If the conductor had opened the doors before succumbing to the transformation, then those zombies have surely made their way to the vicinity of the station. The waiting area of the railway station is undoubtedly the most terrifying locale. Yang Jing shakes her head, smiling as she responds, "No, I shall adhere to the arrangements. Although I can foresee the dangers that lie ahead, I prefer to regard this as a challenge." Lin Yu shares a similar sentiment. Having grown too comfortable in this place, it is essential to contribute in order to validate one's worth. Subsequently, Jiajia instructs Lin Yu to guide Yang Jing in her shooting technique. The watchtower is ideal for honing marksmanship, as the roaming zombies below provide excellent targets. She then escorted Jiang Songyan around the base, elucidating its various mechanisms. Should an overwhelming number of intruders breach their defenses, they could activate the traps and, by depressing a lever, energize the outer wall's electrical grid, transforming any aggressor, regardless of origin, into one of the undead. Guarding the base is of paramount importance, and she entrusted this critical task solely to Jiang Songyan. "Understand," Jiang Songyan affirmed with gravity and sincerity, fully comprehending the implications. Yun Jiatai added as a final admonition, "Show no mercy." "Understood." In recent days, she had also gained a preliminary understanding of Yang Jing and Lin Su. Neither harbored ambitions of territorial dominion. Their compliance and obedience were relatively high. Thus, after several days of observation, she resolved to allow them to remain indefinitely. The system allotted 5 days for the mission, and she granted them 2 days for recuperation and preparation, aiming to complete the task within 3 days. Ample firearms and ammunition were, of course, essential, as were sufficient provisions of food and water. Yang Jing, being a novice with firearms, could not be expected to achieve exceptional proficiency. It sufficed that she grasped the fundamentals and hit her target within a few shots. Yun Jiatai granted them 2 days, during which Lin Su and Yang Jing trained assiduously. Jiang Songyan, for his part, familiarized himself with the base's topography, contemplating how to optimize both defense and offense, not only for the immediate 3 days, but also for the long-term future. The torrential rain ceased the day before their scheduled departure. The resplendent sun hung high in the sky, its blinding rays rendering direct gaze impossible. The temperature soared to nearly 50 degrees, surpassing even the oppressive heat preceding the torrential rains, which had evaporated half of their remnants within a single day. The authorities failed to execute the promised bombardment following the downpour, as the military tasked with the operation had been infiltrated by citizens. Among them were family members of both civilians and soldiers. In this extreme heat, exposure to the sun while fleeing could lead to heat stroke or worse. Consequently, riots ensued, resulting in mutual devastation. In a bid to regain the populace's favor post-zombie crisis, the rulers postponed the bombardment by 4 days. Should the citizens remain, evacuation unheeded, the bombardment would proceed without further delay. Yun Jiajia received the news. With each passing day, fewer individuals remained to post online, and many succumbed to starvation. The announcement of the 4-day delay came directly from the authorities. The sun blazed bright, emerging at 4 in the morning, as clear as noon. Yun Jiajia stuffed several bottles of high SPF sunscreen in her backpack, distributed a set of combat gear to Yang Jing and Linjia, and tossed them 2 bottles of sunscreen, gesturing for them to apply it. Additionally, she prepared sunglasses, highly protective sun hats, and cooling patches. Everyone busied themselves with preparations for this expedition. 4 entire boxes of purified water were frozen and stored in the trunk, alongside chilled electrolyte drinks and ample provisions, including high-calorie snacks like compressed biscuits and canned goods. Sunglasses were to be worn continuously to shield their eyes from the sun's fierce glare. She also ensured to pack refrigerated moisturizing spray to prevent sunburn and to facilitate post-sun cooling. A pile of firearms was prepared, yet to avoid attracting attention. Jiajia intentionally instructed them on the use of crossbows. The sound of gunfire would undoubtedly draw the undead's notice, especially in a high-speed rail station where zombies would be even more terrifying in hordes. Thus, it was preferable to rely on short knives, long swords, and crossbows rather than firearms. Once everything was ready, she entrusted a die to Jiang Tsongyin, requesting him to care for the 3-day-old kitten. The supplies, cat food, litter, and treats had been meticulously arranged. The base was fortified, alleviating any concerns about the kitten wandering off. Given the considerable distance to travel, the trio took turns driving. The navigation system remained active, with Jiajia at the wheel, Lin Ji in the front passenger seat, and Yang Jing beside her. As they stepped outside, a horde of zombies surged towards them, prompting Jiang Tsongyin to swiftly close the base's door. The zombie scratches posed no threat to their fortified off-road vehicle, akin to mere tickling. Those who were reckless enough to obstruct their path were easily dispatched. The two had grown accustomed to her unconventional methods and even found them exhilarating. Their spirits remained high throughout the journey. The road, nearly dried by the sun, was smooth for travel. The air conditioning was set to a refreshing 16 degrees Celsius, and they occasionally sipped on iced water to quench their thirst, rendering the trip quite leisurely. Chapter 49. Ambushed on the road. As they advanced further, the number of zombies blocking their path increased significantly. Before they could exit the area, they encountered swarms of zombies preying upon the living on the road leading into the city. Survivors struggling with the undead waved for help. The off-road vehicle traversed the zombie-infested road, yet throngs of the undead continued to surge forth. The sun blazed mercilessly, following a torrential downpour. The garments adorning the zombies had become tattered and torn. Their sun-bleached appearances were even more terrifying, and coupled with the alterations to their physical forms, they bore an unsettling resemblance to skeletons. The optimal route to the high-speed rail station required entering the city. After the deluge, survivors had fled the city in droves, leaving the once vibrant metropolis in ruins. According to the data obtained by Jiajia, fewer than 60,000 survivors remained in City A. A contingent had previously evacuated with the military, leaving a mere 50,000 souls amidst a staggering 2 million zombies. For these over 50,000 individuals to escape the city, facing the peril of heat exhaustion before the impending destruction, was an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. Once inside the city, Linyu took the wheel. The vehicle's windows were fortified by the system, constructed from robust material capable of blocking over 98% of ultraviolet rays. However, the sunlight still penetrated through the fabric of their clothing, imparting an unbearable heat. Behind them trailed relentless hordes of zombies, when suddenly, Linyu pressed the accelerator, then abruptly slammed on the brakes. The 3 passengers lurched forward. "What's wrong?" Yang Jing inquired, her gaze fixed on the encroaching undead. Jiajia appeared ahead, spotting a girl of roughly 20 years, arms outstretched in front of the vehicle, her tear-streaked face seemingly pleading for help. Instead of exiting the vehicle, they hurried to Lin Yu's side, tapping on the window and gesturing nervously at the surrounding zombies. "What should we do?" Lin Yu hesitated, seeking Jiajia's counsel. More than a fortnight had elapsed. It was improbable that any survivors would be so naive as to beseech assistance in the path of the undead. Such an anomaly suggested a deeper deception. Removing her sunglasses, she cast her gaze towards the adjacent edifice. On the 4th floor, an individual was taking aim at them. With her extensive experience, she declared tersely, without hesitation, "Drive straight ahead. Disregard her fate. She has accomplices intending to seize our vehicle." It was not unusual for several individuals to survive in a commercial building replete with resources, particularly with a police station nearby, rendering the acquisition of firearms unsurprising. However, the ability to commandeer a vehicle was a rarity, as the parking lots and roads were infested with zombies, and departure without keys was exceedingly difficult. In all likelihood, the girl's confederates were lurking nearby, awaiting the opening of the car doors. Yet, their motives might extend beyond mere vehicular theft. Instances of humans preying on one another for resources had become commonplace. "Understood," Lin Su responded, accelerating the vehicle. The girl, taken aback, tumbled to the roadside. watching them in disbelief. In the ensuing moment, a volley of bullets impacted the car, shattering the glass. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant gunfire sent shivers down Lin, Su, and Yangjing's spines. Yangjing gripped the seatbelt tightly, seeking a semblance of security. Open the window and return fire. Jiajia instructed Yangjing. Through the rearview mirror, they could discern a group of individuals in hot pursuit, one of whom was riding a motorcycle. The passenger on the motorcycle relentlessly discharged firearms, determined to engage them in a desperate confrontation. Yangjing, clutching the firearm, inhaled deeply. Though she had witnessed numerous zombies, this marked her inaugural experience of firing upon a human being, rendering her profoundly apprehensive. However, she was acutely aware that such incidents would only proliferate in the future. Those individuals harbored no intention of offering them a path to survival. To abstain from resistance was tantamount to self-destruction. Lin Su lowered the car window, and Yangjing, recalling the techniques imparted to her by Jiajia, swiftly composed herself. She steadied the firearm on the window frame, her senses heightened to a fever pitch. Approximately a dozen pursuers trailed behind them. Save for the two on the motorcycle, the remainder were on foot. They lacked a vehicle, fortified and capacious, to facilitate their escape. Bullets assailed the car, yet failed to breach the glass or inflict any significant damage, ricocheting harmlessly upon impact. Halt! We merely seek the vehicle, not your lives. The girl from before vociferated. To relinquish the car would be to forfeit half their chance of survival. Yangjing retaliated with a fusillade of gunfire, aiming and spraying with reckless abandon. After a sustained burst, she struck the motorcyclist's neck and a woman's arm among the pursuing throng. Jiajia refrained from intervening, intent on honing Yangjing's capabilities. Proficiency in medicine alone was insufficient. A balanced development was essential for enduring progression within the group. Yangjing's current state of being was gratifying. Through the rearview mirror, she observed the motorcycle topple to the ground after its rider was hit. Yangjing had sustained her barrage for nearly 2 minutes. Landing 2 shots could be considered adequate. One of the projectiles had found its mark on the driver's neck, likely proving fatal. Following the casualties, the pursuers ceased their pursuit and driving, rushing to assess the condition of the wounded. The horde of zombies loomed mere strides behind them. As they hesitated between fleeing for their lives or continuing to pursue with their injured teammate, a sound awakened a group of dormant zombies on a nearby bus. The undead passengers slowly lifted their heads, howling as they sensed the presence of their companions. Subsequently, they hurriedly spilled out of the bus, pursuing the fleeing group. Run! The sight of the numerous zombies swarming both behind and ahead rendered the group unable to focus on their injured companion. Their only instinct was to seize weapons and escape. Forget about them. They're injured and cannot escape. They abandoned their teammate and hurriedly sought refuge. Yet their exit from the commercial building was a desperate gamble. Surrounded by relentless hordes of zombies, escape was futile. In the end, the group was engulfed by the sea of the undead. The only one to escape was the girl who had stopped the vehicle. She pushed her teammate into the throng of zombies to divert their attention, seizing the chaos to shatter the glass of a nearby shop and slip inside. She cast a distant glance at their vehicle before disappearing from view. Linja closed the car window, feeling a pang of remorse as all but the girl succumbed to the tide of corpses. Yangjing secured her firearm, attempting to steady her emotions. Linja, wishing to lighten the atmosphere, remarked, "Don't dwell on it too much. They brought this upon themselves." He viewed the situation with a sense of detachment. After surviving for half a month, his fear was no longer of death itself, but of dying like a pawn, manipulated and discarded, a death devoid of any worth. Chapter 50. The desolate platform Jiajia also offered rare praise, saying, "Yangjing, you did exceptionally well." Only then did Yangjing find respite, for a profound trepidation had seized her upon striking her target, yet she could but steel herself to persist in discharging her firearm. The elevated vantage of the high-speed railway station, perched upon a viaduct, afforded a distant panorama of the unfolding scene. It was a somber tableau of a seething mass of the undead meandering across the bridge, amidst the wreckage of vehicles rent asunder by collision. An untold multitude of derelict cars interspersed with the shambling corpses. Devoid of the cacophony of the undead, the locale bore the semblance of a necropolis. Such was the desolation without the station. One could scarcely imagine the state within. Jiajia, relinquishing her spyglass, assessed the exigency and promptly resolved. We shall presently seek a suitable location to park the vehicle. The thoroughfare across the bridge is irrevocably obstructed, precluding passage. We are thus compelled to traverse the distance on foot. Lin Su, his eyes widened in apprehension, having beheld the same grim spectacle, queried, "Yet, upon crossing the bridge and entering the railway station, we shall still be beset by a legion of the undead, without a sanctuary to gather our strength. What, pray tell, is the object of our endeavor?" This query resonated with Yang Jing as well. "There is a youth upon platform 3. We must endeavor to extricate him," Jiajia instructed, beckoning Yang Jing to proffer the helmet from the vacant seat in the rear. Donning the helmet and securing a blade at her waist, her attire a monochrome ensemble of black, the helmet obscuring her visage, she declared with solemnity, "I extend to you an opportunity to recant. You may depart the vehicle forthwith." She did not stipulate the inviolability of the base's location. Should they elect to depart, she would not impede them. The fortifications and armaments within and without the base were impervious to assault. However, should they subsequently dare to divulge the location of the base and lead adversaries to its threshold, she would condemn them to a fate worse than death. Yet, she surmised, they would not abandon the mission. This also presents a prime opportunity for selection. Lin Su shook his head, halting the vehicle and earnestly informing her, "I won't leave. I'm going in with you." At this moment, Jiajia's hardened heart was moved slightly. All right, she conceded. Since they insisted on accompanying her, she would endeavor to prevent their demise. She gestured for Lin Su and Yang Jing to don helmets and gear, equipping them with daggers and handguns, and she herself wielded a submachine gun. Long protective sleeves would prevent skin contact with the zombies. Finally, they parked the car at the bridge entrance. Jiajia was the only one capable of opening it. Upon exiting, zombies advanced toward them. The three exchanged glances and sprinted towards the high-speed rail station according to their prearranged plan. The station entrance was 2 kilometers away, and they were already pursued by numerous zombies, with many more ahead. Running 2 kilometers was no challenge for Jiajia, nor for Lin Su and Yang Jing, though they had less experience with such ordeals. In her previous life, Jiajia had not encountered them, unaware of whether they had perished in some corner or resided in a particular base. The trio hastened forward. Inside a parked van, several zombies, dead for days, reached out towards Lin Su, who forcefully struck one's hand away with the butt of his gun. Yang Jing was surrounded by several zombies, but fortunately, the helmet and gear provided by Jiajia prevented any harm. She gritted her teeth, broke free, and rejoined the group. Jiajia, running in the lead, was also constantly dealing with zombies. Finally, they dashed to the entrance of the high-speed rail station. The dense mass of zombies was a horrifying sight. Startled, Lin Su shuddered slightly, his lips moving as he questioned how to proceed. He struck at the encroaching zombies with the butt of his rifle, no longer fearful but disgusted by their presence. The sheer multitude of them presented a formidable challenge to entry, prompting Jiajia to revise her strategy. With swift precision, she plunged her blade into a zombie's skull, instructing her companions that such an action would effectively neutralize the creatures. Yang Jing and Lin Su followed suit, discovering to their delight that it indeed hindered the zombies' movements. While the undead possessed tireless persistence, they lacked human agility, making this tactic surprisingly effective. However, despite its convenience, the sheer number of zombies seemed endless. Glancing towards Jiajia, they noticed her producing explosives. She ignited the fuse and hurled the explosive device towards the interior of the high-speed rail station, intending to clear a path for their entry. "Cover your ears," Jiajia yelled toward them. In the subsequent moment, the explosive detonated. The deafening roar threatened to rupture their eardrums. Glass shattered across the station's ground floor, and a fiery explosion sent countless zombie remains flying. Debris from within the station was scattered in all directions. Only after a minute did the conflagration subside, leaving behind a scene where half of the zombies on the ground floor had been obliterated. Lin Su was dumbfounded by this action. Jiajia tapped his helmet, urging him to snap out of his stupor. Get to the broadcasting room and find a way to announce that the boy at platform 3 should await rescue in a secure location, she commanded. Understood, he replied. Lin Su possessed a reasonable understanding of the broadcasting station's likely location within the high-speed rail station. Upon their arrival, a significant number of the undead succumbed, and they sprinted toward the broadcasting station with fervent enthusiasm. Subsequently, an undead creature attempted to ambush Yang Jing, who remained oblivious, until Jiajia impaled the creature's cranium with a blade, alerting Yang Jing to the impending danger. Before Yang Jing could express her gratitude, Jiajia seized her and propelled her forward into a frenzied dash. The security checkpoint lay in ruins, necessitating only a continued forward trajectory. The moment to discharge firearms had arrived. Despite the partial obliteration, the sheer number of undead creatures present remained considerable, rendering gunfire the most judicious course of action, as their presence would inevitably be detected regardless. Yang Jing acquiesced very well. Throughout their journey, she endeavored to avoid impeding the group's progress. Fortunately, electrical power persisted, and the display screens remained intact, facilitating their successful passage to the corridor leading to the juvenile's location. Here, enveloped in darkness, the number of undead creatures had diminished, allowing for relatively straightforward dispatch. Yang Jing, too, plunged her dagger into the cranium of an undead creature, her technique steadily improving. Upon locating the designated station, Jiajia guided Yang Jing in a swift descent up a lengthy flight of stairs. At long last, they arrived at platform 3, as indicated by the system prompt. Yang Jing, possessing a respectable level of physical fitness, found herself on the verge of respiratory failure due to the strenuous exertion. Just as she braced herself for the prospect of countless undead creatures lying in wait, her gaze ascended, and she was momentarily stunned. Jiajia, too, experienced a moment of bewilderment. The level surface lay barren, devoid of any undead presence, and eerily silent. This emptiness stemmed from the fact that all the undead creatures had tumbled onto the high-speed rail tracks, rendering them incapable of ascending and thus explaining the desolate scene. Chapter 51. The successful rescue of the high-speed train came to a standstill, besieged by countless zombies clawing at the doors, emitting piercing shrieks. From this vantage point, one could observe the other platforms, where the undead wandered aimlessly across the ground, seemingly in search of prey. Jiajia squinted, certain that this chaos was the result of human intervention, though she remained uncertain whether it was the handiwork of the young boy she sought. Taking a couple of steps forward, she crouched down to examine the zombies on the tracks, noticing one with scars upon its skin as if struck by pebbles. In that moment, Jiajia felt almost certain that this was the work of the boy she was looking for such marks could only result from a slingshot's impact upon flesh. Yet, the question lingered. Where was he? Her gaze swept across the surroundings, landing upon the top of the train where a piece of deep blue fabric fluttered, resembling a garment. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had found the broadcasting station and was making an announcement. Passengers on platform 3, please remain where you are and await rescue. We are on our way to save you. Should you encounter survivors on platform 3, do not be alarmed. Please follow them, as they will lead you to safety. Jiajia looked up at the top of the train and called out, "Come out, I know you are there." Momins late. A young boy appeared within her line of sight. He appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with fair skin and a slender frame. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, he wore a tattered deep blue short-sleeved shirt, stained and soiled. His hair was glossy and dark, and his eyes were elongated. Despite the blood and grime marring his face, his delicate features shone through, exuding an aura of cool detachment. He stood there suddenly, gazing down at them with an indifferent expression. "Are you here to rescue me?" Jiang Yuhai had been lying there, having heard the broadcast moments ago. During the struggle, his phone had fallen onto the tracks, and he had survived for half a month on the provisions within his suitcase, but now he was utterly depleted. He licked his parched lips, uncertain whether the two individuals before him possessed any water. His gaze swept over the weapon held by the leading woman, revealing a flicker of unusual emotion before he coldly inquired, "Do I know you?" Jiajia rummaged through her bag and tossed him a bottle of water. The heat was unbearable, yet he had demonstrated remarkable endurance. managing to survive in such a hellish place for so long. You didn't know us before, but now you do, right? You're quite clever to have managed to outsmart those zombies. So what do you say? Would you consider joining our team? Jiajia proposed with a smile. Jiang Yuhai remained silent, his mind racing. The explosions he had heard outside must have been caused by them. After more than half a month without rescue, it was painfully obvious that help would not arrive. He had attempted to escape before, but he had witnessed passengers transforming into zombies after merely a bite. Without any weapons, he found it nearly impossible to make a proper escape. Dealing with a few zombies was already a daunting task, let alone the countless undead infesting the train station. Take me out first. This was their first encounter, and Jiang Yuhai had no understanding of their intentions or the purpose behind their desire to rescue him. Perhaps rescue was a misnomer. Take might be more fitting. They were armed, and he had no leverage, leaving him to be led along like a lamb. He twisted the cap off the bottle and drained the water in a few swigs, casting a lingering glance at the empty bottle. With time of the essence and Lin Su still outside, Jiajia urged him to jump. Finding nothing worth salvaging, she cast the suitcase onto the tracks, keeping only the slingshot. Let's go. Yang Jing led the descent down the stairs, followed by the youth, with Jiajia bringing up the rear. Below, a number of zombies roamed. What are you waiting for? Run. Jiajia shoved them forward, initiating a frantic sprint. They were pursued by hundreds of zombies, with more wandering within the tunnel and others converging from the ground floor. Jiajia armed the youth with a blade and hastily attempted to call Lin Su, but there was no signal. The trio dashed out of the tunnel at full speed, evading the zombies. Yang Jing discharged several rounds before resorting to her ability, manipulating the wind. A visible whirlwind materialized, engulfing and lifting swathes of zombies into the air. Jiang Yuhai watched in astonishment. Jiajia tugged at her. What are you waiting for? Let's go. They finally emerged from the high-speed rail station. Yang Jing, physically drained, gasped for air. What about Lin Su? The exterior was swarming with zombies. She plunged the knife into the heads of the undead. As she spoke, Lin Su, besieged by zombies on the second floor, leaped down. Yang Jing covered her mouth, stifling a scream. The station's towering height meant the jump could cost him dearly. Summoning her wind manipulation prowess, Jiajia coalesced a gust of air to arrest Lin Su's precipitous fall, guiding him towards her location. He was gently deposited a mere half-meter above the ground. Thank you, he uttered. The trio at the base were cognizant of her aerokinetic abilities, readily deducing her intervention. Lin Su, with some difficulty, extricated himself from the ground, his wrist bearing abrasions. Once steady, he clutched his firearm and joined Jiajia and the others in their flight, dispatching zombies whilst recounting. There are survivors on the second floor. I was besieged after the broadcast. I managed to fight my way out, only to find myself surrounded. I was compelled to jump. I am, once again, in your debt. Lin Su sustained no grievous injuries, his pace remaining swift. He efficiently eliminated the undead during their escape. In contrast, the youth's speed was notably slower, prompting Jiajia to pull him along. They traversed a considerable distance, arriving at the parking area. With only a few hundred meters separating them from the off-road vehicle, she pulled the boy behind a wrecked car. A zombie emerged from the vehicle, snarling at her. Jiajia swiftly dispatched it with a blade. Jiang Yuhai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly processed the information. Incapacitating the brain renders them inert. She swiftly aimed and fired at the leader, striking at dead center. Open fire, she exhorted Lin Su and the others. A fierce firefight ensued, with the added challenge of fending off the encroaching zombies. She cautioned the youth beside her, remain still and concealed, lest you meet an untimely demise. Jiang Yuhai remained silent. The thrill of real-life combat far surpassed that depicted in films and television dramas, and this time he found himself an integral part of it. A fleeting glance at the firearm ignited a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. Lin Yu and Jiajia were consummate professionals, and after several minutes of intense exchange, their adversaries suffered the loss of 7 men. When Yang Jing exposed herself to fire, a bullet narrowly missed her, fortunately only grazing her sturdy helmet and leaving her unharmed. Observing their disadvantage, the remaining foes abandoned their vehicle and fled, prioritizing their escape. Frustration welled up within the man hiding behind the off-road vehicle, compelling him and another to forsake their injured comrade and make their retreat. As they scrambled away, Jiajia took aim and fired the final 2 shots, ensuring the complete annihilation of that squad. The group hastily made their way to the off-road vehicle. Once all 4 were seated inside, they relaxed their vigilance, allowing themselves to hydrate and snack. The youth who had boarded the vehicle alongside her now occupied the passenger's seat, his demeanor slightly unraveling. Jiajia tossed him a bottle of cold drink along with some compressed biscuits and chocolate, suggesting they make do with a modest meal and perhaps introduce themselves. Jiang Yuhai lowered his gaze, tearing open the chocolate wrapper and savoring its sweetness, while outside the window, the figures had transformed into zombies, battering against the glass. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his curiosity. How did you know there were people at Platform 3? This question left Yang Jing and Liu Yin equally perplexed, as they had relied entirely on Jiajia's commands throughout their journey. Thus all 3 turned their attention to her face. It's a secret, with a soft chuckle. Jiajia chose not to elaborate to the others, and instead removed her helmet. Congratulations, host, on the completion of the mission. A reward of 180 square meters of spatial storage, a 10 square meter expansion of the farm warehouse, and an additional 30 points have been granted. Please confirm receipt. Early completion of the host's mission detected. A random gift of half a ton of premium rice has been bestowed to be stored separately, not encroaching upon the rewarded spatial dimensions. The greater the peril and complexity of the mission, the more substantial the rewards. The system's voice resonated within her mind. A glint of joy flickered in Jiajia's eyes. The reward was indeed generous. This venture had been fraught with danger, surpassing that of the previous hospital due to the relentless pursuit by survivors. Aside from the residences of Yang Jing, Jiang Tsongyan, and Lin Su, along with the gymnasium, the remaining 3 villas, including hers, were overflowing with supplies. Her own villa and spatial storage were at full capacity, making this additional space highly opportune. Furthermore, half a ton of rice was an invaluable treasure. In the post-apocalyptic world, sustenance and weaponry were paramount. She sensed that a separate rice chamber had been created within her spatial storage to accommodate the rice. She wondered about the distinction between this premium rice and the ordinary variety. Lin Su perceived the youth's unease and clarified. Those individuals initiated the gunfire, but their shots missed. Young man, such is the reality outside now, a relentless struggle for survival. Our actions were purely in self-defense. Understood. Jiang Yuhai was quick to grasp the situation. He was merely yet to fully acclimate to the external world as it now existed, and he glanced askance at the woman, engrossed in her thoughts. She had, moments prior, appeared to be manipulating the wind. Utterly remarkable. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, Jiajia accelerated, casting off the cadaverous figures clinging to the vehicle. Let's procure supplies. With additional space secured, a grand acquisition is undoubtedly in order. She resolved to navigate towards the nearest emporium and mercantile center. Having undergone rigorous training en route, Lin Su and Yang Jing demonstrated enhanced alacrity in dispatching the undead, thereby alleviating concerns. Given the finite quantity of menswear in her possession, and with Jiang Tsongyan, Lin Su, and Jiang Yuhai all requiring male attire, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to acquire additional garments before the city succumbed to utter devastation. They arrived at a nearby upscale emporium. Such establishments typically experienced moderate foot traffic, and with the cataclysm occurring during a period of elevated temperatures, the number of animated corpses within the emporium was minimal. With the electrical grid still operational, the air conditioning system continued to function, creating a stark contrast with the external climate. After parking the vehicle, the quartet entered the emporium. Lin Su discerned Jiajia's intention to induct the young man into the base and commenced instructing him in the art of neutralizing the undead. The emporium was sparsely populated with such creatures. Yang Jing and Jiajia assumed the vanguard, and the quartet operated in harmonious concert. The initial 2 levels were predominantly occupied by department stores, purveying upscale garments and cosmetic products. Jiajia selected an assortment, prioritizing items of utility for conveyance into her interdimensional space. An establishment was rendered barren in an instant. The others expressed astonishment, but Jiajia pressed on, stating, "It is merely an ability. Do not be astonished, and do not tarry. Select items to your liking and convey them hence." All men's clothing was stored away in the space, and the same went for women's attire. If these items were not taken along, they would be wasted when the city was destroyed. There were also some useful household goods. Yang Jing cleverly dashed into a brand cosmetic store, seizing a box to gather a portion of the sunscreen and lotion. Lin Yu and Jiang Yuhai also selected items they deemed useful. Downstairs from the mall was a supermarket. After thoroughly ransacking the mall, Jiajia led the trio to the supermarket. Yogurt, milk, various alcoholic beverages, bottled water, food, and supplies once again filled the space to the brim. The entire area was packed with an abundance of provisions. Ultimately, they gathered several shopping carts from the supermarket, cramming them with numerous items, content only after confirming that they could fill the trunk completely before departing. Jiang Yuhai carried bags filled with chocolates and candies, and he had also managed to acquire a few mobile phones. In the end, the trunk was unable to accommodate any more, save for the seating area, which was entirely full. This excursion was remarkably fruitful. On the return journey, Jiajia inquired if Jiang Yuhai needed to borrow a phone to contact his family. "No need," he replied, a cold glint in his eyes at the mention. Jiajia then shared some rules that needed to be followed upon entering the base. She found a young man rather agreeable and believed he could be a valuable addition to the base. "Beep, the base is under attack. Survival mission initiated. Please accept the task." The base was indeed under siege. Jiajia maintained her composure. Attacks were expected, though she hadn't anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Jiang Tsongyin should be capable of handling the situation. After all, it was only 11:30 in the morning, and merely 7 hours had elapsed since their departure. Please expedite the fortification of the base and recruit formidable individuals to elevate it to the standard of a small base. Successful completion of this task will yield rewards for expanding the base. Jiajia understood and hastened her driving speed, navigating with reckless abandon, her curiosity about the base intensifying. Chapter 53. Harmonious coordination on the road out of the city. Survivors were faintly visible. Under the sweltering heat, the air-conditioned interior of the vehicle was undoubtedly the most comfortable refuge. The extreme temperatures prompted Jiajia to roll down the window and check the outdoor thermometer, revealing a staggering 50 degrees Celsius. She requested Yang Jing to toss her a bottle of cold spray to soothe her sunburned skin. "Thank you," Jiang Yuhai murmured in gratitude. "There's a pharmacy over there," Lin Yu pointed out, her gaze fixed on a pharmacy whose door had been shattered. A few zombies roamed inside, yet a considerable amount of medicine remained. If they could retrieve some, this trip would be even more worthwhile. Jiajia parked the car by the roadside as a swarm of zombies approached. She took out her binoculars and observed for a few seconds. The zombies were not entirely cleared out. Although she already possessed a medical supply room, letting those medicines go to waste seemed foolish. Better to take them along. Yang Jing, feeling a spark of desire, looked at Jiajia, seeking her approval. "Certainly. You and Lin, you should enter the pharmacy first and deal with those zombies. I will find a way to procure a vehicle for transport." Yang Jing readily agreed, and together with Lin Yu, they swiftly dispatched the zombies surrounding their vehicle before escorting Jiang Yuhai out. Armed and vigilant, they hurried into the pharmacy. Jiajia efficiently retrieved a small car from the space garage, revealing a red vehicle behind the SUV. After disembarking, she assisted them in transporting the medications. Yang Jing took on the responsibility of surveying the area, eliminating any approaching zombies, while the three worked diligently to load the small car with as many supplies as possible. Time was of the essence, and they hastened their efforts, ultimately clearing a substantial portion of the pharmacy, filling the trunk and all 4 seats to the brim with an abundance of medical supplies. The vehicle was brimming with medications, far more than they could ever utilize. Ding! A significant amount of supplies has been appropriated by the host. A random reward has been triggered. The medical storage has expanded by 2 square meters, with an increase in available medications. How wonderful! The medical storage has been replenished. Yet the extraordinary nature of this ability astonished the trio. Previously, science reigned supreme. But since the outbreak of the zombie virus, many things had changed. During their return journey, Lin Yu took the wheel, while Yang Jing, clutching a bag of wet wipes, curiously inquired, "How can one attain such extraordinary abilities?" This topic prompted Jiang Yuhai, who had remained silent up to that point, to ask, "Does everyone possess them?" "Not at all," she replied, taking a quick sip from the cola that Yang Jing had opened, her eyes narrowing into a smile. Out of roughly 100 survivors, only one might exhibit extraordinary powers. The rest are predominantly ordinary people, and these abilities vary in strength. The space was not truly an extraordinary ability. It was merely a fabricated explanation to satisfy their curiosity. Upon hearing her pronouncement, the trio experienced a tinge of disappointment, as the acquisition of a supernatural ability might have engendered a glimmer of hope. During their return journey, they were ambushed by another squad. Having been out for the better part of the day, their weariness was palpable, and they possessed little inclination to engage in a protracted confrontation. They promptly extricated themselves from the skirmish and hastened out of the city. A dozen or so zombies were discovered tethered to trees, appearing to be on the verge of succumbing to the sun's scorching rays. As they approached within a mere 3 kilometers of the base, an abundance of footprints became evident on the road. Lin Su entertained doubts regarding the advisability of proceeding further, and his pace decelerated. Jiajia nonchalantly stated, "Fear not, for others have arrived to seize control. Presently, you may proceed directly, while I shall undertake the task of dispatching those interlopers with gunfire." With Jiang Sonyin stationed at the base, these individuals shall rue the day they dared to encroach upon our territory. Her air of equanimity served to alleviate the anxieties of Lin Su and Yang Jing, who cast furtive glances in her direction, surmising that she had anticipated this eventuality and prepared accordingly. Jiang Yuhuai, despite his composure, remained but a youth, and the sight of blood mingled with mud proved somewhat repulsive. "Does the base frequently encounter such sieges?" he inquired. Jiajia demurred, asserting not invariably. Initially, a city boasted a population exceeding 2 million. However, subsequent to the evacuation of the military, the city's populace has dwindled to a mere 5 or 6,000. In due course, the military intends to bombard the city, and those who manage to escape will lack a place to call home, leading them to resort to desperate measures to seize territory. Previously, such incidents were sporadic, but should we succeed in thoroughly quelling the survivors, such occurrences shall diminish considerably. Might, indeed, constitutes the very foundation of unbridled dominance. The utilization of supernatural abilities entails a certain expenditure of physical energy, rendering marksmanship a more judicious choice for the return journey. Lin Su heeded her counsel, pressing down on the accelerator and augmenting their velocity. A gaping chasm had materialized on the flank of the base, its denizens transformed into the ravenous undead. These individuals, caught unawares by the vehicle's sudden emergence from the rear, initially mistook its occupants for fellow opportunists seeking to partake in the spoils. It was only after several gunshots felled their comrades that the grim realization dawned upon them. These were the base's former inhabitants. "Return fire." With a swift gesture, the ringleader urged his cohorts to encircle the approaching off-roader. A lecherous grin spread across his face as he rubbed his hands together. "If we can't breach the base, seizing their vehicle is a worthy consolation." A dozen figures surrounded the car from all sides. Undeterred, Jiajia unleashed another volley of gunfire, dispatching 4 more assailants. She turned to LNX, her voice laced with icy resolve. "Disregard them. Press forward. The undead are already upon them. We must secure the base first." Within a mere handful of minutes, their ranks had been decimated. The encroaching horde of zombies had ensnared them, and the chieftain, consumed by bitter frustration, could only issue a desperate command: "Seize the vehicle at all costs. The fate of the others is of no consequence." "Understood," LNX bellowed in response. He floored the accelerator, the vehicle becoming a juggernaut as it crushed 2 men who stood defiant in its path. Bullets rained down upon the car's exterior, but their efforts were futile, leaving the vehicle unscathed. Jiajia adroitly activated the gate mechanism, ensuring its closure precisely as the off-roader breached the perimeter. Yunjiji swiftly disembarked, instructing Yang and LNX to transfer the vehicle's contents to the vacant villa. She herself ascended to the guard tower. 5 figures attempted to flee on 3 motorcycles, but Jiajia unerring aim felled one with a single shot. Yunjiji delivered the coup de grâce, ensuring that none escaped their grasp. Chapter 54. The initial form Jiang Songyin took a sip of water from the watchtower and felt a surge of joy upon hearing her compliments, a smile blossoming at the corners of her lips. Lin Yu and Yang Jing were busily transporting boxes of supplies, clearly indicating a fruitful harvest from this venture. In the presence of Jiang Songyin, who had shed her previous mercies, Jiajia began to sense the echoes of her past life. This time, the makeshift team they had formed was indeed commendable. After a brief respite, she declared that no one would intrude further today, suggesting they descend to prepare a meal. She first climbed down from the watchtower, retrieving a small cart from her space. Meanwhile, Yang Jing and Lin Yu continued to relocate the newly acquired supplies to the vacant villa, with Jiang Songyin joining their efforts. Jiang Yuhai surveyed the base with curiosity. It was expansive and well-appointed, featuring several villas that likely housed weaponry. He noted that the man atop the watchtower exhibited remarkable marksmanship. What sort of place was this? Presently, there were 5 individuals within the base, accompanied by a cat. Their team was beginning to take shape. As they opened the door to Jiang Songyin's villa, the sleepy Adai, lounging on the sofa, stirred awake. Upon recognizing her, it bounded excitedly towards her legs. Jiajia scooped up Adai, caressing it gently, and led Jiang Yuhai upstairs. The villa boasted multiple bedrooms, all modestly decorated, with the exception of the children's room, which was rather spacious. In the future, they might consider acquiring bunk beds or single beds for better arrangement. The key unlocked the door to the smaller of the bedrooms, a child's room. Though the bed was of considerable size, it stood against the wall, facing the bay window. The azure blackout curtains were not fully drawn, allowing bright light to illuminate the interior. The closet was built directly into the wall. Within a 9-square-meter room, there was also a tatami. The lavatory was adjacent to this room. "This will be your abode from now on," Jiajia stated. "Currently, only you 3 lads reside in this building. The washroom next door is yours alone. Should you require anything, seek out Jiang Songyin, the marksman you observed atop the watchtower." Jiang Yuhai surveyed his chamber, contentment blooming within him. Having spent over a fortnight at the high-speed rail station, with scant sleep, he yearned only for a thorough wash and the solace of slumber. His hair, matted with perspiration, caused him discomfort. "Thank you," he expressed, clutching his bags of confectionery. His eyes met hers as he tentatively inquired, "Is there anything I can assist with?" Jiajia responded, "Not at present. However, we harbor no loafers here. You will undergo training eventually, and your skills shall be utilized in due course." Thereupon, she opened the bathroom door, gesturing for him to enter. Lin Su was occupied with culinary endeavors, his prowess in the kitchen surpassing that of the others. He was comparable to a professional chef. He stir-fried a generous portion of crispy tofu, prepared a hearty tomato, potato, and beef soup, and arranged a steaming platter of sweet and sour spare ribs, sprinkled with sesame seeds. 5 sweet and sour fried eggs were stacked upon a plate, accompanied by a cold dish of pig's ears, a stir-fried seasonal vegetable, and a platter of boiled prawns. They arranged the dishes on the table, poured several glasses of coconut juice, switched on the television, and began calling everyone to dinner. When Jiang Yuhai emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair, he was greeted by a table laden with food, with Lin Yu inviting him to take a seat. The others were engrossed in their phones. As Yang Jing scrolled through her feed, her brows furrowed in concern. Not only were there various hostile remarks on Weibo, but reports of a riot in the neighboring city had surfaced, complete with gruesome videos of survivor massacres, casting the region into chaos and disorder. To add to the turmoil, prisoners had escaped from the local jail, plunging the area into a state of pandemonium. The authorities were struggling to stabilize their internal ranks and were seeking ways to evacuate key figures, their credibility and cohesion hanging by a thread. leaving them little bandwidth to address these escalating issues. Jiajia was also perusing these posts, a nagging premonition stirring within her that an aerial bombardment by the authorities might be imminent. Lin Yu sighed, languidly remarking, "Today, I discovered that the situation is even more chaotic than I had anticipated." "I concur. We could each take a vehicle, and that truck can carry quite a load," responded Yang Jing in agreement, pulling up her phone's map to indicate a nearby supermarket. "It's bound to happen sooner or later. We might as well benefit from it. We can plan which supermarket to hit beforehand." Jiajia set her phone down, identifying several food processing plants on a map, which would offer a wider and more comprehensive selection of perishable goods. She shared her thoughts with the group and marked the locations on the map. It was certain that there would be no further incursions tonight, allowing for a full-scale operation. The first establishment is a food factory, offering a diverse array of products. The second specializes in canned goods and beverages. The third is dedicated to the production of condiments. Nearby, there exists a small factory that produces cat food, providing an opportunity to stock up for raising a die. The fourth factory focuses on paper products and daily necessities. The distances from farthest to nearest are 27 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 46 kilometers, and 50 kilometers, respectively. An entire evening is ample time for this endeavor. Furthermore, if time permits, they could venture into the city to procure additional supplies. Currently, there is a truck, an SUV, and a small car at the base, along with another small vehicle in her possession, which is sufficient for transportation and loading. A hint of yearning flickered across Jiang Yuhua's calm visage. "I would like to go as well." Of course, after a satisfying meal, thanks to Lin Yu's exceptional culinary skills, everyone felt content. Following dinner, Jiang Yuhua, Yang Jing, and Lin Yu retired to rest, while Jiajia took a stroll around the base. A small plot of land behind the base could serve as a trial ground for cultivating vegetables. Yielding any produce would be a bonus. Additionally, they could designate an area to construct a shelter for raising poultry, such as chickens and ducks. As their points accumulate, the range of redeemable items expands, including home appliances and daily necessities, albeit at a higher point cost. Returning to the villa, she collapsed onto the sofa, indulging in cat cuddles and milk tea, when the intercom placed on the coffee table vibrated. Chapter 55. Resuming action, she picked up the intercom, and a cool, distant voice from Lu Yan emerged. "Have you been doing well lately? Do you have the leisure to wander to the high-speed train station?" She astutely discerned the focal point of his statement, her brow furrowing as she questioned him in a subdued tone. "How did you ascertain my whereabouts?" Lu Yan offered a laconic response. "I consulted your mobile device." Aside from Jiang Yuhui, they were all adorned with helmets, thus concealing their visages. If it were to be posited that someone had captured their image, then why had she not encountered it during her digital peregrinations today? How had Lu Yan procured it? To recognize her based on her silhouette would be quite an accomplishment. Where did this visual recording originate? The dark web. After a moment's contemplation, Jiajia surmised that it could only be this, as it was not a commonly used social platform. Lu Yan's silence implied tacit agreement. And then, what is the rationale for its dissemination? Is it due to this extraordinary ability? Extraordinary abilities are not uncommon. Lu Yan, you should already possess one, presumably. The emergence of extraordinary abilities in the post-apocalyptic era is not unusual. As of now, she is certainly not the sole possessor of such an ability. However, the dissemination of the video could easily attract unwanted attention. Indeed, it is not uncommon. A city is on the verge of bombardment, and your location is highly coveted. If discovered, it would inevitably lead to complications. There have likely already been attacks in recent days. If the location is divulged, the subsequent events will only escalate. Having concluded, Lu Yan massaged his temples. She is far too prone to inciting trouble. If she were truly left to her own devices, even with an extraordinary ability to protect her, it would not guarantee her complete safety. Since his rebirth, he had witnessed her scurrying about, and he could vaguely surmise the reason. But he chose not to broach the subject. "This is my affair. If you have WeChat, there is no need for you to use a walkie-talkie." The epithet antiquated is practically tailor-made for you. Jiajia pronounced the words old antique with a certain emphasis, stubbornly refusing to yield, subtly mocking Lu Yan for being both old and meddlesome. She was well aware of this without his need for reminder. She had certainly prepared herself for it. However, she had yet to dedicate sufficient time to untangle the relationship between them. Her insinuation held little impact in his ears. Rubbing his temples, feeling a slight headache, he justified himself. It was merely a test to see if contact could be established. Noticing her indifference, a flicker of helplessness crossed his dark eyes. "Is your team short on members?" he inquired. "What? Are you suggesting that your little team is in need of personnel? Count me in." Jiajia could scarcely believe her ears. Was this a mere figment of her imagination? Surely, she had not misheard. Lu Yin wished to join her team. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. "What are your intentions?" she asked, hastily consuming a large glass of iced juice to steady her thoughts. Lu Yin remained silent for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. "You should be the most aware of my intentions. We are both adults. There are matters that, while unspoken, should be understood. Are you truly that oblivious?" The atmosphere thickened for several seconds. A crack appeared in Jiajia's previously calm demeanor, revealing a hint of embarrassment and confusion. After regaining her composure, she stated, "Do you require me to articulate my refusal clearly? Neither the team nor I are lacking in members, do you understand?" Jiajia gritted her teeth, letting out a cold, derisive laugh. With a calm demeanor, she found a switch to turn off the conversation, saying coldly, "Perhaps you simply do not understand. Throughout their 2 lifetimes, Lu Yan's connection with her has been nuanced. The subtlety lies in their superficial inability to coexist harmoniously. Despite being adversaries, they never descended into mutual destruction, leaving their relationship in an awkward equilibrium." Lin Su meticulously cleared the base's open ground. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the group convened in the base's courtyard. Jiajia took her place in the off-road vehicle, accompanied by Jiang Yuhuai, who, lacking driving skills, decided to join her. Lin Su manned the freight truck, while Jiang Zhongyin and Yang Jing each drove a smaller vehicle. Beyond the base's perimeter lurked dozens of zombies. Jiang Zhongyin spearheaded the advance, followed by Yang Jing's car, with Lin Su's truck close behind. Jiajia brought up the rear, ensuring the base's gate was secured and the electric fence was energized to its maximum capacity. Jiang Yuhuai, once aloof upon their initial encounter, now exhibited a youthful curiosity, peppering them with questions throughout the journey. 9 o'clock marked the tentative arrival of nightfall. The absence of the moon and its radiant glow, coupled with the complete lack of stars, resulted in an absolute darkness that permeated the ground. Several zombies pursued the vehicles, prompting Jiajia to urge Jiang Zhongyin to increase their speed. The suburban roads proved challenging, necessitating the activation of their headlights. After navigating a winding route, they arrived at their first food factory at 9:52 in the evening. This particular factory was of considerable size, surpassing the scale of their previous destination. The power had already been cut off, and the surrounding area was filled with the chilling moans of zombies, some emanating from within the factory, indicating a compromised interior. Jiang Zhongyin activated his hazard lights and brought his vehicle to a halt. He opened their WeChat group chat, where a voice call was in progress. He inquired, "Shall we proceed or retreat?" Having arrived, entering is imperative, according to Jiajia. The quartet donned combat attire and helmets for protection. Jiang Yuhuai, a fledgling novice, was instructed by Jiajia to remain close. Upon disembarking, they silently dispatched several nearby zombies with blades. Jiang Yuhuai, trailing behind, muttered, "I'm not entirely ignorant. I managed the multitude of zombies at Station 3. That's a valid point." Lin Su alighted from the vehicle, secured the keys, meticulously inspected the car doors, and, with a flash of pearly whites, patted Jiang Yuhuai's shoulder. "Obedience is key. The captain won't lead you astray." Chapter 56. He arrives. Jiang Zhongyin spearheaded the group. Lin Su surveyed the surroundings, while Yang Jing, positioned beside Jiajia, wielded her blade with precision. The factory gates were sealed shut, implying that the premises were likely overrun with zombies, devoid of any living souls. The iron gate's lock proved too robust to breach, necessitating scaling the wall to unlock it from within. Jiang Zhongyin scaled the wall first, warning of zombies before swiftly opening the gate from the inside. The complex comprised three structures: a factory building, a mess hall to the right, and a dormitory building in the rear. The chorus of guttural roars signaled a perilous undertaking. High stakes, however, often correlate with substantial rewards. Several zombies roamed the open area between the factory building and the gate, but Jiajia and Lin Su swiftly neutralized them. Jiang Yuhuai voiced his perplexity. Those infected with the zombie virus transform into zombies upon death, but why do some perish abruptly? Everyone harbors the dormant zombie virus. Succumbing to death invariably triggers their transformation into the undead. Individuals with compromised constitutions often exhibit premature symptoms post-infection, culminating in sudden demise. These unfortunates rise as zombies, perpetuating the contagion through their bites. Their deaths are not without cause. Pre-existing ailments exacerbate the virus's effects, instigating genetic mutations that some bodies cannot withstand, resulting in a fatal descent into an unending cycle. The quartet listened intently, grasping the implications. Their initial foray into the cafeteria proved fruitless, as the provisions and ingredients had succumbed to putrefaction under the sweltering heat, rendering them unusable. Undeterred, the quintet advanced towards the factory, breaching its doors to unleash a horde of zombies, presumably the remnants of the night shift. They dispersed, each tasked with eliminating the undead. Jiang Yuhuai emulated his companion's methods, effectively dispatching the zombies. Fortunately, the nocturnal workforce was relatively small, and the area was cleared before midnight. The subsequent task involved hauling the supplies, with vehicles already in position. The sheer abundance of food within the factory, a testament to its large-scale production, necessitated an hour-long loading process. Jiajia assumed control of the gate, orchestrating its operation with precision. Prior to their departure, she judiciously allocated space within her dimension, stocking it with provisions to maximize their haul. Ensuring that 2 trips would suffice to extract the majority of the factory's resources, Jiang Songyun and Yun Juzhou embarked on their journey to the next facility. By 3 a.m, they had successfully secured a substantial portion of the canned goods and beverages from a smaller factory. Subsequently, they ventured to a nearby cat food plant, amassing a stockpile of feline provisions. Upon detecting that the host had accumulated a portion of pet supplies, the system unlocked a 25-square-meter space designated for pet products. As the system concluded its announcement, a new room dedicated to storing cat food materialized within the space. With their vehicles brimming with supplies, the 2 individuals returned triumphantly. Their communication via voice call had yet to be severed, maintaining a constant connection. Yang Jing and her companions experienced 2 smooth trips without any issues, and at 4 a.m, they informed them that a 3rd trip could be made to transport additional goods. Jiajia acquiesced to this suggestion. The base was in a phase of expansion, necessitating an increase in supplies. The consumption was incessant, and in the absence of production, it was imperative to stockpile resources. As they neared the base, a vehicle suddenly obstructed her path. Reacting swiftly, Jiajia slammed on the brakes to avert a collision. She could discern the vague silhouette of an individual in the obstructing vehicle. To her astonishment, it was Liu Yan. Had he not already departed from a city? What was he doing here? Was he truly serious about joining her team, or was it merely jest? A multitude of questions and a hint of conflict swirled within her. Behind her, Jiang Songyun's vehicle was forced to a rapid halt due to her sudden braking. As he swiftly drew his weapon in a state of alert, he recognized that the person emerging from the obstructing vehicle was the same man he had encountered previously at the base. With the dawn breaking, Liu Yan emerged from his vehicle, squinting against the light, effortlessly dispatching the few zombies that approached, handling such matters with an ease that suggested it was merely an everyday occurrence for him. He tapped on the car window, his gaze lingering on Jiang Songyun for a prolonged moment before shifting to her, inquiring, "Shall we not step out to converse?" Lowering the car window, Yun Jiajia presented only her profile. "If you have something to say, you may as well say it now." Liu Yan felt a sense of helplessness, as the initiative was no longer in his grasp. In other words, from the moment he embarked on this journey, he had already become a marionette led by the strings. Regarding joining the team, "I am earnest," he stated, his gaze retaining its usual coolness, yet imbued with a touch of sincerity. Jiajia was perplexed. You have your own base, resources, funds, and personnel. Why would you consider coming here? Setting aside the unsavory history between us. Even if you were willing to condescend, I wouldn't dare accept you. Who knows when you might have a whim and eliminate us all. She was serious. Lu Yan's unpredictability was notorious. Having been reborn, she had to safeguard her life, lest she perish due to unforeseen circumstances before avenging her former teammates. Lu Yan, for the moment, did not seem inclined to harm her, but he had numerous adversaries. Lu Yan lowered his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at her, a hint of mockery surfacing on his otherwise frigid and aloof countenance. He chuckled derisively. You would fear this? What do you believe exists within your base that I would find appealing? The things you treasure. How can you be certain that I do not possess them already? Upon hearing this, Jiajia raised her head to meet his gaze. Lu Yan's expression remained icy and composed, yet his eyes seemed to suppress a certain emotion, appearing quite different from before, or rather, from the previous life. She moved her lips, wondering what she treasured. It was, of course, her spatial ability. Upon hearing Lu Yan's words, it seemed highly probable that he, too, possessed such an ability. Considering his formidable presence in the previous timeline, Jiajia's countenance shifted, realizing he might have acquired a spatial dimension even before her. Do you still believe I covet something of yours? Lu Yan glanced at the approaching zombies in the distance, a slight vexation crossing his features. These creatures, appearing one after another, were tiresome to deal with, while he no longer needed to personally handle such matters. He had foolishly embarked on this journey. Jiajia pursed her lips, lost in thought for a moment. Lu Yan's gaze gently fell upon her, finding her helmeted appearance somewhat comical. A smile played on his lips as he stated candidly, or perhaps what I desire isn't an object, but rather a person. Having me alongside equates to a significant boost in combat prowess. Wouldn't that be a worthwhile proposition? If you remain apprehensive, consider a transaction. He braced his hand against the car window, leaning in to meet her gaze, suppressing the ripples in his heart. As if having made a momentous decision, he solemnly declared, "You would undoubtedly be the one to benefit." Chapter 57, granting him an opportunity in that instant when their eyes met. Jiajia's heart pounded like a drum. Jiang Tsongyan emerged from the vehicle, casting a complicated look in their direction before silently standing his ground. She could discern sincerity, earnestness, and tenacity within his eyes, a stark contrast to his austere demeanor. Could it be that his aloof facade was merely a deceptive guise, concealing an inner core of unwavering devotion and ardor? He claimed. She would undoubtedly be the one to benefit. She kept her lips tightly sealed, unwilling to speak. After hanging up the voice call, she once again raised her gaze towards Lu Yan, who was standing outside with a bowing posture. She averted her eyes and looked ahead. What assurances do you offer? Lu Yan's expression softened as he discarded the handgun and dagger from his person into the car, then opened the trunk to reveal an array of weapons and ammunition. I give you my own assurance. His features relaxed, rendering him less aloof. Every fleeting emotion on his face became strikingly clear. His voice icy. Consider these as a token of our meeting, yet you remain reticent? Deep down, you are aware of my purpose for traversing such a vast distance. A splendid opportunity to exploit my presence lies before you, and you hesitate to seize it? He continued to gaze at her. Such a remarkable opportunity to utilize. Regardless of her desires to keep him nearby, she would ultimately acquiesce. For her, it was a decision with no detriment. After all, he would not inflict harm upon her, would he? Very well. Jiajia wrestled with her inner turmoil, her gaze awkwardly fixed on him, before eventually averting it and stating, "On my territory, you must heed my commands, should you dare to defy me." I would not. Lu Yan interjected her words. Does your domain and influence hold no sway? If I abandon them, they will surely descend into chaos. Their existence would be in vain, and it would be far better for them to perish swiftly. Jiang Tsongyan parted his lips at a loss for words. He always sensed a modicum of hostility emanating from this man, an animosity whose origins eluded him, especially since they had hardly crossed paths. Only Jiajia is likely to understand this. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward to the spot where Lu Yan had been standing, uncertain of the stance he should adopt to pose his question, striving to maintain his usual tone and demeanor. Do you wish to let him in? Jiajia, too, was at a loss for words, offering a suggestion. Just treat him as if he were air. They were to embark once more. Yet now there was an additional vehicle in their midst. She found herself momentarily lost in thought. What kind of relationship was this? She was acutely aware of the manipulation at play, yet she had come without hesitation. She was unsure how to evaluate and navigate their prior connection. Thus, if it was indeed manipulation, she would fully exploit his current willingness to selflessly offer his assistance. Yes, she felt a stirring in her heart. She intended to be the one who would gain without risk. He operated under the banner of her interests, so let his actions speak first. Matters of the heart could wait for another time. Lin Yu and Yang Jing were already awaiting them at the base. As the three vehicles slowly entered, Lin Yu wondered aloud, why is there an extra car? Once the trio had disembarked, Lu Yin surveyed the small base before casting a glance at Jiajia. She shot him a glare, as if to say that any unsolicited opinion would result in his immediate expulsion. Lin Yu noticed that the newly arrived individual exuded a distinctly different aura, standing beside their captain. He was in no way inferior, his presence effortlessly overshadowing the others. It was as if he were not a mere newcomer, but rather an inspector. Jiang Yuhai, holding a slingshot, curiously scrutinized Lu Yin for a moment before glancing back at Jiajia, deep in thought. On that day, Lu Yin intercepted a vehicle at the base. Yang Jing, driving a truck, caught sight of a vaguely defined figure from a distance, undoubtedly the person before her. She sensed an unusual connection between this individual and the captain, emanating an aura of danger, prompting her to maintain a prudent distance. Lin Yu was naturally sociable, yet in this moment, she refrained from casually greeting or jesting with Lu Yin. Jiajia removed her gear, instructing them to rest first and unload the supplies after awakening. The first two batches of supplies brought by Lin Yu and Yang Jing were stored in other villas, while the remaining items, lacking space, were piled in the living room of Yang Jing's villa. Jiang Yuhai popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth and headed toward their shared residence. Just as Lin Yu was about to call out to Jiang Tsongyin, the long-silent Jiang Tsongyin suddenly spoke. I will take Lu Yin to his bedroom. Jiajia found this agreeable. It spared her from making an extra trip, and she deemed Lu Yin might not appreciate her territory, so her absence would alleviate any potential criticism. All right. However, Lu Yin abruptly grasped her wrist, preventing her from leaving. Yet at that moment, it seemed otherwise. Lu Yan's sudden appearance felt distinctly special. Between them lingered an unspoken mutual secret, leaving him in a state of uncertainty, whether it was disappointment or something else. A cat, named Adai, had somehow scaled the wall of her yard, meowing softly before leaping onto the parked car below and then to the ground. As Jiajia attempted to free herself from Lu Yan's grasp to embrace the cat, she discovered that Adai had bypassed her, obediently settling at Lu Yan's feet, gently rubbing its head against his trousers while looking up and meowing. Jiajia's hand, which was attempting to catch the cat, became stiff, rendering her motionless for an instant. Lin Yu whispered, this Adai usually ignores people, spending his days in slumber. Yet, upon encountering a newcomer, he displays such enthusiasm. It seems even cats have their preferences for beauty. Although her voice was soft, the three of them still heard her. Lu Yin loosened his grip on her hand slightly. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, would you truly feel at ease with me under your watchful gaze? Jiajia contemplated Adai for a few seconds, then, with a hint of irritation, replied, of course, I feel at ease. Oh! The faint smile on Lu Yan's face faded as he inquired once more, are you genuinely at ease? Your team members possess vastly different temperaments. I fear we may not get along. What if by chance a conflict arises? A smile began to re-emerge as he gazed at her. Am I not correct? His tone bore a hint of veiled pressure. Jiang Tsongyin, unable to bear the tension any longer, stepped forward and spoke. The current arrangement is that the male and female members reside separately, with the captain living alone. I hope you will adhere to this. Lu Yin regarded him with indifference, assessing him for a moment. Rules are merely constructs of human design. Those who establish them can just as easily dismantle them. Chapter 58. Under my eaves, Jiajia was left speechless. Given the current circumstances, placing Lu Yin alongside her team could lead to unforeseen chaos. She could not afford a single mistake with her assembled members. I will arrange a separate room for you, she stated wearily, pinching the bridge of her nose as she glanced at his hand and coldly uttered, "Release me." Having achieved his aim, Lu Yin obediently let go, reaching for a die and giving him a few gentle pats. Gloomily, Jiajia glared at the corpulent feline, which had grown noticeably plumper over the past few days and seemed to have forgotten its allegiance. After a moment of vexation, she addressed Lin Su and the others. "All right, you've all been up all night. Go get some sleep. Aye, Captain. As for you," she cast a resentful glance at Lu Yin, "come with me." Once Lu Yin had followed Jiajia inside, Lin Su chuckled mischievously. Their relationship is quite extraordinary. Upon entering the villa, Jiajia slammed the door shut and coldly scrutinized him with her arms crossed, along with the innocent-looking, rather foolish cat Adai. "This fat cat seems more affectionate towards you than its own owner. Explain yourself. What's your connection?" Without attempting to deny it, Lu Yin surveyed the living room, which was crammed with various supplies, and casually settled onto the sofa. "I was the one who left him here that day. If we're talking about connections, I suppose I'm a former owner, though whether that's still the case is up to you." His words held a subtle implication. Jiajia remained unimpressed. "You're quite the schemer." Tit for tat, Jiajia ascended the stairs, with Lu Yin trailing behind. Even the stairwell was overflowing with parcels. He massaged his temples, suppressing the words he wanted to say. Finally, they halted before a small bedroom. "I'm giving you one last chance to back out," she said with a malicious grin. Lu Yin wanted to remain under her watchful eye. Very well, but he mustn't regret it. "I relinquished the opportunity to recant." He raised an eyebrow, seemingly anticipating his predicament. Jiajia pushed open the door to a 30-square-meter bedroom, which was cluttered with various supplies. A narrow single bed stood as the sole oasis amid the chaos. Navigating through the cramped space was a challenge, and although there was a bathroom and a balcony, even the balcony was occupied by a pile of provisions. Lu Yin's expression faltered. The conditions were indeed quite unbearable for him. "Since you have made up your mind, I presume you have brought your belongings. Arrange your things as you wish, but do not touch my supplies. If even a little goes missing, I will hold you accountable." As the foolish cat seemed intent on leaping into her arms as usual, she cast a glance at Lu Yin, who stood not far away, and stepped back 2 paces. "Go find your original owner." A few days prior, Lu Yin had discreetly placed a little spy here, despite its seemingly dim-witted appearance. The creature had managed to survive a night outside amidst the zombies. Yet, the foolish cat persisted, nudging against her. Jiajia surrendered and picked up the cat. After all, it was innocent. After a simple meal in her bedroom, she proceeded to freshen up and catch up on sleep. She slumbered until 2:30 in the afternoon when a knock at the door jolted her awake. Initially startled, she then recalled that there was an additional person in her home. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she called out, "Keep it down." The blackout curtains were effective, blocking out all light, but today the room felt excessively dark, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. After checking her phone to confirm it was indeed daytime, she swiftly rolled over and drew back the curtains. To her astonishment, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, as if night had enveloped the day. The somber, dense clouds loomed overhead, as if poised to descend, their weight oppressive. Upon opening the window, the exterior chill proved even more penetrating than the indoor air. After changing, she descended the stairs, only to discover the supplies meticulously organized and neatly arranged. The living room was impeccably tidy, prompting a fleeting reverie of having awakened in an alternate reality. Lu Yin was in the kitchen, engrossed in some culinary endeavor, from which emanated the savory aroma of cooked dishes. Adai, who was playing with toys in the living room, upon seeing her, wagged its tail and scampered toward her. Meow. Lu Yin placed the dishes on the table. Jiajia paused momentarily, her gaze fixed on the delectable array of food, and in disbelief, she inquired with a wavering tone, "Did you make this?" Perhaps the incredulity in her voice was too pronounced, as Lu Yin regarded her for a moment, retorting, "Are you surprised?" Jiajia remained motionless, as if her feet were anchored by a massive boulder. Indeed, she was quite astonished. She had always imagined Lu Yin as someone who would never deign to engage in mundane household chores. Even if the apocalypse had forced him to acquire some rudimentary survival skills, it was beyond her comprehension that he could prepare such a sumptuous meal. Seated in her chair, she still felt as though she were in a dream. Lu Yin, with the familiarity of being in his own home, deftly scooped a spoonful of cat food into the cat bowl adorned with a cat-chasing mouse design. He then opened a can of cat food and fed the cat. After completing these tasks, he washed his hands and sat opposite her. Jiajia furrowed her brow as she surveyed the plate of garlic-roasted ribs, still emitting heat and appearing incredibly appetizing. The stir-fried vegetables with lard oil looked refreshingly light, a pure and wholesome green. A steamed tonguefish lay gracefully on a plate, its flesh appearing exceptionally tender, and the sauce was irresistibly fragrant. And there was also a bowl of seaweed and cuttlefish ball soup. She began to doubt her own eyesight. Observing her hesitance to pick up her chopsticks, Lu Yin suddenly inquired, "Are you afraid I might poison you?" In truth, it was not fear, merely a sense of surprise. She delicately grasped a piece of fish, which was indeed exquisitely tender and cooked to perfection, accompanied by a sauce so delectable that one might wish to swallow their tongue with delight. After savoring a bite, she remarked with lingering appetite, "I had thought you were the type of person who, like a delicate princess, would wait for others to attend to you. This morning, I contemplated tossing a bun your way if you exhibited any princess-like behavior, yet your demeanor has truly taken me by surprise." Lu Yin, not dressed in his usual formal attire, but rather donning a dark-colored loungewear, still could not conceal the striking handsomeness of his face. The image of him bustling about in the kitchen lingered vividly in Jiajia's mind, and she suddenly imagined he would excel as a devoted house husband. However, sensing a hint of surprise and praise in her words, he refrained from commenting. "Do you realize that if someone else were to utter such words, they would find themselves in dire straits within seconds? Do not be so petty. Remember, you are currently under my roof and must accept your role as the scapegoat." She turned on the television and connected it via Bluetooth, casually selecting a comedy film. Their meal unfolded amidst the clamor of the television and Lu Yan's patience. Chapter 59. Forced bombardment. As she drew back the curtains in the living room, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. Daylight felt as ominous as night, even more so than the usual evenings, imbued with an unsettling and eerie quality. The absence of both wind and rain, coupled with a gathering of dark clouds, created an atmosphere as if a cataclysmic event was imminent, casting an oppressive pall over the entire world. As the window was opened, a gust of frigid air swept in. Lu Yin halted behind her, remarking placidly, "The calm before the storm." The abruptness of the change was unsettling. Jiajia intended to ascend the stairs to retrieve a coat, but a deafening, earth-shattering explosion abruptly halted her ascent. The reverberations were terrifying, causing the entire suburban terrain to tremble. She hastily flung open the door and sprinted outside, scaling the watchtower situated on the base's perimeter. The remaining members of the group emerged from their respective quarters. Flames soared into the heavens, and a dense, ashen smoke billowed across the sky. The city was engulfed in a continuous barrage of explosions, the deafening concussions threatening to tear the firmament asunder. The acrid stench of smoke even permeated the air in their location. She peered through binoculars toward the city, discerning only a boundless expanse of flames and incessant explosions. Skyscrapers crumbled, and debris mingled with shattered steel rebar floated skyward in the wake of the blasts. The bombardment showed no signs of abating. The others stood below, exchanging apprehensive glances. It had detonated prematurely. For over a dozen minutes, the relentless explosions persisted, escalating in intensity. Jiajia gazed down in silence, observing the zombies meandering outside the base, drawn toward the ravaged city by the cacophony of explosions. Jing contemplated ascending the tower for a glimpse of her hometown, but after a protracted silence, she remained rooted to the spot, her heart heavy with sorrow. A city was destined to become a desolate wasteland. The military's preemptive strike had caught the survivors completely off guard. Descending from the watchtower, Jiajia was beset by a maelstrom of emotions. Not only had City A been obliterated, but City B, situated to its left, had suffered the same fate. Real-time data broadcast. Currently, there are 590,000 survivors nationwide. Within City A, there are a mere 87 survivors, representing the current count within the city limits and excluding those who have fled. The group's spirits were palpably dampened. Jiang Yuhuai, however, remained seemingly indifferent, as the city held no one dear to him any longer. He merely lamented the destruction of countless confections. Jiang Tsongyin gazed upward, the acrid scent of smoke now reaching their position, causing a slight irritation. Since this is our reality, he declared, our objective must be to persevere. Yun Jiajia detected a fleeting trace of sorrow in his eyes, and their gazes met. Jiang Tsongyin, an orphan with only a handful of friends, had lost nearly all of them to the apocalypse. Yet even so, both he and Yun Jiajia were overcome by an inexplicable sense of desolation in the wake of the sudden devastation. She found herself thinking of Xiao Yiwei, wondering if she still lived. Emerging from the villa's courtyard, cat in arms, Lu Yin cast a nonchalant glance in their direction. Instead of dwelling on the past, he remarked, we would be better served reinforcing the base. The recent celestial phenomena are unsettling, and earthquakes are likely imminent. Are you merely speculating? Lin Su inquired softly, his curiosity piqued by this enigmatic individual. Enough, Lu Yin retorted. I've observed that the zombies outside are now converging on City A. Furthermore, the adjacent trees were visibly shaken by the tremors. I suggest we fell the smaller ones for replanting within the base, while the larger ones can be stockpiled for future use. Constructing another watchtower would also be a prudent measure. The surrounding arboreal landscape predominantly comprises robust hardwoods, coalescing into a diminutive woodland that, regrettably, impedes the base's visual field, thereby compromising the current defensive posture. Given the inevitability of these trees succumbing to natural calamities, with the potential for them to be uprooted and inflict damage upon the base, it would be judicious to preemptively fell them. The resultant timber could be repurposed for the fabrication of bows and wooden projectiles, as well as the creation of wooden furnishings, thus ensuring that no resource is squandered. Jiang Tsongyin and Lin Su were dispatched to procure the necessary implements for arboreal felling, namely axes, blades, and a chainsaw. The tasks were delineated among the group, with Yang Jing and Jiang Yuhuai assigned to the smaller trees, while Lin Su and Jiang Tsongyin were entrusted with the larger specimens. Subsequent to the departure of the quartet, Yun Jiajia remained with the portal ajar, her gaze fixed upon Lu Yin, who was cradling a die. A sardonic smile played upon her lips as she remarked, with a hint of irony, such a sizable individual should not be exempt from labor. It would be an egregious waste. After appropriating a die, she gestured with her chin towards the chainsaw resting upon the ground, and with a playful smile, she said, off you go, Lu Yin. You yourself professed a willingness to be exploited by me, and this hardly constitutes exploitation. It is merely a task that all team members must undertake. In times past, such menial tasks would have been unthinkable for Lu Yin, who, both before and after the cataclysm, had subordinates to perform such duties on his behalf. Yet, to Yun Jiajia's astonishment, he actually retrieved the chainsaw from the ground. His countenance was inscrutable, betraying no discernible emotion. Just as Yun Jiajia was pondering whether he was inwardly castigating her, Lu Yin calmly stated, it will be prudent for you to remain indoors and monitor the surveillance feeds. Prior to this bombardment, numerous individuals would have fled, and those who have managed to survive until now are unlikely to be paragons of virtue. Should they infiltrate this vicinity while the rest of us are occupied outside, we risk a surprise attack on our base, which would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Unwittingly, Yun Jiajia retorted, if you can conceive of it, how could I not? This is my own meticulously constructed base. No interloper could possibly sneak in. Now, attend to your tasks. Lu Yin emitted a chuckle, offering no further comment as he ambled toward the grove. Jiang Tsongyin and the others were somewhat taken aback to see him emerge, as he hardly appeared to be the laboring type. In fact, he seemed more suited to giving orders than their own captain. After Lu Yan's departure, Yun Jiajia relocated the display screen from the villa to the sentry tower. With her teammates toiling outside, she felt it unseemly to shirk her duties. Rather than illuminating the area with the base's large lights, she provided them with several flashlights. 2 new inhabitants detected. Host rewarded with 300 points, plus a bonus of 40 points. Jiajia? Surely she hadn't misheard. Last time, 3 new inhabitants yielded a mere 60 points. How had it now escalated to 300, with an additional 40 thrown in? What was the situation, dear system? One of them is a distinguished resident with exceptional capabilities. In Jiajia's estimation, the system's confidence seemed somewhat diminished. She wished to inquire whether Lu Yin also possessed a spatial dimension, but the system remained stubbornly unresponsive. Very well, she had profited handsomely from this transaction. The point store now boasted a plethora of redeemable items, ranging from poultry to household furnishings and daily necessities, even including down jackets and various flora. However, potted plants commanded a higher point value than domestic fowl, and were not currently essential. Yet one particular item in the redemption column seized her attention. Chapter 60, her design's ability experience card. She perused the instructions for this ability experience card. Intrigued by the prospect of experiencing 3 random abilities beyond her own, each possessing considerable potency, Yinjiji felt a stirring of anticipation. In her previous existence, she initially possessed the power to augment her physical form, later unlocking the ability to manipulate wind. In this life, her wind powers emerged prematurely, while another ability remained dormant. This was more than just a trial for her. In the apocalypse, individuals capable of unlocking abilities were not uncommon. However, should she encounter a difficult situation where her wind abilities were suppressed, she could utilize this opportunity. The cost was 100 points, an amount she could readily afford given her current surplus. Upon redemption, a notification chimed. Activation successful. To utilize the trial card, simply state your intention to do so. Satisfied with her acquisition, she mused on Lyn's unexpected value, deeming him quite the lucrative asset. Within her surveillance perimeter, no human presence was detected. The relentless bombardment persisted, gradually desensitizing the group. Initially, they felt a pang of sympathy, but this soon solidified their resolve to survive. Yinjiji donned a long-sleeved sweater, retrieved a jacket from the closet, and ventured to the villa where supplies were stored, collecting several men's jackets. From her interdimensional space, she conjured a few cups of fruit juice from a once popular milk tea shop, along with small cakes, and arranged them on a trolley. Let's take a moment to rest, she suggested, gesturing for the others to clothe themselves. The temperature had plummeted rapidly, from a scorching 40 to 50 degrees Celsius in the early morning to a mere 20 degrees. Compared to extreme cold, this weather was quite pleasant. The group paused to recuperate. It was 5:30, and the bombardment continued unabated, the sky remaining ominously overcast. The sight of the juice and cakes elicited visible delight from everyone except Lyn, adorned in outerwear that tailored impeccably to each figure, save for Lu Yin, who remained stationary. Having anticipated the temperature drop, he had donned his windbreaker, regretting his foresight. The group savored the delicate cupcakes, their palates delighted. In the harsh reality of the post-apocalyptic world, indulging in such a treat was an unparalleled luxury. Lu Yin abstained, save for a few sips of the saccharine juice, its sweetness cloying. Jiajia, tilting her head, glanced at the label and grinned, remarking, "Congratulations, you've chosen the fully sweetened one." He was covered in dust, but he seemed to adapt to the local customs quickly and sat on the ground without any airs. Lu Yin regarded her impassively, replying, "It's acceptable." Huh? Jiajia was initially perplexed before realizing he was referring to the sweetness. She had noticed his initial grimace, a testament to his obstinacy. Lin Su and the others rested, refraining from eavesdropping. The man's aloofness was palpable, yet he engaged in conversation with the captain, his aura radiating an intimidating chill. The bombardment appeared to be subsiding, the city's clamor diminishing. Jiang Tsongyi inquired, "What time is it?" Jiajia consulted her phone, replying, 6:10. "The timber we felled earlier lies adjacent to us, awaiting transport to the base via truck, obviating the need for multiple trips. Our aim is to fell 1/3 of the total today." Jiang Tsongyin keenly sensed an air of danger in the current situation. He rose to continue his work, aware that tranquility would likely elude them henceforth. Thus, he aimed to complete their tasks as promptly as possible. Lin Yu and Yang Jing shared this sentiment. At that moment, no one complained of fatigue. Everyone stood up, and Jiajia prepared to join them. Lu Yin cast a glance at her. Accustomed to toil, she could not remain idle for even a moment. His intention in having her monitor the surveillance was to spare her from engaging in laborious tasks alongside her teammates. Yi did not anticipate her eagerness to contribute. Jiajia effortlessly grasped the chainsaw, offering him not a single glance. "I never realized you were so loquacious before." Lu Yin observed her retreating figure in silence. By 7:30, Lin Yu drove the truck out, and several men began loading the timber. Lu Yin possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly tossing large logs onto the vehicle, while Jiajia could even discern the contours of his muscles beneath his clothing. Such physical prowess seemed a waste not to be utilized more fully. They had electricity and lighting, undoubtedly a beacon in the dark of night, necessitating meticulous planning. Having just completed their arduous labor, Jiajia decided to conjure a lavish banquet from her spatial storage, setting it up in Jiang Songyin's building, allowing them to gather and dine together. A time-efficient and effortless arrangement. With Lu Yin present, the four others felt a sense of pressure, with the exception of Jiajia. Nevertheless, the dishes were delightful, and the table was soon cleared. After the meal, Yang Jing and Jiang Yuhua volunteered to wash the dishes. Jiajia discovered the internal terrain map of Jiang Songyin's base and remarked, "Aside from my area, there's an expanse of land in front of each villa, allowing us to commence cultivation in one section. Given the destruction of the city, fresh vegetables are indeed scarce. Self-sufficiency would be preferable." Jiang Songyin concurred, though he added, "As for seeds, I possess some." Jiajia delineated a plot of land near Jiang Songyin's entrance. A few paces away, she marked another small circle, stating, "Tomorrow, we should aim to construct a sturdy watchtower here." Lin Yu has some experience in construction, having assisted with such tasks during his time in the military. "I can manage that," he affirmed. "Very well." Jiajia outlined her plan. "Tomorrow, Lin Yu will initiate the watchtower's construction while Jiang Yuhua assists you. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, Jiang Songyin, Yang Jing, and I will venture out to gather timber, aiming to complete this before noon. Afterward, you all may rest, and by 3 in the afternoon, we will commence turning over that piece of land." "Agreed." Yang Jing chimed in as she emerged from washing the dishes, expressing her approval of their strategy. It was not until after 9 o'clock that silence enveloped the city, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. After a few bites of food, Lu Yin set his bowl aside. Jiajia looked at him in confusion. "It's too heavy," Lu Yin explained. Adai, feeling disgruntled, continued to mewl in a fit of petulance. The entire villa echoed with the sound of the cat's cries. Adai, with its overly round eyes, fixated intently on Lu Yin. He remained unmoved, for this cat had been specially raised and trained to evade zombie attacks before being sent to her. Yet unexpectedly, it had already gained considerable weight shortly after its arrival. With continued corpulence, she would become an easy target for the undead. He had observed her feeding the animal on several occasions, and each time he was left in a state of helpless exasperation, unsure of what to say. After all, this was the post-apocalypse, and even pets needed a certain degree of self-preservation. Chapter 61. Xiao Yiwei's disappearance. Adai had gained a considerable amount of weight lately, a fact that Jiajia did not dispute, as an overweight pet was indeed undesirable. The recent discourse on social media was dwindling. Acrimony, repression, and the stench of death pervaded the minds of most people. Despite the attempts to conceal the bombing of City A, the news inevitably spread across social media platforms. A sense of unease gripped the nation, as many individuals were still hiding in cities like rats in the sewers. If it was City A and City B today, it could be their city tomorrow. Riots, robberies, and gun snatching were rampant. There were even extremist factions capturing living people and throwing them into their zombie enclosures to feed the undead. A live stream of such an event was being broadcast on a social media platform. Jiajia clicked on it and watched. The organization was primarily composed of foreigners, with their IP address located in City S, a neighboring city. A delicate-looking boy in his teens was thrown into the enclosure, and dozens of zombies immediately pounced on him, devouring him. The screen was filled with screams. The live stream was gruesome, but the comments were filled with animosity, praising the organization's leader for his ability to raise such terrifying zombies, and asserting that the current society was a matter of survival of the fittest. The strong were superior, and the weak had no right to exist. Jiajia frowned, utterly despising such individuals. Survival of the fittest did not equate to the slaughter of the innocent. It was an adaptation to the evolving post-apocalyptic world. Extremists are universally contemptible. In a post-apocalyptic world, maintaining an indifferent stance, adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest, is merely a matter of not indulging in excessive sentimentality, of not sacrificing one's own interests for inconsequential individuals or matters. One may remain a detached observer, but this does not condone the indiscriminate and brutal slaughter of innocent human beings. The swarthy foreign man shifted the camera, his ebony face, with indistinct features, appearing on the screen. He grinned fiendishly, uttering fluent Chinese. The S organization welcomes all who willingly bring supplies to join us. Lu Yen, overhearing this, understood what she was watching. He stroked Dai's head and remarked impassively, "In a few days, the national network will be down. Refrain from watching such vapid content." Jiajia accessed the individual's homepage, feeling a sense of revulsion. This S organization deserved to be torn limb from limb. Starting a week prior, they had systematically seized a cache of weapons, exploiting their physical advantage, establishing their base of operations in an elementary school in S City. They began live-streaming the torture and murder of survivors, attracting a coterie of like-minded reprobates. The few remaining elementary school students became fodder for their zombie-feeding endeavors. They released a celebratory video for every 10 individuals they murdered, and to date, there have been 15 such videos. They roamed the environs of S City, explicitly stating that their next destination would be a city which had been devastated by bombings, to see if the zombies had indeed been reduced to pulp and to search for any remaining survivors. Dai's meowing became somewhat irritating. Lu Yen placed it in the cat bed before approaching her. He remarked blandly, "Those who come are merely a rabble of underlings. Wouldn't it be better to seize the leader first? Find an opportunity to infiltrate their headquarters and eliminate them? That's reasonable." Jiajia arched an eyebrow, then countered the proposal. But it won't work. She had to safeguard the base. She couldn't abandon her stronghold for those wretched individuals. Lu Yen chuckled softly, remarking, "You've finally started using your brain." Seeing Jiajia glare at him, he suppressed his laughter and became serious. She, in turn, ignored him and went straight upstairs. "Get some sleep. You'll have physical labor to do tomorrow." Lu Yen remained in the living room, a rare, light-hearted smile gracing his lips. After washing up, Jiajia made a summary. Su Yin had fallen to her death. Yin Guofu had perished from starvation in the old house due to lack of supplies. And only Yin Cece had fled the old house, her fate unknown. However, whether dead or alive, without abilities or talent, she was destined to live like a cockroach in the sewers, struggling to survive in the shadows of this apocalyptic world. Her friend list had fallen completely silent. The latest update was a colleague's plea for help from days ago. At this moment, Xiao Yiwei's avatar popped up. "Jiajia, are you there? Listen carefully. I was in city back then, and to survive with my child, I followed a powerful man. We ended up in a terrible organization where the people are extremely brutal. Xiao Bao was drowned by them, and I was imprisoned for resisting after stabbing one of them. I barely managed to retrieve my discarded phone to send you this message. I conspired with one of the guards to escape, but upon examining his desk, I stumbled upon a stack of documents. One particular sheet bore the name of the Yaohui Food Factory, accompanied by a side profile captured by a surveillance camera that bore an uncanny resemblance to you. Below it was a note indicating that this woman possessed a substantial amount of supplies and advised caution in the search. If all goes as anticipated, you will soon find yourself their target, so it is imperative that you flee with utmost haste. Should they discover you, the consequences would be dire. I intend to infiltrate the opposing faction, hoping to avenge Xiao Bao and, perhaps, to have the chance to meet again in the future." Jiajia gazed at the words, her expression heavy with concern. She had long severed ties with Xiao Yiwei, yet ultimately she provided her with some financial assistance. Upon witnessing her current plight, she could not help but feel a twinge of pity. Deceived by a scoundrel, she had taken matters into her own hands and killed him, only to give birth to a child who was ultimately harmed. Could she truly escape the clutches of that organization? After much contemplation, she believed her salvation lay with the factory where she had first rescued Jiang, Tsongyin, and Lin Yu. The mission issued by the system was likely related to this. Recalling the live broadcast she had seen that evening, she sent a message. Is it the S organization? The reply indicated that the recipient was typing. But after several minutes of waiting, no response came, and the connection was severed. Jiajia began to strategize her actions for the coming days. An hour after sending her message, she finally received a response from Xiao Yiwei, a mere letters. It appeared to be sent in haste. She hoped fervently that she would not be captured. Communication with Xiao Yiwei was now completely cut off. Upon awakening from her slumber, Jiajia discerned a further diminution in the ambient temperature, registering a mere 10 degrees Celsius. The advent of such frigidity in the southern climes during July portended an inexorable descent in the days to come. Chapter 62. S Organization. A cursory glance at the chronometer revealed the hour to be 7 in the forenoon. Already, Jiang Tsongyin and Lin Su were ensconced within the confines of the base. Lin Su, availing himself of the base's timber and planks, was endeavoring to construct a watchtower. Jiang Tsongyin, in close proximity, rendered his assistance. Jiang Yuhuai, stifling yawn, emerged from the villa. Jiajia, having donned a change of attire, descended as well. To her astonishment, Lu Yin had risen betimes and was engaged in the preparation of breakfast in the kitchen. She harbored a modicum of skepticism, surmising that his charade could not long endure. With purposeful strides, she exited the villa, unlatched the gate to the courtyard, and summoned Yang Jing forth, initiating the day's agenda. The atmosphere was one of profound chill. Jiajia had previously procured an ample supply of cold weather garments for their use. Today, suitably attired and invigorated by a night of restorative slumber, they were imbued with renewed vigor. The assembled company partook of their repast, consisting of pine-scented rolls and milk. Jiajia unlocked the base's portal, and all save Lin Su sallied forth. The mechanism governing the gate's operation was known only to her. Jiang Tsongyin and Yang Jing merely possessed knowledge of its location. He had prepared 2 simple repasts and placed them on the table. Lu Yin, having consumed the last morsel, donned his outerwear and footwear and emerged. To expend such effort on dilapidated timber is truly remarkable, Lu Yin remarked, his actions belying his words. He donned a windbreaker and athletic shoes. Jiajia, stroking her chin, perceived that his attire rendered him, visually, more approachable, despite his aloof countenance and forbidding aura. Yet, she found him, inexplicably, more agreeable. The preeminent leader of the most formidable stronghold in the previous epoch now serves as her subordinate, an amusing realization. Very well. Lu Yin strode out with measured steps. Lin Su, who was constructing a watchtower at the base's entrance, greeted him. Good morning, Lu Yin. It was only upon hearing Lin Su address him by name that he perceived a certain awkwardness. Nevertheless, as it was her base, he ought to afford her respect and dignity. He offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Jiajia entered the villa, where a sandwich, warm milk, and a vegetable salad awaited her on the table. After observing Lu Yin exit the base from afar, she secured the entrance. Lu Yin had not forgotten to prepare breakfast for a Dai. The fellow was now considerably more agreeable than before. It was quite something to have an apocalyptic overlord as her caretaker. She inventoried the supplies within the base. There were 6 villas in total. Her villa was entirely filled with provisions, as were 3 other unoccupied villas, save for one that had 2 bedrooms converted into a gymnasium. She had spent the past few days cultivating trust with the base's members. She had also stored a substantial amount of supplies with Jiang Tsongyin and his group. Yang Jing's villa, occupied solely by her, was also replete with provisions. Thus far, everyone had refrained from using anything beyond the bare necessities. The temperature was plummeting rapidly, and she had prepared several sets of clothing and footwear for each member of the base, suitable for various temperatures. Several figures appeared on the surveillance monitor. She promptly dialed Lu Yan's WeChat number, which was answered after a few rings. Understood, Lu Yan responded tersely, as this was within his expectations. Within minutes, several individuals appeared within the base. Standing atop the watchtower, Jiajia gazed into the distance, where several vehicles appeared within a few kilometers of the base. They did not trespass, merely lingering nearby, as if familiarizing themselves with the terrain. It appeared to be a coordinated effort, possibly from the prison or the organization mentioned by Xiao Wei. A preliminary assessment suggested that this organization comprised no fewer than 100 individuals. The vehicles lingered for several minutes, contemplating a forward movement, but those that arrived over half an hour later ultimately departed. Jiang Songyan calmly remarked, "The base is protected by traps. Linjia and I can serve as snipers for defense. Normally, they shouldn't be able to breach our defenses. Nonetheless, considering their numbers, it would be prudent to remain vigilant." In truth, Jiajia did not perceive this as a grave concern. Yet her experiences in the apocalypse instilled in her a sense of urgency, compelling her to prepare thoroughly for each impending attack. "I wonder if you've come across the S organization on your phones. It is highly likely they are involved," she mused. Suddenly, Jiang Yuhua retched slightly, hastily retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket and consuming it. After a moment, he remarked, "I did see it. It's quite nauseating. Aren't they known for random killings? How have they pinpointed us as a target?" Yang Jing had also encountered that live stream in various videos. As a doctor, she found the content merely unsettling rather than inducing actual nausea. "If it truly is them, we must begin inventorying our weapons immediately," she asserted. Jiajia replied, "While we were at the factory, we were recorded by surveillance. This organization is aware of the substantial supplies we possess, which explains their interest." Lin Yu was full of vigor. "It would be great if it were them. I've long been displeased with those rascals. A group of scoundrels who truly deserve to perish under my gun." Jiang Songyan, seemingly pondering, inquired, "How do you know it's them?" If that were the case, upon confirming her current safety in a life-and-death moment, she could still provide him with information to be cautious, and he would willingly offer her a place to stay. Jiang Songyan replied, "Understood." Lu Yan stood quietly, feeling a sense of boredom. Jiajia was about to utilize the weapons he had brought. As Lu Yan approached, she curled her lips into a charming smile. "You surely didn't bring just this meager amount of weaponry for protection, did you? Is there more?" She certainly had the audacity to say that. Lu Yan glanced into the trunk. She had thoroughly emptied it of weapons. A trunk full of weaponry is hardly a trivial matter, regardless of the location. Who would complain about having too many weapons? Jiajia pouted and pointed at the weapons, stating, "I requisitioned all of these." Lu Yan had no objections and casually remarked, "It's your call." After all, it was merely a matter of weapons, whatever quantity she desired. He could easily provide. Chapter 63. Departing the base with 2 additional people, their pace quickened. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Jiang Songyan, disinclined to expose his desire to slack off, set down the wood and proceeded to assist. The darkened sky loomed overhead as Jiajia activated the base's streetlights. For the base, the presence of zombies outside was not necessarily a bad omen. It could even be considered a fortuitous circumstance. Another vehicle arrived outside, dropped off a wooden sign, and then departed. "Surrender all armaments and resources, and your lives shall be spared." Such are the inscribed words. Jiajia scoffed. "Relying on numerical superiority to gain leverage over me? They are merely cannon fodder. The Sentry Tower construction and cultivation initiative are to be temporarily suspended." She summoned her comrades to the drawing room for a brief assembly. In this post-apocalyptic epoch, venturing forth to augment our capabilities is imperative. Remaining within the confines of the base, awaiting recurrent assaults, is untenable. It would behoove us to proactively strike, catching them unawares. Inventory your personal effects. We shall depart from the base this very night. Bound for S City. She projected a map of S City. If S Squad intends to launch an offensive against us, it is highly probable that it will transpire tonight. Prepare yourselves accordingly, for we shall orchestrate a trap, annihilating those scoundrels before embarking toward the illustrious Light Elementary School in S City. Her companions, caught off guard, were taken aback by this sudden proposition. Jiang Yuhuai, with hesitant articulation, inquired, "But how shall we transport such a vast quantity of possessions? What shall become of the base?" "I possess the means to transport them," she affirmed. "The system could temporarily safeguard the base. Remaining ensconced within the sanctuary of the base, now compromised, would render us susceptible to becoming targets for marauding factions from neighboring cities." Furthermore, her comrades had scant experience in actual combat, and Jiang Songyan's latent ability remained dormant. Perhaps engaging in combat would serve as a catalyst for its manifestation. Most significantly, S Squad's audacious intent to assail the base was risible. Did they presume her to be a pushover? "If tonight that small team approaches the vicinity of the base, we shall swiftly surround it and eliminate them right here. Then drive towards City S, infiltrating the headquarters of Team S. I am eager to discover who their audacious leader is." She marked a point on the map, the lair of that wretched team, and declared, "Tonight, we shall infiltrate." Yang Jing paused for a moment, a sense of indescribable tension washing over her. The previous gunfight had been less perilous due to fewer participants. This time, we are directly breaching their stronghold. What if they have surveillance and manage to ambush us before we even enter? Her expression turned grave as she stated that such a significant matter required careful deliberation. The cruelty of that team was evident in their live broadcasts and videos. Should even one of us fall into their clutches, the consequences would be unbearable. Lu Yan, seated directly across from Yun Jiajia, noticed her gaze and subtly raised the corners of his lips. He took the initiative to ask, "Shall I disable their surveillance?" Yun Jiajia, sitting across the coffee table, smiled brightly. Clever. Lu Yan possessed more than one supernatural ability. The exact number remained unclear to her. However, in her previous life as adversaries, she had discerned one of them, the ability to manipulate objects. This manipulation transcended mere physical control. It involved harnessing internal cerebral energy to influence matter, including moving, altering its form, or even destroying it. With Lu Yan's assistance, infiltrating Team S from within to eradicate them entirely was feasible. "I can do it," Lu Yan replied, treating it as if she had requested his help willingly. The others discerned a subtle clue, deducing that either Lu Yan was a hacker or possessed unique abilities, given his feat of hacking the surveillance system. They had also encountered posts on social media from individuals claiming to have unlocked extraordinary superpowers, suggesting a similar phenomenon. With the most pressing issue resolved, Yang Jing raised no further objections. Yun Jiajia proceeded to project photographs and topographical data of Guangming Elementary School gathered from the internet, identifying the back door as an ideal entry point. "We'll infiltrate from here tonight," she declared. Agreed. She furnished each person with a rucksack containing sustenance, potable water, basic first aid supplies, personal effects, and weaponry. 2 vehicles were prepared, with essential supplies and armaments stowed in the trunks, while backpacks were kept readily accessible. Under the somber skies, the group emerged from the base, dispatching zombies with practiced efficiency. Yun Jiajia then utilized her system to store the entire base, including the vehicles within. The sprawling complex vanished in an instant, replaced by an empty expanse. Lin Su pivoted, his mouth agape in astonishment. "This is outrageous." Yang Jing's eyes widened, at a loss for words, acknowledging the sheer magnitude of the ability. Jiang Yuhuai's eyes gleamed with delight, relieved that his concerns about the inability to transport the base's snacks were unfounded. While they marveled, Jiang Songyan had already driven one of the vehicles to a more secluded location nearby. Yun Jiajia approached them, signaling Lin Su to maneuver the remaining vehicle to the same vicinity. After emplacing a number of landmines and explosives underground, concealed by sand, she furrowed her brow at Lu Yan, questioning, "Did you absolutely have to bring that out?" The Na'vi fool gazed around with an innocent, bewildered expression. Upon seeing her, it leaped from Lu Yan's embrace to her side. Lu Yan regarded her with an incredulous look and inquired, "Are you certain that living beings can be stored?" Yun Jiajia was momentarily taken aback, silently questioning the system. "Is it possible?" "No, it isn't." "Well then, it seems Lu Yan's intellect is rather sharp." The team retreated to the area near the base, where the trees had yet to be felled. Jiang Yuhai insisted on sharing a vehicle with her under the pretext of petting a cat. As Lu Yin took the driver's seat, Jiang Yuhai immediately suppressed his usual antics, shrinking back as if in trepidation. Jiajia shot Lu Yin a glare before settling into the passenger seat. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Yuhai glanced at Lu Yin and quietly asked Jiajia, "How long must we wait?" Jiang Yuhai expressed admiration. "After we deal with them, we shall storm their headquarters." Lu Yin opened a cat toy, instantly invigorating the foolish creature. Chapter 64. Surround and counterattack. Jiajia cast him a sidelong glance. "Did you not say it needed to lose weight?" Captivated by the toy, the foolish creature leaped onto Lu Yin's lap, eagerly licking the enticing morsels. Lu Yin raised his gaze, scrutinizing her seriously, and remarked teasingly, "Dieting does not equate to starvation. We are heading to Team S's headquarters tonight. Will you remember to feed it then?" Jiajia replied with a hint of guilt, "I just fed it this afternoon, and I even brought chicken breast and food." Jiang Yuhai peered out from the back seat, feeling an urge to pet Ada, yet restrained by the formidable aura emanating from Jiang Tsongyin. He refrained from doing so and merely inquired, "Where will it be placed then?" Jiajia glanced at Lu Yin and replied, "Lock it in the car with a gap for ventilation." Lu Yin had no objections. This evening's operation filled Jiajia with confidence. There was no need to elaborate on Jiang Tsongyin and Lin Yu's formidable skills, and Yang Jing had undergone several days of systematic training, coupled with her agile mind. She would undoubtedly succeed. Jiang Yuhai appeared harmless on the surface, yet he harbored a cunning nature. In the past 2 days, Jiang Tsongyin had briefly instructed him on handling a firearm, and he would soon master shooting accurately, capable of dispatching a horde of zombies at the train station. He was hardly a delicate youth. Moreover, with the presence of the formidable figure Lu Yin on their side, the success of tonight's plan seemed almost guaranteed. Lu Yin had been displaying a commendable demeanor lately, a stark contrast to his former self in a previous life. Jiajia probed, "Are you truly neglecting matters on your end?" Lu Yin paused, his hand holding the cat treat stilled, and nonchalantly replied, "Neglecting them. I have my own arrangements. Are you dissatisfied with me serving your needs now?" Jiang Yuhai lowered his gaze to his phone, sensing that some matters might not be appropriate for him to overhear. Jiajia pondered whether her frequent requests over the past few days had caused him to feel a tinge of discontent. There was an unmistakable sense of dissatisfaction in him, but she could not pinpoint its source. The phone lit up, revealing a message from Xiaoyi Wei. As Jiajia read, her expression grew increasingly grave. Lu Yin placed the cat on the seat and turned to her intently, asking, "What is the matter?" Jiajia furrowed her brow and sent a message, "Where are you at this moment?" Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoyi Wei had dispatched a location pin pointing to a pharmaceutical factory, Lijiang Pharmaceutical Factory. Jiajia articulated the factory's name, an utterance that immediately piqued Jiang Yuhuai's interest. "You saw it too? Numerous survivor squads are venturing to this factory today to seize supplies. Rumor has it that another infectious disease has emerged." The specter of contagion was a constant companion, though anything short of the zombifying virus was a tolerable risk. Jiajia paused, contemplating a detour to the factory after resolving the matter with Team S. Where has the base vanished to? In the eerily silent wilderness. The vanguard uttered an expletive before ordering the others to disembark and scout ahead. "These insignificant pawns are hardly worthy of your attention." Jiajia's hushed words to Lu Yin sent a shiver through him, a peculiar tingling sensation that left his ear flushed and electrified. He turned to find her already alighting from the vehicle, as if oblivious to the effect she had wrought. Jiang Yuhuai followed suit, and soon, Jiang Tsongyin and the others joined them, seeking cover behind the trees to observe. The advance party of henchmen proceeded with mounting bewilderment and disbelief. Corpses of zombies, their skulls pierced, lay strewn across the ground in disarray. "This is impossible," one exclaimed. "When we came here during the day, the base was intact. How could it have vanished in just a few hours?" The cautious leader, remaining stationary, photographed the site of the former base, undoubtedly to relay the image to the true mastermind behind the S organization. A bizarre scene rendered the few individuals at the forefront too intimidated to proceed further. They were not the core members of this organization, merely survivors who had managed to endure the outbreak of the zombie virus and had fortuitously earned a place in Team S. Unlike those core fanatics who possessed an utter lack of fear, the teammates behind them also seemed to have stepped upon something disconcerting. Suddenly, they fell into a hushed silence, exchanging glances filled with confusion and trepidation. The leader, who had remained motionless at the back, sensed something amiss and urgently shouted, "Run! Take cover!" In an instant, a burst of flames erupted from the ground, followed by a violent wave of fire that ascended into the sky. This explosion was not an isolated incident. In the next moment, the explosives and landmines in the vicinity detonated in a cataclysmic display. The blaze soared skyward, even affecting the surrounding forest. Now's the time, strike! With Yun Jiajia's command, Jiang, Songyin, Linyu, and Yang Jing sprinted toward where the leader's group had been, firing their submachine guns as they ran. The individuals who had been standing at the front were obliterated, their limbs falling like confetti in the wake of the explosive flames. The subsequent members, who had deliberately maintained a safe distance to avoid traps, found themselves injured by the blast nonetheless. The trio that emerged to return fire was swiftly met with counterattacks from the remaining 6 survivors. They are not to be trifled with. They have wielded firearms before. However, the acrid smoke from the recent explosion is suffocating, and they find themselves in a passive position, unable to discern the precise locations of the 3 individuals who have dispersed. Their attempts at retaliation appear utterly feeble. Yun and Jiajia stealthily maneuvered behind their vehicle, where 3 of the 6 had already been struck. Crouching in a blind spot, she remained undetected, though a vague sense of an intruder lingered in the air. Before they were fully prepared, 2 of them were swiftly dispatched. With a gun pressed against his throat, the leader of the group felt his legs weaken. "What do you want?" Yang Jing and her companions soon arrived, seizing the opportunity to fire at the heads of the deceased before they could undergo any transformation. Yin Jiajia extracted a phone from his pocket, but it was password protected. She pressed the gun deeper into his Adam's apple, causing him to tremble in fear of death, and he weakly inquired, "What do you want?" Chapter 65, The Arrival of Anthrax, the Password, she demanded threateningly. The man's expression shifted as he attempted to resist, but Yun Jiajia swiftly kicked him to the ground, her lightweight sneakers pressing against his head with considerable force. "Do not make me repeat myself." His face was mangled beneath her foot. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they had always treated survivors as mere playthings or slaves, never anticipating that they would find themselves in such a predicament. In just a few hours, he had become a captive, with none of his comrades left alive. 892733. The middle-aged man with the triangular eyes, dreading a fate similar to his dismembered comrades, desperately raised his hands in surrender, his fear of death palpable. "My phone has an app lock," he pleaded. "Promise me some supplies and ammunition. Let me drive away, and I'll unlock it. Inside are our team's data and chat logs with core members." The foot on his face lifted, and he swallowed hard. Jiang Songyin exchanged a glance with Yun Jiajia, both knowing the man couldn't be spared. It was better to extract the password and then deal with him. Yun Jiajia crouched down, casually toying with her gun. Looking down at him, she flashed a chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. After the 6-digit code was entered, the phone unlocked, revealing a locked WeChat app. She nonchalantly remarked, "A fingerprint will also unlock it. No matter, I can always sever your finger and let you watch as I press it to unlock WeChat before killing you. What do you say? You've brutally murdered so many people. How does it feel to have the tables turned?" Yang Jing, equally disgusted, retrieved a dagger from her bag, squatting down to examine his fingers. "I wonder which finger it is. Let's just cut them all off." Initially, Jiang Songyin and the others thought she was joking until Yun Jiajia casually said, "Cut it off." Yang Jing then brought the knife down with brutal force. The man erupted in a heart-wrenching scream as his middle finger was severed and dropped to the ground. Amputated without ceremony, the man howled in agony. Expressionless, Yang Jing proceeded to the index finger. With a frigid gaze, Yun Jiajia observed the man's countenance. And once Yang Jing had completed the severing, she retrieved one of the digits and unlocked her restraints. His face drained of color. He succumbed to the throes of agony. Yun Jiajia discharged a round into his cranium. "Let's depart." The pinned group chat was designated Assassin Squad, comprising 89 individuals. Her cellular device emitted a vibration, and a person identified as Shuekai invoked her handle, inquiring, "Has the assignment been executed? Furnish me with a visual recording." Jiajia proceeded to peruse the chat logs. This particular group chat contained a plethora of videos depicting acts of sadistic slaughter. The corporation overseeing the WeChat software had long since met its demise, with personnel either deceased or transformed into the undead, leaving no one to oversee the moderation of such content. Nevertheless, she managed to glean a substantial amount of intelligence from these conversations. This squad possessed an ample supply of firearms, and they had dispatched an additional contingent to the pharmaceutical factory. In recent days, city officials and military personnel had been stationed there, but were compelled to evacuate due to various factors, leaving behind an immensely abundant source of pharmaceuticals and provisions. However, it was equally teeming with the undead. Yet, those resources enticed numerous survival squads in S-City, who were willing to brave the peril to acquire them. This was because S-City had been afflicted by a bacterial anthrax outbreak, which could propagate not only among animals, but also between humans and animals. Those infected exhibited skin that resembled scorched charcoal, replete with pustules, and a mortality rate was as high as 90%. As the global zombie pandemic raged, the island nation, with its limited landmass and population, experienced a slightly delayed onset of the zombie outbreak compared to other countries. Now, news has suddenly surfaced that the island nation's government is taking advantage of the zombie virus outbreak and the global chaos to secretly discharge nuclear-contaminated water into the sea, releasing radioactive materials into the ocean. Given the current trajectory, it is plausible that even marine life will undergo monstrous transformations, not just the undead. Consequently, the survivors in S-City are compelled to risk their lives to procure medications such as penicillin G, adrenocortical hormones, and potassium permanganate solution from the pharmaceutical factory. Penicillin G remains the primary therapeutic agent for anthrax, followed by cephalosporins and aminoglycoside antibiotics. Adrenocortical hormones have demonstrated efficacy in treating malignant edema of the skin and critically ill patients. Fortunately, she possesses a substantial supply of these medications within her interdimensional storage, mitigating concerns. Nevertheless, a visit to the pharmaceutical factory, as indicated by Xiao Yiwei's coordinates, is still imperative. The planned incursion into the S squad headquarters tonight, which had been communicated to the teammates beforehand, will proceed as scheduled. The meticulously crafted plan will not be altered due to any individual or circumstance. Therefore, the assault on the S squad headquarters will precede the expedition to the pharmaceutical factory. She stowed her phone and advanced forward. Lin Su remarked to Yang Jing with subtle astonishment, "I never anticipated such formidable practical skills from you. That was quite intense." Yang Jing lowered her head bashfully, then raised it resolutely, stating, "Showing them mercy is already a kindness. I simply follow the captain's orders." Jiang Yuhuai surreptitiously gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Yang, you are truly remarkable." Yin Jiajia closed the car door, activated the navigation system, and inquired of Lu Yin, "What is the estimated time of arrival?" "Approximately 140 kilometers, translating to just over 2 hours. Factoring in potential delays caused by zombies along the route, we should arrive before 9:30 p.m. Yin Jiajia glanced at the time, noting that it was currently 5:55 p.m. "This timing is opportune," she said, tilting her head back to offer Lu Yin a smile. Their team had members expelled due to anthrax, and a detachment had been dispatched to a pharmaceutical factory, making this a moment of laxity to seize. Lu Yin glanced at her, catching her sly smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth, every line of her face alight with amusement. His heart stirred, and he couldn't help but curve his lips upward. "I shall assist you," he promised. Reassured by his pledge, she felt confident. Guardian base mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining base reinforcement materials. As the base is temporarily under system management, the system will automatically reinforce it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an exceptionally fortified base. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting the host's departure for City S. Mission deployment in progress. Please accept. Chapter 66. Re-encountering acquaintances. The secret of the zombie virus outbreak? This system mission is indeed peculiar. A decade has provided her with some understanding of the zombie virus. The most widely accepted theory among post-apocalyptic survivors is that the virus originated in a laboratory in the United States, intentionally created to annihilate rival nations. However, a mishap occurred, leading to the United States becoming the initial epicenter of the zombie virus. From the outset, their target was China, introducing the virus and gradually causing global chaos. An island, subjected to 67 nuclear tests by the United States, had reached a terrifying level of radiation. The zombie virus was merely an appetizer, with the mutation of living plants posing an even greater threat to humanity. Have you ever beheld a fish bearing a human visage and legs, or a shrimp with a trio of heads? Even flora undergoes ceaseless mutation, potentially merging with the undead, thereby exacerbating the challenges. The reanimated themselves shall gradually augment in strength. In the prior epoch, merely a handful of years following the cataclysmic outbreak, the emergence of sentient zombies occurred, typically assuming leadership roles, commanding the remaining undead. This precipitated myriad assaults upon survivor encampments, resulting in grievous casualties. The present epoch merely constitutes a prelude, an apéritif, to the true apocalypse. Yet, what enigmas does the zombie virus harbor? The mission delineated by the system is of particular import, potentially unveiling a crucial thread. Nevertheless, a propitious development has transpired, the fortification of the base by the system. Subsequently, upon locating suitable terrain, the relocation of the base shall ensue. Under the inky cloak of night, in the outskirts, their apprehension wanes. To illuminate the path ahead, the vehicle's headlamps are activated. The number of zombies outside the city has also increased, mostly in groups. Liu Yin drove attentively, as if he hadn't seen it. The environs beyond the city predominantly consist of barren, muddy expanses, save for the eerie vocalizations of the undead. A profound stillness pervades. Adai slumbers soundly in Jiang Yuhuai's embrace in the back seat. Liu Yin glanced askance at her, noting her distracted gaze fixed upon the window. In a gentle tone, he inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yin remarked, "Yet, is it not an improvement upon what once was?" Yin Jiajia cocked her head, casting a sidelong glance at him, and conceded indeed. "Focus on driving." Liu Yin chuckled softly and continued onward, their vehicle spearheading the vanguard. Jiang Yuhuai, unable to comprehend their discourse, listlessly gazed out the window, alert and wary. An incessant stream of zombies approached, attempting to besiege them. Yet none could match the vehicle's velocity. Their darkness was unnerving, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. At precisely 8:50 p.m., they arrived at the bridge leading into S City. The bridge was entirely blockaded by a multitude of wrecked vehicles, leaving no passage whatsoever, and remarkably, no zombies were present in the vicinity. Instinctively, the two discerned an ambush. Liu Yin brought the car to a halt, nonchalantly remarking, "Let's tarry a moment. A trifling stratagem. They will reveal themselves within minutes." Yin Jiai concurred, impulsively jesting, partly as a probe. "With your abilities, surely you could displace these vehicles." "I could," he responded, "but it is superfluous." Jiang Yuhuai, pointing towards a vast expanse of grassland, exclaimed in astonishment, "It appears there are individuals lying prone over there." Yin Jiai raised her gaze and confirmed, "Indeed, someone is lying there, furtively prone in the grass, armed with a firearm. However, they have not initiated an assault. They await our advance." Jiang Tsongyin telephoned, inquiring, "Shall we bide our time?" "Affirmative," Liu Yin replied, casting a fleeting glance at her screen before averting his gaze, seeking respite from his vexation. They lingered for approximately 6 minutes before a man arose from the grassland and approached them. Simultaneously, two figures emerged from behind the obstructed vehicles. The man from the grassland seemed vaguely familiar, but due to the encroaching darkness, it was difficult to discern his identity. As he stood before the vehicle, Yin Jiai was taken aback. It was Lin Wu. What could be the reason for his presence here? She scanned the surroundings, realizing that the other two individuals were not Dr. Wei Qian. Lin Wu also recognized the occupants of the vehicle as somewhat familiar, though obscured by the darkness. It was not until a familiar voice emerged from the car behind that he fully comprehended the situation. "Lin Wu." It was Yang Jing's voice. Only then did Lin Wu lower his firearm, astonished, and approached the first vehicle. As the window descended, a flawless profile came into view. It was Jiajia. How did you all end up together? He paused for a few seconds, then turned to greet Yang Jing from the other car. Jiajia remained silent, gesturing with her chin towards the vehicles, urging him to explain. Although Jiajia and Lin Wu were not particularly close, she politely inquired about Dr. Wei. Isn't Dr. Wei with you? Lin Wu was essentially Dr. Wei's bodyguard. Yang Jing had previously mentioned that Dr. Wei was a key figure under official protection and would certainly evacuate with the main forces. Logically, Lin Wu should not have been left behind. His stern visage, further darkened by the sun over the past few days, bore a heavy sigh as he spoke with a hint of melancholy. During the evacuation, we were ambushed by zombies and another faction, splitting into several groups. While escorting Dr. Wei, we were attacked once more. I stayed behind to cover our retreat, and by the time I reached the rendezvous point, those who had accompanied Dr. Wei had nearly turned into zombies, and he had vanished without a trace. Thus, I arrived in S City, where a couple took me in. I joined them, and you must have heard of Team S. We were waiting for a few of their dispatch members. They had killed a child who lived nearby. Chapter 67. Recruiting Lin Wu. The couple appeared to be in their 30s. The woman, with her cascading waves of hair, stood tall and graceful, her beauty accentuated by a sleek black leather jacket. The man, though somewhat unremarkable in comparison, possessed a pleasing countenance. They both regarded Lin Wu, patiently awaiting his decision. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wu nodded. Very well. You assert that those individuals were slain by you? Their intention in departing the city was to eliminate me and seize my supplies. Yet it seems their schemes have backfired. Upon encountering Lin Wu, Jiajia conceived an idea. Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? Certainly not, Lin Wu firmly denied. He still aimed to locate Dr. Wei for a rendezvous. Despite the prevailing notion that we now inhabit an apocalyptic era, wherein the rules and order of our former civilized society have vanished, an assertion that has been vividly validated in recent days, his commitment to safeguarding Wei Qian, whom he regarded as a dear friend, was unwavering. He had no intention of lingering in City S permanently. The couple, hearing Lin Wu's words, felt a tinge of disappointment. However, they recognized that it was ultimately his choice and refrained from further comment. During these past few days, Lin Wu had taken refuge in their home and had protected them on numerous occasions, thus balancing their mutual debts. Given this, would you consider joining us? Jiajia extended an olive branch. Having previously collaborated, she noted Lin Wu's commendable physical and mental resilience, as well as his admirable character. Their team was currently in need of additional members, and securing a competent ally would greatly facilitate their quest for a suitable refuge in this chaotic world. After Lin Wu carefully contemplated her proposal, he realized that he was merely wandering aimlessly without any particular plan. Thus, joining them seemed more appealing. He glanced at the occupants of the two vehicles. The man seated next to Jiajia in the driver's seat did not spare a single glance in his direction, instead engrossed in fiddling with the gun in his hand, suggesting that they were the true leaders of this group. The two men in the other car offered him a friendly smile after she finished speaking, and Yang Jing was a familiar face. Having two acquaintances in this group certainly made it a compelling choice. The couple exchanged glances, both reluctant to see Lin Wu depart. Their capabilities were lacking, and merely surviving to this point was a stroke of good fortune. The food hoarded from before would eventually run out, and when that day arrived, they would have no choice but to desperately scavenge for supplies, especially since they had recently crossed paths with the individuals from Team S. Even if they perished outside the city, the remaining members might still seek vengeance. From their conversation, it was clear that this small team possessed considerable strength, and Lin Wu's initial inclination was indeed to leave with them, which ignited a desire within the couple to join forces. May my husband and I accompany you? The woman, a social media influencer with a silver tongue, asked, casting a hopeful glance at Jiajia. Lin Wu felt a bit conflicted, as the decision was not his to make. Based on his previous understanding of Jiajia, she would likely be unwilling to take on any burdens. As anticipated, Jiajia did not deliberate for long and declined. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. The couple's expressions fell, revealing their disappointment. The vehicles obstructing the path ahead were indeed usable, albeit worn and weathered in appearance. They each maneuvered to the side, creating a passage in the middle of the bridge sufficient for Jiajia and her companions to pass through. Once the blocked vehicles departed, a considerable number of zombies began to shuffle towards them from the opposite end of the bridge. The couple, not wishing to delay Lin Wu, accepted the firearms he offered and swiftly drove away from the scene. Lin Wu was beckoned into the vehicle by Jiajia. Jiang Yuhai extended his hand toward Lin Wu, succinctly introducing himself. Lin Wu reciprocated with his own introduction. Lin Wu. He glanced at the driver, Lu Yin, a stranger with an impassive demeanor, skillfully navigating the vehicle with a composed handsomeness. Beside him sat a youth who appeared to be a minor, cradling a cat in his arms, rendering the team's composition somewhat unconventional. Yun Jiajia remarked, "This is Lu Yin. The more stable figure in the back is Jiang Songyan, and the cheerful man is Lin Yu, who is, in fact, a distant relative of yours." Lin Wu nodded, acknowledging the introductions. He had not anticipated encountering familiar faces in such dire circumstances, which offered him a modicum of solace. He inquired about the destination of their journey. "You have eliminated members of Team S. Given their vengeful nature, they are likely to retaliate even more severely. Why are you venturing into the city? By the way, where are you headed?" "To Guangming Primary School, the stronghold of Team S," came the reply. With a genial smile, Yun Jiajia disclosed, "I possess certain intelligence. Besides those departing the city tonight, they've also dispatched a contingent to the pharmaceutical factory. Consequently, their primary base is currently in a relatively vulnerable state. Our objective is to dismantle their stronghold, catching them completely off guard. Since we're already here, let's proceed together. Fortune truly favors us today, having discovered a capable ally." Lin Wu paused, a sensation akin to being coerced aboard a pirate vessel washing over him. Very well, he acquiesced with resignation. Having embarked on this dubious venture, there's no turning back. Observing him relinquishing his firearms and ammunition to the couple, Yun Jiajia tossed him a handgun. "Utilize this for the time being, and coordinate with our actions shortly." Lin Wu firmly grasped the weapon. Yun Jiajia fixed her gaze forward, noting that crossing the bridge would signify their complete entry into S-City's territory. Here, devoid of any illumination, zombies roamed the streets. Lu Yin extinguished the vehicle's headlights. Yet the undead continued their relentless assault on the cars. However, both vehicles were fortified, rendering them impervious to damage. A mere horde of zombies posed no significant threat. Plazas, commercial districts, and supermarkets had become the exclusive domain of the undead. Lin Wu sighed, lamenting, prior to the explosion in the city, this entire area had already lost power. Despite the apparent desolation and absence of living beings, a few individuals still survive in the office buildings above, though they dare not descend. I surmise their supplies are nearly depleted, and regardless of their decision to descend or remain, their fate is sealed. Ordinary individuals cannot endure in such an environment for long. Jiang Yuhuai inquired with curiosity, "What was your occupation previously?" This man, apart from his appearance, possesses an extraordinary presence in every other aspect. Standing tall with a robust physique, he commands attention, reaching an impressive height of around 185 centimeters, second only to Lu Yin and Jiang Songyan, exuding a palpable sense of security. Lin Wu contemplated, arriving at a simple yet comprehensible conclusion: a bodyguard, officially designated as a protector for Dr. Wei. He indeed holds a position of significance. Chapter 68. For someone else, Jiang Yuhai initially intended to inquire how he had come to know the captain and Yang Jing. But upon catching a glimpse of Yun Jiajia's smile directed at him, he promptly sealed his lips. Lu Yin remarked nonchalantly, "We are almost there." A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, with the city teeming with zombies. A small fraction appear to have evolved, exhibiting slightly enhanced speed compared to their counterparts. Upon nearing the vicinity of Mingguang Primary School, Lu Yin parked the vehicle in a secluded corner of an alley beside the school, followed closely by another car. "Prepare yourselves," he instructed, unfastening his seatbelt and deftly releasing Yun Jiajia's as well. His movements were so swift that she was momentarily caught off guard. Grasping his weapon, he instructed, "You stay here for now." Yun Jiajia, bewildered, questioned, "What are you planning to do?" Lu Yin, with a calm expression, smiled with a hint of resignation. If it can be resolved efficiently, there is no need for unnecessary commotion. Once I hack into the surveillance, they will immediately become aware and on guard. If I first eliminate the personnel stationed at the entrance while simultaneously disabling the cameras, that will create the perfect opportunity for you to enter, thus averting any needless conflict. That makes sense. Lin Wu cast a glance of admiration at him, but the question remained, how to disable the surveillance? Being new, he was unaware of the details. Jiang Yuhai nudged him with his elbow, implying that Brother Liu had a plan. Liu Yan's prowess within the team was widely acknowledged to be second only to Yun Jiajia. However, whether it was merely second or equally matched, or perhaps even superior, was a matter no one dared to contemplate. Lin Wu decided not to dwell on this. Having a solution was sufficient. Yun Jiajia felt hesitant to let him go alone, so she messaged Jiang Songyin to inform him to wait in the car. She then spoke up, "I'll accompany you." Liu Yan gently restrained her hand just as she was about to open the car door. The soft and delicate sensation distracted him for a fleeting moment. His gaze deepened with intensity. "Just wait for me." He then released her hand and stepped out of the vehicle. The zombies outside were effortlessly dealt with by him, and once they were out of sight, Liu Yan came to a halt, his figure vanishing from the spot. He ultimately materialized in a secluded corner of Guangming Primary School. One of his abilities allowed him to kill a person with powers and acquire their abilities. Determined not to repeat the tragic fate of his past life, where he failed to protect the one he cherished and witnessed her demise, he had seized the ability of teleportation just days before joining her team. This power was intended solely for a particular individual. Upon arriving at the back corner of Guangming Primary School, he did so without alerting anyone. The 4 guards stationed in different corners were engaged in casual conversation. Not necessarily. I estimate it will take a couple more days. As several sentinels were attempting to shirk their duties with a game of cards, Liu Yan materialized behind them with spectral silence. The man facing him widened his eyes, on the verge of shouting an alarm, but a dagger swiftly and accurately severed his windpipe. Simultaneously, Liu Yan dispatched the man before him with a precise throat strike, modulating his force to ensure a silent demise. Before the remaining 2 could react, they met the same fate. In that instant, the school surveillance system suffered a complete and utter collapse, devoid of any visual record, while a significant portion of S-City was plunged into darkness. The elementary school where this squadron was stationed remained an exception, sustained by several generators and a restored signal that shielded them from the city-wide system failure. Having completed these tasks, he retrieved 2 moist towelettes from his pocket, cleansing his hands. It had been an age since he had engaged in such base acts, a circumstance that brought him both discomfort and resignation. Were he not to intervene, she would have to exert considerable effort to manage these metahumans. He dispatched a message, summoning them to the rear entrance. Liu Yan unlatched the gate, casting the confiscated firearms into a corner. The moans of zombies echoed within the school's confines, creatures deliberately confined by the group. Liu Yan scoffed, deeming it a crude tactic, one he had long since surpassed. Upon receiving Liu Yan's message, Yun Jiajia and her team stealthily infiltrated the rear entrance, which stood ajar. Liu Yan stood casually beneath the teaching edifice, beckoning her with a wave. Once they reached the building's blind spot, Yun Jiajia murmured her admiration. "Impressive. You finished so quickly." "Expeditious resolution," Liu Yan replied. Liu Yan glanced at her, a smile playing on his lips, and her praise seemed to have improved his mood somewhat. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell as they entered an unoccupied classroom. The 2 of them proceeded towards the back door. "My objective is the leader of this squad," Yun Jiajia whispered to Liu Yan. "If we encounter him, try not to kill him. I have a use for him." Liu Yan fixed his gaze upon her for a few moments, refraining from questioning her motives. "Understood," he replied. They divided their forces, Liu Yan leading Lin Su and Jiang Yuhai up another staircase. The first floor was deserted. Their target lay on the second floor. Liu Yan and his team were to eliminate the S squad members on the right, while Yun Jiajia, accompanied by Yang Jing and Jiang Songyin, would take care of those on the left. They ascended the stairs with stealth, the second floor a stark contrast to the first, ablaze with light. Several classrooms had been converted into makeshift bedrooms, and the atmosphere was boisterous. With deftness, she dispatched a black man on the second floor, retrieving a set of keys from his garments. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed a woman sauntering down from the third floor, her eyes half closed. "Weren't we supposed to drink until we dropped tonight?" She slurred. "It's only a few hours past midnight. Come on, let me keep you company tonight." She appeared intoxicated. Her senses dulled. After a few unsteady steps, she realized something was amiss, but it was too late. The dagger showed no mercy. As soon as Jiajia neutralized the woman, Yang Jing swiftly delivered a final blow to prevent any transformation. Jiajia mused, judging by that. There must be a drinking den on the third floor. They're certainly living the high life. She fiddled with the keys, trying them on the nearest door's keyhole, until she found the one that fit. With practiced ease, she unlocked the door. Amidst the throes of passion, the amorous couple was abruptly disturbed by an intrusive sound at the door. Infuriated, the man emerged from beneath the sheets, vociferously protesting the interruption. However, his ire was quickly replaced by astonishment as he beheld three figures swiftly closing the door and advancing towards him. Chapter 69. Securing the elementary school, reacting with alacrity. The man, disregarding his state of undress, scrambled to seize the firearm atop the bedside table. Yet, before he could secure the weapon, Jiang Tsongyan delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling onto the floor with a pained cry. The woman's initial scream was promptly stifled as Yang Jing, with a disdainful gesture, retrieved a discarded undergarment and used it to gag her. The timing proved impeccable, for at the very instant the door was shut, several individuals emerged from the adjacent room. As they traversed the corridor, they audibly marveled at the unrestrained nature of the encounter, commenting on the boisterous sounds emanating from within. The nude man, now gagged and securely bound to the cabinet, was overcome with despair. His female companion bore an expression of abject terror. Subsequently, the intruders commenced a thorough search of the room for any pertinent information. An identification card revealed the man's name to be Kai Lei. Jiang Tsongyan pressed a gun against Kai Lei's temple, demanding to know the whereabouts of his captain. The classroom had been transformed into a semblance of a hotel room, suggesting that Kai Lei held a position of some influence within squad. Kai Lei shook his head, feigning ignorance. Perceiving his reluctance to cooperate, Jiajia issued the order to eliminate them. Given the squad's reputation as ruthless and depraved individuals, a swift demise would be a mercy they scarcely deserved. Jiang Tsongyan executed the couple, and the group proceeded to the next room. The individuals from the neighboring classroom had already departed, their footsteps indicating a trajectory towards the third floor. The three of them meticulously cleaned two more classrooms, and just as they were about to exit, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Jiang Tsongyan, alerted by the sudden sound, leaned against the door, cautiously peering through the crack. "It's us," Lin Zhun whispered softly from outside. "We've taken care of the remaining tasks. We can discuss preparations before heading upstairs." Jiang Tsongyan, surprised by the promptness, furrowed her brow. "So soon?" She opened the door, allowing four individuals to enter. Lu Yin was the first to step in, his expression indifferent as he casually selected a chair and sat down, observing her with an air of nonchalance. "You're a bit late," Jiajia remarked, astonished. "How did you manage to finish so quickly?" The trio had merely maintained a normal pace. Even considering Lu Yin had an additional companion, their speed seemed remarkable. Guangming Primary School is a renowned private institution in S City, boasting numerous well-equipped classrooms on this floor alone, which explains why they chose it as their base. "The normal pace you perceive is merely a result of your unfamiliarity," Lu Yin retorted, arching an eyebrow at her. Turning her gaze to the others, she noticed the peculiar expressions on Lin Zhun, Lin Wu, and Jiang Yuhai's faces, an amalgamation of admiration, astonishment, confusion, and a touch of frustration. She unwrapped a piece of chocolate, savoring it before tossing the remainder to Jiang Yuhai. Addressing Lu Yin with curiosity, "How did you manage to resolve everything so efficiently?" Lin Yu had yet to recover from a shock brought on by Lu Yin. In a feeble voice, he suggested, "Captain, let us pause for a moment. We gathered some intelligence from those small fry. The leader of Team S is not at the base. He has gone to the pharmacy. A few individuals here have contracted anthrax, and fearing further infection, Their captain has personally departed tonight to procure medicine. What shall be our next course of action? What? Not here, Jiang Yuhua added. Their captain has taken 20 individuals with him. A significant number of survivor teams from City S have also rushed there. We have already swept through the guards at the entrance of this elementary school and cleared the first and second floors. According to the information we just obtained, the third floor serves as their bar and karaoke lounge, as well as their monitoring station. The fourth floor houses the children they have tortured, while the fifth floor is entirely under the control of their captain, who has imprisoned several zombies he finds amusing on the rooftop. All eyes turn towards Jiajia, awaiting her next command. Lin Wu, amidst his astonishment, felt a sense of fortune for having reunited with familiar faces after getting lost. Lin Yu was commendable, and Jiajia was someone he respected greatly. Aligning himself with this team was undoubtedly a sagacious choice. Without hesitation, Jiajia made her decision. The absence of Haimin merely delayed the mission. The original plan would proceed as intended. Liberate this elementary school, eradicate all the despicable members of Team S, and ultimately venture into the pharmaceutical company to seek out Xiao Yiwei, while discreetly tracing the whereabouts of the mysterious figure known as the Black Mask. The ideal scenario would be to secure a share of the spoils at the pharmaceutical facility. Let us proceed, adhering to the original plan. She steadied her firearm, her exquisite visage radiating a resolute determination. The others readied themselves as well. This time, there would be no division into smaller groups. The entire force would advance together. A drunken man staggered out of the tavern, belching, his head swirling in confusion, unable to discern the path ahead. Puzzled by the unusual quietness of the day, those rascals on the second floor usually indulged in raucous revelry. He prepared to retrieve his phone to send them a message. Suddenly, a long blade pierced from behind, penetrating his heart. Before he could comprehend the situation, his life was extinguished. The blade withdrew, splattering several droplets of crimson onto the ground, only to be thrust again into his skull. Ultimately, he collapsed like a deflated balloon. Lin Wu discarded the body aside and nodded to his companions. The classrooms on the third floor had been breached, merging 3 rooms into one. It was evident that the room he emerged from was the tavern, while the other 2 were the surveillance room and the game room. Lin Wu kicked the door open, and inside, a cacophony ensued. The revelers remained oblivious, indulging in their drunken stupor. Disgusted, he grimaced and tossed in the explosives provided by Jiajia. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the room, followed by gunfire erupting outward. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos, they failed to hit anything, let alone escape. With a thunderous detonation, the explosives erupted, unleashing a fiery surge accompanied by the shattering of glass. The terrified screams of those meeting their demise mingled with the blaze, and the liquor cellar was swiftly engulfed in an inferno. The conflagration spread with alarming rapidity, threatening to consume the doorway. The occupants of the adjacent chambers, upon hearing the commotion, hastily flung open their doors, only to be met with a hail of gunfire from Jiang Tsongyin, Lin Wu, and their cohorts, who had been strategically positioned by Jiajia. Some, however, managed to arm themselves and retaliate, resulting in a chaotic melee. Amidst the fiery tempest, a man emerged, his body scorched and blackened beyond recognition. Emitting a harrowing wail that defied human description, Jiajia promptly dispatched him with a single shot. The remaining adversaries were swiftly dealt with, though Jiang Yuhua sustained a gunshot wound to the arm during the fracas. He clutched his injured limb, his stoic expression betraying the pain he endured. "I'm unharmed," he insisted, beads of perspiration forming on his brow as he feigned nonchalance. "Yang Jing," Jiajia called out, "I recall you carrying a first aid kit in your rucksack, along with potable water. The third floor is secure at present. Attend to Jiang Yuhuai's wound here at the stairwell, extract the bullet, and administer treatment." Their provisions included essential medical supplies for such contingencies. While an arm wound was manageable, more severe injuries to the torso or deeply embedded bullets would present a greater challenge. Yang Jing deposited her rucksack, wiped the perspiration from her forehead, and offered Jiang Yuhuai a reassuring smile. "Leave it to me," she said. "I'm a medical professional." "Very well," Jiang Yuhuai replied, settling onto the stairs. Yu and Jiajia tossed him a chocolate pie before ascending the stairs with the rest of her team. One must not allow the injury of a teammate to hinder the momentum of the team. Considering the guards at the front door that had not been dealt with, he left Lin Wu behind to protect them. As they ascended to the 4th floor, the air was pierced by the anguished cries of what seemed to be mere children. The majority of those confined within were indeed children, as evidenced by the video shared by Team S on social media. They exchanged glances, and Lin Yu gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "These scoundrels!" The explosive noise had surely reached the ears of the members of Team S inside, and it was not difficult for them to deduce that they had come prepared. However, upon stepping outside, they found themselves facing a dead end, prompting them to decide to remain hidden and use the imprisoned students as hostages. Jiajia found herself in a predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. It was not that she lacked compassion. Had it been a group of unfamiliar adults taken hostage in this apocalyptic world, she could have turned a blind eye to further her own objectives and interests. Yet, the majority of those inside were elementary school students, which complicated matters significantly. While her modus operandi was typically that of a self-serving individual, adhering to her own principles was paramount. This had little to do with being compassionate or not. If she could not even uphold this basic moral standard, her credibility as a team leader would be severely compromised in the eyes of her comrades. Just like now, Lin Yu and Jiang Tsongyan had both been moved by compassion. What should she do? Jiang Tsongyan lifted his gaze towards her and inquired, uncertain of the decision she would ultimately make. Occupants within are holding hostages, their core members having been led away by their captain, leaving them with no means of escape. Using the hostages as leverage represents a desperate gambit for them. Jiajia exhibited a composure surpassing her usual demeanor. She calmly articulated, "First, knock on the door, inquire as to their demands, and inform them that we have already seized control of this location. Let's ascertain the nature of their requests." In actuality, a more expeditious solution existed. She surreptitiously glanced towards Liu Yin, who stood at the rear, concealed in the corner, maintaining complete silence. She surmised the nature of his other ability. Liu Yin, cognizant of her intentions, demurred, "Do not look to me. The number of individuals inside remains undetermined. Even if I were to infiltrate and neutralize one, holding another, I possess but a single intellect and a solitary form. Unless the opposition reveals their hand, thus clarifying their numbers, do you genuinely desire my insertion?" Rarely did Liu Yin utter such a concatenation of words. At this juncture, he regarded her with an aloof yet candid gaze. He would execute her directives, undoubtedly, but he harbored no desire to be merely an instrument in her hands. Indeed, he could accomplish this task, but it held no personal significance. To him, all individuals, save for himself and her, were essentially indistinguishable, differing only in physiognomy. Fundamentally, he would not sacrifice himself for another, with the exception of her. He yearned to occupy a prominent position in her affections, to supplant all others as her foremost priority. A desire, alas, yet to be realized. Jiajia paused, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, she entertained reservations about him teleporting inside. Jiang Tsongyan averted his gaze discreetly and advanced to knock on the door, announcing, "Attention, occupants within. This area is now under our control. Surrender now if you wish to survive." A haughty and acerbic male voice retorted from within, "Don't think you could deceive us into coming out. We're not ignorant of your intentions. Fine, you've undoubtedly surrounded us, and you've likely eliminated those downstairs. The surveillance system is probably your doing as well, right? Heh, you might as well just obliterate us in here. But remember, we're not the only ones inside." Having uttered these words, the bald man stood before a row of cages, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his mind. The two black men behind him nudged his hand, whispering, "Lure one of them in first." Jiang Tsongyan's brow furrowed as he responded, "Suit yourselves. If you squander the chance to live, don't blame us." He had hoped to use this statement to intimidate those inside, but it seemed to have little effect. Many of these desperados were not afraid of death. For them, taking others with them in death held more significance than living. The man inside sneered, "Suit yourselves. Our lives are cheap and meaningless. We don't care how we die. Even if we were to escape, we wouldn't survive out there. There's no point in preserving our bodies intact." We might as well take as many people with us as possible. Jiajia was unfamiliar with the internal layout, so she hesitated to use her abilities rashly. A stalemate ensued between the two sides. Provide us with several vehicles and supplies, and grant us safe passage. A voice from within proposed after 10 minutes of deadlock, seemingly from another man this time. Agreed, Jiajia replied. I harbor skepticism towards you. Unless you allow a hostage to enter, only then will I consider your words credible. Huh, that's impossible. Jiajia promptly dismissed this demand, but after a moment's contemplation, she conceded it could be arranged. She could enter without hesitation. Her extraordinary abilities would enable her to discern the situation upon entry. These bullies, who prey upon the weak, would find themselves at her mercy once she deflected their bullets with her wind manipulation. With her powers, she could easily subdue them. Resolutely, she declared, I will go in. No way. Lu Yin and the other three unanimously objected. Jiajia furrowed her brow, lowering her voice to a whisper only a few could hear. I possess abilities. They cannot contend with me. I will go. Lin Yu interjected, allow me to go. My reflexes are swift, and I have successfully rescued hostages during my time in the military. I excel in this regard. I am suitable. Zhang Kongan asserted, "You shall go." His gaze was steadfast and serious. There was no way Jiajia would permit him to undertake such a risk. As soon as she voiced her refusal, Lu Yin interjected, "Let him go. Perhaps this will not be a misfortune for him, but rather a fortuitous opportunity." Chapter 71. Wood-type abilities. Lu Yin spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, his eyes coldly fixed on Jiang Tsongyan. What? Jiajia pondered for a brief moment before realization struck her. She had forgotten that perilous situations often catalyze latent extraordinary talents. With this understanding, she relinquished her reservations and fixed her gaze on Jiang Tsongyan, resolutely stating, "Then you shall go." Lin Su was stunned, exclaiming, "Huh?" Without hesitation, Jiang Tsongyan set down his weapon and began pounding on the door. The members inside, both treacherous and cautious, meticulously avoided creating any openings that could allow for a surprise attack. Driven by a desire to survive, they cautiously pulled Jiang Tsongyan inside. A brief silence ensued. Lin Su was unable to discern Jiajia's intentions, yet he trusted that she had a reason for allowing Jiang Tsongyan to enter, and so he remained in place. On guard. During the most chaotic period of the post-apocalyptic world, a small number of individuals with supernatural abilities had indeed emerged, herself among them. However, these abilities varied greatly. Some possessed powers of attack and defense, while a select few had abilities that lacked any offensive capability but allowed them to foresee glimpses of the future. Lu Yin gave her the impression of being omnipotent. He did not possess merely a single ability, which was an almost unheard-of phenomenon in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet, she sensed that something was amiss. Lu Yin remained silent, stepping aside into the hallway. After another minute, several agonizing cries and surprised exclamations echoed from within. Lin Su hastily knocked on the door, shouting, "Jiang Tsongyan, what's wrong? Open the door." Jiajia also approached, noticing that the screams did not originate from Jiang Tsongyan, but rather from several adult men, the kind of howls elicited by extreme pain. They cautiously entered the room, finding it pitch black and devoid of any light. Upon crossing the threshold, a foul odor assaulted their senses. She located the light switch, instantly illuminating the space. The scene that unfolded before Lin Su's eyes filled him with horror. The space has been cleared, encompassing several hundred square meters, filled with enormous cages that confine human beings. Some are adult men and women, but the majority are elementary school students. The commonality among these individuals is their battered state. The ground stained with blood, each person dons tattered garments, likely remnants from the world before the apocalypse. Their wounds are so severe that they seem to reach the very marrow of their bones, and it appears that aside from a few, most teeter on the brink of death. In the center stands Jiang Tsongyan, seemingly unperturbed, surrounded by robust green vines that gradually entwine and envelop the entire wall. There are 11 members of Team S, all of whom are ensnared tightly by these vines, bound against the wall. The astonishment reflected in Jiang Tsongyan's eyes when they first entered has transformed into a calm demeanor. This is an extraordinary ability. It is difficult to articulate the sensation. The vine seemed to sprout from his flesh, intricately intertwined with him. Yet the reality may not be entirely as such. When they were ambushed upon entry and he collapsed, witnessing the dire conditions around him, a surge of anger erupted within. Just as a man was about to strike him unconscious with the butt of a gun, a potted plant casually placed nearby extended its vines, spreading across the walls. He found he could harness this power, guiding it to bind the men, regardless of their struggles, with blades that could not sever the vines. In a fit of rage, the men fired at him, yet the vines effectively blocked the gun muzzles, rendering the bullets incapable of penetrating. Linyu could hardly conceal his astonishment, which swiftly morphed into an exhilarated grin. My good brother, congratulations on your newfound ability. I told you, the captain's decisions were not in vain. Now, their group has gained an extraordinary individual, significantly enhancing their overall strength, ensuring their survival in the apocalypse. Jiajia felt elated for him. His powers had finally manifested. Jiang Songyin spoke with a hint of surprise. I'm a bit taken aback myself. 11 men were ensnared tightly by the vines, their bodies constricted with no room to breathe, leaving only their faces exposed. If this continued, death was inevitable. These cages contained approximately 20 individuals who huddled together in fear. Bound by the vines, they were anxious, wondering if they would be next. Find the key and unlock the door, Jiajia instructed Linyu, handing Jiang Songyin a wet wipe to clean the blood from his forehead. He accepted it and after a brief moment regained his usual composure, remarking lightly, "It's a good thing." "Indeed," she replied. The emergence of another supernatural entity had bolstered their collective strength. "What shall we do with these individuals?" Jiang Songyin gestured towards those on the wall, nearly asphyxiated, their faces flushed crimson. "Extract the identifying features and photographs, then eliminate them," she commanded with a steely tone. With the necessary intelligence gathered, there was no need for these people to remain. Jiang Songyin agreed to handle it. Lu Yin had not followed, so she retraced her steps to find him. In the dimly lit corridor, he unexpectedly lit a cigarette. The scent of tobacco was not unpleasant. A flickering ember illuminated the surrounding smoke as he stood by the window. Lost in thought, did you foresee the advent of his ability? Jiajia stood before him. Lu Yin glanced up, retorting with a calm indifference, a mere conjecture. Lu Yin's disposition seemed somewhat morose. "My apologies," she uttered after some deliberation. "I ought not to have regarded you as a mere instrument." In recent days, she had grown accustomed to the addition of a person to their ensemble. Lu Yin's previous compliance had led her to treat him with a certain lack of consideration. Particularly just now, she had subconsciously desired him to enter. She had not intended to use him as a pawn, nor to have him lead the charge. Rather, she believed in his capacity to flawlessly manage the situation, thus overlooking his sentiments. Perhaps their prior mode of interaction was ill-advised. Lu Yin gazed at her, his expression enigmatic. Strands of hair clung to his forehead, moistened by perspiration. His eyes were radiant and limpid, identical to those of the past. She appeared sincere in her desire to apologize, yet she had committed no transgression. He finally spoke, "You are without fault. Why offer an apology? I comprehend your intentions. Had I been in your stead, I would have acted likewise. It is the optimal solution, and I am grateful that you were able to arrive at the most judicious decision." Chapter 72, Liberation Primary School. To make choices that are advantageous to oneself is to ensure a protracted journey. He spoke thus, yet a tinge of bitterness welled up within him, which he endeavored to suppress. He had no need for it. Jiajia stared intently at him. "Is that truly what you harbor in your heart?" She had to concede that, over the course of these days, her preconceived notions of him had indeed undergone a transformation. Indeed, certain matters necessitate an opportune moment for initiation. "What are your thoughts?" He chuckled softly, tinged with self-deprecation, as if they were the sole occupants of this space. Jiajia averted her gaze, the frigid wind sharpening her thoughts. She stared intently at the national flag atop the distant lift platform. "I believe there's a divergence between your words and your true feelings. Initially, you conveyed your intentions with utmost clarity, questioning whether I genuinely desired your intervention. When I harbored such desires, you were in fact disheartened, weren't you?" She possessed a profound awareness. Conversely, she was exceptionally lucid. He was indeed disappointed, she knew. No. Liu Yan's Adam's apple constricted instantly, a denial that seemed reflexive. Yet, upon uttering the word, he sensed a deviation from his true intent, a composed facade concealing a hopeful, yet humble core. Perhaps the individual concealed within was the genuine self he had masked for 2 lifetimes when facing her. Liu Yan experienced a rare moment of disarray, abandoning further contemplation as he settled onto the steps. A sudden regret washed over him for extinguishing that cigarette, when thoughts spiraled into utter chaos. Only alcohol and tobacco seemed capable of providing solace. Jiajia's long lashes drooped gently. A mere veil separated them, ethereal and delicate, yet insurmountable. Liu Yan. She mustered the courage to utter his name, only to be interrupted by an approaching sound. Lin Wu ascended from below. I've neutralized the guards at the front entrance. They're currently occupied with extracting bullets and tending to their wounds, but the area is secure. I heard an explosion emanating from this direction and felt compelled to investigate. Lin Wu's measured strides ceased as he noticed her presence. Before Jiajia could articulate her thoughts, she was abruptly interrupted, the words caught in her throat. Rendered unsuitable for expression, she cast a complex glance at Lin Wu, who had appeared at quite an opportune moment. Lin Wu, somewhat perplexed, turned his attention to Liu Yan, who was seated on the staircase. Possessing a keen eye for character, Lin Wu discerned that this man exuded an air of authority. It was evident he had held a significant position of power prior to the cataclysm. The mere hint of his capabilities suggested that even amidst the apocalypse, he remained a figure of prominence. Thus, it was rather surprising to find him perched upon the dust-laden steps. What are you discussing? Lin Wu pondered the gravity of their mission, his straightforward nature causing him to overlook the disruption he had caused. Jiajia, on the verge of tears, sought to redirect the conversation. It's nothing. Jiang Tsongyan has unlocked his abilities. You should take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Wu was taken aback. So sudden? He hastened to enter the room. With only the 2 of them remaining, neither had the inclination to converse, and she followed him inside. Jiang Tsongyan had slightly loosened the vines binding the men. One of them, lacking the filter of discretion, exclaimed, "You will regret this. Don't think that having a special ability makes you exceptional. Our captain possesses powers that are 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than yours." This black man was the very one who had appeared during the live stream, and even now, in the face of adversity, he displayed an unwavering defiance, his eyes brimming with malice. Jiajia approached Jiang Tsongyan and inquired, "Did you uncover anything?" Jiang Tsongyan shook his head. "No, they wouldn't divulge anything. I attempted to use my abilities to extract some useful information, but I only managed to get one of them to say that their captain appeared to be a man of gentle refinement. The others wouldn't utter a word. This black man is a particularly recalcitrant one." Jiajia inquired as to who had described him as refined, and Jiang Tsongyan indicated the person. She then approached him. "If you make a candid confession, I can spare your life. I'm not jesting. However, everyone else besides you will perish." The vines constricting the man loosened slightly, providing some relief. He was skeptical of these people. In this era, everyone is a mendacious deceiver who would honor a promise. Describe his characteristics and the circumstances of your expulsion from here. Whether you survive is up to you. This constitutes a chance at survival, albeit with a high probability of death. She cast a sardonic glance at the tormented members. But it's better than certain death. You delude yourselves with notions of loyalty. But what about him? Perhaps he merely regards you as expendable tools, discarded after use. Has enough time really passed for genuine affection to develop? He must be quite the formidable figure. However, if he were aware of your predicament, he likely wouldn't feel compassion but rather blame you for the destruction of his base. Wishing he could kill you. Jiajia chuckled merrily, but her words were increasingly cutting. Turning to the man, she flashed a genial smile, appearing utterly relaxed. "If you speak, I grant you a chance at survival. I assure you." "Oh, really?" The visage of the callow man betrayed an inner conflict. "Naturally," chided Jiajia with a smile. "Extricating you from this predicament offers the prospect of survival. With your aptitude, you could undoubtedly thrive within another squad, perhaps even ascend to a pivotal role. Should fortune favor you, you might even unlock latent abilities, elevating your standing far beyond its current nadir. A resplendent future awaits. However, should you opt for the path of demise, she lamented, you shall merely swell the ranks of the ghastly undead, an unsightly animated cadaver. Perchance, the very person you sink your teeth into may be a cherished friend or relative, yet you would be bereft of all cognizance, inexorably dragging them into the abyss of zombification. Lu Yin, having materialized at the threshold unnoticed, fixed her with a profound and unwavering gaze. The man was teetering on the precipice of capitulation. The adjacent African-American, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, eked out, "Do not be beguiled by her deceit. Women are inveterate liars." Jiang Tsongyin, assenting, executed her directives. To extend even a modicum of clemency to such a wretch would only serve to amplify the suffering of those he had wronged. The tendrils tightened incrementally, transforming the confines into a verdant sanctuary teeming with vines and foliage, imbuing the moribund prison with the very essence of spring, a veritable renaissance. After an interminable interval, a plaintive entreaty arose. "I repent, spare me." The callow man, with arduous effort, pivoted, only to discover that the African-American had succumbed to the throes of agony. Chapter 73. Reconnoitering the school, the callow man, utterly petrified, was rendered speechless, his gaze betraying a palpable dread and trepidation. "Your turn," Jiang Tsongyin declared, addressing the remaining 9 individuals. The previously vibrant individual has now succumbed to the fate of a zombie, ensnared by creeping vines. Beads of cold sweat incessantly emerge on the forehead of the young man, as he reflects on the torment he once inflicted upon others, now finding himself in a similar predicament. Yet, he is still youthful and clings to the desire to live. The tendrils tighten around his neck, the sensation of suffocation returning once more. "Wait, I plead," he exclaims, erupting into a fit of coughs. Having seen him only a few times before, I recall his benign appearance, marked by a butterfly tattoo on his shoulder. I had witnessed his extraordinary abilities when our team was first formed. He possesses the power to delve into the thoughts and emotions of others, even exerting control over their actions. After stumbling through his plea, he gazes at them with imploring eyes. "I have disclosed all that I know. May I be allowed to depart?" The remaining men find themselves in a similar state, and Jiang Tsongyin escorts them partway. Yin Jiajia gestures for Jiang Tsongyin to release him. She has her own plans. Once Jiang Tsongyin sets the man free, she instructs Lin Jie to expel him from school. He is to be cast out, his survival left to fate. She merely promises not to take his life, but does not offer him any means of defense. Lin Jie smiles knowingly, hoisting the feeble man and dragging him away. Lin Wu muses that a woman's heart is indeed as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. The students and faculty have been released, and, upon counting, it is revealed that from a school that once housed hundreds, only 18 students and 3 teachers remain, along with a middle-aged cleaning lady. They were all invariably injured. The middle-aged female teacher, who was in slightly better condition, first expressed her gratitude to them, and then recounted the course of events. From the moment we were notified of the outbreak, we sealed off the school, promptly sending out those infected. We sacrificed many to safeguard a contingent of students. With supplies within the school, we have been awaiting rescue. However, 8 days prior, a band of marauders, armed to the teeth, stormed the school, embarking on a spree of wanton slaughter. Initially, our school housed over 300 souls, but ultimately, only 100 survived. They imprisoned us, subjecting us to daily torment and random executions, even resorting to feeding students to the undead. As of now, merely 22 of us remain. The brutality of Squad S was evident from the live streams and videos. Another male teacher, nursing a wound to his waist and missing an ear, sighed, "As long as the zombie crisis persists, we, guarding these supplies, are a prized commodity. If not Squad S, another will come." His assessment was indeed accurate. The die was cast. They had to find a way to survive, regardless. The second floor was still ablaze, with the conflagration raging unabated. Determined to see this through, Jiajia instructed those with less severe injuries to accompany Lin Wu to extinguish the flames below. The fourth floor is our captain's domain, and the fifth houses the imprisoned zombies. Come with me, and let's take a look. Jiajia addressed Jiang Songyan first, her gaze shifting unnaturally towards Lu Yin, beckoning him to follow. The fourth floor was shrouded in darkness and silence. The door was locked, but Lu Yin teleported inside, unlocking the door from within. It is said that the entire floor is a space shrouded in darkness, yet he occupies merely one room, while the others remain desolate, even preserving the arrangement of a classroom. The room, cloaked in darkness, contains only a single table and a bed, along with a wardrobe, all remarkably pristine, devoid of any evidence of prior habitation. This piqued her curiosity regarding the nature of the cruel leader of this organization. Despite their thorough search, they found no information about the figure cloaked in darkness, only discovering a bullet with scratches on its surface tucked away in a drawer beneath the table. Jiajia first secured the bullet, then armed herself appropriately, making her way to the fifth floor. The fifth floor previously housed the teacher's offices and the principal's office, along with a medical room, which had been repurposed for imprisoning zombies. The incessant roars of the undead echoed from within. Jiang Songyan, glancing through the window, locked eyes with a zombie inside and awkwardly recoiled a couple of steps. The floor inside was littered with dismembered limbs, with a number of zombies exceeding 100. The zombies in the medical room were confined within cages, while those in the principal's office and the expansive teacher's offices were left unrestrained. Such a multitude of zombies posed a significant challenge. Jiang Songyan cast a troubled glance at her. After all, the school's firefighting equipment was limited and should a fire ignite, the entire educational building could be reduced to ruins. You are correct, Jiajia acknowledged, finding merit in the statement. In truth, the matter had reached a resolution. Their primary objective was to eliminate Team S and capture the figure cloaked in darkness alive. With all members of Team S in this elementary school neutralized, only the pharmaceutical factory remained, and they could easily depart. As she pondered, a middle-aged female teacher ascended the stairs, breathless. She was aware of their impending departure, and thus she implored, "There's a lockdown mechanism within the teaching building that can seal it entirely. Could you assist us in activating the switch shortly?" Upon mentioning this, the female teacher appeared somewhat disheartened, as feedback from students who had narrowly escaped indicated that the principal's office was overrun with zombies. The higher-ups, in a rather jovial mood, had chosen to spare them. The overwhelming number of zombies made it impossible to even reach the lockdown switch. Ultimately, they would meet the same fate. Jiajia approached the door of the principal's office and peered through the glass. Inside, the zombies had not evolved and moved sluggishly. The device was secured within a safe, complicating matters further, as the principal was deceased and no one knew the combination to the lock. The female teacher, in her 30s, summoned her courage and declared, "I know the code." This revelation greatly simplified their predicament. Jiajia agreed, deciding to wait until they extinguished the fire before transporting the available supplies, including those from students, teachers, and Lin Zhe, to the playground. Once that was accomplished, only she, Jiang Songyan, Lu Yin, and the female teacher would remain in the teaching building. Previously, she had heard the principal mention that once the lockdown mechanism was activated, all doors and windows would be sealed within 5 minutes, including the corridors, which would be fortified by iron walls. Thus, they needed to descend quickly. Chapter 74. Refusal to retain, although they could rush down within 5 minutes. The risk of an early lockdown loomed large. Jiajia retrieved 2 long ropes with hooks and secured them to the railing, then remarked, "Based on what you just said, this lockdown also encompasses the corridors, but does not include the corridor railings, correct?" "Indeed," the female teacher affirmed. The principal mentioned earlier that the railing was intentionally left unsealed to allow students to descend in case of an emergency. "Excellent." Jiajia squinted at her, recognizing her cleverness. Addressing Lu Yin and Jiang Songyan, she declared, "Let's commence." They pried open the lock of the principal's office, only to be confronted by a dozen zombies lunging towards them. The female teacher hid behind them, letting out a scream before striving to maintain her composure. Within a mere 5 minutes, Jiajia, Jiang Songyan, and Lu Yin managed to eradicate the zombies completely. As the bodies of the zombies lay strewn across the floor, the female teacher, astonished, weakly pointed beneath the desk. The safe is here. She approached the desk, crouched down, and entered the password twice, exclaiming in delight, "It's opened." They gathered around to inspect, discovering a stack of cash and a bank card inside. Additionally, there was a combination lock. The teacher entered the code once more, and the device's switch materialized before them. Jiajia instructed Jiang Songyin, "You two take her down first. Once you're below, I will activate the switch and descend." Jiang Songyin contemplated switching positions, suggesting she take the group down while he remained to operate the switch, but Lu Yin preempted him, saying, "You all go down, I will handle the switch." He tugged at the collar of his shirt and added nonchalantly, "This way, you won't have to climb back up again. Gather the ropes. It would be a waste to expend two for such a trivial matter. With your limited supply, how much can you possibly conserve?" Jiajia instinctively felt the urge to retort, "I have more than enough ropes. Furthermore, it can be redeemed from the points mall," alleviating his concerns. Jiang Songyin silently stowed the rope and waited for her at the entrance. His impression of Lu Yin was not particularly favorable, primarily stemming from the sense of oppression he exuded during their initial encounter, along with a certain indescribable element. "Very well," Jiajia responded, finding the man rather peculiar. Initially, he had avowed his willingness to handle anything, yet he had questioned her so during their ascent to the third floor. Now, prompted by a pang of conscience, she intended to manage things herself, only for him to proactively offer his assistance. By the time they descended, it was already 3 in the morning. On the sports field, students, teachers, and cleaning staff were seated on the ground, hastily consuming the retrieved provisions. They had been famished for days, subsisting on meager rations of biscuits every other day, leaving them gaunt and emaciated. Upon noticing their arrival, Lin Su, sensing an absence, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Lu Yin?" As if on cue, the entire teaching building resonated with a dull thud. Section by section, seamless iron gates descended from above, completely sealing off the building within a minute, rendering it inaccessible and obscuring any view of the interior. The crowd was startled. The female teacher, striving to pacify them, exclaimed, "Students, do not be alarmed. It is merely the activation of the lockdown mechanism, preventing the escape of the zombies within." Lu Yin had yet to emerge. The members of the team, unaware of his abilities, were astonished. Despite the limited interaction, they harbored a desire to avoid the loss of such a formidable force within their ranks. Ultimately, they observed him sauntering out from a corner of the school. With tacit understanding, the others refrained from further inquiry. Yang Jing suggested, "Given our extended period of exertion and high-intensity activity, I propose we defer our departure. Instead, let's seek a place to rest for an hour before making preparations." Jiajia cast a sidelong glance at the group, noting the palpable weariness etched on their faces. The female teacher, having consumed some sustenance and water, swiftly recovered and declared, "The faculty dormitory possesses beds and bedding. You may find respite there." The other 2 teachers, revitalized, commenced reorganizing the ranks, guiding the students into the faculty dormitory. The S squad, perhaps disdainful of the accommodations, did not encroach upon this area. The faculty dormitory resembled ordinary lodgings, featuring 4-person bunk rooms. After a brief deliberation, the 3 teachers implored them to remain, acknowledging their own inability to safeguard themselves and the students effectively. They feared that should another force assail this place, they might suffer an even worse fate than before. Jiajia demurred, stating, "We have our own arrangements and shall not remain for your sake. In this, no one can truly protect you. The only viable course is self-preservation, as exemplified by those." She gestured toward the students entering the dormitory, adding, "In this, most will not grant leniency based on age. Killing will still occur when necessary. Therefore, you must strive for self-reliance and acclimate them to the present environment. Gradually instruct them to utilize limited resources to forge a sustainable path, cultivate teamwork, and venture out to gather resources. These are essential skills for everyone in this environment, and you are no exception. Even with a mountain of grain, it will eventually be depleted." Her words resonated with undeniable logic. To have saved them is already commendable, one cannot demand more. In this apocalypse, reliance on others only leads to a dead end. Thank you. The three teachers express their heartfelt gratitude. Rest now. Jiajia urged her to take a break while she freshened up with a splash of water and a quick shower, feeling significantly rejuvenated. After lying in bed for half an hour, she found herself wide awake, unable to return to slumber. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Mian, Xiao Wei at the pharmaceutical factory, and today's Lu Yin. In the adjacent bed, Yang Jing was deep in sleep, emitting soft snores. Growing restless and with dawn approaching, Jiajia decided to rise and take a stroll outside. The sky remained eerily silent, devoid of any light. The dense, ominous clouds suggested that terrifying calamities loomed ahead. A tall figure stood on the playground, gazing at the teaching building, lost in thought. Aren't you going to rest? Upon approaching, Jiajia assessed him. He had also bathed, a faint scent of mint lingering around him. Lu Yin shook his head. You haven't rested either. Jiajia chose not to respond immediately. Taking a few moments before speaking leisurely, your ability is quite unique. I have a general idea of its nature. With a weapon in hand, your prowess would indeed allow you to dominate in this apocalypse. You achieved this in your previous life, so you can certainly do it again now. However, within my small team, you have little opportunity to showcase your talents. And so what? Chapter 75, A Midnight Confession. Lu Yan's expression remained unchanged. Jiajia felt a lump in her throat, suddenly forgetting what she intended to say. But don't you think it's a waste of talent? That familiar vexation resurfaced within Lu Yin, prompting him to loosen his collar, his expression suddenly arrested. Then, in your estimation, what constitutes a worthy pursuit? To persist as the chieftain of some encampment, or to reign supreme through one's abilities, leading survivors against the undead? His intonation was a stark contrast to his previous nonchalance. After a pregnant pause, his gaze, heavy and intent, settled upon her. These are not my aspirations. Jiajia was taken aback. He approached slowly, until a mere step separated them. Lu Yin, his countenance impassive, steeled himself against the potential embarrassment of his forthcoming words. He was accustomed to maintaining control over all matters. Save for one exception. He had contemplated the awkwardness of failure countless times, but those were merely thoughts. He could only employ indifference as a shield in her presence. You once declared that squandering time was a reprehensible act. Now, your actions belie your words. Jiajia was suddenly reminded of his utterance from a previous life. A distant memory, somewhat faded. Yet, for men such as he, their divergent goals and aspirations for the future were incongruous. From his perspective, was she not, in effect, wasting his time? A subtle smile played upon Lu Yan's usually placid features, so fleeting as to be nearly imperceptible, especially concealed by the veil of night. It is because I came in search of you. He paused for a moment before continuing. You are well aware of the purpose behind my arduous journey to your base. I thought I could patiently wait for a long time regarding this matter. Yet now I find myself unwilling to wait any longer. Holding back my words for too long can wreak havoc on one's emotions. Thus, he swallowed hard, an unusual nervousness evident in his demeanor, and leaned forward earnestly, saying, Jiajia, I implore you, consider me. Lu Yan's gaze intensified, imbued with a fervent and overwhelming affection as he simply looked at her. Jiajia's eyes widened, seemingly taken aback by his declaration. I implore you, consider me. This was not something one would expect Lu Yin to utter. She stood there as if struck by lightning, unable to meet his deep, penetrating gaze. Earlier in the classroom, she had intended to be forthright with him, but she had not anticipated he would be the one to initiate the conversation. Her thoughts momentarily froze, rationality dissipating, leaving only an empty shell in its wake. After several seconds, she regained her composure. The impact of his words was more profound than the shock she experienced upon discovering her teammate's betrayal in her previous life. However, the current outcome seemed unattainable. Since he had already spoken, she might as well lay everything bare. Do you think someone like me would cling to past sentiments? Lu Yin pressed. From the moment I provided you with an additional batch of weapons at the underground trading square, you should have realized you were different. Otherwise, why would I have acted in such a manner? Regardless of the past or present, You have persistently perceived us as adversaries. Yet have I ever uttered a single word opposing that notion? I concede that you possess the aptitude to establish a sanctuary and preside over survivors. However, do you genuinely believe that, given the disparity in power, your modest enclave could have withstood my opposition for so many years? Let me assure you, any other settlement would have been assailed and absorbed without hesitation. No matter how insignificant, I would never permit such a trifling annoyance to persist within my purview. S. tone was somber and guttural, imbued with an inexplicable allure in that setting, the eerie ambience lending him an air of mystique. With a sardonic turn, he remarked, "You regard your comrades as kin and me as your nemesis. Yet, after your orchestrated demise, it was I, your reviled adversary, who avenged you. Do you not find that profoundly ironic?" He paused for a moment, then continued, "In the year following their demise, individuals with extraordinary abilities underwent a metamorphosis. These abilities intensified, initiating a process of natural selection. If one were to suggest that humanity wielded this power, it would be more accurate to assert that the power itself selected and manipulated its wielders. At that juncture, another cataclysm befell humanity, leaving a mere fraction of survivors worldwide, fewer than 10,000. The power, devoid of a sufficient pool of gifted hosts from which to choose, opted for a wholesale purge. Rebirth is not an exclusive phenomenon. It is one I, too, have experienced," declared. Upon hearing this, was deeply unsettled, as she had never encountered such a notion, that extraordinary abilities could manipulate humanity. Lu Yin remained silent, having foreseen the impending catastrophic disaster that would obliterate all survival bases. At that moment, he lacked the original ambition and found the situation exceedingly tedious. Thus, he shifted the conversation. These are merely reminders. Only by completing the system's sequential tasks can one uncover the ultimate truth. Therefore, Jiajia, you must provide me with an answer. Chapter 76. She agreed. Lu Yan's words were unequivocal. He no longer wished to await aimlessly. He desired an answer, and he desired it now. Even if that answer were to maintain neutrality, he would still choose to remain a tool, buoyed by a flicker of hope. Upon hearing his declaration, Jiajia felt as though her heart was being tightly constricted. Certain aspects she had long overlooked now lay starkly before her, rendering it impossible to feign ignorance. Perhaps she truly occupied a favored position in his eyes. Yet, the transformation of her identity following her agreement could prove disconcerting. Upon becoming the lord of a survival base, she would not be alone. Occasionally, young and vibrant boys would seek to draw near, eager to charm and entice her in hopes of elevating their standing within the base. To them, becoming the consort of the lord was a mark of honor. However, she remained ever vigilant, regarding such interactions merely as fleeting amusements to alleviate her boredom. Occasionally, she would derive a sense of youthful vitality from their presence, yet they were ultimately seen as trifles. More often than not, she would opt to reject advances, isolating herself from those with ulterior motives. What she truly needed was a like-minded partner with whom she could forge a powerful alliance. Jiajia took a deep breath, feigning nonchalance as she raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you serious?" Attention that had long been taught within her suddenly snapped. She realized that she indeed needed to cast aside some old prejudices and thoughts to embark on a new journey, encompassing her feelings for Lu Yin. "Let us give it a try," she murmured softly. After all, it was merely an experiment, and she had nothing to lose. Upon hearing her response, Lu Yin finally smiled. Not a grim, cold smile, but one that radiated genuine joy from the depths of his heart. "Hey, Captain, why are you up so early?" "Just in time. We're all up and ready to prepare for departure." Lin Yu spotted a pair of figures standing on the playground from a distance. Still groggy from sleep and not quite able to think straight, she waved cheerfully in their direction. The unexpected voice caused Lu Yan's expression to shift, a flicker of dissatisfaction and embarrassment flitting through him. As they approached, Lin Yu sensed something was amiss. She glanced between Jiajia and Lu Yin, scratching her head as she said, "Did I arrive at an inconvenient time?" Jiajia, wishing to conceal any hints before her teammates, replied, "Not at all. We were merely discussing our upcoming plans." Everyone awake, right? Let us tidy up and prepare to set off. Linya responded when I came out. They were all awake. The teachers from this school have also come out to see us off. The vehicle is waiting over there, so we should exit through the back door. All right, Jiajia nodded. Within moments, the three instructors hastened over. The school, fortunately, still possessed a signal, enabling them to retrieve a functioning mobile phone from the faculty dormitories. They exchanged telephone numbers and WeChat contacts with Jiajia, thoroughly satisfied. Yang Jing, Lin Wu, and the others emerged as well, unburdened by possessions, as their belongings were stowed in the vehicle, save for their personal handbags. The students, bearing injuries, were finally able to enjoy a period of unbroken slumber, undisturbed by the thoughtful teachers. Escorting the group to the rear gate, they were met with the ominous sounds of incessant zombie groans, eliciting a sense of trepidation. Out of genuine concern, Jiajia offered a piece of advice. Acquiring the ability to scavenge for supplies is an essential skill for every survivor. One must not harbor delusions of good fortune, nor be timid and fearful of the undead. The celestial phenomena have been increasingly peculiar of late. As a precautionary measure, once you have attained the capacity for self-preservation, you might consider planning your departure from the city. The three teachers meticulously pondered her words, nodding solemnly. I understand, one affirmed. The group, armed with weapons, departed through the back entrance. Once they had left, the gate was secured, plunging the school into darkness and silence, devoid of even a single light. As maintaining a low profile was deemed the most prudent course of action, the group effortlessly dispatched the encroaching zombies. Lin Su, upon recognizing a familiar countenance, offered a sheepish grin and confessed, I had truly released him. I never anticipated the fellow would be so inept, succumbing so close to the premises. Lin Wu, with his characteristic candor, remarked, enough with the restraint. If you feel like laughing, then laugh. Jiajia, casting a glance at his injury, inquired, Are you all right? It doesn't hurt now. It will heal in a few days, Jiang Yuhuai nonchalantly replied. Well, that's encouraging, Jiajia remarked, sensing his swift acclamation. Such injuries will be commonplace from here on out, so you'll need to bear with them. Lin Wu gazed out at the scenery and wondered if it was merely his perception, but the number of zombies seemed to have increased. Some even peered into the vehicle. Has anyone else noticed some of the zombies behaving oddly? Lin Wu inquired, his voice tinged with trepidation. Jiajia had observed this phenomenon long ago. Indeed, she responded. Just as humans have developed supernatural abilities, zombies are unlikely to remain unchanged. Since the outbreak, some zombies have become swifter, while others have exhibited a modicum of intelligence, albeit a slight one. Even this marginal increase in intellect can provide them with an advantage when encountering humans of lesser strength. Lin Wu shuddered at the thought of such a vast horde of tireless, nearly indestructible zombies, acutely sensitive to human scent and sound, gaining even a modicum of intelligence. Terrifying, he muttered. Jiang Yuhuai furrowed his brow, observing the zombies obstructing their path ahead. As they were crushed beneath the vehicle, a sense of grim satisfaction washed over him. However, Jiang Yuhuai mused, according to that member's account, the leader of Squad S possesses a gentle demeanor. Yet, we cannot simply unveil his garments to inspect his tattoo. This significantly complicates the search. The world is replete with individuals of mild and refined countenance, and the pharmaceutical factory has been infiltrated by numerous survivor teams. Are we not merely embarking on a Sisyphean endeavor? The vehicle advanced towards the pharmaceutical factory, navigating through a considerable number of the undead. Inevitably, they encountered a small band of survivors, numbering a few individuals. Both factions displayed no inclination for conflict, and they passed one another without incident. Jiang Yuhuai, utilizing his uninjured hand, unwrapped a packet of potato crisps, distributing them amongst his companions, encouraging them to replenish their energy reserves. When offered to Lu Yin, Jiang Yuhuai anticipated a perfunctory rejection. To his astonishment, Lu Yin readily accepted a crisp, a gesture that evoked incredulity in Jiang Yuhuai. Lin Wu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yin, equally taken aback. Lu Yin, maintaining an impassive countenance, continued to steer the vehicle. Since she was willing to yield, he, too, ought to implement some modifications. Perhaps fostering better rapport with her team might engender a more favorable perception of him. Jiajia, after briefly observing him, remained silent. A nebulous mist, seemingly from an indiscernible origin, permeated the atmosphere, obscuring visibility, yet Lu Yan maintained a steady course. We are merely 5 kilometers distant. The atmosphere here is turbulent. Let us prepare ourselves, he announced, jolting everyone from their brief respite, prompting them to assume a state of heightened vigilance. Chapter 77. Within the enclosure as they approached the pharmaceutical factory, the density of the undead noticeably diminished, a phenomenon that perplexed Jiajia. Her sole conjecture was that the undead had potentially inundated the interior of the pharmaceutical factory. The anomaly of the locale did not escape the notice of the others. The pervasive mist hinted at the potential presence of noxious substances. As they donned their masks, and the edifice of the pharmaceutical factory became distinctly visible, she received an urgent missive from Xiao Yiwei. Do not approach the pharmaceutical factory. I implore you, refrain from coming. The message carried the weight of a grave admonition. She paused for a moment, then inquired about Xiao Yiwei's current condition. I've arrived at the pharmaceutical factory. Where are you? Give me your location. I've brought medicine that can treat your injuries. It was evident that this message was not sent by Xiao Yiwei herself. Jiajia's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and sent a message to the other party. Who are you, and what do you want? To have obtained Xiao Yiwei's phone at this time, and to claim that she had been captured suggested that this was likely not a friendly party, but rather the very people who had abducted Xiao Yiwei. She paused in her actions. Lu Yan, who was wearing a mask, did not rush to get out of the car, but instead looked up at her and softly inquired, What's wrong? I've encountered a slight complication, Jiajia replied. She asked her teammates to wait for 2 or 3 minutes, explaining that a friend happened to be at the pharmaceutical factory and seemed to have run into trouble, and she wanted to ask a few questions. Her teammates concurred. The other party sent a photo of a pitch-black corridor, devoid of any light, with several zombies wandering about. Jiajia enlarged the photo and noticed a bizarre face in the deepest part of the corridor. This face strongly resembled that of a zombie, yet strangely, even in such a dark environment, its skin was a dark green color and appeared to be reflective. The person on the other end stated, I didn't abduct her. I, too, am injured and hiding here, but I'm well concealed and haven't been discovered. Do you see that green zombie? There are people in the pharmaceutical factory who specialize in researching and creating drugs that affect zombies. I've been eking out an existence in the factory for 3 days and have witnessed numerous team members being taken as test subjects, ultimately becoming monsters even worse than zombies. Just now, I concealed myself so effectively that they failed to notice my presence. Ironically, your friend, after sending you a message asking you not to come, was captured and turned into a test subject. Fortunately, she managed to hide her phone before being taken. Otherwise, you would have undoubtedly fallen into their trap as well. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to inform you out of sheer boredom. This entire situation is steeped in strangeness, compelling Jiajia to ponder deeply. The individual messaging her from behind the screen remains an enigma. Neither their gender nor any details about them are known, leaving the authenticity of their words in question. It is entirely possible that this is a setup designed to ensnare them. Lu Yan, noticing her intense focus on the phone, leaned in to glimpse the content. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to see things with his own eyes. He concluded that their target was a member of the S team within the pharmaceutical factory, conveniently including her so-called friend. Without first-hand observation, drawing any conclusions would be challenging. Jiajia shared this sentiment. She donned her hood and readied her weapons. The environment was evidently perilous, and leaving Adai alone in the vehicle posed an excessively high risk. Thus, it was wiser to bring him along. She discarded half of the items in her backpack towards Lu Yan, then placed the cat inside, causing the bag to swell with its contents. She opened a portion of the zipper to allow for ventilation. I'll carry it, she offered. The plump cat rummaged within the backpack, while Lu Yan hoisted it onto his back. Such pets have become increasingly rare. Jiang Yuhai expressed concern, wondering if it might run amok. It won tea, came the assured reply. With unwavering resolve, Lu Yan declared his intentions, casting a sidelong glance at the feline nestled within his backpack. Though indolent by nature, its agility and obedience were beyond reproach, a testament to its rigorous training. Lu Yin regarded the creature with a sense of assurance. Having made the necessary preparations, he informed Jiang Tsongyin and the others, and together they readied themselves to infiltrate the pharmaceutical factory. They parked their vehicle near the factory's entrance, which was part of an industrial park comprised of 4 low-rise office buildings. The park's once lush greenery had been ravaged, leaving it barren and scarred, as if by fire. Debris and dismembered limbs were strewn about, and hundreds of zombies roamed the grounds. The 4 buildings stood in stark darkness, yet they knew that they were being observed from behind the glass facades. Unaware of the Black Mask's precise location, they had no choice but to dash into the nearest building. In the heat of the moment, wielding a dagger was deemed impractical, so they resorted to gunfire, drawing an ever-growing horde of zombies in their wake. The 7 individuals possessed exceptional physical prowess, and none faltered. Jiang Tsongyin spearheaded the charge, while Lin Su and Lin Wu brought up the rear, ensuring no one was left behind. Providing mutual cover, they successfully gained entry into the nearest building. The entrance featured automated doors that could be manually opened even in the absence of power. Zombies lurking in the lobby swiftly converged upon them. To conserve their energy, they opted to evade the creatures, seeking refuge on the 2nd floor via the stairwell. The 2nd floor was filled with neatly arranged office furniture, and a small number of zombies were present. Judging by the documents scattered on the floor, this area had once housed the business department. Yang Jing and Lin Wu promptly dispatched any zombies that dared to approach. Their immediate priority was to locate a map of the pharmaceutical factory. With unwavering resolve, Jiajia recognized that a reputable enterprise of this stature would undoubtedly possess onboarding materials or a manifesto elucidating its corporate ethos, often featuring a detailed map for newly instated personnel, particularly given the extensive grounds. Reasoning thus, the group initiated a thorough search. "Here it is," Jiang Yuhuai proclaimed, brandishing a booklet in his left hand. The team congregated, discovering a topographical map of the precinct on the 3rd page. Their current edifice primarily housed the business and sales divisions, along with the finance and human resources departments, while the pharmaceutical laboratories were situated in the adjacent building. Locating Blackface's whereabouts within such a sprawling complex will be no mean feat, Jiajia asserted. "We shall commence our search within this building." Following this declaration, she activated her mobile device, querying the individual in possession of Xiao Yiwei's phone. "Which building are you in within the pharmaceutical complex?" Chapter 78. Pharmaceutical Confrontation. Have you already gained entry? The message conveyed a hint of intrigue. Comprising 7 members in total, the task of scouring the entire precinct was far from facile. A single floor encompassed a vast expanse, partitioned into numerous departments. Moreover, the present building alone potentially harbored several enclaves of survivors, rendering individual searches imprudent. "We shall initially concentrate on this floor, dividing into 2 teams," Jiajia instructed. "Jiang Tsongyin, Yang Jing, and Jiang Yuhuai, accompany me. Lin Su and Lin Wu, you shall follow Lu Yan. We shall each proceed in opposing directions and reconvene here at precisely 6:30. The floor boasted a plethora of offices, and dividing into 2 groups would expedite the search. It wasn't solely to seek out traces of the dark figure. If we could unearth sporadic clues here or glean information from other survivors, it would be doubly effective. After Lu Yin departed with those 2 individuals for their search, Jiajia led the remaining 3 in the opposite direction. Zombies who were once employees slowly surrounded them, but their numbers were few and were effortlessly dealt with by Jiang Tsongyin. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the park and its surroundings. A piercing scream echoed through the pharmaceutical factory. The 4 exchanged glances and cautiously approached the window. A woman, shrieking, dashed out of the 3rd building, fleeing frantically, only to be pursued by a 5-person squad who opened fire upon her from behind. Jiang Tsongyin murmured, "This place is far more chaotic than we imagined. Though the 2nd floor appears tranquil on the surface, who knows if there are those lurking in the shadows, observing us? We must heighten our vigilance." Jiang Yuhuai, with an injured arm, was temporarily unable to wield a gun. so he clutched a dagger, maintaining a vigilant watch. They were just about to leave the bedside to search the office when they heard several gunshots. The group swiftly took cover in the nearest office, quietly closing the door and listening intently to the commotion outside. The gunshots had originated from their direction on the second floor, though their precise location was unclear. Liu Yin and his team were in the opposite direction, and even if they had fired, the sound wouldn't have been so distinct. Jiang Yuhai noticed that the offices here also had floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing observation from the higher floors of other buildings. As a precaution, he tiptoed to the window and drew the curtains closed. Subsequently, muffled groans emanated from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps, suggesting that several individuals were approaching. A woman spoke, demanding, "Hand over all the drugs you possess." The man sprawled on the ground retorted, "Our teammates are nearby. If you lay a finger on us, you won't escape unscathed." The woman scoffed, "I care not for your threats. Surrender the drugs." Jiajia surmised that the medication in question was likely intended for treating anthrax. Ultimately, the group relinquished their supplies, yet they could not evade their grim fate. Once the footsteps faded, Jiajia retrieved her mobile phone, adjusting the brightness to the lowest setting, and typed a message for her companions to read. "Let us refrain from venturing outside. They may be waiting for us. We have only just arrived, and a direct confrontation is unwise. Our sole objective is to locate the S-team leader, Hymian. We should avoid any conflict that can be circumvented." The other three nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. It was peculiar. While they were still on the upper floor, they distinctly observed a group entering the building. Having descended, they had not encountered anyone, suggesting they were most likely on the second floor. Yet there was no sign of them whatsoever. Another woman voiced her confusion. A man from their group interjected, proposing, "There are two possibilities. Either they met their demise at the hands of the zombies in the lobby, or they're hiding somewhere." The man adjusted his glasses, his gaze settling on the nearby offices, exchanging knowing glances with the others before silently moving closer. "I concur," he added, leaning against the wall beside the doorway. Jiajia was fully prepared. Should they dare to force their way in, she would immediately open fire. Jiang Tsongyan would then use his abilities to ensnare them, allowing them to swiftly eliminate or subdue the group. Jiang Yuhai, injured, was positioned by Jiajia in a corner, while Yang Jing stood ready for combat. Despite the subtlety of the sound, the quartet distinctly perceived it. "Let us withdraw for now," the leading woman declared abruptly. The man expressed his discontent, questioning the rationale behind retreating when they had already reached the threshold. Jiajia and Jiang Tsongyan exchanged glances. Their adversaries would not be permitted to simply depart. They had initially sought to trap them, viewing them as turtles within a jar. However, the roles had now reversed, with their pursuers finding themselves ensnared, unable to escape. The prospect of encountering living beings was too rare to let them slip away so easily. Despite his dissatisfaction, the man, subordinate to the woman, lacked the authority to override her decision. Just as they were about to leave, the office door burst open with unexpected velocity. The occupants discharged several rounds in their direction, targeting their extremities. Taken aback, they were about to retaliate when tendrils erupted from the walls, rapidly ensnaring them. Within moments, they were completely bound, their weapons rendered useless by the vines obstructing the muzzles, their hands constricted to the point of immobility. Subsequently, 4 masked figures emerged from the office. The lithe woman at the forefront swiftly approached them, leveling her firearm. "Fear not. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek discourse with you." A frigid smile played upon Jiajia's face beneath her mask as she scrutinized the group before her. 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women. One, seemingly the leader, appeared to be in her late 20s, sporting a trim, businesslike haircut. Her figure was lean, and her gaze emitted a frosty glint, unwilling to concede defeat. "I knew someone was inside," she uttered, her words measured and laced with a hint of repressed fury. A bespectacled man was consumed by regret, wishing they had forced their way in earlier. "They possess supernatural abilities and are clearly well prepared. Did you think we could have escaped?" The leading woman paused, then inquired of Jiajia, "What is it you desire? Allow us to depart, and all our supplies shall be yours." Jiajia demurred. "How long have you been at the pharmaceutical factory? Have you encountered Team S within the facility? Chapter 79. Spoils of War Team S was renowned throughout the outer city. It was inconceivable that any survivor team within City S would be unaware of their existence. The woman at the helm remained silent, seemingly caught in deliberation. Her entire team had abruptly become as mute as statues. Yang Jing retrieved a syringe from her bag, her countenance grave. I possess a potent toxin. Inoculation will initiate an agonizing demise, culminating in death after 24 hours without an antidote. She approached the woman with the syringe, her gaze fixed upon her face as she contemplated the optimal injection site. With Jiajia's tacit approval, she selected the bespectacled man from before and forcefully administered the injection. She then adroitly produced a wad of tissue to gag his mouth. His visage, contorted in agony, was laid bare for all to witness. Supposing his mouth were not obstructed, he would, at this moment, be screaming with every fiber of his being. The sheer intensity of the pain caused him to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of coherent speech. His pupils were gradually dilating, his body trembling with weakness, and his veins pulsed beneath his skin as if on the verge of eruption. Death will not be instantaneous. At least 24 hours of this torment await him, Yang Jing stated with veiled menace. She cast a glance at the corpses of those they had slain earlier, her meaning unmistakable. Jiang Tsongyan was harnessing his abilities, while Jiang Yuhuai seized the opportunity to rummage through their bags. They contained medications, bullets, water, and compressed biscuits. Their phones were already powered down. He inquired of Jiajia, "Captain, shall we take these with us? Spoils of war, wouldn't you agree?" Jiajia retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him before refocusing her attention on the short-haired woman. Although the bespectacled man was perpetually defiant, the spectacle of the other's agonizing plight served as a stark reminder of her own potential fate. She mentally weighed the odds between these individuals and Team S, realizing that silence would guarantee their demise, while divulging information might offer a sliver of hope for escape. We encountered them in Building 2, a group of approximately a dozen individuals. However, they appeared to be embroiled in internal conflict. Our team inadvertently stumbled upon them, and by the time we attempted to depart, it was too late. Their leader ultimately relented, allowing us to leave. We're in Building 2. Upon ascending to the upper-level laboratory, we unexpectedly encountered them. In the end, we managed to escape. Our strength was only sufficient to contend with those utterly defenseless or inexperienced novices. However, facing them meant certain doom, which is why I dare not speak. My original intention was to chance upon a building, hoping to seize some medicinal supplies for our teammates waiting for life-saving drugs. Yet, we stumbled upon you instead. The short-haired woman's lips quivered slightly. Jiajia pondered for a moment and inquired, "Did you see what their leader looked like?" "I did not. The corridor over there is quite dim," she replied, genuinely unable to discern. She then redirected the conversation, asking, "Is your target Team S?" "Do not ask what you ought not to." Jiang Tsongyan shot her a cold glance. The short-haired woman continued, "I have disclosed all that I should. Can we be allowed to leave?" Her hope waned gradually as she argued. "He possesses a rather mellifluous baritone. He could lead if necessary," subtly indicating the bespectacled man. After a moment of internal struggle, the short-haired woman finally acquiesced. "Very well. Will you let me go once I lead you?" "Certainly." Jiang Tsongyan relaxed the bindings slightly. Yang Jing approached to tend to her wounds. Fortunately, the bullet had merely grazed her ankle, not penetrating deeply. She could endure it and still walk. Once treated, Jiang Tsongyan released the others, and Jiajia signaled Yang Jing to administer the antidote to the man. Ultimately, in a gesture of goodwill, they were given 2 firearms, while the remainder was confiscated. "Depart swiftly before I change my mind." The 5 of them struggled to make their exit. The woman with cropped hair fixed her gaze intently on her mask, remarking, "You confiscated the majority of our armaments, providing them with a mere pair of firearms. I'm beginning to harbor some misgivings." Jiajia scoffed dismissively. "What is so significant about this? You ought to consider yourself fortunate that my word is my bond. I could have easily dispatched individuals to pursue and eliminate them. You are acutely aware of the prevailing circumstances. Should another organization apprehend them, They would not only seize their weapons, but also execute them without compunction. Furthermore, are you certain that the confiscated weapons were, in fact, yours to begin with? She cast a sardonic glance at the short-haired woman. You are undoubtedly cognizant of your treatment of others and the manner in which you appropriated their weapons and resources. You should deem yourself fortunate to possess qualities for which I have use. Otherwise, your fate would mirror theirs. In this post-apocalyptic world, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Without sufficient strength, the tribulations you inflict upon others will inevitably be visited upon you. The short-haired woman was rendered speechless, uncertain whether to rejoice in the fact that her usefulness would delay her demise or to lament the possibility that some of her comrades might not escape unscathed. It's settled, Yang Jing, who had tended to her wounds, declared. Jiajia responded, remain here and keep watch over her. We will conduct a thorough search of the remaining offices to ensure that no one evades our grasp. Understood. Vines entwined the woman's form, and Yang Jing grasped one firmly in her hand. Lu Yin and his companions had already arrived at the designated rendezvous point. You are 20 minutes behind schedule, one of them observed. Upon noticing that she had brought along an additional individual, or rather a trophy, Lu Yin remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. Lin Wu and Lin Zhe exchanged glances of surprise and inquired, who is this? Just the leader of a squad involved in the recent conflict, she replied. She encountered Squad S in Building 3 and has heard the voice of the masked man. We intend to have her guide us. This introduction brought about a slight contradiction. Lin Zhe pondered, stroking her chin, and asked, should we finish searching this office building first, or head directly to Building 3? Jiajia, unable to make a decision, was just in time to receive a message from the person holding Xiao Yiwei's phone. If you're coming, head straight to Building 3. She was taken from there. Chapter 80. The eerie spread. Jiajia contemplated briefly before turning to the short-haired woman. You arrived before us, so you must have a clearer understanding of the situation. Approximately how many people are there at the pharmaceutical factory now? Based on the current clues, it was evident that both the masked man and Xiao Yiwei were located in Building 3. Continuing the search in Building 1 would prove futile. It would be wiser to proceed directly to their destination. Let us go. We are heading to Building 3, Jiajia stated resolutely. Your belief is inconsequential, she added. Lu Yin shot a cold glance her way, causing the short-haired woman to shudder under the weight of his frosty gaze. There was no need for further discussion with her. He addressed Jiajia, maintaining an unexpectedly cordial demeanor. Given their reliance on the short-haired woman, Jiajia refrained from being harsh or dismissive in unfamiliar territory. One could never know where she might lead their group. All right, given your distrust of us, I'll state that we can provide you with a firearm within the compound. You decide whether to bury it or conceal it. Upon meeting our contact, we'll furnish you with a blade to aid your survival. Whether you retrieve the gun or endure is contingent upon your own capabilities. She has acted with utmost consideration. Very well. The short-haired woman, after contemplation, acquiesced, displaying a more proactive approach in guiding them. The group cautiously descended the building, providing mutual cover as they hastened towards the adjacent structure. Due to the vines constricting her upper body, the short-haired woman's mobility was hampered, necessitating Yang Jing and Lin Su to vigilantly ensure she didn't fall behind. The third building was shrouded in absolute darkness, eerily devoid of any sound. Upon entering, they observed a scarcity of zombies, an unsettling atmosphere permeating the entire edifice. Such a deviation from the norm suggested something amiss. Lin Wu, leading the vanguard, clutched his weapon with increased firmness. Everyone discerned the unusual nature of the surroundings. While the first building teemed with zombies, it was perplexing that this one had so few. The short-haired woman, betraying a hint of fear, quavered. It wasn't like this when we came before. The zombies seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Her tone was laced with trepidation. Jiang Songyan advanced a few paces, retrieving a dropped water bottle and a package of compressed biscuits from the floor. The biscuit wrapper appeared to have been recently opened, suggesting that the owner had been seized while unprepared, just as they were about to consume the food. He surveyed the lobby, seeking any surveillance cameras. Elevating the packaged goods in his hand slightly for his teammates to observe, he declared, "We shall proceed in a circular fashion, thus precluding the possibility of a clandestine assault. Jiajia also discerned a blade situated in the alcove of the Grand Hall. She apprised the short-haired woman and deposited the most superfluous handgun from her rucksack in that location. The pervasive atmosphere of the locale was profoundly unsettling, and her intuition intimated a connection to the individuals who had abducted Xiao Yiwei. What was the objective of that cohort? And did a nexus exist between them and the swarthy visage within the same edifice? These inquiries remained unanswered. Jiajia assented with a soft affirmation. Lin Su, laboriously dragging the short-haired woman ensnared by tendrils, advanced to the vanguard, with Lin Wu and I leading the procession. The men were compelled to assume the most perilous positions within the ensemble. Lin Wu voiced no objection, while Lu Yin cast a cursory glance in his direction, subsequently positioning himself at the rear to safeguard their retreat. Given the proactive stance of the others, he could ill afford to remain passive. Yang Jing, Jiang Yuhuai, and Lin Su occupied the central positions, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Yun Jiai, lagging slightly behind them, turned her head towards Lu Yin and inquired. The circumstances here are exceedingly peculiar. What are your contemplations? Lu Yin, maintaining a flawless firearm stance, regarded her momentarily and responded. It is conceivable that we are currently under surreptitious surveillance, with individuals scrutinizing our every action. Certain pinhole cameras require no electrical power. Refrain from removing your mask and ascertain whether the woman exhibits any anomalous behavior. He alluded to the short-haired woman. Yun Jiai's thoughts aligned with his. Maintain your focus, Lu Yin cautioned. Indeed. Let us exchange positions, lest you find yourself constrained, Yun Jiai proposed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin responded with a hushed acknowledgement, his intonation tinged with a modicum of delight. Adeo had fallen asleep in her bag, even emitting faint snoring sounds. She carried the bag on her back, slightly tightening the zipper to prevent any mishaps while leaving a small opening for ventilation. The group remained highly vigilant and soon arrived at the elevator, which was eerily deserted. The adjacent door led to the staircase, and they opened it, stepping inside, still devoid of any trace of zombies. However, the chaotic footprints on the ground provided them with some clues. The prints were disordered and bore varying shoe sizes. Yin Jiajia switched on her flashlight to inspect them and concluded, these are not the footprints of zombies, but rather those of survivors, likely rushing upstairs in a state of panic amidst extreme danger. This is rather unfortunate. We have seen nothing here, Lin Yu remarked, approaching the short-haired woman. Please describe the situation you encountered at that time. The woman's face flushed slightly as she coughed a couple of times before replying, at that moment. This place was overrun with zombies, as the upper floors housed laboratories and warehouses, undoubtedly stocked with numerous medications. That was why we desperately ascended the stairs. We lost one teammate right here. The corridor is equally perilous, and I cannot fathom why things have turned out this way now. She felt a twinge of regret for coming here, yet staying behind would have been a dead end. Her demeanor seemed somewhat off, a fact that did not escape the notice of the others. Yin Jiajia turned to Yang Jing and inquired, do you have any antidotes on you? Let's try giving her a little. Ido, Yang Jing replied, retrieving the syringe from her bag. Yang Jing recognized it as one she had once gifted to Yin Jiajia at the hospital, later receiving a portion back. Now, it would finally serve its purpose. She carefully injected approximately a quarter of the solution into the short-haired woman's dermis, deeming it sufficient. This particular concoction was of considerable importance to her, and the woman's condition did not warrant the administration of the entire vial. The others, refraining from any hasty actions, closed the door and waited on the stairwell. Within 10 minutes, the effects became apparent as the short-haired woman's condition improved noticeably. Impressive, Yang Jing, Lin Su remarked with admiration. This isn't solely my creation. Yang Jing replied modestly. Dr. Wei deserves the lion's share of the credit. He oversaw the majority of the process, while I merely provided assistance. While Jiang Tongyin and Lin Su remained unfamiliar with the identity of Dr. Wei, Lin Wu's heart sank, wondering about Wei Qian's current well-being. Realizing she had inadvertently broached a sensitive topic, Yang Jing offered Lin Wu reassurance. Rest assured, Dr. Wei is a prodigious talent. He'll undoubtedly be held in high regard wherever he may be. You can set your mind at ease. Despite her words, A seed of uncertainty lingered in her own mind. After all, this was the apocalypse. However, unwilling to dampen Lin Wu's spirits at this critical juncture, she sought to reassure him, having already committed the faux pas. Chapter 81. Eerie individuals. Jiajia scrutinized the short-haired woman for a prolonged moment before instructing Yang Jing, provide her with a mask. Yang Jing retrieved a package of medical masks from her bag, extracting two and layering them before placing them on the short-haired woman's face. After a few more minutes of rest, the woman regained some strength, and the group resumed their ascent. They had reached the second floor. While the building comprised at least 20 stories, everyone held their breath, listening intently to the activity above. Faint footsteps echoed from upstairs, the sound unmistakably that of a living person treading stealthily to avoid detection. Someone is up there, Jiajia surmised immediately. According to the short-haired woman, upon entering the pharmaceutical factory complex, she estimated the human population to be between 50 and 100. This number was not evenly distributed among the four buildings. They were located in the same building as Hyman, and the group that abducted Xiao Yiwei was also in the same building, in addition to the person who witnessed Xiao Yiwei's abduction firsthand. This individual was no simple character. The sound just now was made by an individual, not a group. She turned on her phone, which had an anti-spy screen and the brightness set to the lowest level, so only she could see it clearly. She intended to trick this person into revealing themselves. This person was clearly withholding information, and she wanted to see if this movement was caused by that person. I know where you are. Jiajia typed swiftly and then looked up, hoping to glean a clue from the dark stairwell or through her hearing. The faint footsteps, which had been continuous before she typed, suddenly ceased a minute after she sent the message, plunging everything into absolute silence once more. Jiajia felt confident. The footsteps likely originated from the stairwell above the third floor, as the building's excellent soundproofing and tranquility allowed even the slightest sounds to be perceived by sensitive individuals. Then tell me, where am I? She received a message and showed it to Lu Yin behind her. She promptly dispatched a message. I'm in building 3. You surely wouldn't know my location, but I'm quite aware of yours. I still hope we can convene face to face. I need to locate my friend, and I presume you're attempting to escape. I can assist you. Your meager strength in isolation amounts to little, whereas I command a team. No message was returned, an indication of earnest deliberation. The short-haired woman's feet were in excruciating pain, but she was cognizant of the gravity of the situation. A misstep could render this their final resting place. Consequently, she suppressed any sound, enduring the pain with gritted teeth. You're bluffing, the individual shrewdly assessed. Jiajia typed, our interests are not in conflict. However, you are at liberty to decline cooperation. It's your prerogative. She deactivated her phone, signaling the group to proceed. Their team possessed considerable strength. Among the 7, 3 currently possessed abilities. While vigilant, the team maintained confidence in their capabilities. Lin Wu and Jiang Tsongyan continued to lead. This time, they advanced to the 5th floor without incident. The door to the interior of the 5th floor stood open. After exchanging glances, they opted to bypass it. They then proceeded to the 9th floor, where a large green waste container was situated on the landing between the 9th and 10th floors. As they ascended, Lu Yin, positioned at the rear of the group, abruptly halted, his weapon trained on the receptacle. He reached out and nudged Jiajia's waist. All eyes converged on the refuse container. Lin Wu, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances, remained on guard, acutely aware of his surroundings, lest someone emerge unexpectedly. The trash can emitted not a single sound. Yet Jiajia harbored no doubt regarding Lu Yan's judgment. His presence here indicated that something was amiss with the refuse container. The patience of all present was wearing thin, and the short-haired woman remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the trash can. Thus, 20 minutes passed, and as the clock struck 7:59, a sudden bouncing noise erupted from the trash can, startlingly pronounced in the stillness of the surroundings. This was merely the prelude, for the truly horrifying moment arrived when the lid of the trash can flipped open and a figure sprang forth, half submerged within its confines. The upper half of the body standing rigidly, clad in tattered garments. The individual possessed an elongated neck and a diminutive visage, their bulging eyes wide with an unsettling stare. At first glance, They were profoundly disconcerting. The figure wore a bizarre, enigmatic smile, their head contorted in an unimaginable manner, gazing up at the ceiling. This was undoubtedly the most haunting psychological shadow he had ever encountered, a nightmare incarnate, a being whose gender was indeterminate, standing in that peculiar contorted posture. With eyes and stance that were disturbingly abnormal, adorned with 2 splotches of red upon their face. Eerie and otherworldly, they seemed far removed from the realm of the living. Jiang Tsong, Yin was about to intervene, but was a moment too late. What the hell? Lin Wu exclaimed, unable to suppress his curse. As an instant wave of goosebumps cascaded over him, a chilling sensation enveloping his back. The figure, still in its strange stance, locked eyes with him, the grotesquely curved corners of its mouth lifting ever so slightly. What on earth is this? Lin Wu was utterly aghast, his astonishment beyond articulation, as exclamations involuntarily burst forth. Good heavens, what is that monstrosity? I can't bear to look. It's absolutely terrifying. In my 3 decades of life, I've never encountered such a thing. Jiang Tsongyin seized his arm, urging, compose yourself. Although he, too, was startled, Lin Wu's state was excessively disproportionate. Everyone present, including Yun Jiajia, was taken aback, save for one exception. Lu Yin cast a frigid gaze upon the figure, remarking that the apocalypse was in constant flux, with all manner of phantasms emerging. Yun Jiajia's heart had palpitated violently for a moment. It was no wonder Lin Wu reacted so strongly. This entity, or rather, this person, was truly unnerving. Regaining his composure, Lin Wu initially shielded his eyes, but, resolving not to be outdone, he swiftly brandished his weapon, demanding, "Who are you?" Though the figure bore little resemblance to a living being, it was certainly not a zombie. The individual finally lowered its gaze, uttering, "I've been discovered." His tone was peculiar, seemingly contrived to be both shrill and effeminate. The group was nearly petrified, their gazes fixed on him with palpable animosity. Yun Jiajia's mind raced as she retrieved her phone, opening her chat with Xiao Yiwei, scrutinizing the figure's every expression, and icily inquired, "Is that you?" This was a man, and the reason for his peculiar attire was known only to himself. He spoke in a thin, delicate voice, declaring, "It is I." A person who appeared so ordinary in conversation seemed entirely different in reality. Yun Jiajia had a multitude of questions battling for release, yet none escaped her lips. At last, she cast a glance into the depths of the trash bin, where indeed lay a mobile phone. The individual scurried away upon seeing others, even taking refuge in the refuse. "I suspect she has been ensnared by your machinations. Confess candidly, or else." She gestured menacingly at her neck. The person's eyes darted about, and he replied, "Not me. I'm hiding from someone else." He blinked and glanced towards the corridor behind Lin Wu, where a door led into the pharmaceutical company's inner sanctum. With a foolish grin, he added, "Do keep your voice down, otherwise you might attract them all. Come, let us hide together." His every action was exceedingly peculiar. Lu Yin lowered his firearm, realizing that the individual appeared mentally unstable, making it unlikely to extract any useful information. Yun Jiajia inquired, "Who are they?" The strange man pointed upstairs, repeatedly insisting, "They are simply them. They are no one else." The group exchanged bewildered glances, finding the situation exceedingly bizarre. Lu Yin, wishing to keep his hands clean, turned to the nearest male teammate, Lin Zhe, and unemotionally stated, "Let's pull him out. The they he speaks of must be associated with those clearing the corridor. This building has been quiet except for our commotion, and it seems likely that they have been covertly monitoring us all along." It proved somewhat challenging to extract from him the precise whereabouts of Xiao Yiwei. Yun Jiajia gestured towards the peculiar man and inquired of Lu Yin whether this individual should be dealt with on the spot or left here. Should they allow him to go, considering his claims that an unseen force had captured numerous individuals, whose strength undoubtedly surpassed his own? It was improbable that they had overlooked him. Killing him would merely be a matter of convenience. How could he possibly be permitted to escape and wander freely? The situation was rather delicate. Had this been a personal encounter, it might have been simpler to resolve. However, now that he was part of a small team, a multitude of factors needed to be weighed. To focus solely on unearthing the puppeteers behind this would likely displease her. He cast another glance at the odd individual, realizing that this matter was intricately linked to him. Jiajia concurred that this was the most prudent course of action at present. Lin Yu forcibly extracted the man from the refuse bin. He was covered in dust and blood, but fortunately clad in gloves. Dragging the man to the forefront of the group, she declared, "We will let you go. Now be on your way." The strange man continued to stand at the front, incessantly repeating that they are them. Lin Wu, unable to tolerate the sight, found the man exceedingly irksome and lightly kicked his leg, muttering, "What are you babbling about? You're being set free, and yet you're reluctant? Just scram." The entire team fixed their gaze upon the bizarre man, poised to follow his lead. Should he ascend to the upper echelons, it would surely be amusing. The peculiar man stood at the forefront for a full minute, reciting his mantra. Before beginning his languid ascent, seemingly oblivious to their words, clutching Xiao Yiwei's phone tightly in his hand. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he paused once more to send a message on his phone, just as Lin Wu was about to step forward to seize the device. Jiajia received a text from him. "I know where she is. Only you are permitted to accompany me." Furrowing her brow, Jiajia cast another glance at the peculiar man ahead, whose phone had already been snatched by Lin Wu. One moment, he claimed ignorance regarding Xia Yiwei's abduction, and the next he asserted knowledge of her whereabouts. His statements were utterly contradictory. While the message on his phone seemed innocuous, in reality, he appeared to be unhinged. She would never be foolish enough to abandon her group and follow a stranger. The other team members were equally hesitant to act recklessly. "She is inside," Jiajia mused, her brow knitted in concern. "Entering might pose a trap. Let us proceed upwards." She approached the short-haired woman, locking eyes with her. "Are you certain you saw Team S on the top floor 7 hours ago?" The short-haired woman nodded emphatically. "We must continue ascending. The words of that strange man are not to be trusted." As they continued their ascent, they deliberately overlooked him. The strange man chuckled foolishly for a moment before his expression darkened, and he retreated into the room, quietly shutting the door behind him. He had entered. Jiang Yuhai glanced back momentarily. Lin Yu tapped him, urging, "Let him go. Do not be distracted. Our objective is the top floor. We must not allow this lunatic to divert our focus." "Understood," Jiang Yuhai replied, holding his position in the center of the group. As they reached the 20th floor, the short-haired woman's stamina began to wane, her injured foot bleeding profusely. Just 2 more flights remained until they reached the highest level. "I swear, that is where I saw them," she asserted. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, gasping for breath. "Not yet. Take me to where you met him." Jiajia was not so easily persuaded. She would not allow her to leave before reaching their destination. Yang Jing once again applied pressure to the short-haired woman's wound. It was nothing serious. Ultimately, they continued their ascent. The door to the 22nd floor stood ajar, and everything felt unusual. Lin Wu remained vigilant, while Jiang Songyan grasped a vine and pulled it along. The 22nd floor was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Yet they discovered numerous small bottles and a plethora of experimental apparatuses. Many glass doors separated various laboratories, as well as offices and ordinary rooms. The floor bore grimy footprints and bloodstains, and even discarded weapons. The group dared not let their guard down as they followed the trail of blood, which was continuous. The vastness of the 22nd floor led them into the experimental area. The short-haired woman struggled, insisting, "Let me go. This isn't the right direction." However, after a moment of contemplation, she fell silent. Even if they were to release her now, she would not dare to leave. As an injured person, it was impossible for her to exit safely. Who knew if they would encounter that strange man again while descending? Surviving until today could not possibly be the mark of a simple madman. Even their group wished to avoid any entanglement with him, opting to disregard his presence. Upon entering this area, the lights above suddenly illuminated, and in an instant, the previously dark floor was flooded with brilliant light, blindingly bright. Jiajia was well prepared. "Come out." Chapter 83. Another force from one of the doors emerged, more than 10 masked individuals, each wielding a weapon. The leader, with a mocking applause, exclaimed, "Congratulations on arriving here." His voice, raspy and distorted, resembled a mechanical sound, instantly diminishing her suspicions. "Care for an introduction?" The members of the squad held their guns firmly, poised to retaliate at a moment's notice. A fleeting glance revealed the absence of one among them, yet they tacitly chose to ignore it. The leader of the 22nd floor chuckled heartily. There is nothing much to introduce, but if you insist, we are members of a certain underground organization, here to seek experimental subjects and pharmaceuticals for the study of zombies. That should be quite comprehensible. From a moment you entered this building, I detected your presence through surveillance. Naturally, you have deduced this as well. He surveyed the squad, noting their professional demeanor, a stark contrast to other survivor groups, yet one among them was missing. We have no direct conflict of interest, yet I am curious as to why your destination lies here. The man took a couple of steps closer. Jiajia assessed her surroundings and calmly replied, Indeed, we have no conflict of interest. The person I seek is not among you. However, since you have remained here, you must possess knowledge of his whereabouts. Or perhaps you have reached an agreement or encountered a conflict that has resulted in his absence. The man abruptly halted, pausing for a moment before stating, Black Mask? It seems you are well informed of his whereabouts. Jiajia's tone was frosty. Though they were outnumbered, their strength was considerable. Both she and Jiang Tsongyan possessed supernatural abilities, potentially enabling them to control the group. Lu Yin, meanwhile, discreetly departed to gather clues from another direction. Don't be so aloof. The man enunciated. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Lu, and I am commonly known as Old Lu. Judging by your demeanor, you must be confident. While I am eager to capture enough living subjects for experimentation, I am not inclined to court disaster. Rumors of individuals with supernatural abilities had circulated online, and they were present within their ranks. However, given the uncertainty of their capabilities, particularly the potential for lethality, it could result in total annihilation. The man's sudden disappearance on camera instilled a profound sense of peril. Furthermore, where did the vines binding the woman originate? He possessed the discernment to recognize who to engage with and who to avoid, opting not to become adversaries. Let's all lay down our arms. As for Black Mask, I am quite familiar with him. However, this familiarity stems from our time serving in the same organization before the zombie outbreak. He suddenly defected. I did indeed encounter him here last night, intending to use him to elevate my position within the organization. Unfortunately, he proved to be an adversary not easily overcome, resulting in a mutually damaging outcome. Ultimately, we tacitly reached an accord. To your disappointment, he has already departed. Jiajia struggled to discern the veracity of his account. You claim this is an experiment. Yet are the bizarre, oddly colored zombies the fruits of your labor? At that moment, within one of the glass-doored laboratories, a woman suddenly sprang up from her bed, her skin gradually taking on a sickly green hue, her movements resembling those of a zombie. This sight sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. Zombies are terrifying enough as they are, but to create new variations is nothing short of grotesque. Jiajia understood their intentions all too well. They sought to conduct experiments on the living, aiming to cultivate traits that would render them tireless and difficult to kill, while also instilling a semblance of obedience. Should they succeed, they would possess a formidable weapon. Clever, Old Lu applauded. Where had the black-faced one gone? Jiajia was not easily swayed by his words. The black-faced figure could very well be lurking somewhere on the 22nd floor. She continued, Since you initially refrained from taking action, it is clear you harbor some reservations. Let me take a guess. You fear we possess special abilities, hence your hesitance to act rashly? Given your concerns and the absence of any conflict of interest between us, I advise you to speak candidly. I am not afraid of a confrontation. Feel free to speculate about my confidence. Old Lu removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars, his menacing visage unmistakably belonging to someone accustomed to a life of strife. His complexion had changed, and with a stoic expression, he stated, You are correct. I indeed harbor concerns, primarily for the preservation of the experimental subjects inside. Following our altercation, Hymian retreated with his subordinates. They did not exit this building, at least I did not observe them on the surveillance. That is all I know. That young man is exceptionally cunning. I can see that I have reservations about you, yet I do not believe you can contend with him. A sardonic smile graced his lips. They remain within the third building, though I cannot ascertain their precise location. It is highly probable that Hymian himself has sustained injuries, or perhaps his subordinates have as well. For them, remaining here is safer than enduring injuries and fleeing. However, Jiajia was not fully convinced. The individuals on Old Lu's side had already lowered their weapons. Jiang Songyan inquired of Jiajia, "What should we do now?" Jiajia surveyed the experimental area and replied to Old Lu, "I cannot leave yet. You have taken one of my people." Old Lu pondered momentarily, then shrugged and grinned malevolently. "I cannot guarantee that. I have captured so many individuals. How can I discern who belongs to whom?" His implication was clear. He had no intention of searching further. Initially, with a direction established, they ought to depart. Yet Xiao Yiwei, trapped in peril, had also considered her past connections. This visit to the pharmaceutical factory was primarily due to Hymian, with a minor portion dedicated to her. Abandonment was not an option. The opposing party raised their weapons once more, and one concealed gunman fired a shot at her. "Hold your fire." Jiajia instructed her remaining teammates. The gust of wind, though subtle, possessed palpable strength, its sole purpose to intercept the projectile. Yet, its presence was discernible to all those present. "I can escort you into the laboratory," he conceded, "though I offer no assurances of locating her. After all, we have apprehended a multitude of individuals." The team's vigilance remained unwavering. Jiajia, with a composed demeanor, inquired, "Very well. However, I am curious. Have your extensive surveillance efforts failed to detect the presence of a deranged individual within this edifice? Or perhaps this madman is somehow connected to your organization?" These individuals were far from benevolent, eager to exploit any living being as a test subject. It was not inconceivable that they had, at some point, considered targeting Jiajia's group. However, the disappearance of Lu Yan, coupled with Jiajia's fearless disposition and extraordinary abilities, gave them pause, prompting a tactical retreat. Why would the deranged man be an exception to the abduction of all other inhabitants of the building? There must be an underlying motive. Lao Lu's expression tightened momentarily before he chuckled. "His continued presence serves our purposes, naturally. However, this is irrelevant to the agreement we have reached. Follow me." He pressed a button, and the advanced glass door before them slid open, revealing the path to the laboratory. Laboratories lined either side of the corridor. Jiang Songyan subtly positioned himself beside Jiajia, his towering frame enveloping her. "I suspect treachery. It would be prudent to send in a contingent while maintaining a reserve force outside for support. I shall lead Lin Wu and Yang Jing inside. You, along with Jiang Yuhuai and Lin Su, will remain outside to provide backup and keep watch over this woman. Have no concern. There will be no complications," she asserted with unwavering confidence. Jiang Tsongyan comprehended her intent and relaxed somewhat. The backpack stirred slightly, revealing that Ada had awakened but remained quietly still. With the two individuals possessing extraordinary abilities separated, each side's strength was ensured, preventing any unforeseen mishaps for their companions. Old Lu stood at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing only 3 individuals approach, he said nothing further, allowing them to enter. He stood outside the glass door and remarked, "Those who have yet to commence the experiment are within these laboratories. You may only observe from outside." Jiajia and Yang Jinglin scanned the rooms one by one. Old Lu signaled to his subordinates with a glance, and suddenly, the door slammed shut. Yang Jing was taken aback, while Jiajia patted her shoulder and turned to Old Lu with a smile, saying, "I knew all along that you harbored ulterior motives. Reveal your intentions." "You are indeed quite astute," Old Lu replied. "Our objectives align. We seek the hidden black face." Internally cursing, Old Lu acknowledged the challenge ahead. He donned a facade of cheerfulness, saying, "My goal is the chip, while yours is the individual known as Blackface. Once our mission is accomplished, we shall provide you with something in exchange." "Such as?" queried Jiajia. Old Lu opened the innermost door, revealing an abundance of pharmaceuticals, stockpiled food, long-lasting bottled water with a 50-year shelf life, large containers of oil, numerous bags of rice, and several cases of canned goods. Additionally, there were supplies such as milk powder, protein powder, toilet paper, and emergency equipment, along with protective gear, steel shields, helmets, climbing backpacks, and heavy clothing. Leaning in close to Jiajia, Yang Jing whispered, "Captain, While this individual is undeniably treacherous, I believe we should consider it. Regardless, our objective remains Emeon. Control over the chip equates to control, and in this environment, no one scorns additional resources, no matter how meager. Jiajia concurred. I agree, she responded after a moment's contemplation. However, I need to locate someone first. Several individuals in sterile suits stood within the laboratories, their research staff. The humans yet to be used for experimentation were restrained and seemingly sedated, each unconscious. Jiajia passed several beds without finding her quarry. Finally, at the last bed, she spotted Xiao Yiwei. Yet, she was a mere shadow of her former self. Her face was sallow, devoid of color, appearing nearly a decade older than Jiajia remembered. Her frame was frail, bearing marks that suggested a life of hardship since her withdrawal from school and marriage. She appeared far older than her years, a weary and lifeless homemaker. It had been a long time since Jiajia had seen her, a decade in the apocalypse, plus the 2 years since her departure from school. Her choices had been profoundly misguided. Found her, Jiajia announced. Yang Jing and Lin Wu, standing beside her, glanced at the woman on the bed, but wisely refrained from comment. Very well. It was indeed not the right time to take her away. Jiajia turned down the blanket, revealing that Xiao Yiwei's gunshot wound had been treated, which alleviated some concerns. She turned her head and inquired, since this is a collaboration, you must divulge everything you know, including the precise location of the black mask. There are blind spots in the surveillance. We suspect it lies between the 16th and 17th floors, but we hesitate to draw any conclusions or send anyone to investigate just yet. Once you have that information, let us down. The 17th floor. That lunatic seems to have entered there as well. Very well. Old Lu waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to open the door. As the door swung open, the three of them stepped out, and Jiang Tsongyan and the others gathered around, asking eagerly, "Did you find anyone? Have you located them?" Linji, unable to contain her impatience, muttered under her breath, irritated that they were treating the matter casually. Under the concerned gazes of the others, Jiajia spoke softly. "We have found someone and have a general idea about the black mass whereabouts. You all may accompany me down." No one pressed for further information. The upper echelon had been exceedingly cordial since her emergence. "We await your good news," Old Lu remarked, waving his hand again. He cast a few glances at the visibly frightened short-haired woman and instructed Jiang Tsongyan, "Release her. Let her come with us." Chapter 85. Encountering the real thing, Jiang Tsongyan restrained his powers, causing the vines to vanish. The liberated, short-haired woman held her body tense, not appearing particularly joyful. Instead, she pursed her lips and said, "I don't wish to leave just yet. May I accompany you for the time being?" "That is not up to you. I will not carry any burdens," Jiajia replied coldly. "Yang Jing, give her a knife." Lu Yin appeared silently behind the group. His sudden appearance instantly piqued the curiosity of all his teammates. Jiang Yuhai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Brother Lu, where have you been?" Jiajia inquired. "What on earth is that thing? He doesn't seem to be pretending, but how has he hidden it so deeply? Perhaps he possesses 2 personalities?" The team grasped their implication. It turned out that Lu Yin had long suspected that the deranged individual was not quite right. He had strayed from the group to uncover the secrets behind him, only to discover his affiliation with the Black Mask Gang, which might indeed suggest the existence of dual personas. Jiajia recounted some events that had transpired above to Lu Yin. "Chip," he repeated, followed by a cold chuckle. "I have a notion of which organization it is. The chip he mentioned is far more than just a trivial matter, yet it could be of use." The short-haired woman, though reluctant, had no choice but to venture down alone. Subsequently, the rest of the team removed their masks to consume some food and hydrate, as both sides were exploiting one another, and there was no immediate threat of betrayal in the air. Dai popped his head out of the bag for some fresh air, and Lu Yin fed him some freeze-dried food. "Aside from us, there are likely 2 other small teams remaining in this area, probably also their prey. Stay vigilant," Lu Yin advised the others. In recent days, his displayed abilities and authoritative demeanor had elevated his status among the team, ranking just below Jiajia. "All right, everyone take a breather," he commanded. The group complied, while Jiajia cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond. His words were halting and lacked focus. He failed to address the crux of the matter. With his abilities, he could undoubtedly track down the shadowy figure and discern its appearance, which seemed no different from an ordinary person. Lu Yin had anticipated her thoughts and leisurely added, "I am not concealing anything. You will understand once you see it." The group descended the stairs, finding it considerably easier than their ascent, and soon reached the 17th floor. The door stood wide open. Lin Wu entered, flashlight in hand. It was not so much a case of alarming the enemy. The inky darkness, devoid of any visibility, posed a far greater threat, making one vulnerable to ambush. This area resembled a business office combined with tea room. It was eerily quiet, with the zombies having been thoroughly eradicated. A figure darted past from behind, unnoticed by the team. As they approached the grand terrace, they were suddenly ambushed by those hiding in the office, who opened fire towards the terrace. The team members reacted swiftly, and with numerous large potted plants providing cover on the terrace, they quickly launched a counterattack. Jiajia was preoccupied with thoughts of that figure and did not engage. Instead, she nudged Lu Yin and said, "Keep an eye on them. Don't let anything happen. It's a good opportunity for practice. I'll check another area." Without waiting for Lu Yan's agreement, she swiftly dodged the bullets and sprinted toward the location where the figure had vanished. After navigating a series of twists and turns, she arrived at the innermost part of this floor. Apart from the distant gunfire, it was profoundly quiet. In the darkness, footsteps echoed as the door was quietly closed behind her. The person turned on a relatively bright night light, allowing Jiajia to clearly see their face. Standing at approximately 1 meter and 83 centimeters, his countenance possessed a gentle, inoffensive quality, projecting an air of harmlessness. The spectacles he wore further accentuated his refined, scholarly demeanor, making him appear to be no more than 28 or 29 years of age. With a slender build and gentle features, he resembled an accomplished university professor. It was challenging for Jiajia to reconcile this image with the violent leader of the S Squad, Black Mask. The descriptions she had received were accurate. His outward appearance was indeed mild and innocuous. "You've been looking for me," he stated, his voice possessing a warm, baritone timbre. His tone was amicable, as if addressing a friend, and his statement was delivered with certainty. Subsequently, Black Mask settled onto a small sofa nearby, crossing his legs as a smile gradually formed on his face. "I know about you," he continued. "How did you feel eliminating my squad?" Given his capacity to establish such a team, it was unsurprising that he possessed the means to monitor events. Jiajia was not taken aback by his knowledge. She took a seat opposite him, responding with a sardonic chuckle. "Quite satisfying. And have you heard? The members you dispatched to the outskirts to see supplies are all deceased. Does that bother you? A mere collection of rabble. It's hardly cause for vexation." His tone remained unchanged, his expression even, as if discussing matters of no personal consequence. He continued, "The acquisition of supplies was not my direct initiative. My subordinates, seeking to please me, took it upon themselves, and I merely acquiesced. I did not anticipate it would lead to complications, but it is of little consequence. I possess an inexhaustible appetite for fresh starts." He lifted his gaze from the pistol on the desk, his eyes settling upon her masked face, a smile deepening. "It seems you came prepared, having encountered those at the summit. Given their disposition, I surmise they've sought collaboration with you, uniting against me. However, I'm perplexed. Ordinarily, the destruction of Bright Elementary should have sufficed. Your relentless pursuit to the pharmaceutical factory suggests either lingering resentment and a desire for retribution, or perhaps ulterior motives." The final words were imbued with profound significance. His perspicacity was indeed formidable. Instantly discerning the alliance she had forged with those above and divining her ulterior purpose in seeking him out at the factory. His gaze, penetrating the mask, met her eyes, his expression gentle and serene, possessing a disarming quality. "I posit that jeopardizing oneself for mere ephemeral resources or other gains is imprudent. Wouldn't you agree? You didn't arrive alone. Consider your comrades. How remorseful would you be, as the sole survivor, if your misjudgment led to their demise?" His words were gentle yet forceful. Indeed, Jiajia's gaze momentarily flickered, her mind seemingly ensnared by an inexplicable force, before she abruptly recoiled. A struggle played out in her eyes. She felt as though her consciousness was being manipulated, her thoughts dictated by another. With strenuous effort, she marshaled her focus, striving to regain clarity. Her gaze gradually sharpened, becoming both detached and lucid. "You're controlling me." Having nearly overlooked it, she recalled that Mian was most adept at manipulating the minds of others with his psychic abilities, effortlessly controlling their thoughts and ideas. Just moments ago, she had narrowly avoided falling into his trap. A flicker of surprise crossed Mian's eyes, his serene brows arching slightly, and a smile played on his lips, both genial and tinged with a hint of amusement. "You've given me a delightful surprise," he remarked. Jiajia had no intention of engaging in protracted banter. With a swift motion, she unsheathed the blade concealed in her sleeve, her hand gripping the hilt firmly. In an instant, she stood before Mian, the keen edge of the blade pressed against his neck. The skin there was delicate and translucent, and a mere stroke would cause blood to gush forth. Crouching slightly, with the blade held against his throat, she threatened, "Surprise? I intend to give you a fright. You may believe your abilities are unmatched, but unfortunately for you, encountering me is your misfortune. Hand over the chip." Mian spread his hands, replying, "The chip is not in my possession. Then you have only a path to death." The blade gently pierced his skin, and blood trickled out, creating a particularly striking sight. Juxtaposed with his composed and gentle face, it evoked an indescribable sense of macabre beauty. "Please refrain from such actions, even on the verge of death." Mian managed a smile. From Jiajia's perspective, she could see the corners of his lips subtly upturned. He reached out and gently pushed the blade away. "There's no need for such a mortal struggle. While the chip he seeks may not be on my person, I possess something of equal value that could serve as a substitute. An exceptional opportunity now presents itself to you. Are you truly unmoved?" A single strand of fringe from the dark visage obscured his eye, concealing the profound gaze that lay beneath. "Collaborating with someone like you is perilous." Jiajia, having discarded her weapon, seized his throat with a single hand and remarked with a hint of amusement, "From the very moment I entered, you had numerous opportunities to resist or launch an attack, yet you refrained. It appears you were merely biding your time for me. Regrettably, not everyone can be swayed to willingly become a pawn in your game. Your internal strife is of no concern to me. I only seek to obtain what I desire. That chip is merely ancillary." A playful smile graced her lips as she added, "Dark face, you cannot evade your fate." Dark face, momentarily perplexed by her words, watched as she nonchalantly rose and returned to her seat across from him. Mere seconds later, the door swung open, revealing a tall silhouette at the threshold. The newcomer wore a stern expression, his sharp gaze piercing the room. Lu Yen, seemingly indifferent to the situation, informed Jiajia, "It has been taken care of. This resolution, of course, referred to the individuals outside." Dark face chuckled bitterly. "So I fell into your hands. They met their demise without regret. However, encountering you here is indeed unexpected. Had it not been for the outbreak of the zombie virus, you would still be someone I could only look up to, a person difficult to even meet. Yet, I cannot fathom why you, Lu Yen, would allow something that could advance your interest to slip away." Dark face paused in astonishment as Lu Yen took a seat beside Jiajia. She turned to him, awaiting an explanation. "I will disclose everything shortly." "Very well. I concede that I cannot escape now." Seemingly resigned to his fate, the enigmatic figure known as Black Mask was met with Jiajia's probing inquiry. What is the underlying secret of the zombie virus? Her eyes narrowed as she posed the question. A palpable shift occurred in Black Mask's demeanor, his countenance darkening as the earlier warmth and lucidity vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. His gaze, fleetingly meeting hers, quickly averted, betraying that she had indeed stumbled upon a closely guarded secret. "Do you truly believe I possess such knowledge?" He responded in a measured tone, subtly attempting to deflect the inquiry. "I dare say your companion is far more privy to such matters than I." Unsatisfied with his evasiveness, Jiajia nonchalantly produced a delicate, compact pistol, its barrel pointed in his general direction. "I am asking you," she asserted with a smile. Black Mask remained composed, reclining on the sofa. Though armed himself, he made no move to draw his weapon, recognizing the futility of resistance. Do you think I fear death at this juncture? He scoffed, his words laced with indifference. To have reached this point, death is merely a choice, not a source of dread. Jiajia frowned, acknowledging the challenge in extracting information from this unyielding individual. However, to her surprise, Black Mask, seemingly impervious to fear, initiated the conversation. The secret you seek is known to me, though I consider it hardly a secret. Prior to my departure from the organization, I ascended to the position of second-in-command within this region, yet further advancement eluded me. At that juncture, the zombie virus had not yet erupted. The headquarters was situated in another nation, and it was there that I inadvertently stumbled upon something resembling a zombie. It was a virus jointly developed by them and that nation's government, with no regard for the survival of humanity. Their sole aim was to eliminate those deemed expendable, never anticipating that the virus would spiral beyond their control. He chuckled. Originally, they intended to deploy the virus in another country, and indeed they did. I merely employed a slight stratagem to precipitate this calamitous crisis. Having inadvertently awakened my latent abilities, I was seized by a sudden impulse to utterly annihilate the organization. I dispatched individuals to pour another vial containing the zombie virus into the headquarters, into the laboratory where they were conducting their collaborative research, gradually disseminating it to their families and throughout the streets. Consequently, the organization suffered a significant attrition. Is this the secret you allude to? A hint of amusement flickered in Black Mask's eyes as he recounted these depraved acts with remarkable composure, as if he were detached from the events. Yet, he was inextricably linked to them. Jiajia couldn't help but feel a surge of horror. This individual was truly depraved. He was the catalyst for the premature outbreak of the zombie virus. Liu Yin interjected, his tone devoid of emotion, as he calmly pressed, "What else? There's no concealing anything from you," Black Mask remarked nonchalantly. Just then, a lunatic burst into the room, brandishing paint of unknown origin and spraying it indiscriminately. Hues of various colors splattered across the walls. Upon closer inspection, it was the same deranged individual who had ventured into the 17th floor. Chapter 87. Consorting with a tiger, the peculiar adornments upon his face were expunged by washing, revealing a countenance of unremarkable mien, though his demeanor remained that of a lunatic. At times, I find myself in admiration of my own devices, having reduced the sibling of the paramount leader to such a state of derangement. A fleeting glimmer of vindication flickered within the obsidian gaze of Black Mask, whereafter he articulated, "Your assessment is not without merit." Yet in their nascent endeavors of engineering the zombification virus, they concurrently formulated an inhibitor. I orchestrated the transformation of the paramount leader's brother into a zombie, and at the cusp of his metamorphosis, I abducted him and administered the inhibitor. The transmutation ceased, albeit with the lamentable sequela of consigning him to perpetual derangement. Alas, the efficacy of these inhibitors has waned considerably of late. The paramount secret resides within the inhibitors, Black Mask intoned with a subtle smile. Jiajia exchanged a glance with Lyn, who offered a subtle nod, intimating his conviction of the veracity of the claim to a considerable extent. And where might these inhibitors be located? Black Mask's countenance betrayed a hint of reluctance. The acquisition of my possessions is not so facile a task. Should I be disinclined, I would sooner perish than divulge their whereabouts. Jiajia cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking inwardly that appearances can indeed be deceptive. Since we are engaged in a reciprocal exchange of betrayals, should I be compelled to choose a faction to align with, I shall pledge my allegiance to whomever proffers the most enticing benefits. The rationale is quite elementary. Black Mask offered a disarming smile, retrieving a phial of liquid from within his outerwear and relinquishing it to her as a token of earnest intent. Lyn intercepted the vial and subsequently presented it to her. Jiajia gazed upon the azure liquid contained within the diminutive phial, uncertain as to its authenticity. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward includes an expansion of the space by 100 square units, a small pantry with a complimentary 300 pounds of noodles, 150 points, and an increase in the weapon storage by 3 square units, along with an enhanced arsenal. Additionally, the host receives a safety card, which, as the name implies, can be used in dire situations to ensure safety once. The rewards have been fully distributed. Please check host. Jiajia's eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed the significant expansion of her space, allowing for the accommodation of numerous items. Furthermore, 300 pounds of noodles was indeed a considerable amount. She also noticed a black truck materializing in her consciousness, distinct from any vehicle available on the market, boasting evidently superior performance, presumably available for retrieval when needed. The weapon storage was now more abundant, and with 150 points at her disposal, she could exchange for various items. The safety card was akin to a lifeline. Jiajia felt a surge of joy. Opposite her, He Mian appeared puzzled, questioning the excitement over a mere potion. Lu Yin cast a cold glance at him, prompting He Mian to refrain from further comments. Jiajia shot a look of exasperation at He Mian, silently conveying her incredulity. He Mian then produced a small chip, suggesting, "You may present this to him, claiming you have captured me." Given their cautious nature, they are unlikely to trust easily and will ensure thorough verification of the chip. Once they confirm its authenticity, that will be their moment of greatest vulnerability. My objective is to eliminate them, and you may handle their supplies as you see fit. Additionally, upon successful completion, the potion will be entirely yours. I agree. Jiajia acquiesced. After all, it was merely a futile endeavor to conspire with a tiger. The inhibitor intrigued her far more. Thus, it was only prudent to choose the party that would yield the greatest benefits. With a darkened gaze, she contemplated her next move, pondering whether they might finally afford her a modicum of privacy. This space was so confined, and with their watchful eyes upon her, where could she possibly escape? Jiajia chuckled softly. You seem to be struggling with your transformation. Remember, you are but a captive now. Only when I find you of some utility shall I grant you leniency. Your mental assaults have proven futile, and yet you still seek terms? Dream on. The dark figure, unfazed, smiled and rose to depart, followed closely by the seemingly deranged man who giggled foolishly. Jiajia turned to Lu Yin and inquired, "What sort of person do you believe the dark figure to be?" Even now, she perceived him as an ethereal presence, as if he were non-existent in the realm of reality. She was not one to be swayed by appearances, yet she found it impossible to associate the dark figure with the captain of Team S. It felt akin to a phoenix emerging from a chicken coop, a rather inadequate metaphor, to say the least. In essence, he was an enigma. Lu Yin cast a languid glance in her direction, his expression inscrutable, as though he were irked, though upon reflection, she realized she had done nothing to provoke him. His temperament was capricious, his intellect profound, and his emotions veiled. Jiajia fell silent for a moment, meeting his gaze. Do you not think these descriptors would suit you far better? Lu Yin furrowed his brow. Sensing something amiss, she hurried outside to check on her teammates. Lu Yin's resolution did not entail eliminating all of Blackface's subordinates. He left a few alive. These individuals were bound with ropes, closely monitored by Jiang, Songyin, and others. According to Yang Jing, Blackface had ascended the building with that madman. Even if a collaboration were to be established, it would be imprudent to act hastily, as there was still someone in their midst. The thought of Xiao Yiwei brought her a headache. Her successful escape from the S-Team's base indicated that she had acquired some skills in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, with no family left except for a single friend, she was devoid of any concerns. The team was currently in dire need of ruthless individuals, and she was inclined to offer Xiao Yiwei an opportunity. She scrutinized the few remaining individuals. They fell short of Blackface's caliber and appeared only capable of serving as ineffectual subordinates. Several processed corpses lay on the ground. 7 of Blackface's remaining 12 subordinates had perished in this chaotic melee. Before long, Lu Yin approached. Jiajia contemplated discussing a plan to extricate Xiao Yiwei with him. She led him to the terrace and began to outline her strategy. Lu Yin furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled, and reiterated her proposal. You want me to teleport inside and bring out the woman you mentioned? Jiajia nodded eagerly. Yes, precisely. Lu Yin's expression instantly turned frigid. Do you think my powers can be wielded so casually? I refuse to handle filthy things. Fearing he might expel her from the team, he added, moreover, teleportation cannot carry another person. Jiajia, glare. Filthy? She is very much alive. Regarding the matter of teleportation being unable to transport individuals, she remained profoundly skeptical, uncertain whether it was genuinely unfeasible or merely a fade. Lu Yin rubbed his temples, feeling unfortunate, and helplessly remarked, "If you truly wish to bring someone out, you might as well exchange the chip. Although it may not align with their desires, it certainly possesses intrinsic value. I fear an unforeseen incident amidst the chaos." Jiajia wore a distressed expression. Lu Yin spoke in a calm tone that merely indicates her misfortune. Even at the final juncture, she remains unable to survive. While strength is undoubtedly vital, luck is equally indispensable. If you were to bring along a jinx, entangling you in their misfortunes, it would be a stroke of luck to merely evade danger, let alone aspire to be a formidable figure. His words, though harsh, bore a semblance of truth. You have already exhausted all the goodwill between you to assist her. Chapter 88. Down to hell. Jiajia found herself momentarily speechless, compelled to do her utmost within her capabilities to rescue Xiaoyi Wei. The group was now largely fatigued, nearing their limits. It was imperative to resolve everything swiftly and depart from this place. She approached her companions, stating, "There remains but one final task. Once completed, we can leave and find a place to rest." She pressed her lips together, noting that everyone's stamina was no longer as robust as when they first set out. Seizing the moment, they indulged in high-calorie foods to replenish their energy and sipped on invigorating beverages to prepare for the forthcoming challenges. Lin Yu expressed her delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Let us strive for a swift resolution." Having scarcely enjoyed restorative sleep these past few nights, and now further depleted by recent combat, my vigor is considerably diminished. I am merely subsisting on instinct, maintaining a state of perpetual readiness. Yang Jing concurred. Indeed, to persist in this manner risks dire consequences. Lin Wu unscrewed a bottle of cola, imbibing it deeply, then tore open a packet of compressed biscuits. After consuming several biscuits, chocolate, and a tin of meat, his vitality was renewed. "I am quite well. I shall adhere to the plan," he affirmed, expressing his amenability to any course of action. Zhang Yuhuai, due to his injured hand, has been relegated to an auxiliary role within the team these past few days, though he remains steadfast in his resolve not to impede their progress. "Shall we simply leave these individuals here?" Jiang Tsongyan inquired, gesturing towards the bound figures. The two who remained conscious glared at them with fierce animosity, unyielding in their defiance. Jiajia, massaging her forehead, murmured, "Let us leave them to their own devices and allow them to perish. Our primary objective now is to collaborate with Hyman to dismantle the uppermost echelon and procure the object she seeks. The system's rewards have already proven exceedingly generous, ensuring that our expedition has not been in vain and that we have reaped substantial gains." "Very well," Jiang Tsongyan assented, remaining the team's taciturn and highly efficient mainstay. Jiajia, retrieving protein bars from her spatial inventory, concoctions designed to replenish energy and stamina, distributed them among her comrades. "Consume these," she urged with resolve. Her teammates, presuming them to be ordinary snacks, each ingested a small portion. Within moments, their weariness dissipated, replaced by a resurgence of their former vitality. A sense of wonder permeated the group, and Yang Jing gazed at her with elation. The remaining individuals were equally astonished, fully aware of the changes within their own bodies. How could that protein bar possibly yield such remarkable effects? At the opportune moment, Lin Yu stepped forward, sycophantically extolling, "Captain, you truly are exceptional. You possess all the finest items." Jiajia handed one of the two remaining pieces to Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had no real need for it, he accepted it and took a small bite, simply because it was offered by her. A few members of the team astutely sensed that this usually stoic Lu Yin appeared to harbor a hint of delight. Meanwhile, the bound assailants could do nothing but watch enviously. The surveillance cameras on the 17th floor had been deliberately sabotaged by a masked figure, rendering the group oblivious to the events unfolding below. A member of the organization emerged, observing their increasingly improved condition with a touch of disbelief. "I have brought what you requested," Jiajia stated directly, revealing a small, black chip that stood out conspicuously against her fair palm. Old Lu, still positioned at the forefront, gazed at the chip, a glimmer of desire igniting in his eyes as he instinctively stepped forward, saying, "Bring the person out, and give me the chip." No sooner had he spoken than two of his subordinates lifted Xiao Yiwei and positioned her against the wall. As the effects of the anesthetic wore off, Xiao Yiwei regained consciousness, though her mobility had yet to fully return. Upon leaning against the wall and catching sight of the familiar figure, disbelief, shock, excitement, and joy intertwined in her gaze. "Jiajia, she truly has come to rescue me." Yun Jiajia did not meet her eyes, signaling Lin Wu and Yang Jing to bring her closer. Addressing old Lu, who was approaching, she said, "Hold on a moment." Yun Jiajia smiled slyly, questioning whether they were feigning ignorance or genuinely foolish. "There are supplies and medicine, but without this chip, you shall not procure anything. I demand to see a sufficient amount of resources immediately. What you previously showcased was merely the tip of the iceberg, was it not? Furthermore, hand over all the medicine you possess." Such an audacious demand. One of old Lu's subordinates retorted angrily. Old Lu intervened loudly, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards them. "How dare you speak so? The lost chip is in your possession. Choose your words carefully, or I shall be the first to show you no mercy." Lin Yu chuckled, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, her tone laced with sarcasm. "What are you pretending for?" With no other option, old Lu begrudgingly instructed his men to gradually transport the supplies. After what felt like an eternity, the resources culminated in a small mountain, filling the vast hall. This should suffice, old Lu thought, brimming with pride. Yet, upon observing their calm demeanor, dissatisfaction crept in. They accused him of posturing. But perhaps it was they who were merely acting. At such a critical juncture, these supplies could incite madness in any team, yet they remained unfazed. Though his discontent lingered, a startling hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could it be that to them, this bounty was indeed just the surface of a much larger cache? If so, it suggested an astonishing reality. Their resources must be at least tenfold that of what lay before him. Yun Jiajia pondered momentarily before tilting her head to gaze at Lu Yin, inquiring, "What do you think?" Lu Yin nonchalantly replied, "It is pitifully inadequate," suppressing his rising ire. Old Lu endeavored to speak with measured patience. "Surely, the chips can be presented now. Our organization shall remember your contribution, and we shall reciprocate any future assistance required." He continued with these platitudes, though inwardly prepared for a mutually destructive confrontation. The enigmatic group's capabilities remained uncertain, yet their palpable disdain suggested any genuine collaboration was untenable. Anticipating potential treachery, he had arranged for reinforcements, ensuring their adversaries would share their fate should they fall. Yun Jiajia, noticing He Mion's ostentatious entrance, scoffed, "Spare me the pretense. I am aware of your intentions. Regrettably, your thoughts will remain unspoken, as I shall expedite your journey to the netherworld." Her countenance, concealed beneath the mask, bore a triumphant smile, which vanished in an instant from her striking features. "Descend into hell." She then proceeded to the windowsill, flung open the glass, and cast the chips into the abyss. Old Lu, lunging towards the window, beheld the chips vanish from sight, igniting his fury. Upon He Mion's arrival, he roared with unbridled rage, "Slaughter them." Chapter 89. Aftermath, however, his command was abruptly truncated as his gaze underwent a startling transformation. His pupils lost focus, and he lapsed into a momentary stupor before his eyes settled into an eerie tranquility. Just as his subordinates were poised to strike, he bellowed, "Hold your fire." The leader commands that He Mion be captured alive. Sensing Lu's aberrant behavior, his subordinates were caught in a fatal quandary, torn between their leader's apparent command to capture Hyman alive and their own survival. Led by Lu Yin and Jiang Tsongyin, the team swiftly retaliated, evading bullets while striving to transition from defense to a proactive offensive. Hyman maintained an impassive demeanor as Lu's hidden forces emerged from the shadows. The initial display of power was merely a fraction of his true strength, with the most formidable elements lurking in concealment. Even the researchers exhibited remarkable prowess. Despite being outnumbered and facing adversaries with regenerative abilities, the team pressed on. Bullets pierced their foes, only for the wounds to heal instantaneously. Jiang Tsongyin's vines deflected incoming projectiles with astonishing speed. Jiajia, her eyes narrowed with intrigue, employed her wind abilities to ensnare the regenerative foes. Unable to eliminate them outright, she opted to restrain their movements, intending to gradually obliterate them. Be cautious, she cautioned. Avoid damaging the supplies. With an air of detached indifference, Hyman approached Lu, his serene smile belying a chilling intent. He patted Lu's shoulder, his mind control now blatantly obvious. Where is he? He inquired. Who surrounds him? In a daze, Lu responded. Century Manor. Most of the members are there. Hyman's smile widened. Understood. It's time to send you on your way. In his final moments, he severed the mental subjugation over old Lu, his hand resting on the man's shoulder. Half of his body was canted outward, exposed to the howling wind, the bitter darkness threatening to engulf them all. With a gentle nudge from Black Mask, the sheer terror in old Lu's eyes became impossible to conceal. The sensation of weightlessness robbed him of coherent speech. A scream, piercing the stillness of the park, heralded his descent. His form diminished in their sight, becoming a distant speck before vanishing altogether. The sickening thud of impact reverberated across the grounds, leaving no doubt that what remained below was a mangled heap. The antidote, Jiajia said, extending her hand towards Black Mask. Black Mask arched an eyebrow, honoring his word. From the pocket of his trench coat, he produced the final 2 vials of inhibitor. Jiajia's gaze was riveted to his pocket, consumed by regret. Had I known, I would have stripped you bare. We could have saved ourselves so much trouble. Black Mask paused, then erupted in laughter, tears welling in his eyes. These 2 vials weren't on my person earlier. Your efforts would have been in vain. Lu Yin approached, his countenance thunderous, his face an unreadable mask of fury. Had looks been lethal, Black Mask would have perished 1,000 times over. He had indeed contemplated ending the man's life, but reason prevailed at the moment he was about to strike. Black Mask's demise was not yet opportune. He turned to Jiajia, feigning indifference. That should suffice. I will deal with the healing Esper later. Jiajia acquiesced. The dark-faced man seemed to sense something as he cast a glance at him. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment, and after a brief pause, he nonchalantly turned his head and remarked, the suppressants and these supplies are entirely yours. You have no compelling reason to kill me, given your seemingly good mood. You should have what you desire, so may I take my leave? Jiajia was reluctant to let him off easily. He was a calamity. With narrowed eyes, she replied, what if I say no? The calmness and tranquility of the dark-faced man were genuine. The earlier incident of pushing old Lu down the stairs had left no mark on him. He stated, unfortunately, I have compelling reasons to leave. Perhaps I pose no threat to you, but your little teammates may not be as fortunate. Lu Yin smiled faintly. You might want to widen your eyes and consider who you are threatening. I am quite astonished to see you here. Just because I am not in a position of power does not mean I am at your mercy. Allowing me to depart would be your wisest choice. In truth, Jiajia had already arrived at her conclusion. Lu Yin drew her close, pressed his lips together, and whispered, let him go. Hesitant to voice his thoughts, he contemplated many explanations, but Jiajia's voice preempted him. All right, let him go. You need not say anything. I understand. A tacit understanding had already blossomed between them. The dark-faced man observed them for a while, then smiled as he moved towards the edge. Consider this a life owed to you. I feel rather awkward imposing upon you to clean up the aftermath. Leave them be. I will handle it. As the last echoes of his voice faded, those ensnared in the air by old Lu's subordinates plummeted down, their expressions blank as they opened the walls before them, including the ability wielder concealed at the very back. Armed with a heavy firearm, they aimed at the center of their own heads and delivered a final shot. The gunfire erupted simultaneously, a synchronized chorus imbued with the suffocating essence of death. When the cacophony subsided, dozens collapsed to the ground, blood seeping from their lips, the bullets having penetrated deeply, leaving their foreheads hollowed out, devoid of any flicker of life. One by one, the researchers emerged from within, effortlessly choosing to end their own lives, much like their fallen counterparts. The members of the squad stood in stunned silence. Not a single individual from that organization had escaped. Those territories, which she had conquered, were returned to those who rightfully belonged to them. She wished to spare them from further devastation. Better for them to perish in the struggle against the zombies. He descended further, oblivious to the whereabouts of that lunatic who turned out to be the brother of the organization's leader. No wonder they had been so reticent about revealing his identity. It remained unclear how the enigmatic figure would deal with him. The building fell into a profound silence. The heads of those dozens lay crushed by their own hands. Yet none had transformed into zombies. The squad exchanged bewildered glances, the recent events leaving them at a loss, torn between shock and fear. One individual had manipulated dozens and compelled them to bring about their own demise. Goodness. Lin Yu swallowed hard. Truly, he is a ruthless character. In a corner, Xiao Yiwei, having been shifted there by Yang Jing and Lin Wu, coughed a few times, drawing Yun Jiajia's attention at last. She had managed to lift herself up, but her frail body rendered even speech a laborious task. Indeed, old Lu's group, much like her, were not individuals who honor their promises. It turned out that they had poisoned Xiao Yiwei. Chapter 90. Two sons Yang Jing approached to examine Xiao Yiwei's condition, shaking her head as she remarked, "We require specialized equipment to ascertain the diagnosis. Such facilities may not necessarily be available in those laboratories." Lin Wu added, "Those places are primarily equipped for zombie modifications." Jiang Tsongyan interjected, "Perhaps we should first relocate her and then deliberate further." Yun Jiajia concurred, "For now, that appears to be our only option." Subsequently, they stowed the supplies into their space. Lin Wu hoisted Xiao Yiwei onto his back, transforming their group into 8. The descent was remarkably smooth, and as they passed the 17th floor, they glanced inside, finding it eerily silent and devoid of any presence. Upon exiting the 3rd building, they still encountered no one. Even the firearms left in the lobby had vanished, likely indicating that the short-haired woman had also safely departed from the premises. The compound appeared even more dilapidated than when they had entered, with an increase in the number of zombies outside. It seemed that while they were entangled in a standoff with old Lu's faction, other teams within the compound had suffered the consequences of a skirmish. Having secured an ample supply of medication, they showed no further interest in the remaining items, effectively covering one another as they located 2 vehicles. Given Xiao Yiwei's precarious health, Yun Jiajia positioned her beside Yang Jing, who could provide some oversight during the journey. Both vehicles were filled to capacity. Yun Jiajia fed a bit of cat food to the feline, then exited the vehicle to place it in the trunk, where a litter box and additional cat food awaited. Taking the passenger seat, Lu Yin inquired, "Where to?" She opened her phone, only to discover that there was no signal. Finding a suitable location proved to be quite challenging. "Never mind. Let South just drive aimlessly and see where we end up. We'll find a decent place to rest for a couple of days," Yun Jiajia replied. At present, the priority for the team was to recuperate, enjoy a hearty meal, and have a good rest. They had been in City S for several days, and there had been no news of an impending explosion. The survivors in the city could almost be described as the elite among the living. The vehicle meandered through the streets, teeming with zombies. Lu Yin altered their course towards the outskirts. After driving for approximately 10 kilometers, they arrived at a small county within City S. Given that the population in the county was sparse, the number of zombies here was also lessened. Lu Yin scanned the surroundings and drove into a relatively new residential complex. They decided to randomly select a house to inspect. There were roughly a few dozen zombies roaming near the garden of the complex, which was not too overwhelming. Eventually, the car came to a halt in front of a building towards the back. The entrance bore the number 27. Lu Yin and Yun Jiajia, along with the others, disembarked, while Lin Wu continued to carry Xiao Yiwei. Lu Yin retrieved a bag from the trunk and then ascended the stairs. Taking the elevator was out of the question. They opted for the stairway instead, with Jiang Tsongyan and Yang Jing leading the way, and Linge bringing up the rear. A few zombies wandered in the corridor, which were swiftly dealt with. They first reached the 2nd floor, where a lone zombie was patrolling, and on the ground lay a shattered mobile phone screen. With a contemplative gaze, Lu Yin observed the vacant stare of the zombie before plunging his dagger into its skull. Disdainfully, He manipulated the zombie's hand onto the fingerprint scanner of the door. As the door swung open, he discarded the cadaver onto the floor. Remarkable, that actually worked. Jiang Yuhua exclaimed in awe. Jiang Tsongyan, momentarily taken aback, entered the residence and activated a flashlight. The interior was impeccably maintained, with minimal dust accumulation. It was evident that a young individual with contemporary tastes had occupied the dwelling, as reflected in its decor. Lin Su brought up the rear, closing the door behind him. "Let us repose for a moment," Jiajia suggested. She proceeded to the kitchen and turned on the faucet, but no water flowed forth. The lights remained dormant, indicating that the community's utilities had been severed. From her extra-dimensional storage, she retrieved a compact, portable generator, ensuring a temporary reprieve from electrical concerns within the house. The immediate priority then shifted to the matter of accommodation. The house was of modest proportions, approximately 110 square meters, comprising 3 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms. Accommodating their sizable group within such confines presented a challenge. Jiajia ventured into the master bedroom, sliding open the glass door to access the balcony. The adjacent apartment's kitchen window was within close proximity. An agile individual could readily scale the distance to the neighboring window, provided the window was not secured from the inside. It could simply be opened, thereby resolving the issue of lodging. She summoned Lin Su, entrusting him with a distinguished assignment. Lin Wu, who had initially anticipated a respite, cast a despondent glance at the diminutive kitchen window. "Such a small aperture," he lamented, "it will be quite arduous for someone of my stature." "To those with ability comes additional responsibility," Jiang Yuhua remarked with a sly grin. Initially, Jiang Yuhua was the most suitable man in the squad for the task, as he was still developing and not very tall. However, his hand was injured. Lin Su merely grumbled, then promptly unlocked the balcony security screen, carefully stepping onto the available footholds, inching his way laterally. This task posed no real challenge for him. While the house was relatively clean, some areas inevitably had accumulated dust, which the remaining members began to clear away. Xiao Yiwei had fallen asleep in the car, and Yang Jing administered the remaining antidote, which stabilized her vital signs. After placing her in the children's room, a knock sounded at the door. "It's me," Lin Su announced from outside. Jiang Tsongyan opened the door, cautioning him to be safe. "Keep your voice down." Lin Su gestured towards the house. "I've taken care of the zombies inside and dumped them in the stairwell. It's livable enough. The opposite side still has the old-fashioned door locks. Let's rest here for a couple of days," Jiajia said, drawing back the living room curtains. The sky outside remained dark, and without a phone, it would be difficult to distinguish day from night. However, the darkness wasn't as absolute as it had been in the previous days. It seemed slightly brighter, suggesting that it would soon lighten further. This was indeed good news. She retrieved a pot, cooking utensils, and an electric grill from her personal dimension. Placing the pot on the table, she added the hot pot base, then extracted a large assortment of fresh vegetables, meats, snacks, and beverages from her dimension. There were 8 boxes of lamb and beef rolls alone on the table, not to mention the various other fresh meats. 30 bottles of 4.5-liter purified water were also brought out. The teammates displayed remarkable foresight as they proactively washed vegetables and cut meat, once again marveling at her extraordinary abilities. Although Lu Yin possessed unparalleled culinary skills, he merely washed his hands and sliced some meat, showing no intention to take over the cooking duties. Lin Yu and Lin Wu dismantled a table from the adjacent house, bringing it over to assemble, successfully joining 2 tables together to accommodate everyone, and did not forget to carry 4 chairs along. In the chill of a dozen degrees, indulging in hot pot and barbecued meat was indeed a wise choice. This pot, specially purchased by Jiajia from a hot pot restaurant, was intended to recreate the ambience of dining out at home. It featured 4 compartments: clear broth, spicy broth, tomato broth, and mushroom broth, all present. She had also prepared numerous utensils and disposable ceramic tableware, taking out enough for 8 people. As the hot pot base simmered, delightful aromas wafted through the air. The rich scent of tomatoes and spicy flavors whetted the appetite. Plates filled with an abundance of meat and vegetables were arranged, while the electric grill began to sizzle with lamb. After retrieving the projector, she cast a previously downloaded film onto the wall, turning on the lights. Savoring a piece of steaming hot meat paired with chilled cola, this lifestyle felt most comfortable amidst the apocalypse. The team had not enjoyed a proper meal in 2 to 3 days, subsisting instead on snacks, beverages, and canned goods. Though such provisions were considered exceedingly precious in times like these, they paled in comparison to the joy of savoring hot pot and barbecue, rendering the alternative a form of suffering. As for Lin Wu, since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, he had not partaken in a normal meal. Previously, while under Wei Qian's protection, he experienced some privileges, yet even that could not compare to a life of normalcy. After Yang Jing summoned Xiao Wei, she found her deeply asleep. Ensuring she was unharmed, she prepared some vegetable congee for her. As the projector displayed the comedic scenes of My Own Swordsman on the wall, Lin Wu, in high spirits, inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? Considering the precarious situation in the city, perhaps we should seek refuge in the countryside?" Unbeknownst to him, Jiajia possessed a portable base, rendering his suggestion somewhat amusing. He was aware that Jiajia not only wielded wind abilities, but also commanded a spatial dimension, further solidifying his resolve to align himself with her. "Barring unforeseen circumstances, we shall venture northward from the city," she replied. The northern direction seemed the most logical choice at present. The others, lacking any concrete plans, nodded in agreement. Linguvoist no objections. All signals had vanished, leaving the survivors to fend for themselves in isolation. Although the probability was exceedingly low, the possibility of other survivors residing in the building or complex could not be discounted. After indulging in a satisfying meal, complete with dessert and fruit, the group gathered on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. Adai curled up in the corner of the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Soon after, the group cleared the table, and Lu Yen, Lin Wu, Lin Su, and Jiang Tsongyan were allocated to the adjacent apartment. Jiang Yuhuai occupied a room, gently carrying the sleeping Xiao Yiwei to the second bedroom, while Jiang Yuhuai was assigned to the children's room in the middle. Clean bedding and pillowcases were provided. After cleansing herself with purified water and changing into a nightgown, Yang Jing cautiously inquired, "Captain, is the woman who was poisoned a friend of yours?" Yun Jiajia raised her gaze, acknowledging the connection, and considered the potential for her development. Within the small team, each member possesses their own responsibilities and areas of expertise. Xiao Yiwei's ability to infiltrate Team S and subsequently escape undoubtedly reflects her considerable skill, a fact that can be deduced without any deceit on her part. If there are no issues, it would be advantageous for her to remain and receive further training. After approximately 10 hours of slumber, she arose once more to find the day had brightened considerably. The sun hung resplendently in the sky, and the temperature had surged to a sweltering degree. The sky was devoid of clouds, and the heat had intensified significantly. Standing on the balcony and gazing upward, she succumbed to a moment of contemplation. The current weather patterns have become increasingly unpredictable. She picked up a thermometer to check the temperature, which, while not excessively hot, registered a normal 30-some degrees. The sensation of heat, she surmised, stemmed from the sun above, which appeared more radiant than ever, as if something had shifted in the atmosphere. Cloud, Jiajia, scanned the vicinity once more. To her astonishment, there appeared to be a second sun in the west, an occurrence of 2 suns shining simultaneously in the sky, a phenomenon that seemed almost impossible. The reason it was described as almost is due to a similar spectacle that transpired in the 7th year of the last apocalypse. At that time, 2 suns had risen, startling all survivors. Now, this bizarre event was recurring, albeit somewhat earlier than before. Much like in her previous life, the other sun was merely an illusion, devoid of warmth and not particularly bright, merely a shadow of the first sun. Nevertheless, this development warranted discussion with her teammates. A mere 10 minutes after she awoke, Yang Jing stirred, rubbing her eyes and contentedly remarking, "It feels as though a great deal of time has passed, even though I slept just as soundly at the base a few days ago." Having drawn back the curtains, Yun Jiajia allowed the golden sunlight to cascade upon her countenance. Gesturing towards the radiant orb, she remarked with a smile, "Then rise and behold it." After days of solar absence, its reemergence evoked a sense of temporal displacement. Prompted by her words, Yang Jing swiftly arose and cast her gaze outward, her astonishment rendering her speechless. It transcended the boundaries of humanity's current comprehension, upending her very understanding. "This, how can it be?" she uttered, her disbelief palpable as she turned towards Jiajia, her countenance etched with incredulity at the sight of two suns. Moments later, a knock resonated upon the door. Jiajia proceeded to admit the occupants of the adjacent dwelling. With the alteration of circumstances and the divergence onto an alternate trajectory, they were left to analyze the fragmented remnants of their knowledge. To discern the underlying pattern necessitated the passage of time, an endeavor unattainable in the present moment. On this day, a humble, homespun meal was served. Having awakened, Jiajia erected a small table, upon which she placed a bowl of verdant vegetable congee. Chapter 91. Embarkation. Even in the absence of explicit narration, Jiajia discerned the trials etched upon her weathered visage. "Speak," she entreated, setting down the congee and directing her gaze towards. Jiajia perceived the veracity in her eyes. Recalling the individual who had inadvertently startled Lin Wu amidst the unfolding drama, she pressed further. "During your concealment, did you encounter a peculiar man who recovered your cellular device and employed it to transmit messages to me?" Jiajia comprehended. Based on her assessment, Xiao Wei was being truthful and had no reason to fabricate anything. "In that case, please remain here and recuperate. You will be informed of any subsequent arrangements." "Understood," Xiao Wei replied quietly. As Jiajia reached the door, about to leave, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Do you resent me for not heeding your advice and acting obstinately, only to end up troubling you in the end?" "I understand." Xiao Wei felt a tinge of bitterness as she spoke, her gaze hardening. "Rest assured I won't." Jiajia stepped out of the room, finding several teammates in the living room. Jiang Yuhuai and Lin Wu were poring over a map of China. Lin Su and Jiang Songyan were discussing future plans, and Lu Yin sat on the sofa, quietly observing a vial of inhibitor in his hand. Jiajia approached and inquired, "You seem quite intrigued by this? Perhaps you'd like to try it?" The team fell silent. Although they were unaware of the nature of the inhibitor, they knew that anything capable of capturing the attention of both their captain and Lu Yin in this apocalyptic era must be of great significance, potentially related to the mutations of zombies. Lu Yin was indeed interested, but he had no immediate intentions. He returned the inhibitor to her, saying, "Let's have a conversation outside." With that, he exited the living room. Jiajia followed, closing the door behind her, and they proceeded to the adjacent, sparsely furnished room. Lu Yin picked up a pair of binoculars from the sofa, handed them to her, led her to the window, and indicated a direction, saying, "Take a look over there." Jiajia raised the binoculars to her eyes, peering in the direction he had indicated. "That is," she paused momentarily before slowly continuing, "that is a vulture. How could such a creature appear here? Moreover, it seems equally abnormal. The avian species is undergoing mutations." A few vultures perched on a nearby tree, surveying the neighborhood. Jiajia keenly sensed that his intentions were of great significance. She remained silent for a moment, observing Lu Yan's fleeting distraction. It was indeed a troublesome matter. To be precise, Jiajia felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Clearly, he had once gone to great lengths to stay, yet now he was the one leaving prematurely. Did he truly regard her team as a place one could come and go as they pleased? Lu Yan rarely sighed, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. "Currently, my abilities and strength are at an impasse, making it difficult to achieve a breakthrough in the short term. The anomalies are increasing, gradually surpassing our comprehension. I cannot afford to remain idle. The essence of abilities remains abilities, and strength precedes greater strength. Only through continuous progress can I ensure your safety amidst this impending crisis of human extinction." Jiajia acquiesced, though she yearned to assert that she did not require protection, aware that an overly blunt stance could be hurtful. Since they had agreed to attempt it, being excessively forceful would not bode well. Is it truly dangerous? Deep down, she acknowledged Lu Yan's possession of a system and space, though he only hinted at it subtly without clear articulation. Crossing her arms, she shot him a disdainful glance. "Do you really think you are that important to be so worried? I urge you not to overestimate your significance. The team can function effectively regardless of who departs. Luyan was taken aback, replying, "My concern is for you." In recent days, the team had frequently relied on his capabilities. She realized she had grown accustomed to Lu Yan's presence within the team, and this dependence set off alarm bells. It was something she couldn't permit to exist. Lu Yan remained silent and rose to place a necklace adorned with a star-shaped pendant around her neck, saying, "This contains a locator. Once I'm finished, I can find you based on its signal." Even in this post-apocalyptic world, your communication capabilities are as extensive as ever, Jiajia remarked with a touch of envy. Lu Yan's status before the apocalypse was already high, and his actions and endeavors after the cataclysm were more convenient than theirs. Lu Yan chuckled. "Anything you desire is yours, including myself." He wasn't jesting. Jiajia's heart was struck by something, throbbing intensely. "All right, enough with the superfluous words. When do you depart?" "In approximately half an hour." Lu Yan naturally had faith in and acknowledged her abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave. Jiajia expressed surprise. "So soon? I'll depart on my own, without consuming team resources," Lu Yan said with a furrowed brow. Ultimately, he still harbored some reservations about the individuals within this squad. As of now, there were no apparent issues. If he were to handle it, it would undoubtedly be a case of swift pain over prolonged suffering. He suddenly regretted not having discreetly dealt with that person yesterday. But now it was too late, and dwelling on it was futile. A decisive resolution was necessary. This is his reminder to Jiajia. Jiajia understood and replied, "I will." Both parties are formidable survivors from the apocalypse. Their separation is merely temporary, devoid of any profound sense of sorrow. As for the cat, whether I take it with me or leave it behind is entirely up to you. This is a carefully selected and trained feline. Though it possesses a deceptive charm, it remains quite nimble in the face of zombies and behaves rather obediently, not dragging behind. I shall keep it. Jiajia is reluctant to part with the cat. It brings much amusement during her moments of boredom. What about Brother Lu? The group was somewhat taken aback, but refrained from commenting further, as Lu Yan was never a member of their team from the outset. He merely shared a connection with their leader. Thus, it was only natural for him to have been considerate towards them along the journey. Now that he has chosen to pursue his own affairs, it is understandable. After 2 days of rest, with increasingly abnormal celestial phenomena emerging, Jiajia felt a sudden jolt in her brow and decisively proclaimed, "Pack your belongings. We must depart." Most of the items in the 2 rooms were retrieved from her space, which she now reabsorbed. Jiang Tsongyin and Lin Wu selected some cushions and other furniture that might prove useful in the future. They managed to gather enough supplies to fill a suitcase. And Jiang Tsongyin pulled the suitcase out the door. Jiajia instructed Lin Wu to bring any already deceased zombies from outside, considering it his own home. It was better for him to stay here than in the corridor, especially since they would no longer return to this room. Subsequently, Lin Wu carried Xiao Yiwei on his back, and the group descended the stairs. She had no intention of having her teammates drive 2 vehicles. Instead, she stowed one away and instructed the system to materialize the recreational vehicle, RV, from a base. The RV was placed in front of the building. The group gazed upon the suddenly appearing, pristine RV with elation. "It's an RV." Jiang Yuhuai was the most ecstatic. Since long ago, he had harbored a profound interest in escapades and adventures. Consequently, the advent of the apocalypse did not overwhelm him as it did most people. On the contrary, he was filled with enthusiasm and adapted swiftly. An RV was an indispensable and highly anticipated mode of transport on an adventurous journey. An RV and a compact car were sufficient for the current team of 7. However, 2 individuals were required to lead the way in the off-road vehicle. Jiang Tsongyin and Lin Wu volunteered. They placed their luggage in the trunk and embarked in the off-road vehicle. Lin Su and she temporarily occupied the driver's seat as drivers. The RV had a direct passage to the driver's seat, and she had previously reinforced both the interior and exterior of the RV, making it adequate for the upcoming journey. Dining table, cinema, toilet, bedroom, kitchen, everything was present. Furthermore, the RV was double-decker. The second floor was only suitable for lying down or sitting, but due to the limited height, standing was only suitable for shorter individuals. In addition to a small bedroom on the first floor, there were upper and lower berths, each with curtains to ensure privacy. The dining table could accommodate 6 or 7 people. There was a bathroom and a toilet, and the ventilation performance was excellent. Additionally, there was an overhead bed above the driver's seat for sleeping. The first floor also had a small screening room, fully furnished. Furthermore, there are cabinets for storing belongings. The second level boasts a sofa with plush cushions, ideal for watching movies or sprawling out. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Moreover, after Jiajia pressed a button, a display screen rose from beneath the through cabin wall, ascending to eye level, showcasing the vicinity of the vehicle. Evidently, there was external surveillance as well. The preparations were remarkably thorough. Lin Su gave her a thumbs up, marveling at the recreational vehicle for a moment before exclaiming, "Captain, well arranged. This vehicle couldn't have been cheap. Relieve my curiosity and tell me the price so I can accept my fate." Jiajia didn't intend to conceal it from them. Acquired at no cost. Huh? Her teammates responded in unison. Jiajia explained with resignation it was driven away from the dealership after the zombie outbreak, so it was essentially commandeered. Nay, this was not commandeering, but rather an astute decision, Jiang Yuhuai countered. The others shared this sentiment. The pre- and post-zombie outbreak eras were two distinct worlds. The ability to make such a judgment and acquire sufficient transportation in the immediate aftermath of the outbreak was indeed a wise choice. And it was they, the less astute but exceptionally adept at latching onto those with foresight, who benefited from it. Xiao Yiwei still required rest in the days following. So Yang Jing assisted her to the lower bunk of the bunk bed for ease of care. Everyone tacitly agreed that the sole bedroom belonged to the captain. Then, Yang Jing tended to Xiao Yiwei while monitoring the surveillance to prevent any unforeseen circumstances nearby. Jiang Yuhuai, on the other hand, went to the second floor, observing the surroundings through the small window. Lin Su took the driver's seat, his excitement piqued by the vehicle's various features. Lin Wu and Jiang Tsongyan started their vehicles, following behind as they drove out of the residential area. The egress from the residential complex transpired without incident. Though the undead thronged relentlessly, they posed no threat to the vehicles, nor did they impede the drivers. The two automobiles maintained a judicious separation of 50 meters, affording ample maneuvering room. Upon clearing the confines of the complex, Jiang Tsongyan and his cohort embarked upon their prearranged route toward the outskirts of the county. Eschewing the motorway, they opted for the relatively even terrain of the conventional roadways, prepared to circumvent as necessary, for the state of the motorways remained an enigma. Their ingress into the county seat proceeded swimmingly, whereupon they encountered a mercantile establishment. Though despoiled of some of its provisions, a considerable quantity remained, of which Jiajia, as was her wont, appropriated one half. "We are being followed by a vehicle," Yang Jing announced, rapping upon the partition to the cockpit, inquiring of the driver. "Shall we endeavor to elude it, or?" Jiajia cast a glance rearward, confirming the presence of a dilapidated automobile in pursuit. It appeared to have been shadowing them since their departure from the residential complex. Lin Su, she instructed, apprised Jiang Tsongyan in the vanguard to accelerate, and you likewise, that we may shake off this pursuer. Jiajia inclined her head, scrutinizing the vehicle in the distance. She harbored doubts that the performance of a commonplace automobile could rival that of her own. Amidst the zombie-infested thoroughfares, the pursuer would be hard-pressed to maintain the chase for long. Jiang Tsongyan and his companions in the lead vehicle promptly depressed their accelerators, and Lin Su followed suit with alacrity. The trailing vehicle demonstrably struggled to keep pace. In short order, the weather assumed an even more peculiar aspect. The sun shone resplendently even as a torrential downpour descended. The recreational vehicle's waterproofing proved efficacious, causing no disruption to the occupants, and the solar array on the vehicle's roof was able to continuously store electricity. As the rain intensified, accompanied by resounding thunder, the vehicle relinquished its pursuit, opting to seek shelter in another direction, still within the confines of the county, where the roads lacked the expansiveness of urban thoroughfares. The car found itself contending for space with relentless, unfeeling zombies. The inevitable outcome would be damage to their antiquated vehicle. Boom! A flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that sent shivers down one's spine. Before she could complete her sentence, the occupants of the vehicle felt a tremor beneath them, affecting not only the ground, but also the adjacent buildings, which swayed noticeably. Revising her words, she adopted a stern gaze and swiftly commanded, "Continue accelerating. An earthquake is imminent. Drive to the outskirts of the county with utmost haste." The composed voice of Jiang Tsongyin echoed through the walkie-talkie, affirming, "Understood." Every member of the team sensed the extraordinary disturbance. Lin Su gritted his teeth and floored the accelerator, pushing the vehicle to its maximum speed. The surrounding buildings swayed with increasing intensity, threatening to collapse at any moment. Debris and dust filled the air, while the chilling wind buffeted the trees, causing them to bend precariously. Fortunately, their swift driving had already carried them near the edge of the county. Upon learning of the impending earthquake, they had redoubled their efforts, managing to escape the town just in the nick of time. Behind them, buildings and structures crumbled and disintegrated instantaneously, without any chance for respite. The rapid collapse, accompanied by the splintering of trees and the quaking of the earth, was palpable even from their vantage point outside the town. The sounds of destruction reverberated, the sheer magnitude of the noise compelling everyone to cover their ears. In less than a minute, the county town had transformed beyond recognition. Not only the county town, but even the urban area of City S had succumbed to this cataclysmic earthquake. Yu and Jiajia glanced back, and where there once stood houses, now lay only ruins and dust, burying the lifeless forms beneath. Yet, from the depths, strange hands continuously emerged, seemingly unwilling to remain interred. The county town had vanished into thin air. They managed to drive out of the city, but the situation in the suburbs was no better. The roads lay shattered, and it was only thanks to Jiang Tsongyin's adept driving skills, coupled with the sturdiness of their off-road and camper vehicles, that they suffered no significant damage. The ground was in disarray, and even the towering mountains nearby seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The group dared not linger, pressing onward toward their destination. Yang Jing spoke into the intercom, addressing Lin Yu beside her. "We will take turns driving. Jiang Tsongyin will drive now, and in an hour, Lin Wu will take over. After another hour, Lin Yu will switch with me, and then I shall relieve you." Jiang Tsongyin replied in a low voice, "I can manage for the time being." Yun Jiajia furrowed her brows. This was a natural disaster, regardless of whether it was the apocalypse or a time preceding it. An earthquake was a force to be reckoned with. Without any signal, they were unaware of the plight of other cities. But it was evident that this earthquake was at least of magnitude 8, and aftershocks continued to reverberate. They relied solely on their vehicle to endure. Making the most advantageous judgment was the duty of a leader. No one had anticipated such a sudden quake, nor could they fathom how many survivors had perished in its wake. The system had not actively reported the current number of survivors for several days, and she was too weary to inquire, for they all understood the grim reality. Both Jiang Tsongyin and Lin Su responded in unison. Yin Jiajia, not daring to be careless, directed from the side. The drivers of both vehicles were successfully switched. Lin Su, sitting in the passenger seat, stared at the scenery outside the window, his heart pounding with fear. Had they left any later, they might have been buried under the house and earth. He was increasingly terrified. It would have been absurd to survive the zombies only to perish in an earthquake. Yang Jing was not idle, preparing each person a bowl of instant noodles with eggs and sliced fatty beef and tomato sauce. The rich tomato broth enveloped the soft noodles, with a poached egg on top and the fatty beef placed beside it, making it quite appetizing. Yang Jing also delivered some to Jiang Tsongyin and Lin Wu in the front vehicle. Dust flew everywhere, and the wind grew stronger. Even though Yun Jiajia could control the wind, she could not stop the continuous rain and earth-shattering tremors. "I'll stow away that vehicle. Even though the SUV has good performance, it might not be stable in such extreme and volatile weather. Get in this car now and focus on controlling it entirely," Yin Jiajia arranged. In extreme weather conditions, drivers are easily affected. Rather than scattering the team in two places, it's better to consolidate into one. So there's always someone on duty to take shifts, reducing the risk. Damn, what kind of crazy weather is this? It was fine this morning, just 2 suns at most. But as soon as we left, there's an earthquake, sandstorm, and heavy rain. I'm lucky if I don't die here. Lin Wu, in shock and anger, cursed again, with sand and dust swirling and the ground shaking. If they had been a step slower, they would probably be dead, turned into zombies buried underground. Jiang Tsongyan exhaled deeply, calming his emotions, and managed to maintain his composure. At least we are all alive, are we not? The most pressing matter now is to depart from this area as safely as possible. Jiajia pressed a button, and the door of the RV closed. She activated the intercom to convene a brief meeting with everyone. The immediate priority was to leave City S and its surrounding areas. The journey may take longer than we anticipate, although it is indeed perilous. This RV was specifically designed for traversing the wilderness in the face of natural disasters, and we have ample fuel and supplies. Let's organize shifts. She glanced at her phone. It was currently 5:49 in the evening. She divided her teammates into 3 groups. One group consisting of herself and Jiang Tsongyan, another with Lin Wu and Yang Jing, and the third with Lin Ji and Jiang Yuhua. Each group would be responsible for 3 hours of driving, totaling 9 hours. One group would drive while the other 2 rested or observed their surroundings, ensuring that the drivers remained alert, energetic, and judicious. 9 hours would suffice to completely distance themselves from the seismic zone and move closer to the north. Xiao Yiwei, lying on the lower bunk, felt helpless and lowered her head in self-reproach, softly asking, "Is there anything I can do to help?" The others in the vehicle were strangers to her. Yet because she was a friend of the captain, they offered her patient smiles. To lighten the mood, Lin Ji made a funny face and said, "Just rest. Taking care of yourself is the best way to contribute. We are managing well for now." Jiajia noticed Xiao Yiwei's despondency. Instead of offering comfort, she advised, "Please adjust your physical and mental state as soon as possible." Yang Jing administered the precious antidote to Xiao Yiwei, who needed to recover swiftly in order to bolster their team's strength. "All right," Xiao Yiwei replied with unwavering determination. The celestial phenomena were peculiar yet ordinary. Around 6 o'clock, the sky gradually darkened. All teammates, except Jiang Yuhua, had retreated to rest. Jiang Yuhua leaned on the table, intently observing the nearby area on the display screen, not daring to let his focus wane, for they had ventured into an enigmatic forest. A dim yellow lamp illuminated the interior of the RV, and the steady breaths of his teammates filtered through the curtains of the upper and lower bunks, further heightening his vigilance. The piercing howls, reminiscent of both zombies and beasts, echoed hauntingly in the night. To ensure a clear view of the path ahead, they activated the headlights, fully aware that this would inevitably attract other entities. Currently, Jiajia was at the wheel, navigating the treacherous mountain road they had previously agreed upon. Despite its instability, the vehicle maintained a steady course. Their objective lay behind them. With a significant temperature fluctuation between day and night, the outdoor temperature had plummeted to a mere 7 degrees. She turned on the RV's heating, instantly enveloping the interior in warmth. Jiang Tsongyan scrutinized the surroundings, his expression grim and tone somber. "I just heard the howl of a wolf, though it seems altered. It must be a zombie wolf. I'll prepare my gun in advance to be ready for any unexpected encounters." After all, they were merely dealing with some animals. Jiajia's tone was unsettlingly calm. She had encountered zombie wolves, zombie deer, and even zombie tigers. None of these were particularly extraordinary. What warranted caution was their speed, which surpassed that of typical zombies. However, a strike to the brain would still render them inert. Suddenly, the path ahead grew dim, not due to the twilight, but because the ground had been tainted by a liquid that merged into a shadowy hue reminiscent of blood. Jiajia maintained a steady grip on the vehicle, casting a fleeting glance before returning her focus. Soon, a fragment of flesh appeared on the road, no larger than a thumb. Jiang Tsongyan strained to discern it amidst the darkness. This scattered remnant signified that their route was far from ordinary. Unperturbed by these findings, Jiajia continued her tranquil drive. Ahead lay either zombies or living beings, animals or their undead counterparts. There was little room for other possibilities and nothing to fear. Jiang Yuhai tapped on the intercom and opened a small channel, saying, "I just noticed a shadow darting through the trees to the side. I say seemed because the darkness obscures my vision, leaving me unsure if it was a mere illusion or something real. Nonetheless, I felt it necessary to report. Jiang Songyin glanced sideways a few times, but the inky blackness offered no glimmer of light to capture his attention. He trusted his teammate, despite Jiang Yuhai being an adolescent. He was willing to believe in his judgment. He was confident in his sighting, but his modest standing within the team made him hesitant to assert outright, fearing a misjudgment might mislead his companions, hence his cautious phrasing. It's not a mere semblance. There truly is something, Jiajia remarked intriguingly. Her keen instincts and perceptive senses have always been remarkable. Just a moment ago, she chanced to glance sideways, and her exceptional eyesight allowed her to discern a figure, somewhat human-like, slinking silently into the woods. "What shall we do now?" Jiang Yuhai murmured, wishing not to disturb his slumbering comrades. Observing Captain Yun Jiajia's current demeanor, he understood the necessity of maintaining discretion among the team, and he certainly could not afford to act foolishly or defiantly. Yun Jiajia composed herself, contemplating a cool dish of scrambled eggs. If the enemy remained still, so would they. But should the enemy stir? She trailed off, leaving Jiang Yuhai's curiosity piqued. "And then what?" he inquired eagerly. Jiang Songyin couldn't suppress a chuckle as she anticipated Yun Jiajia's next words after noticing her raised eyebrow. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Yuhai asked, "Did you not realize that my hand is already healed?" Jiang Songyin, sensing the sincerity in his tone, turned to him in astonishment. When did this happen? For Jiang Yuhai's hand had been bandaged, leaving them oblivious to its condition. Jiang Yuhai blinked and replied, "It was just at noon. Captain, after you mentioned his departure, I stepped outside for a moment and found that he had not yet left. I then patted my hand, and it felt nearly restored. I intended to speak, but he left before I could." Upon hearing this, Yun Jiajia abruptly halted, filled with regret. She had surprisingly forgotten that Lu Yin possessed healing abilities. During their time at the pharmaceutical factory, he had slain the individual from the organization who held such powers, thereby seizing his abilities for himself. With the recent flurry of events, she had let this slip from her mind, only to discover that Lu Yin had quietly healed Jiang Yuhua's hand. A miscalculation indeed. Had she recalled this sooner, she could have simply enlisted Lu Yin to assist in dealing with Xiao Yiwei, sparing them the trouble of escorting an injured person around. In the end, she interpreted Lu Yin's actions as deliberate. Jiang Songyin felt a surge of astonishment from Jiang Yuhua's words. It was evident that Lu Yin not only possessed abilities such as teleportation, but also healing, his strength unfathomably profound, causing a tightening in his chest. Chapter 93. The cannibal an hour and a half had elapsed when he and Yun Jiajia exchanged positions, driving the vehicle steadily. A shadow moved ahead, lingering for mere seconds. By its silhouette, it was unmistakably human. He turned, and as the vehicle's light illuminated his face, his pupils contracted. The headlights revealed a pallid visage devoid of color. The iris is not black, but shade of brown. His long bangs obscured his eyes, and the ashen hue of his slender frame was somewhat unsettling. This man had appeared before them without warning, his clothing dusted with grime. Yun Jiajia slammed the brakes, the car coming to a halt mere inches from him. She and Jiang Songyin exchanged wary glances. In this area, even zombies were a rarity, a mountainous region scarcely trodden even before the apocalypse. Yet here stood a person, appearing in the dead of night. The more unusual the circumstance, the greater the need for vigilance. Every moment of complacency was akin to wielding a knife against oneself. The man exhibited no inclination to evade. The glaring headlights caused him discomfort, prompting him to shield his eyes with his hand. Once accustomed to the brightness, he quietly observed the occupants of the vehicle. Though disheveled, he showed no signs of retreat. According to Yun Jiajia's thoughts, they should have circumvented the man and driven away. However, the narrow mountain road could only accommodate a single vehicle, with a steep incline of over a meter on either side, rendering escape impossible. This predicament troubled her greatly. What exacerbated her unease was the realization that the man remained unyielding, neither fleeing nor backing away. If he had chosen to flee, she could have easily pretended not to notice, but the current dilemma lay in his obstruction of the path, displaying no intention to move. Jiang Tsongyan placed his hand on the car door, but hesitated, surveying the surroundings for any signs of life before turning to Yun Jiajia and suggesting, "Shall I disembark and attempt to persuade him to leave? I'll try reasoning first. If he refuses to budge, we can resort to more forceful measures." This approach was characteristic of Jiang Tsongyan. Yun Jiajia squinted at the man below for a prolonged moment, inexplicably sensing a latent danger. She shook her head, remaining silent for a few seconds before stating, "Forget the dismembered remains we encountered earlier. A living person wandering in the depths of the wilderness, where wild animals roam freely, cannot be without some form of support. Thus, it was highly probable that this man possessed some formidable backing. Since awakening his abilities, Jiang Tsongyan had become less cautious in such situations, a change that she found troubling. Her tone turned frosty. "If you wish to go down, then do so. But bear the consequences yourself." Upon realizing his error, Jiang Tsongyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized the gravity of his mistake. The RV was filled with all his teammates, and his lack of consideration weighed heavily on him. Thus, he sincerely apologized. "I am truly sorry. I shall exercise greater caution in the future." Yun Jiajia was quite pleased with his acknowledgement of fault. She smiled lightly and pointed to the motionless man beneath the vehicle. "It is commendable that you recognize your mistakes. However, you may indeed need to go down there. I intended to intimidate him with the vehicle, but seeing his complete lack of fear, I worry that if he bears a grudge against us, it could hinder our departure, which would be quite unfortunate. In this apocalyptic world, an unrelated individual obstructing the vehicle could either be plotting something nefarious, such as theft of the vehicle, supplies, or weapons, or might genuinely be seeking assistance. This man, however, bore no resemblance to someone in need of rescue. His eerily calm gaze suggested anything but desperation. Jiang Tsongyan understood her implication. She wanted him to descend and probe this man. It was clear that this man's presence was not merely a matter of blocking their path. Opening the door, he swiftly exited the vehicle and approached the man with measured steps, assessing him closely. The man appeared somewhat sickly, his physique seemingly frail. Yet his piercing gaze altered Jiang's perception entirely. "Please step aside. We need to pass," Jiang Tsongyan stated straightforwardly. The man gazed at him silently for 2 seconds before averting his eyes and responding, "It would be best not to proceed. There is a horde of cannibals ahead." "Cannibals?" Frowning deeply, Jiang Tsongyan found the utterance implausible. He lifted his gaze towards the vehicle, where Yun Jiajia offered a slight nod, indicating she had overheard the exchange via the intercom. Indeed, the man conceded forthrightly. "All who venture into this domain are subjected to dismemberment and exsanguination, akin to the treatment of consumable livestock. My obstruction is merely a cautionary gesture, coupled with astonishment at encountering living souls in this locale." Jiang Tsongyan discerned the fallacy in his statement, retreating a step as he retorted coldly, "Then how dare you traverse this mountain path alone? Furthermore, this area has been virtually uninhabited since before the viral outbreak. If cannibalistic ogres subsist on human flesh, what sustenance do they derive in the absence of human presence? This region teems with ferocious beasts. The existence of these ogres and your surprise at encountering survivors are mutually contradictory. Moreover, the man's unperturbed demeanor on this path aroused suspicion. Either he was affiliated with the aforementioned group, or his words were fabricated to deceive them. The man remained unperturbed, maintaining his taciturn disposition. "I have no desire to elucidate. Suffice it to say, refrain from proceeding further." With that, he cast a fleeting glance at the occupants of the vehicle before retreating to the roadside and slowly continuing his journey. She had, in truth, witnessed such occurrences on numerous occasions. In an era characterized by rampant zombies and scarce resources, cannibalism was far from an anomaly. Indeed, many survivors had partaken in human flesh. Her casual remark was devoid of genuine interest in these cannibals. They invariably conformed to a limited range of archetypes, resembling normal individuals, exhibiting signs of deviancy, embodying the traits of psychopathic murderers, or manifesting as mentally deranged individuals. She was intrigued by the man, appearing alone in the desolate wilderness late at night, possessing a unique and poignant allure. Intriguing. He shook his head, ceasing to pay attention and proceeding toward his destination. As Jiajia passed by, she caught another fleeting glimpse of the figure in the forest. At that moment, Jiang Yuhuai reopened the passenger compartment, stating, "I saw him again. He entered the adjacent woods." Jiang Tsongyan surveyed the area, his gaze gradually turning cold. It seemed that what this man said held some truth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiajia instructed him to stop the car. She lowered the window, but the man below continued to walk on, seemingly uninterested in them. "Are they following you or us?" Her words were straightforward. Though phrased as a question, it was almost a direct accusation that the target of the figures in the forest was him, and they were merely incidental. Jiang Yi paused, slowly raising his head to look at them, and said, "You already know the answer. You had the opportunity to leave, but you chose not to. But those in this car are not necessarily going to die here. Now, a small number of people have awakened their abilities, and they may be relying on these abilities. Perhaps they are ability users and may not necessarily die. There's a 50-50 chance. But these things are not related to him, because we are not afraid. It is too late now." Jiang Yi sighed softly. Many figures emerged from the forest, moving silently, their movements so subtle that they were entirely masked by the roars of animals. A group of a dozen individuals emerged from the forest, brandishing torches that encircled the RV while maintaining a cautious distance. Jiajia felt a twinge of surprise. Moments ago, she had been obstructing their path, and now the roles had reversed. Jiang Yi sensed the predicament and grew impatient, yearning to depart. "We have been watching you for quite some time, and you have consistently caused us trouble. Initially, we were wary of you, but now that trepidation has dissipated entirely," stated a man with a coarse voice. His bare torso exposed, his piercing gaze directed at Jiang Yi as he scoffed. "So what now? Do you intend to leave me here?" Jiang Yi replied coolly, laced with disdain as he glanced at the group. Their newfound courage hinted at the presence of an extraordinary individual among them. The woman observing him exuded a palpable desire, an insatiable hunger for flesh. Their behavior was peculiar, not characteristic of a true tribe of cannibals, who typically lack fluency in Mandarin. These individuals appeared to be a motley crew thrust together in the aftermath of an apocalypse, far removed from genuine cannibals. Jiajia scanned the scene, her gaze lingering on a woman positioned to the far right. Their eyes met, and Jiajia discerned the truth. This woman was indeed an extraordinary being. Jiang Yi, feeling vexed, let out a sharp whistle. The roars of wildlife echoed more distinctly through the woods. He possessed the ability to command not only animals, but also those altered by mutation. This place had been his sanctuary, now invaded by others. And while his powers had caused them considerable inconvenience, the overwhelming numbers rendered it nearly impossible for him to extricate himself and confront these flesh-eaters directly. From the depths of the forest emerged large creatures, their forms markedly transformed from their former selves. At the forefront was an immense panda, its claws and teeth entirely black, with crimson light blazing in its eyes, followed by zombified animals such as deer, birds, and tigers. Their roars reverberated throughout the entire forest. The commotion roused the 5 individuals resting inside the RV, who arose almost simultaneously. Lin Wu and Lin Su swiftly descended from the second floor, drew back the curtains on the first floor, and, upon seeing the situation outside, realized they had encountered trouble once more. Jiang Yuhuai elucidated, "These are a band of ogres." Yang Jing pulled back the curtain, climbed down from the upper berth, picked up a gun, and furrowed her brow as she glanced out the window. These individuals were peculiar. Some adorned in outlandish costumes, others barely clothed, concealing only the essential areas. The most peculiar sight was a man standing on the roadside, similarly surrounded. He appeared young, in his 20s, yet appeared sickly, his pallid complexion nearly matching the whiteness of linen. Lin Su inquired of the captain and Jiang Tsongyan in the driver's seat. "Should we take proactive measures? A task is being issued. Please check host. Eliminate the ability user within the ogre team. The reward is acquiring her ability with the potential for upgrades." "Upgrade abilities," Jiajia murmured. The notion of upgrading abilities was unfamiliar to her. However, the system's task piqued her curiosity. What sort of ability could it be? She reconsidered her approach. surmising that feigning weakness might not truly elicit the woman's ability and that a different tactic was necessary. "Forget it," Jiajia said to the group, raising an eyebrow. "How about we engage?" The woman who had spoken earlier had just shifted her attention to the occupants of the RV, having offered her critique. As Jiang Tsongyin shook his head, he remarked, "Too tough. The texture appears unappetizing." Upon spotting Jiajia and Jiang Yuhua gazing through the window, he nearly drooled in a moment of weakness. "You two seem rather delectable, after waiting so many days without the arrival of others. It turns out something grand was in the making. An exquisite feast has finally arrived." His words, laden with innuendo, reduced them to mere sustenance. Who could possibly endure such indignity? Lin Wu was on the verge of exiting the vehicle to confront them when Lin Yu intercepted him, urging, "Do not act impulsively. Did the captain not advise us to observe the situation? Let us bide our time. No matter how formidable they may appear, they cannot surpass the captain's prowess. The more caustic their words, the more dire their fates will be. This precedent is far too common." Lin Wu, persuaded by Lin Yu's counsel, regained his composure. Previously, his tasks revolved around safeguarding Wei Qian, where both his mind and body were perpetually on edge. Now, with Wei Qian dispersed, he felt liberated yet nearly jeopardized Jiajia's situation. Regret washed over him, realizing such behavior was unacceptable. He sealed the window completely and turned his gaze to the surveillance feed, where countless zombie creatures encircled their position. Jiajia chuckled softly, remarking, "Though you possess an unappealing appearance, your thoughts are indeed beautiful." Her words ignited her ire. The ability user standing farthest to the right remained motionless, fixated on the ground. It was astonishing how swiftly the man they encountered had summoned such a multitude of zombie creatures, surrounding them in layers, a truly frightening sight. "I understand now why you remain silent." The first man to speak gazed at Jiang Yi, his countenance finally betraying a triumphant expression. He was immensely proud, even arrogant, as he proclaimed, "You, too, are now considering the metahumans on our side. The tables have turned. Before, we had to be mindful of you here. If we wanted to indulge our carnal desires, we had to venture to nearby villages and towns, abducting a couple of individuals to satiate our appetites. Occasionally, we would encounter living souls passing through here, only for you to foil our plans. Today, you will pay the price with your flesh and blood." Jiang Ye's brow twitched, intuition alerting him that this day would not proceed as smoothly as usual. The animal army had failed to intimidate this group, so he refrained from pointlessly commanding the zombified creatures to attack the cannibalistic ogre squad. In the ensuing moment, the recreational vehicle, the ogre squad, and he himself were transported to another location. Chapter 94, Illusionary Metahuman Ability. This was no longer the mountain forest from before. Instead, it was a desolate wasteland, eerily silent, as if only they, the living, existed. The darkness was oppressive and profoundly empty. They cautiously disembarked from the RV. The dozen or so ogres still surrounded them, and the sickly, emaciated man stood nearby. Jiajia happened to glance at him and could sense his astonishment as well. His animal army was absent. It was highly probable that this was merely an illusion, not rooted in reality. The metahuman capable of drawing them into this illusion likely possessed the ability to selectively target individuals, only ensnaring their intended prey, namely, Jiang Yi and his entourage of living beings. The animal army that posed a threat to them had naturally been left behind. Jiajia stood at the forefront of the group, her gaze fixated on the rather unremarkable ability user. This power was indeed peculiar, resonating in a manner akin to that of spatial manipulation. She yearned to possess it. The thought burgeoned within her mind, intensifying with each passing moment, and her eyes glimmered with fervent anticipation as her gaze flickered towards the pallid, gaunt young man. She spoke. "At this moment, your only option is to cooperate with us." Jiang Yi pondered briefly before promptly reaching a decision. He nodded and positioned himself a little closer to them. The atmosphere felt decidedly strange. His abilities were rendered ineffective here. Having allies would significantly enhance their chances of resistance. The members of the squad exhibited an unusual caution. Xiao Yiwei trailed behind, her expression grave. Jiang Songyan's visage bore a discontented look. It was evident they lacked the upper hand. Furthermore, the opposing team's abilities had yet to be fully revealed, making targeted counteraction exceedingly difficult. "Let them perish here," the bare-chested man exclaimed with an exaggerated grin, his eyes signaling his comrades to take action. Jiajia extended her hand. Even though this was not her territory, she could still wield her wind abilities. Moreover, she possessed more than just the power of wind. Across her 2 lifetimes, she had acquired the capability to enhance her physical form, a gift that allowed her to continually augment her own physical prowess and, at intervals, bolster others. Though it may sound implausible, it was indeed a reality. Fortuitously, this ability manifested just when she encountered this cannibalistic squad. Presently, her physical capabilities were even superior to before. She remained utterly unperturbed, allowing her gaze to linger on each teammate's face for several moments, contemplating whom to empower first to maximize the team's collective benefit. The first to be dismissed was Xiao Yiwei. Her current state was insufficiently understood, and she had yet to recover fully, rendering her vulnerable. Utilizing her solitary enhancement opportunity on her would be a waste. Her focus was on the overall strength of the team, prioritizing collective advantage over merely transforming one teammate from weak to strong or augmenting an already formidable ally. Lin Wu's physical prowess was already commendable, ranking just beneath her and Jiang Songyan. Yang Jing and Jiang Yuhai were unsuitable candidates. Perceiving her scrutinizing gaze, Jiang Yuhai fell silent for a moment before quipping, "Captain, your expression makes me feel like you are bidding a final farewell." No sooner had he uttered this than Lin Ji playfully smacked the back of his head, admonishing him for his nonsense. "Lin Ji, come here," Jiajia said with a cheerful smile. Lin Ji, being of military background, possessed commendable qualities across the board, including loyalty. Enhancing him would thus provide the squad with a 4th resilient member. Lin Ji approached with a hint of confusion. The bare-chested man exhibited impatience, as if driven mad by their presence. Lin Wu held his weapon steadily, aiming intently at the exhibitionist should he pull the trigger now. The exhibitionist would certainly meet his demise. Jiang Songyan stood ready to deploy his wood-based abilities, prepared to bind this horde of man-eaters securely, undeterred by the bizarre surroundings. He believed in his capacity to counteract them. After all, possessing abilities of the same nature did not imply inferiority. They merely manifested differently. Do not act impulsively. Jiajia offered them a smile, accompanied by a wink, intimating that she had alternative arrangements in store. Her teammates, being intimately acquainted with her mannerisms, understood that such a gesture signified her confidence in orchestrating a counterkill. Yang Jing and Jiang Yuhai positioned themselves at the rear of the formation, maintaining vigilance while tending to Xiao Yiwei. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the 2 sides faced off, each awaiting the other's initial move. Despite their perceived dim-wittedness, the ogre contingent recognized that anyone who had survived this long was not to be trifled with. They possessed trump cards, but assumed others did as well, yet confidently believed they could not rival the illusionary abilities within their ranks. Recognizing that the opportune moment had arrived, Jiajia channeled her energy, and upon closer inspection, a faint azure luminescence could be discerned. With deliberate force, she clapped Lin Su on the shoulder. As if an inexplicable force had permeated his being, Lin Su glanced down in astonishment, scrutinizing his physique with his gaze. He perceived his body to be more resilient and robust than ever before, brimming with vigor. Furthermore, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as though he were impervious to harm. The very fabric and configuration of his body were undergoing a transformation. Not one to dismiss his senses as mere figments of imagination, he gazed at Jiajia with bewilderment, uttering, "Captain, what is this?" "An augmentation of your physical form, enabling you to endure more injuries," Jiajia responded softly. There was no envy, only elation, for the illusion was profoundly eerie. A murky expanse stretched out, obscuring the distance, with only a pervasive mist visible. Beneath their feet lay a concrete plain, and in the blink of an eye, they had vanished from the mountain path. This is an illusion, yet we exist in reality. Death within this realm is genuine, unless we eliminate the opposing ability user and break free. Addressing not only her teammates, but also Jiang Yi, Jiajia prompted a fleeting sharpness in Jiang Yi's otherwise placid gaze. He responded, "Tell me your plan, and I shall assist you." The ogre team, unable to contain themselves any longer due to the opposition's inaction, felt compelled to seize the initiative. "Attack!" The exhibitionist bellowed, throwing his head back in laughter. "Leave none alive." With a male, a female, and a juvenile specimen. They seemed quite delectable. Jiajia's eyes grew cold as she commanded now. In the obscure expanse, a sudden gale materialized, swiftly morphing into a tornado-like vortex. The wind, sharp as a blade, rapidly approached from afar. The closer it came, the more palpable the sensation that even a slight brush would feel like 1,000 tiny daggers lacerating one's throat. It visibly surged toward the ogre team, who, alarmed, scattered to evade the ominous wind. The exhibitionist, startled, roared, "He's seen on," as the wind drew nearer, already causing inexplicable bleeding on his face. He instinctively fled toward the reticent female ability user. Before she could react, the exhibitionist was swept up into the sky, spinning in circles. Just as she was about to intervene, a slender figure materialized behind her, a delicate yet powerful hand gripping her neck. With merely a slight squeeze, Hisinan's eyes widened in an instant, a wave of panic surging from her heart. The hand tightened its grip increasingly. In the final moment, her body vanished from the spot. Jiajia swiftly scanned the surroundings. After her initial strike, Jiang Tsungyin also unleashed his powers, resulting in countless vines emerging in this pitch black, lifeless expanse. The vibrant green stood in stark contrast to the desolate gray. The vines, seemingly endowed with sight, sought their targets, most certainly those ogres. Those individuals were not to be underestimated. They had managed to evade her winds for quite some time, although a significant portion of them were forcibly lifted by the gusts. A few remained in resistance. One by one, the vines gradually extended, stretching into infinity, deftly coiling around the necks of those beings. The vanished Isinan suddenly reappeared before her, and after the initial shock, only indifference remained. "I desire your demise. This is my territory." No sooner had her words left her lips than the vines began to snap, and the wind waned. The other members of the team were not idle. They formed pairs or trios to assault the ogre ranks. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the visible winds and vines. These individuals had all invoked their abilities, and it was time for him to delve deeper into his own powers. He retrieved a small wooden flute from his pocket and, amidst the overwhelming chaos, played a strangely haunting melody. No one perceived him as panicking. Rather, they regarded him with utmost seriousness. The piercing, peculiar tune instilled a sense of alarm in all present. As he played his melody softly, the vanished zombie animals reappeared in this space. These creatures had lost their essence. After infection, they were meant to become mindless, akin to zombies, driven solely by the primal instincts of devouring human brains and biting. Yet, astonishingly, they were now arranged in an orderly fashion, seemingly under some form of control, with their target being Hisinan. Jiajia was taken aback for a moment, but then clarity dawned upon her. Despite her extensive experience, she had not anticipated encountering two such extraordinary abilities in a single night. The extent of their lethality was uncertain, yet they were undeniably distinct. She manipulated the wind gently to lower the exposed man. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed several ogres on the ground drawing their weapons, entering a frenzied state, indiscriminately slaughtering not only enemies, but also allies. Even with utmost caution, Lin Wu was still stabbed, though the injury was trivial in his eyes. He swiftly seized the knife and slashed the assailant's throat. He found it hard to believe that he possessed such strength. Lin Yu, leading the charge, also sustained minor injuries amidst the ferocious assault, yet they were inconsequential. These wounds would be fatal to an ordinary person, but for him, they were merely trivial, a testament to the extent of his enhanced physique. She began to discern the nature of this illusion. It was a false virtual realm, yet they were all living beings. Hsinan could mitigate the attacks endured by her team in this illusion by approximately 30 to 40%, while increasing their offensive power by 20%. Alas, her teammates appear to be rather inept. Her nascent abilities, coupled with a lack of experience in controlling them, contributed to the situation. Despite their numerical advantage and damage reduction glitches, their adversaries were surprisingly effective. Observing her underperforming teammates faltering one by one, Hsinan found herself caught in the tempestuous winds, narrowly avoiding being swept away. She lamented the absence of a weighty object to anchor her. A menagerie of zombified animals loomed menacingly, as a tiger lunged ferociously. A remarkably sturdy railing materialized before her, capturing the attention of everyone present. The exposed man, buffeted by the wind, saw an opportunity and exclaimed, "Hsinan, use your power. This is your illusion. You have dominion here." His words served as a reminder to Hsinan. Indeed, this was her illusion, and thus she could manifest anything she desired. The sudden appearance of the robust railing prevented her from being completely engulfed by the wind, allowing her to maintain a tenuous grip while remaining a safe distance from the ground, beyond the reach of the rampaging tiger. Jiajia and Jiang Yi exchanged glances. Jiang Yi averted his gaze, and the melody continued, conjuring a flock of birds that descended upon Hsinan with swift precision. Hsinan's combat prowess in the post-apocalyptic world was quite unremarkable, even inferior to most of her teammates. To survive, she feigned being a mutant, infiltrating the group and enduring the consumption of repulsive meats. Despite her consistently low status, she had fortuitously become the only member of the team to awaken an ability. Seizing this opportune moment would enable her to reverse the tide of battle and completely transform her standing. At that juncture, her teammates would be compelled to heed her commands. Had they not looked down upon her in the past? Now, as an empowered individual, this team would be under her sole authority. With a vigorous surge, she released her grip on the railing, her mind conjuring new possibilities. In the ensuing moment, the inky expanse was diminished by two figures. Beneath a somber sky, the beach was cast in a muted light, the sea an ashen blue, littered with the remains of deceased marine life. The acrid stench of decaying fish permeated the air. Jiajia found herself standing on this desolate shore, her feet sinking into a carpet of dead fish, the offensive odor enveloping her. With a detached gaze, she surveyed her surroundings, seeking her objective. Since Hsinan had ensnared her within this illusory realm, it signified her own presence within it as well. It appeared she had underestimated her adversary's capacity to conjure another illusion. This extraordinary ability she was determined to possess. The prolonged stagnation of her wind manipulation had gradually become tiresome, as she desired to obtain a new ability capable of controlling the entire situation. Physical augmentation served only as an auxiliary measure, or to aid teammates, lacking decisive lethality in the apocalypse. Her sights were set on this illusionary power. "I perceive you." A few paces away, beneath the canopy of a towering tree on the beach, a figure gradually emerged. Hsinan's complexion was sallow, her hair a malnourished yellow, her frame emaciated, and her garments tattered, providing only minimal coverage. She slowly emerged from beneath the tree, having gained a general understanding of how to control illusions. Though lacking practical experience, this realm was entirely within her domain, and while she felt a sense of pride, a hint of apprehension lingered. After all, she had only recently become an ability user, and the poised woman before her appeared to be a seasoned warrior. This woman was also an ability user. Yet if her skills were merely limited to that gust of wind, she would surely perish here. Jiajia narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the woman opposite her. Aside from her abilities, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. "If you die here, you will never escape again. Do you have any last words?" Hsinan, who had just grasped some fundamentals of her abilities, spoke calmly, exhibiting an unexpected confidence unlike her earlier anxiety in the first illusion. Jiajia smirked slightly, feeling no turbulence in her heart from the provocation. With a radiant smile, she replied, "I believe it would be more fitting for me to pose that question." "So confident? Do you think you can master your abilities? In terms of numbers, you may have the advantage, but when it comes to strength, you are far from our match." This ogre squad might manage against ordinary survivors in a numbers game, but in the face of them, their inferiority became glaringly evident. Conversations prior to being drawn into the illusion revealed that the pale, emaciated man who had appeared in the mountain path had previously single-handedly overwhelmed an entire team. It was clear how inflated this squad's reputation was. At most, there was one individual with illusionary abilities capable of ensnaring humans within illusions. Feign. Had she not encountered them, she might have managed to carve out a niche for herself even in this apocalyptic world, but alas, that remained a mere hypothetical scenario. She was filled with patience towards this extraordinary ability, even treating Feign with unexpected kindness. Feign found himself unable to meet her gaze. Turning his head slightly as he spoke, "It's futile. Unless I take you out of here, you will remain trapped forever. However, I believe the current environment is too dreadful. It's only a matter of time before we're devoured by zombies or become one ourselves. Dying alone in this illusory realm wouldn't be so bad." Feign exuded confidence, yet he was wary of the woman before him. Just moments ago, she had quietly disrupted the situation, nearly costing him his life, prompting him to rely on words to provoke her. Jiajia glanced at him and then stepped closer, minimizing the distance between them. Her fearless demeanor made Feign furrow his brow, and she vanished into thin air. Jiajia was secretly observing where she would next materialize, preparing to seize the opportunity to eliminate her decisively. "Your words contain loopholes. As long as I kill you, I can certainly escape," she remarked, a cruel smile gracing her lips. It seemed her weapon had not been drawn into the realm, indicating that Feign had learned a lesson from this. It was evident that she had little real combat experience. She had managed to draw their entire team and that man in, but lacked the ability to selectively pull them in, inadvertently bringing their weapons along as well. Yet now, she possessed nothing, a clear indication that she had grasped a modicum of the principles involved. Jiajia raised an eyebrow, finding the challenge increasingly intriguing. She suddenly became curious about how many layers of illusion Feign could conjure. This extraordinary ability may not inflict significant harm on the undead, yet it possesses the potential to become a formidable weapon against the living. By augmenting her allies' damage while diminishing the impact of incoming attacks, if she could harness this power, the strength of the team would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The unsettling feeling within her only solidified her resolve to take the initiative. Now, shrouded in the shadows, she held the reins of control. Seizing this opportunity might yield a decisive blow. A fierce gust of wind swept down from above, prompting Jiajia to retreat a few steps to evade it, yet the wind seemed to lock onto her, relentlessly advancing. Numerous vines sprouted from the ground, their target unmistakably her. With a steely gaze, she focused intently, evading the impending strike of the vines and wind with remarkable speed. Her powers continuously enhanced her physical prowess, allowing her to selectively increase her velocity and deftly dodge the initial wave of attacks. She understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. So it was. As she observed the relentless onslaught of wind and vines, a realization dawned upon her. She could replicate the abilities of the power wielders within the illusion. Indeed, it proved to be a remarkable asset. A smile graced her lips as she conjured a tempest more potent than that which she had previously exhibited in the first layer of the illusion. Feign could merely mimic the abilities, but was incapable of replicating their intensity. The wind she had encountered earlier, while seemingly fearsome and intimidating, was nothing more than a paper tiger, easily toppled by a mere gust. The vines, too, were limp and sluggish. Although she had copied them, she failed to capture their essence, perhaps also influenced by the inherent strength of the illusion's power wielder. The turbulent waves disturbed the sea, and the sudden gusts of wind lifted the tangled vines from the ground, rendering them powerless against the ferocious force that swept them skyward, scattering them into fragments. The tempest raged on, uprooting a tree whose trunk splintered, scattering its leaves in chaotic disarray. Jiajia relentlessly dismantled the illusion, for she and the mirage were intrinsically intertwined, unable to conceal their presence as they manifested upon the beach. Prepared for this moment, she awaited the appearance of Feign, and the instant she emerged, Jiajia dashed towards her with remarkable swiftness, reaching her in the blink of an eye. With a delicate hand, she seized Nan by the throat, gradually tightening her grip as if meting out a slow judgment upon her impending demise. This ability was indeed formidable, granting one a sense of audacity. However, it was unfortunate that such power resided within an individual who lacked understanding of her own potential, unable to harness even a fraction of it. In her hands, it was a squandered gift, one that Jiajia would relish instead. A smirk graced her lips, her eyes glinting with cold resolve, as one hand pressed against Nan's neck, methodically extinguishing her life, while the other restrained her, robbing her of any means of resistance. The fleeting disappearance earlier indicated that within the illusion, she too possessed the capacity for teleportation and swift evasion. Yet this ability was contingent upon the integrity of the mirage. Should either aspect begin to falter, the other would inevitably follow suit. In the brief span during which he seen and evaded, the wind's power wreaked havoc upon the illusion, leaving it in an even more wretched state. Due to Nan's limited abilities, the illusion she conjured was likewise constrained. Jiajia laughed, having concealed her true prowess from everyone from the very beginning. Although she possessed formidable strength, she only displayed a fraction of it, yet that was sufficient to firmly grasp the majority of people in her grasp. Prior to this, she had only utilized 20% of her power. Within the illusion, her abilities would be significantly diminished. Thus, she exerted 60% of her strength to dismantle this exceedingly rare illusion and to subdue the illusion-wielding individual. Gradually, Nan began to struggle for breath, her life force ebbing away bit by bit, truly terrified and incessantly fighting back. She could not fathom how a woman could possess such immense strength, akin to the hand of death, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. Were her position to be occupied by a muscular man, the outcome would be no different. Wait. I can take you out. Please don't kill me. I can assist you. If you spare my life, I can help you resolve numerous matters, eliminate many foes. Nan could scarcely articulate a complete sentence, trembling uncontrollably, her small eyes betraying a profound fear of death and the person before her, her hair standing on end. She truly did not wish to perish here. It was too late. Jiajia sighed. This was the apocalypse, a world of life and death, and with a firm grip, she extinguished all vitality from the neck she held. Nan's eyes stared blankly ahead, devoid of any strength. As Jiajia released her grip, she collapsed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward, an upgradable illusionary ability. This power allows one to draw enemies into a self-constructed realm of illusions an infinite number of times, as well as to replicate the abilities of those within the illusion countless times, enabling the host to utilize their powers against them without limit. The potency of the illusionary realm is intrinsically linked to the host's strength. Should the realm suffer extensive damage while ensnaring an adversary, the host will experience a commensurate impact. The illusionary ability can be enhanced, and the host currently possesses a level 2 illusionary power. Upon reflection, Jiajia grasped the concept. Akin to what he'd seen and had done earlier, she could seize the abilities of others and draw them into her own illusion, even selecting individuals to ensnare in a secondary illusion, with both realms remaining unaffected by one another. It was indeed a remarkable gift. All abilities necessitate the expenditure of the user's energy, and this was no exception, yet it was a manageable cost. Alas, the system had not bestowed any additional rewards this time. With a wistful glance at the fallen Nan, Jiajia observed as the illusionary world began to crumble, the scenes before her fracturing like a shattered puzzle, ultimately leaving nothing behind. The zombie beasts continued to encircle the ogre team with predatory intent. However, this group no longer exuded the vitality they had initially possessed. Each member bore wounds, and none were unscathed. The exhibitionist was particularly battered, her entire body marred by ghastly crimson lacerations as a result of the wind's influence. The exposed skin mirrored her injuries, and she lay feebly on the ground, with only her eyes wide open in a state of shock. The deceased members of the ogre teams have transformed into zombies. indiscriminately assaulting their former allies. The exhibitionist, regaining a semblance of consciousness, realized he was no longer in the illusion and exclaimed in disbelief, "He Sinan, cease your lamentations. She is deceased, or do you imagine you would have escaped otherwise?" Jiajia knelt, her dagger tracing the vulnerable skin of his throat. The exhibitionist was incredulous. The seemingly impenetrable ability in his eyes had failed. Now all was lost. Few of his own men survived, and those transformed into zombies were devouring the remaining teammates. His turn would soon come. He was filled with remorse and dread, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. "Spare me, I beg you. I will do anything." He clutched at the fabric of Jiajia's trousers, as if grasping at a lifeline. Jiajia recoiled in disgust, rising to her feet. The victor triumphs, the vanquished perishes. Had you not initiated the assault, we would have departed peacefully, and all would have remained tranquil. You should have foreseen this outcome when you chose to strike. A zombie lunged at the exhibitionist, sinking its teeth into his throat. A torrent of blood erupted, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. The ogre squad was annihilated. These zombies pose a considerable challenge. There was also the menacing army of zombified animals. Now that the ogre team was dead, these animals' target became them. Observing the terrifying creatures, Jiajia felt a surge of vexation. Lin Yu and others were too preoccupied to praise their captain's prowess, their gazes fixated on the grotesque creatures looming before them, each significantly larger than themselves. They swallowed hard, uncertain if a mere 10 shots to the head would suffice to slay one of these zombified beasts. The sound of a flute pierced the air once more, causing the approaching undead creatures to halt abruptly, as if under some mysterious influence. Turning around, they beheld a man playing an unusual melody, commanding the beasts. These zombified creatures then shifted their focus, not towards the group, but toward the horde of already transformed ogres. No matter how formidable the zombies were, they were no match for these mutated animals, especially when the latter were under manipulation, locked in a relentless conflict with the undead. The cacophony of animal sounds continued to resonate throughout the area. Jiang put away his flute, preparing to depart. Upon entering this illusion, he initially found it challenging, only to later realize it was but a hollow facade. To his surprise, 2 individuals within this caravan possessed extraordinary abilities. The leading woman had swiftly dealt with Sinan in no time. With the ogre threat neutralized and the creatures he had previously safeguarded now truly monstrous, there was little reason for him to linger any longer. He could not afford to expend his powers daily to control them, nor did he wish to hide. Thus, departing seemed the most prudent choice. He had intended to leave all along, yet he cast a glance at the caravan, contemplating his next move. Lin Wu touched his face, noting a few bruises that were of little consequence. He had not anticipated such an effortless resolution. Truly, what a fantastical array of abilities they possessed. Jiang Yuhai glanced at Lin Wu's injuries, incredulous. Was this truly what he deemed effortless? Jiajia gazed at Jiang Ye's silhouette for a few moments before calling out to him, "Wait a moment." Chapter 96, Priceless. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yi turned to glance back. She was shrouded in the night, her face appearing as if veiled in a haze, indistinct and ethereal. As her words lingered in the air, not only was Jiang Yi taken aback, but several of his teammates also stood momentarily stunned, somewhat astonished. After all, they had no inkling of the man's true background. Such an abrupt invitation was not characteristic of a leader's demeanor. Yang Jing hesitated for a moment, choosing to remain silent. Jiang Tsongyan approached Jiajia, refraining from questioning her decisions and thoughts. He opted to offer his support, but ultimately, it would depend on the man's response. The man appeared to be in his 20s, youthful yet bearing the pallor of illness, somewhat emaciated. They had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Having successfully dealt with the ogre squad in the illusion, his army of beasts had played an indelible role in their triumph. Now, whenever they encountered a survivor group, they found themselves outnumbered, and augmenting their ranks would indeed be advantageous. With sufficient strength to bolster their team, survival in this apocalyptic world would become somewhat more manageable. In the darkness, Jiang Ye's expression remained inscrutable. After a few seconds, his pale visage bore little emotion as he glanced at her companions, all young, including one who appeared to be a minor, and a slender woman whose age was somewhat ambiguous. This woman had played a minimal role in the earlier illusion, while the rest exhibited commendable strength. If he wished to survive, he indeed needed allies. At present, this group of individuals does not appear to be malevolent. However, the human heart is inscrutable. Given his current state, joining would be a relatively favorable choice. Shouldn't you inquire about your teammates' opinions? His gaze flickered. Jiajia turned to glance at her companions. Lin Wu waved his hand, stating, "I have no objections. I unconditionally support the captain's decision." Yang Jing then spoke up. Linja raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I feel the same. You are welcome to join." Jiang Yuhua expressed no dissent either, finding that the man was not as frail as he seemed, and the team would benefit from an additional beastmaster. In a sense, acquiring a unique companion among the zombie animal allies. Xiao Yiwei remained silent, aware that her words would bear no influence, regardless of whether she spoke or not. With no objections from her teammates, Yin Jiajia turned to Jiang Yi and said, "They have no objections. The decision now rests with you. I do not wish to impose. After all, we are merely acquaintances." Jiang Yi pondered briefly, then without hesitation, looked up and smiled. "I will join." His voice was thin and hoarse. Yin Jiajia received the answer she sought, signaling her teammates to board the vehicle. Lin Wu remarked, "It is nearly time to switch drivers. I will take the wheel." Yin Jiajia shook her head and replied, "You are injured. You should tend to your wounds first. Let Linja and Jiang Yuhua take over." "Linja, you drive, and Yang Jing will take over in an hour and a half." "Understood." Linja took the driver's seat, with Jiang Yuhua following closely. Yin Jiajia gestured for Jiang Yi to join her in the vehicle. "Jiang Yi." He voluntarily introduced himself. "Yin Jiajia. My name is Yang Jing, and this is Lin Wu." Lin Su is driving up front, and Jiang Yuhua is beside him. "Hello, my name is Xiao Yiwei." Xiao Yiwei greeted Jiang Yi proactively. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, surprised to discover a chubby calico cat slumbering on the sofa. It was quite endearing with its rotund figure. Yin Jia gently placed a die in the cat bed on the floor, making space, and added a scoop of cat food to the bowl. Meow, a die arose, stretched languidly, and sauntered over to the bowl to dine. Jiang Yi mused that this was indeed a very domestic team. Lin Wu glanced at Jiang Yi, casually inquiring, "What did you do before the zombie virus outbreak? And how did you end up in this remote mountain forest? It's not necessarily safer here than in the city." Yang Jing retrieved a first aid kit to bandage his wound. Yun Jiajia remained uninvolved, though she also desired to inquire. Lin Wu queried, "Then why didn't you unite with the survivors you encountered to drive them away?" This question was somewhat imprudent, and Yun Jiajia gestured for Yang Jing to lead him away. "Come on, let's tend to your wound." Yang Jing tugged at Lin Wu's sleeve, guiding him to the dining table on the other side of the RV. He possessed the ability to preserve his life, and forming a faction merely to expel a few individuals was less sensible than protecting a few more people. In this era, he merely sought to preserve himself. This sentiment was understood by everyone within the RV, and they refrained from further questioning. Jiang Tsongyan unearthed some menswear that he could wear, indicating for him to take a shower. Jiang Yi was speechless, his clothes already worn and faded. He expressed his gratitude and entered the bathroom with the garments. He was indeed somewhat unseemly at that moment. Before long, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. Yun Jiajia summoned Yang Jing, inquiring, "What do you think?" The implication was whether Jiang Ye's words could be trusted. Yang Jing meinte a neutral stanje. Soft music played in the car. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Yi emerged with damp hair, having changed into a fresh, clean outfit. The mist enveloped him, softening his striking features. Yun Jiajia tossed him a clean towel, and a hairdryer sat on the table. "Thank you," Jiang Yi said as he dried his hair, settling onto the sofa to plug in the hairdryer. Lin Wu had sustained a minor, inconsequential injury, but felt he could endure a bit longer. So Yun Jiajia instructed him and Yang Jing to cover for Lin Ru and Jiang Yuhai an hour. The battle with the ogre had consumed considerable time, and night had deepened. The RV had 2 levels. She and Xiao Yiwei, along with Yang Jing, occupied single rooms and bunk beds on the first floor, while the second floor housed numerous cushions where Lin Ru, Lin Wu, Jiang Tsongyan, and Jiang Yuhai slept. Jiajia arranged for Jiang Yuhai to have the bed above the driver's seat for himself. The teammates had no objections. Jiajia directed Jiang Tsongyan to take Jiang Yi upstairs. The emergence of an additional ability user within the team was a fortuitous development. She emerged from her space, having enjoyed a splendid night's rest. The following day, she awoke leisurely, only to find it was already 11 in the morning. Her teammates had respectfully refrained from disturbing her slumber and greeted her warmly upon her emergence. "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning." Jiang Yi nodded at Jiajia from his corner on the sofa. His complexion remained pallid, yet his countenance bore a trace of the hearth's gentle kiss, imbued with a newfound depth of emotion. "I understand," replied Jiajia as she approached. A repast prepared by her companions lay upon the table. The 8 partook of their meal within the confines of the recreational vehicle, its generous dimensions ensuring that they were not unduly crowded. Jiang Yi amused himself with the kitten nestled in his arms. His comrades were somewhat taken aback, for he had hitherto appeared devoid of enthusiasm for most things, yet now revealed an affection for creatures great and small. This predilection should not have been entirely unexpected, given his vocation as a wildlife conservationist. 25 years of age, Jiang Yi was possessed of a youthful vigor. The fare was sumptuous, a welcome change from the privations he had endured for so long. Observing his companion's apparent lack of concern for provisions, he was lost in contemplation. Jiajia interrupted his reverie. Earlier that very morning, her comrades had steered the vehicle away from the earthquake-stricken zone, and they were now encamped in an obscure wilderness. Though the occasional zombie shambled past, engaging in futile gestures against the vehicle, there was no cause for alarm, for its robust construction far exceeded the capacity of the undead to inflict damage. The recreational vehicle boasted a washing machine, a dryer, and ample storage, ensuring that her comrades' belongings were stowed with ease. Even Adai had its own designated space for litter and sustenance. As the undead milled about, Yang Jing closed the window, preferring to ignore their presence. The vehicle's ventilation system ensured that the air remained fresh and breathable. They had brought the vehicle to a halt, intending to resume their journey in a few hours. After the meal, her comrades retired to their quarters to catch up on lost sleep. Jiang Yi sat upon the sofa, unusually disoriented. Jiajia seated herself beside him and produced a prepared manual of regulations. It contained little more than a set of precepts, such as the prohibition against disobedience or betrayal upon joining the group, the penalty for which was death. Having not been privy to these stipulations, the other teammates are now subject to them, as Jiajia seeks to impose restraint upon Jiang Yi. At a time when the team is in dire need of personnel, and with the establishment of a survival base on the horizon, a solitary approach is untenable. Judicious delegation of authority would be more conducive to the team's overall welfare. Jiang Yi received the document, perusing it with diligence, refraining from voicing any opinion, and merely nodding in tacit acknowledgement, stating, "I understand." Once integrated, departure is not an option. This was a consideration he had entertained upon accepting the offer, and it did not present any particular hardship for him. Constancy is his guiding principle. Jiajia was favorably impressed with him, noting his quiet and unassuming demeanor. Each member of the team possessed a distinct personality. Jiang Tsongyan was steadfast and dependable, an honest and trustworthy teammate. Lin Wu was forthright and unreserved, albeit somewhat lacking in contemplation, but his martial prowess was undeniable. Yang Jing was diligent and candid, exercising utmost caution and dedicating herself wholeheartedly to every task. She not only possessed a mastery of medical knowledge, but also exhibited a remarkable capacity for learning. Jiang Yuhai demonstrated exceptional aptitude in the rapid acquisition of marksmanship, exhibiting impeccable accuracy and possessing a nimble intellect. At times, he appeared aloof and taciturn, while at others, he would betray a childish loquacity. Lin Su, on the other hand, embodied a synthesis of all these qualities. Aside from Jiang Tsongyan, he was the teammate in whom she held the greatest confidence, envisioning him as a keen blade in her arsenal. Xiao Wei, at present, required further observation. As for Lu Yan, strictly speaking, he did not belong to this squad. However, this did not constitute an unfavorable trend. From the present vantage point, Lu Yin differed from her recollections of him in her previous existence. Regaining her composure, Jiajia addressed Jiang Yi, saying, "Feel free to avail yourself of the amenities here. I presume they have already seen to your needs. Your bedding and attire have been placed on the second floor. Nothing is lacking here. I perceive," Jiang Yi stated candidly. Even before the cataclysm, the resources and affluence here were scarce. The capacious refrigerator was replete with victuals, meats, and chilled beverages. Yet, he mused, even the most prodigious fortunes could be depleted. However, for some inexplicable reason, they seemed devoid of apprehension. Lin Wu unfurled the map, enunciating, in less than 100 kilometers, we shall arrive at City C, situated on the coast. Its thriving development renders it an ideal location for replenishing our supplies. I shall endeavor to assist to the best of my capabilities. Jiang Yi proffered a suggestion, cognizant of the need to demonstrate his worth, having only recently joined their ranks. Jiajia assented with a nod. Xiao Yiwei, having recuperated somewhat, found herself in a more robust condition. She was now capable of engaging in brief ambulatory activities without undue duress. She also contributed to the collective effort by performing chores such as dishwashing and maintaining the cleanliness of the recreational vehicle. No one dissuaded her, as none harbored a predilection for individuals who abruptly appeared, seeking to reap the benefits without commensurate exertion. Jiajia scrutinized the environs using the map and surveillance apparatus, ascertaining a relative state of security devoid of human presence. Let us avail ourselves of a day of respite here, and resume our journey at 4:30 in the morning. The incessant alternation between diurnal and nocturnal shifts has taken its toll on our collective vitality. A temporary cessation of activities for a day, in my estimation, poses no impediment. Jiajia cast a glance at the monitor. This locale was indeed a haven of relative safety. However, the clamorous cacophony emanating from the cadaverous entities below proved vexatious. Jiang Yi, attending to the feline's hydration, discerned her vexation. I shall attend to it, he declared. Chapter 97. The whereabouts of Wei Qian. Scarcely had Jiang Yi uttered these words when he produced a small wooden flute. Situated in the outskirts, there exists the possibility of encountering infected fauna roaming freely. Jiang Yi possesses the ability to manipulate these creatures, employing them to dispel the encroaching zombies. After a brief interlude of several minutes, accompanied by a flurry of activity, the guttural cries of the zombies outside dissipated into silence. Jiang Yuhuai, captivated by this spectacle, inquired with a sense of wonder, are the infected animals inherently more formidable than the zombified humans? Jiang Yi, his countenance paling ever so slightly after concluding his melodic performance, demurred with a gentle shake of his head. The dynamics are distinct. Both the animals and the zombified humans operate without conscious awareness. However, through my unique abilities, I can exert control over the zombified animals. When amplified by the resonating tones of the flute, their offensive capabilities are heightened, facilitating the unreserved expulsion of the zombies. The degree of their prowess is contingent upon the specific animal. Those endowed with inherent physical strength and agility retain these advantages even upon succumbing to zombification. I see, Jiang Yuhuai murmured, his comprehension of the nuances between zombified animals and zombified humans deepening with each passing moment. With the immediate surroundings of the recreational vehicle now tranquil, a rare respite was afforded. Some members of the team sought refuge in the onboard screening room, immersing themselves in cinematic narratives, while others indulged in literary pursuits or attended to the mundane yet necessary task of tidying up. Jiang Yuhuai and Lin Su were engrossed in a spirited game of Gamoku, their minds momentarily diverted from the grim realities that surrounded them. Lin Wu, seeking solace in solitude, navigated through the connecting hatch to the driver's seat, where he reclined, basking in the sun's radiant warmth. The recent weather patterns had been remarkably consistent, characterized by clear skies and gentle breezes. However, the team remained acutely aware of the seismic activity plaguing the nearby city of S. A stark reminder that the current tranquility might merely be a prelude to a more tempestuous future. The weather remained fair, and the recreational vehicle had accumulated a surplus of electrical energy. Jiang Tsongyan, engrossed in the study of a map, meticulously contemplated the optimal route for their onward journey. Jiang Yi flipped through the comic borrowed from Jiang Yuhai, the sunlight streaming through the window, causing him to squint slightly. He lifted his gaze to observe his leisurely teammates, suddenly realizing that this way of life was quite delightful, a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. For the past few days, whenever she found a moment, her focus had been on the farm, watering and fertilizing the crops, witnessing their gradual maturation, a sense of achievement and fulfillment spreading within her. This was her domain, where mere resources could establish dominance. After the zombies were cleared away by the animals, Lin Jia boldly suggested a barbecue in the evening. Jiang Yuhai was the first to agree, raising his hand. I concur. We need to get some fresh air. And don't we have the barbecue supplies and tools in the RV? Yang Jing playfully smacked the back of his head, exclaiming, you only think about food, without a care for safety outside. Yun Jiajia and Jiang Tsongyin exchanged a glance and chuckled helplessly. Then I shall agree as well. Jiang Yuhai had a point. Some fresh air would be nice. Currently, there was little danger around. Even if there were, the surveillance within the vehicle would provide immediate alerts. With 3 ability users in the team and Lin Jia, whose physique had been enhanced, they were confident that even if surrounded by a team of 40 or 50, they would not be outmatched. With the captain's approval, Lin Jia cheerfully whistled, stepping out of the RV alongside Jiang Tsongyin and Jiang Yuhai to retrieve the barbecue tools from the side storage. The meat from a fridge was brought out in its entirety, and in addition, Yun Jiajia contributed several boxes of fresh meat and vegetables. Xiao Yiwei and Yang Jing prepared the cleaned potatoes and cauliflower, slicing the sausages to thread onto skewers. As Yun Jiajia alighted from the vehicle, she was greeted by the astonished exclamations of Lin Wu, who was meandering nearby, though he was separated from his teammates by a considerable distance amidst the dense underbrush. Only faint traces left by the zombies could be discerned on the ground. One must commend Jiang Yi for his efficiency. Those creatures had been removed, leaving the area pristine and indeed suitable for a barbecue. Come and take a look at this plant, he beckoned, taking a few steps forward to summon his companions. The team members remained vigilant, unwilling to abandon their posts simply because of his apparent surprise. Lin Yu, Jiang Yuhai, and Xiao Yiwei stayed behind to prepare the necessary items for the barbecue, while Yun Jiajia and Jiang Tsongyin advanced together, soon followed by Yang Jing, with Jiang Yi trailing slightly behind them. What is this? Yang Jing inquired, glancing at the plant Lin Wu was pointing to, her voice laced with hesitation. Is this a new monster? Nowadays, it seems anything can emerge. I'm not so much surprised as I am bewildered. The evening twilight cast a golden hue upon the ground, with fine sand blanketing various plants, including a common blade of grass that exhibited a hint of red at its base. However, the focal point was Lin Wu's discovery. As he kicked aside the sand, a zombie's arm was uncovered, with the grass sprouting from its decaying limb. Alarmingly, it appeared as though the visage of a zombie was faintly emerging from the grass. A few teammates were momentarily taken aback, grappling with the incredibility of the scene. After his initial shock, Lin Wu reflected with an unusual sense of melancholy, remarking, if only Dr. Wei were here. Despite his lack of prior encounters with such phenomena, his scientific acumen and intellect would surely allow him to unravel the underlying principles in no time. He had contemplated seeking out Dr. Wei, but in a world overrun by zombies devoid of internet and signals, tracing someone's whereabouts without a clue proved futile. For the time being, he could only proceed cautiously, one step at a time. I noted it, viangire market. It began a few days ago. A small fraction of the zombies are sprouting plants. I've observed a pattern. These plants take root in the zombies, gradually consuming their bodies as nourishment until they're entirely absorbed. I suspect that eventually, the plants will devour the zombies and merge with them, perhaps even sprouting zombie faces or body parts. Yun Jiajia was somewhat taken aback, not by the plants themselves, but by Jiang Ye's keen observation. He was correct. These would indeed evolve into a unique breed of symbiotic zombie. The plant that Lin Wu had discovered appeared to be a defective specimen, unlikely to survive for more than a few days. These plants, too, would undergo natural selection, posing no immediate threat to them. She glanced at Jiang Yi, who happened to be looking at her as well. They shared a fleeting moment of understanding before averting their gazes. Yang Jing retrieved her phone and captured several photos of the plant, facilitating future research and observation. The group had nearly finished preparing the ingredients, with only the grilling left to do. Beer and beverages were also fully stocked. Lin Su retrieved 8 folding chairs from the RV. Awakened from his slumber, Adai leaped off the RV with a naive look, meowing incessantly around the barbecue grill. "You'll get your share," Lin Su chuckled. Upon hearing from Lin Wu about the plants they had discovered, the three examined the photos with a hint of surprise. Jiang Yu Huai glanced in that direction and remarked that they could observe any alterations before their departure the following morning. The 8 individuals were seated on folding chairs. Adai, typically indolent and only inclined to slumber and nourishment, rarely deigned to acknowledge others, yet it had grown affectionate with Jiang Yi, who had only arrived that day. Nestling against the side of Jiang Ye's chair, Jiang Yi placed a morsel of meat in its bowl, which Adai devoured in a single bite. Jiang Yu Huai, filled with envy, regarded the feline as an ungrateful creature. The camaraderie within the team was excellent, further enhanced by Lin Su's jocularity, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. And Jiang Yu was gradually integrating into the group. The barbecued meat glistened with oil, emitting a sizzling sound that stimulated the appetite. The various grilled vegetables were rendered even more palatable, and the chilled beverages assuaged the day's weariness upon consumption. Before leisurely ascending to the upper level, Jiang Yi posed a question. "May I inquire as to why the water supply within the recreational vehicle seems inexhaustible?" The others paused momentarily. Jiang Yi glanced at her and acquiesced. Yun Jiajia extinguished the lights within the recreational vehicle, leaving only the surveillance system operational. Xiao Yiwei and Yang Jing also drew the curtains of their berths, and Jiang Yu Huai ascended to the overhead bed and drew the curtain. The upper level was not as spacious as the lower level, only accommodating standing or reclining. Adai, seizing the opportunity before Yun Jiajia closed the door, squeezed into her private room, managing to catch a night on the bed. The following day, at 4:30, she awoke to find that Yang Jing had already photographed the new plant. She opened it for Yun Jiajia's perusal. The visages of the zombies above seemed somewhat more distinct, suggesting that the zombies were also gradually evolving. Today's shift is helmed by Yang Jing and Lin Su, so they opted not to rouse their teammates. Yun Jiajia, having perused the photographs, chose to resume her slumber. In her estimation, these plants were inconsequential, their nascent growth negligible. Mature flora would coalesce entirely with the zombies, subsisting in botanical form, yet capable of engendering complete zombies in their wake. The zombies and plants, thus integrated, would naturally possess a double capacity for aggression. Lin Wu, Xiao Yiwei, and Jiang Yi, being the newest additions to the squad, were rightfully categorized as base residents, augmenting her points considerably. The array of redeemable items has expanded somewhat, though there is currently no pressing need for redemption. It would be more prudent to defer the acquisition of fundamental infrastructure until a suitable location for the base has been secured. Thereupon, Yun Jiajia relapsed into a profound slumber. At 7:30, Jiang Yi, who had been engrossed in a book on the sofa, roused his teammates. Yun Jiajia, rubbing her bleary eyes, observed Jiang Yi gazing at the monitor. "We have trespassed upon another's domain," Jiang Yi stated with composure, his gaze fixed on the monitor. Though the monitor's clarity was limited, the remnants of used firewood unequivocally indicated human habitation. Lin Su, having unlocked the connecting hatch, remarked, "We may encounter inhabitants ahead." He could not assert this with certainty. It was merely a conjecture predicated on the palpable traces of human existence in the area, and not merely a solitary individual. Their impetuous intrusion could readily incite resentment, culminating in a violent confrontation. While combat serves as a means of augmenting one's prowess, superfluous encounters are best circumvented. "Understood," Yun Jiajia affirmed, nudging Xiao Yiwei and Yang Jing, who were situated in the upper and lower berths, respectively. Both were in the process of dressing and rising. From the upper deck, Jiang Tsongyan and others descended as well. Upon turning around, nothing seemed to have transpired. However, the surveillance footage revealed traces of human existence. On a tree, a military green garment was hanging out to dry. Lin Wu compared the details for a few seconds before exclaiming excitedly, This is military attire. It indicates that personnel from the armed forces have been here. Perhaps they belong to the same group that evacuated with Dr. Wei. Given the chaotic circumstances at the time, it was not unusual for many soldiers to go missing. Lin Jia continued driving, while the group inside the RV enjoyed breakfast, conserving their energy in preparation for any unforeseen events. At 7:50, a truck appeared ahead, and their vehicle was halted. Surrounding them were several tents and a small wooden cabin, from which a few men emerged. Behind the cabin, there was also a military vehicle. Upon seeing the military truck, Lin Jia felt a sense of familiarity, yet he was more cautious. Although they had previously been regarded as expendable due to their military affiliation, this did not imply that the authorities were at fault. Rather, the senseless sacrifice weighed heavily on him. Many of his acquaintances had been recklessly abandoned, resulting in tragic fates. "We mean you no harm. We simply wish to converse," stated the man at the forefront, clad in military uniform, suggesting a position of authority. However, their numbers were limited. Lin Jia surveyed the surroundings and remarked to Yang Jing, including the hidden sniper, "Their total is approximately 12. Lin Wu, having recognized these individuals from the surveillance, excitedly shared with Yin Jiajia, "I know that person. He was part of the escort for Dr. Wei. I'll go down and see." As the team leader, Yin Jiajia's consent was imperative before he could disembark. Yin Jiajia pondered momentarily before suggesting, "Let us descend and converse." It was Lin Wu who descended. Upon his arrival, the other party was taken aback with astonishment. "Lin Wu, you are still alive. How astonishing to find you here." The man, overwhelmed with shock, felt an exhilarating sense of familiarity. Lin Wu scanned the surroundings, yet he found no trace of Dr. Wei, and in a tone of disappointment, he inquired, "Where's Dr. Wei? Wasn't he escorted by you during the retreat?" "Listen to me," the man replied. "After we became separated from the main group, along with Dr. Wei, we proceeded northward on our own. Along the way, we passed through several locations and learned a bit about Dr. Wei's fate. He was abducted by the organization that thwarted our evacuation. However, there is good news. He remains safe. Lin Wu, I wish to know your plans moving forward." Chapter 98. They encountered the leading officer frequently cast glances toward the RV. Initially, they too had been searching, but as they journeyed, their numbers dwindled drastically. A squad that had once boasted nearly 100 members was now reduced to a mere 10. The challenges that lay ahead would be far more perilous than those previously faced. Should they continue their search, they would surely become mere fodder for the zombies. He spoke of Dr. Wei's situation with an unsettling calmness, which piqued his curiosity about the occupants of the RV, who had yet to reveal themselves. Even Lin Wu seemed to be merely a peripheral figure. The male and female seated in the driver's and passenger seats regarded them, and the woman's visage struck him as vaguely familiar. Upon further reflection, he realized it was the female doctor who had originally accompanied Dr. Wei to the stadium. To his surprise, she was also present here. Concealing the astonishment in his gaze, the officer grew increasingly intrigued by the identity of the squad's leader, the one capable of commanding the allegiance of both Lin Wu and the female physician. His mention of Dr. Wei's intentions was merely a ploy to cultivate a closer rapport with Lin Wu, facilitating the acquisition of the clues Lin Wu possessed. Their continued isolation was untenable. Only by integrating with the main official force could they ensure their survival and continue to contribute meaningfully. Consequently, enlisting Lin Wu into their ranks would be an ideal outcome. Anyone assigned to safeguard Dr. Wei must be an extraordinary individual. Lin Wu, while forthright, was not naive. He discerned the officer's implicit motive to persuade him to join their quest for the main official contingent. He emitted a subtle sigh, lamenting that, regrettably, he harbored no such intentions at present. Since the advent of the apocalypse, he had gained a clearer perspective than most within the official ranks. What advantage would be gained by locating the main force? It would merely entail becoming a henchman, existing in this brutal world solely to safeguard a particular group without personal gain, a fate worse than death. The contributions they so proudly touted were, in this reality, less valuable than a single, satisfying meal. Empty rhetoric was readily available, but individuals capable of both formidable combat and resilience were exceedingly rare. He had no immediate plans, preferring to proceed one step at a time. Lin Wu feigned indifference, but his sentiments were genuine. Aside from a slight concern for Dr. Wei's well-being, nothing currently caused him unease. Since joining forces with Jiajia and the others, though fraught with peril, each day had been remarkably carefree. Is the choice to sacrifice one's life for the benefit of others? Yang Jing alighted from the vehicle, her demeanor somewhat aloof as she addressed the officer. Her tone, tinged with coldness, betrayed her indignation on behalf of Lin Wu. Prior to the apocalypse, Lin Wu had sustained grave injuries on multiple occasions while safeguarding Dr. Wei, and he had remained steadfastly by her side since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Having acquitted himself so admirably, he was under no further obligation to push himself. The officer's entourage exchanged glances, tacitly concurring with Yang Jing's sentiment. The prevailing ethos of the pre-apocalyptic era had been utterly dismantled by the societal collapse and the stark unveiling of human nature that had ensued. It had been supplanted by a survivalist mentality, a desperate struggle for existence. In the wake of the ambush and subsequent dispersal, the successive deaths of their comrades felt akin to the sacrifice of expendable pawns, their lives disregarded by the commanding officer. Lin Wu possessed a clarity of vision that surpassed their own. The officer was taken aback by this challenge to his authority from a hitherto loyal subordinate. He, too, harbored doubts, yet Dr. Wei represented humanity's best hope. If any individual in China could decipher the intricacies of the zombie virus, it was this precocious prodigy. Lin Wu, his countenance resolute, his sun-bronzed face betraying a flicker of emotion, voiced his thoughts. If you possess any intelligence, I invite you to share it. Perhaps your superiors would deign to descend and parley. The officer evaded a direct response, his gaze fixed upon the occupants of the recreational vehicle. Their collective strength appeared formidable. A cooperative alliance would significantly bolster their chances of survival in this ravaged world. Jiajia activated the door mechanism and disembarked, her expression inscrutable. Sunlight graced her alabaster face. Adorned in simple loungewear, her long hair cascading down her back. Her features, though delicate and seemingly innocuous, exuded an aura of chilling frost. She approached Lin Wu and paused beside him, offering a slight nod. Confronting the imposing captain, she did not feign cordiality. Rather, under his psychic duress, she responded with a soft chuckle, tinged with disdain. The notion that she could be cowed by a stern countenance and a display of military rank was ludicrous. Had Lu Yin stood before her, his face an impassive mask, she might have felt a shiver of apprehension. But this was merely an ordinary survivor of the apocalypse, possessing no exceptional qualities or remarkable traits. His posturing was simply comical. The officer's expression faltered momentarily before he extended his hand, saying, "Greetings, I am Li Xinju, an officer, and these are the soldiers under my command." Jiajia did not reciprocate the handshake, deeming the mere utterance of her name sufficient acknowledgement. Li Xinju appeared crestfallen at this rebuff, his earnest demeanor collapsing. Prompted by his subordinates, he rallied himself and asserted, "Very well, since you see through my charade, I shall refrain from further pretense. Perhaps you are indeed formidable, but allow me to caution you. Do not speak with excessive confidence. We are not far from City C, and I can assure you that it is not a place accessible to a small band of individuals." Calculating the timeline, she realized that the revelation was still half a year away, though the guillotine should have already been established in its nascent form. With a hint of derision, she prompted, "Continue." Li Xinjue discerned her keen interest. This piece of information was not something he hesitated to divulge. On the contrary, the more widely it circulated, the better. Just a few days ago, our team consisted of over 30 members, and we had reached the outskirts of City C. However, upon personally witnessing a massacre en route, we refrained from entering the city. I made a grave miscalculation, splitting our group in two, sending half of our companions ahead to infiltrate City C for reconnaissance. According to the clues we had tracked, the group responsible for abducting Dr. Wei had taken refuge in City C. Regrettably, only two from that half of the team emerged alive to relay the news. They had contracted the zombie virus and succumbed merely an hour after delivering their message. At this juncture, Li Xinjue felt a twinge of sadness, for he had been the one to ultimately end the lives of his fallen comrades, preventing their transformation into zombies. While such actions toward strangers could be justified, it was inevitably more painful when it involved his own subordinates. Jiajia recalled Wei Qian. Though she held no expectations regarding his ability to conquer the zombie virus, she might be willing to exert some effort if it meant enlisting him. Her ambition was to craft a versatile team where quality triumphed over quantity. During our last escape from the hospital, it became evident that Wei Qian was not the foolish type she despised. Furthermore, Lin Wu had previously served as Wei Qian's bodyguard or enforcer, suggesting a bond of camaraderie. If Wei Qian were successfully rescued, Lin Wu's loyalty towards her would undoubtedly deepen. Trust and loyalty were imperative for her, and the extent of that trust and loyalty would require her, as the captain, to deftly calculate and foster. What further intelligence have they divulged? Jiajia's interest lay in any information pertaining to the guillotine. Lixingjue's gaze sharpened perceptibly as he turned towards the direction of City C, compressing his lips before stating, "With the collapse of societal norms, a plethora of illicit enterprises have burgeoned. Those with the fortitude to endure are accorded preferential treatment within the urban confines. These individuals have coalesced, preying upon the more vulnerable survivors, gradually assimilating any able-bodied individuals they can find. Each of their bases possesses a substantial organization. However, relative to the current population, even a modest base of 100 individuals constitutes a formidable adversary in my estimation. Such centennial bases are ubiquitous within City C. The most expansive base within City C that I am aware of currently harbors over 600 survivors. They have assembled a formidable contingent, ensconced within several edifices at the periphery of City C. Therefore, I posit that your contingent is far too diminutive to penetrate. They have established checkpoints at the entrance, and any forceful incursions will be swiftly met with fatal consequences." Lixingjue was cautioning them, underscoring the chaotic panorama within City C, which far surpassed the capabilities of their modest ensemble. Yang Jing, harboring a degree of skepticism towards Lixingjue, inquired, "Then how did your half-squad manage to infiltrate? In the days preceding, the control over City C was not as stringent. Hence, my operatives were able to infiltrate with relative ease. However, I now suspect that it was a carefully orchestrated ruse. Such a potent force was virtually annihilated, managing to extract only a modicum of intelligence before their demise." As he spoke, his eyes began to redden, indicative of the immense psychological fortitude required to suppress the memory. Over a dozen lives had been tragically extinguished due to his erroneous decision-making, a burden that weighed upon him more heavily than death itself. The two who escaped were the most capable, yet they found themselves surrounded by an overwhelming horde of zombies. Merely managing to resist mutation was already a concession from fate. Li Xianju continued, stating that after their demise, they attempted to navigate around City C in search of possible entry points. However, several routes had been claimed by various bases, and not only was it impossible to reach City C, even obtaining any information from the tightly sealed city proved to be an arduous task. The atmosphere was heavy, and both Li Xianju and his subordinates wore expressions of profound despondency, as if burdened by an immense weight. No one wished for such circumstances. The changes had occurred far more swiftly than anticipated. Jiajia analyzed the situation and concluded that Li Xianju was unlikely to deceive them regarding this matter. "Do you wish to enter City C?" she inquired, striking at the heart of the issue. Li Xianju cast a glance at his subordinates behind him, most of whom bore injuries, and silently sought their counsel. Finally, he sighed, saying, "What was once a desire has now faded, but if you wish to venture in, I would not mind lending you a helping hand." Jiajia readily perceived his predicament. Their original mission was to protect Wei Qian, and now that Wei Qian had been taken hostage, it was a failure on Li Xianju's part. On the other hand, it was difficult enough to survive, so why risk their lives for a glimmer of hope? The absence of social order implied a collapse of former societal standings, with personal survival at stake. Why concern oneself with others? It was evident that discord had emerged within Li Xianju's team, hinting at a tendency towards disintegration. Yet abandoning the group alone would also spell doom. Thus they still managed to maintain a semblance of unity. Li Xianju, for his part, deferred the decision to her. inquiring whether she wished to enter City C. Jiajia smiled knowingly, her laughter ethereal, as she discerned his intention, remarking that she did not believe she required assistance to gain entry. Li Xianju offered a sheepish smile, conceding the point, but noting the considerable number of adversaries. Jiajia inquired with interest whether they possessed a contingency plan. Li Xianju had been emphasizing the numerical advantage of the opposition, yet she wondered how his contingent had managed to infiltrate the city, suggesting the possibility that they had discovered an unguarded path. Given the vast number of zombies, it was improbable that even the strongest survivors could eradicate them entirely. The most they could achieve was to delineate safe zones. Someone intimately familiar with the terrain of City C might conceivably identify a clandestine route for entry and concealment. Li Xianju was taken aback, acknowledging her acumen and the fact that anyone capable of commanding the loyalty of Yang Jing and Lin Wu was no ordinary individual. He nodded, admitting that since she had already surmised the truth, further concealment would be impolite. He revealed that one member of his team hailed from City C, having grown up there and possessing knowledge of a concealed route. Chapter 99. A decision to rescue at Li Xianju's gesture. A boy with dark skin and delicate features stepped forward from his team. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, but his trembling hands betrayed his inner trepidation. Li Xinjue appeared oblivious to the tension, his expression grave and somber. He gestured towards the young man who seemed to be in his early 20s, saying, "This is Deng Guanyuan. He is quite familiar with City C. If you intend to enter, he is the most suitable guide." Deng Guanyuan offered them a smile without uttering a word. Jiajia's expression shifted. It seemed that Li Xinjue was attempting to ensnare them. "What makes you so certain that we will go to City C?" she retorted, her eyes glinting with coldness. She had no desire to collaborate with Li Xinjue. A city is vast, and even if those bases have scavenged some supplies, it is improbable that they could have collected everything. Thus, the resources available in City C remain substantial, and there is a strong possibility that Wei Qian resides there. She felt a flicker of temptation. While it would be advantageous to recruit Wei Qian, should he dismiss her small team, it would be a significant loss for her. Li Xinjue's stern demeanor softened slightly as he glanced at the taciturn Lin Wu. Uncertain, he spoke candidly. It is not a certainty, but rather a conjecture that Lin Wu's sense of responsibility will compel him to rescue Dr. Wei, who is of considerable importance. Otherwise, the higher-ups would not have dispatched a dedicated team for his protection. Lin Wu understands Wei Qian's significance, hence I am taking a gamble. Lin Wu scoffed. "Do you think you can manipulate me?" Compared to Lin Wu's vexation, Li Xian appeared considerably more composed. He demurred, stating it wasn't manipulation, merely a gamble. "The incident involving Dr. Wei occurred under my watch, and the responsibility is mine to bear. Even if I were to perish 5 or 10 times over, it wouldn't suffice. However, I cannot bear to sacrifice the few remaining individuals we have. Their resilience in enduring thus far is truly remarkable." Jiajia cast a glance at him, then at Deng Guang, who, sensing her gaze, looked up and offered a bashful smile. "So, you're willing to sacrifice him?" she inquired, alluding to Deng Guanyuan. Deng Guanyuan pursed his lips, his tone subdued and his voice hoarse. Observing his demeanor, it became evident to everyone what had transpired. His loved ones had likely perished in the calamity, prompting him to volunteer as a guide. A wave of emotion swept through the group, as many of them had also lost family and friends in the disaster. Jiajia's expression hardened as she turned her gaze towards Li Xian. Whether Wei Qian lives or dies is, at best, tangentially related to Lin Wu. If anyone is to rescue him, it would be Lin Wu, not me. Unless... She paused, her words laced with suspicion. "Do you or Wei Qian possess some leverage or information that could guarantee his survival?" Her tone carried a hint of certainty. Li Xian was wagering on Lin Wu's sense of responsibility, which would prevent him from abandoning Wei Qian. However, this reasoning failed to persuade the others. Yet, Li Xian's readiness, even to the point of having a guide prepared, suggested that he or Wei Qian possessed undisclosed information or resources. Li Xian's astonishment was so profound that it momentarily eclipsed his naturally solemn countenance. Profoundly astounded, He was grateful that he had not underestimated the young woman, for she was indeed exceptional, even discerning his gambit with perfect clarity. After a brief pause, he continued, officialdom, with utmost haste, enlisted ordinary individuals of unremarkable physical prowess. Within an hour of ingesting the compound, the subject's complexion visibly flushed with vitality. 2 hours hence, his spirits were notably invigorated. 6 hours later, he had undergone a veritable metamorphosis, even exhibiting muscular development. The initial results were promising, with no adverse effects manifesting prior to dispersal. A man who had once been utterly incapable of defending himself could, within 3 days of consuming the elixir, overpower 3 robust adult males. Just as Dr. Wei was poised to embark on the subsequent phase of research, the authorities were compelled to evacuate the gymnasium. It was during this withdrawal that Dr. Wei was abducted. The assembled company listened with rapt attention, for the ensuing revelations were of paramount importance. Thus, he posited, it is my conjecture that a clandestine operative, an infiltrator from that organization, lies dormant within the echelons of officialdom. Having secured the fruits of his labor, they spared no expense in abducting Dr. Wei, driven by a desire to augment their own strength, compelling him to pursue further research. I possess some knowledge of the impending research agenda. In the nascent stages of the outbreak, official channels of information were still relatively open. There were reports of core personnel manifesting extraordinary abilities. Dr. Wei, in response, swiftly devised an agent capable of amplifying these nascent powers. Li Xin concluded with equanimity, as the others fixed their gaze upon him, their hearts pounding with incredulity. They could not have misheard him, could they? An elixir capable of enhancing supernatural abilities? Just disembarking from the vehicle, Jiang Songyan opened his mouth in astonishment. The news struck him as utterly implausible. The emergence of supernatural abilities was inherently against humanity, yet for him, it represented a valuable asset, a means of ensuring security amid the apocalypse. Although it might render him slightly different from the average person, he held no aversion to it. However, the notion that these abilities could be enhanced left him in disbelief, prompting him to quietly approach Jiajia. Jiajia's mind was racing. Indeed, supernatural abilities could be augmented. In her previous life, the name Wei Qian had not circulated widely. Few were even aware of the existence of enhancement agents. She had only learned of them by chance later on. The agents were held by a select few. Yet, during the 5th or 6th year of the apocalypse, she had heard from a teammate gathering intelligence that several bases and communities, led by the former authorities, clashed fiercely over the possession of a unique individual. That individual never aligned with any faction and ultimately ended their life with a single gunshot. Her brows furrowed slightly. If that were the case, she must seize the initiative and recruit Wei Qian to her side. If such an extraordinary researcher were within her grasp, the potential discoveries could be immensely beneficial to her. Resolute in her decision, Jiajia cast a sharp gaze at Xinjue. Given Wei Qian's significance, why had no one yet rescued him? Even after several rounds of attrition due to the zombie virus, a substantial military force remained at their disposal. Why was Wei Qian not saved? Li Xinjue had fought his way up to become an officer for several years, accumulating a wealth of experience and insight. He had already contemplated the worst possible outcome. It was highly probable that the authorities had encountered more formidable challenges during their retreat, leaving little concern for the lost individuals, including Dr. Wei. Perhaps they had been subjected to another wave of attacks. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he let out a deep sigh and remarked, "In this world, alongside the presence of justice, there exists a shadowy side. Certain truths are buried so deeply that they seldom surface. Yet when darkness falls, they emerge unabashedly to assimilate the remnants of humanity, distorting the world to fulfill their own objectives." Li Xinjue's words were straightforward yet profound. Numerous malevolent forces had chosen to reveal themselves amidst this apocalyptic chaos. If they could indeed rescue Dr. Wei, he should be free to go wherever he wished, without the need for reunification. A thought crossed Li Xinjue's mind, and his gaze darkened. Jiajia cast a penetrating glance at him, comprehending his intent. Lin Wu remained silent for a while before suddenly inquiring about their future plans. "When I first encountered you, I had contemplated risking my life for a chance. Now, I feel somewhat disheartened. With everyone injured, surviving even a single day is a victory. To lead a group to their demise would be a grave error. I intend to take them to another city in search of safe haven, prioritizing survival above all else. Ultimately, living is the most crucial endeavor. Jiajia resolutely decided that as the once considerable group dwindled, only a handful remained. These individuals, at the very least, were loyal to him. Since the apocalypse, he had witnessed numerous instances of betrayal. Thus, before contemplating a reunion with a larger force, ensuring their survival was the immediate objective. After Deng Guangyuan led Jiajia and her team, his own group lost yet another member. Take them. Jiajia gestured toward Deng Guangyuan, casting a hesitant glance at Jiajia. I understand that what I just mentioned may have intrigued you, but could you grant me the opportunity for a private conversation? Deng Guangyuan had previously expressed a desire to lead the way since their paths had diverged, but being still young, Jiajia, harboring a hint of selfishness, had refrained from allowing him to do so. However, this time, he felt it was imperative for him to go. Thus, he implored, "Please, do not abandon him lightly." Jiajia's gaze wandered aimlessly. He had little acquaintance with the others in the group, knowing only Lin Wu and Yang Jing, though their interactions were scarce. He harbored concerns that Deng Guangyuan might be forsaken at a critical moment, yet he had to think of the greater good. Dr. Wei represented humanity's hope, and it was Deng Guangyuan who united over a dozen subordinates in their struggle for survival, rendering him a beacon of hope for them. Therefore, it was unfathomable for Jiajia to risk the lives of so many. Jiajia was somewhat taken aback. Observing Jiajia's expression, it bore a hint of plea. "We will not abandon him," she asserted, her words arising from genuine sincerity. Deng Guangyuan had contributed greatly to her objectives and her team's endeavors. He deserved not to be forsaken. Following their deliberation, Lin Wu was both elated and tinged with reluctance, observing the opposing team's disheveled appearance. Their garments tattered, and each member bearing the marks of battle. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unsure of the appropriate stance to adopt. It was Jiajia who preemptively shattered the silence, instructing Jiang Tsongyin and Yang Jing to retrieve some supplies and several medical kits from the vehicle. Displaying prudence, Jiang Tsongyin unloaded 5 cases of purified water, a case of compressed biscuits, a case of canned meat, and a box of bread, along with several packets of ham sausages, and thoughtfully added 2 cans of milk powder. Yang Jing brought down 3 first aid backpacks containing vitamins, various anti-inflammatory, disinfectant, and hemostatic medications, as well as materials for dressing wounds. She requested Jiang Tsongyin to fetch another bag, which she handed to Li Xinju, containing flashlights, tissues, knives, and a tent. Hangju, Li Xinju Uta Vipiteng. His heart overflowing with gratitude. He could only express his emotions through incessant thanks, as these supplies were a lifeline for them. They had previously risked their lives to retrieve some food from a nearby, desolate village, but were now nearly depleted of resources, making it impossible to find a new sanctuary. The supplies provided by Jiajia were akin to a life-saving elixir. "You're welcome. We'll be taking Deng Guangyuan with us," Jiajia stated. "If we have the opportunity to meet again in the future, once we've settled down and established a stable community, I wouldn't mind incorporating you. However, the prerequisite is that you must survive." Li Xinju remained rooted to the spot, unable to guarantee their survival. Yet he resolutely declared, "I will endeavor to do so. If we are fortunate enough to meet again, we will willingly join the community you mentioned and dedicate ourselves to your service." It's no wonder Lin Wu opted to seek an alternative path. Anyone would be inclined to follow suit. Indeed, the provisions they left behind were more than sufficient. Jiajia gestured for everyone to board the vehicle. Deng Guangyuan glanced at his teammates, who were waving goodbye to him. It occurred to him that he might be seeing some of them, or others, for the last time. A pang of emotion welled up in his chest, and he quickly lowered his head and got into the car. Li Xinjue's men moved the obstructing vehicle and waved farewell to them. The car slowly started and departed from the area. Deng Guangyuan felt somewhat at a loss after getting into the car. Aside from those who had shown their faces earlier, there was also a pale, detached young man in the car, strikingly handsome but with a sickly, frail aura. Besides him, There was also a comely youth and an ordinary woman. Chapter 100. Division of labor to rescue hostages. Everyone shared a singular objective: to rescue Dr. Wei. First, Deng Guangyuan was given the opportunity to take a shower, change into clean clothes, and partake in some fresh food. Then, he was seated in the passenger seat to guide the way, ensuring that the RV wouldn't feel too cramped. After gathering for a meal at noon, Deng Guangyuan pointed to a corner of the map and said, "Let's take an alternate route. The other half of the team took this path last time, so it might not go as smoothly if we take it again." Jiajia cast an encouraging gaze upon him and said, "Continue." Deng Guangyuan mustered his courage and circled another route with a black marker. This is a mountain road, rarely trodden by anyone, although it lies outside City C. As long as they successfully navigate downhill, they can reach one of the districts within City C, thereby gaining entry. Jiajia deemed the plan feasible and, after consulting her teammates, made the decision to proceed from here. Driving during the day would be too conspicuous, so they planned to set off in the evening. In the desolate wilderness, the number of zombies was relatively sparse. However, once they entered City C, the situation would drastically change. The risks of driving within the city were significantly heightened, as there were no silent vehicles. Nevertheless, a car could still provide some measure of protection against zombie attacks. The team arrived at the mountain road described by Deng Guangyuan before 5 in the afternoon. The surroundings were eerily quiet, punctuated only by the sounds of birds, with the mountains standing still like tombs. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombies would appear nearby, but they posed no threat to the group. Deng Guangyuan informed Jiang Tsongyan, who was at the wheel, that it would take approximately 3 to 4 hours to ascend and descend to City C, as the mountain road was treacherous and they might arrive later than anticipated. Yet, he believed they could reach the city before midnight. The closer they got, the more vivid the imagined horrors of the city became, compounded by the grim thought that family and friends might all have perished. This realization plunged his spirits into despair. Jiang Tsongyan glanced at him, affirming that they at least needed to see it for themselves. Indeed, Deng Guangyuan murmured, his gaze lowered. The path ahead is fraught with uncertainty. Should they venture into City C, they are likely to confront countless zombies or be attacked by those who discover their base. Thus, this evening, everyone braces themselves for an arduous battle. The camper van boasts a small window on its second floor, where Jiang Yuhai, with commendable vision and marksmanship, positions himself with a sniper rifle, poised to deliver a lethal shot to any unwelcome intruder. Jiajia is at the wheel, while Jiang Yi occupies the passenger seat. Lin Yu and Yang Jing are tasked with monitoring the surveillance for any signs of movement in their vicinity, and Xiao Wei tends to the lethargic kitten sprawled on the sofa. The camper closely follows the off-road vehicle ahead, navigating the treacherous mountain paths that twist and turn perilously. The road is steep and poses a significant test to the vehicle's capabilities, often brushing against resilient branches. Jiang Tsongyan places the walkie-talkie before him, pondering briefly before stating, "We are nearing our destination. According to Deng Guangyuan, we should reach the foot of the mountain and arrive in City C in approximately 2 hours." Hesitant, he lowers the car window. They are at a considerable altitude, allowing them a distant glimpse of City C. Most of the city is shrouded in darkness, save for sporadic lights that twinkle like stars in a dead landscape, devoid of any vitality. Deng Guangyuan appears despondent, his gaze cast downward, only to regain his composure after a moment of reflection. The illuminated spots likely indicate the locations of the bases. As the road narrows further, Jiang Tsongyan must concentrate entirely on driving. His expression taut, navigating these nearly pitch-black, steep, and narrow paths proves to be a daunting task. A slight miscalculation could send both vehicle and occupants tumbling down the mountainside. Moreover, as the lead vehicles, they were meticulous in their preparations to better guide the RVs following behind. Indeed, remarked with a serene gaze, concurring with the sentiment. Subsequently, he unlatched the hatch connecting to the vehicle's interior and conveyed their intentions to the group, to equip themselves with weapons and personal packs, and to be prepared to disembark at a moment's notice. Having recuperated for several days, had regained much of her strength and was determined not to be a hindrance. She deftly packed her personal rucksack and nestled into a breathable carrier, before exhaling a sigh of relief. Diligently prepared packs for her teammates. Each individual traveled light, unencumbered by excessive baggage. Hydration, compressed biscuits, and high-calorie chocolate were indispensable, along with antibiotics and antiseptic medications. The occupants of the RV outfitted all their comrades with provisions. Accepted the feline carrier from, furrowing his brow slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Allow me to carry this. In his estimation, it was sufficient if could manage her own well-being without burdening the team. Entrusting her with the captain's cherished pet was a risk fraught with potential regret should any mishap occur. For added security, he would alternate in overseeing the animal. Descended from the upper level, rifle in hand. Abruptly, the attention of the group was captivated by a faint sound emanating from the exterior of the RV. The darkness obscured their countenances from the surveillance cameras, yet the subtle noise managed to penetrate the confines of the RV. And his party had also brought their vehicles to a halt moments prior. Following the relieving sound of urination, a man spoke with a hint of discontent. With our capabilities, we could thrive anywhere. Yet, here we are, playing second fiddle in this dilapidated base. What audacity empowers them to act in such a manner? A mellifluous voice responded. I've gleaned some whispers suggesting our base is merely an appendage of a far grander organization. To them, we're likely insignificant, let alone individuals like us on the periphery. The commotion tonight, it seems, is to facilitate the exfiltration of someone of importance. He paused, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial murmur. Even that organization is fractured over this. To extract a single person, they're willing to sacrifice over 100 of our base's inhabitants. A life is worth less than an ant. The first man sighed. If only we possessed supernatural abilities, we'd be the ones commanding respect and influence within the base. Fine cuisine, beautiful women. We'd be the supreme rulers of this post-apocalyptic world. Jiajia glanced at Jiajia, who scribbled a few words in his notebook and presented them to her. Do you intend to take action? Jiajia took the pen and wrote on the paper, merely to extract some information. She sensed that the information these two men possessed was related to Wei Qian. But what organization were they referring to? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she realized that her understanding was far from comprehensive. Initially, it was the organization that betrayed her. Then, it was the group that abducted Wei Qian. The situation had become increasingly enigmatic. Jiajia descended from the vehicle with barely a sound. Her companions in the RV remained eerily silent, fully aware that she was about to take action. Two men, having strayed from the group, sat on the ground smoking, completely oblivious to the encroaching danger. On the desolate mountain, their laughter echoed. We've had some luck. At least we've found a base to hide in. It's far better than those who have been devoured by zombies or transformed into one themselves. Just as their mirth subsided, the cold steel of two guns pressed against the backs of their heads. A chilling female voice articulated, "If you wish to live, do not move." With the frigid barrel resting against them at such a critical moment, the men dared not stir. They exchanged a glance and raised their hands in supplication, pleading, "We know nothing. We are merely errand runners. Please do not kill us." Jiajia held a gun in each hand, her gaze flickering with intrigue. "I've heard everything. Speak of all you know. The one who hesitates will surely perish. Do not resist. If I can appear silently behind you, I can just as quietly end your lives." Her voice, laced with a hint of menace, sent shivers down their spines. The two men, now paralyzed by fear, stumbled over their words. "You go first." Jiajia prodded the back of the fatter man's head with her gun. Confronted with a grim choice, execution at the hands of the woman before him or a delayed demise courtesy of the base, the portly man swiftly calculated his odds. The base, distanced as it was, could not immediately deliver his punishment, yet a single gunshot from his current captor would assuredly spell his end. Weighing these fatal options, the man made his decision. "I am but a mere errand runner," he declared. "All I know is that the organization summoned various bases under its sway, gathered its personnel, the most formidable of whom clashed with authorities, and plans to smuggle someone out of Sea City tonight. That is the extent of my knowledge." "We're in departure from Sea City?" Jiajia inquired, her gaze piercing. Another man, gripped by an intense dread of death, interjected. "Rumor has it that conditions are more favorable up north. They intend to relocate there. And how did this information come to your attention? She pressed. I overheard our team leader while eavesdropping. He confessed, the sensation of the firearm against his skull proving unbearable. Abruptly, both men launched a desperate revolt, endeavoring to seize the weapon from her grasp. A mere woman thinks she can kill us? Dream on, the stout man bellowed, leaping with unexpected vigor in concert with his leaner accomplice. Yet, even as the threat left his lips, before their hands could meet the gun, a dagger pierced his cranium, extinguishing his life. The slender man, witnessing the cranial impalement, collapsed to his knees in terror. Her strength was insurmountable. The corpulent man, even in death, retained an expression of wide-eyed disbelief. With a gentle push from Jiajia, his lifeless bulk toppled to the ground, devoid of any remaining vitality. You are next, she pronounced. Please, please. I know more. Just spare my life, and I will tell you everything. After a minute, Jiajia calmly emerged from the thicket. Jiang Tsongyan, who had been waiting in a vehicle for her, approached. Noticing her composed demeanor, even slightly relieved expression, he inferred that she had gathered significant intelligence. He thoughtfully handed her a few wet wipes. Jiajia wiped her hands briefly before discarding the wipes carelessly. There are some of them near the foot of the mountain. The vehicle escorting Dr. Wei will pass through here, so we must be prepared. These two men were mere peripheral figures within their base, and their brief absence would not raise suspicion. They had merely sneaked up to smoke, but lingering too long would certainly arouse doubt. Thus, a proactive approach was necessary. Approximately how many? Jiang Tsongyan inquired, his expression steady as he assessed the situation. Jiajia relayed what she knew. Around 70 to 80 of their over 100 personnel have come out, patrolling near the mountain's base. When 11 o'clock strikes, the vehicle carrying Dr. Wei will arrive, and they will need to clear the way and fend off zombies, as well as prevent others from interfering. We should act a bit earlier, take out a few who have infiltrated their ranks, and then strike when the vehicle arrives. Understood. Jiang Tsongyan had never opposed her decisions. He calculated their current numbers. With Deng Guangyuan and Xiao Yiwei, they had only 9 individuals. Although everyone except Xiao Yiwei was quite capable, they needed to strategize and form groups for optimal coordination. I will support you, Jiang Tsongyan stated. Jiajia pondered for a moment, furrowing her brows. Her objective was to rescue Wei Qian. Jiang Tsongyan collaborated with her quite harmoniously, significantly increasing the likelihood of success. However, removing the 2 most formidable members from their teams all at once left the remaining members rather vulnerable. She decided to have Lin Wu, Lin Zhe, and Jiang Yi coordinate their efforts, while Yang Jing, Jiang Yuhua, and Xiao Yiwei would form a group for self-protection. Jiang Tsongyan lifted his gaze towards her, beginning to make arrangements. Jiajia found this division to be quite reasonable. Indeed, Lin Wu, Lin Zhe, and Jiang Yi would provide solid support. But you seem to have overlooked one individual. Deng Guangyuan, she remarked, her brow knitted in confusion. Surely, he had not been excluded from their calculations. Given that he was the one volunteering to guide them, and had been entrusted by Li Xinjue, it was imperative not to abandon him. Jiang Tsongyan shook his head, indicating otherwise. I have been contemplating this matter as well. He bears a slight injury, and I intend for him to remain here on the mountain with Yang Jing, Jiang Yuhua, and Xiao Yiwei to assist us. When the time comes to rescue, we can make a swift exit. Among the 5 of us, 3 possess special abilities. I trust you have invested some effort in Lin Zhe. Lin Wu has braved perilous situations, and together we can manage. This is not to say that Yang Jing and her group lack strength. On the contrary, each possesses unique attributes and exceptional capabilities. They are simply better suited for supportive roles. By assigning everyone to their appropriate positions, we can venture further and further. Jiajia smiled. The current Jiang Tsongyan was increasingly reminiscent of the Jiang Tsongyan she remembered. Chapter 101. A surprise attack. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the sounds of striking zombies echoed from the base of the mountain. Waves of chaos unfolding as a group dragged away the slain, undead one by one. Several bases joined forces to clear a path. Yet they collectively suffered the loss of nearly 20 individuals. A balding, middle-aged man glanced at the of his subordinates, accepted a towel handed to him, by a long-haired woman, and wiped the sweat from his brow. He looked down at his watch and sighed with relief, saying, "It should be about time. The vehicle ought to arrive in 20 minutes." The road was typically desolate, rarely traversed by anyone. Would there be any unforeseen incidents? A tall, lean man expressed his concern, casting a wary glance at the base members who were well aware of the zombies' progress. To navigate more effectively and mitigate all risks, they opted to use the living as bait. Firearms were relatively difficult for them to acquire. Thus, most members of the bases armed themselves with knives or axes, with firearms being a rarity, typically reserved for the senior members. The balding man shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Nonsense! What accidents could possibly occur?" However, after this operation, we will likely see a significant reduction in our numbers, and we may not possess the strength to contend with other bases. This was his primary concern. Losing a few individuals was inconsequential. What battle was devoid of casualties? His real fear lay in the potential for excessive loss, which would severely undermine the base's strength. The sound of an approaching vehicle echoed from a distance. The zombies had been largely cleared, and although the city was still infested with a continuous influx of them, this area remained relatively clean. At the sound of the vehicle, the base members eagerly lifted their heads. The balding man muttered a curse under his breath and urged the workers to step aside. "Clear the way. The vehicle has arrived ahead of schedule." A mundane vehicle spearheaded the procession, followed by approximately 6 or 7 automobiles of indiscernible make. A van, more capacious than the others, was situated in the middle. The pursuers dispatched the zombies with swift, precise strikes to the brain. Base personnel observed impassively, seemingly inured to the scene. 20-odd individuals were stationed on the hillside to maintain order. The sporadic illumination on the mountain provided some reassurance, suggesting that the day would likely pass without incident. Within the van, a composed young man was restrained with handcuffs. The lenses of his black-framed glasses were somewhat clouded, despite maintaining a semblance of neatness. His furrowed brow betrayed an unmistakable weariness. 6 guards surrounded him, while a custom-made box containing research pharmaceuticals rested on the floor. A voluptuous woman in her 30s, with cascading waves of hair, offered a sardonic smile, remarking, "Dr. Wei, our operatives have intercepted and eliminated another contingent of officials outside the city. Abandon any thoughts of escape. Align yourself with our organization, and with your expertise, you'll find yourself in a life of opulence and ease. There will be no desire unfulfilled." Wei Qian, his eyes half opened, retorted, "When have I ever attempted to escape?" The woman, momentarily taken aback, scoffed, "Then cease your futile resistance. What sort of concoctions have you been producing lately? Were it not for your value to the organization, you have been dismembered long ago. Discretion is the better part of valor, a principle that a man of your intellect should surely comprehend." Remained silent, diverting his gaze towards the window. In the somber night, apathetic figures lined the roadside. He had lost track of the days since this organization had abducted and confined him. From the outset, he had rationally concluded that no one would come to his rescue. This was a premeditated abduction. The organization had gone to great lengths for his research, demonstrating remarkable patience. After tolerating him for so many days, they were now transferring him elsewhere. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Tonight was undoubtedly the opportune moment to escape. He surmised that they would avoid the highway. The recent seismic activity had slightly affected Sea City, and the erratic weather could bring forth torrential rain at any moment. The organization would not opt for air transport, leaving them with treacherous routes. Ahead lay a mountain road. He glanced at it fleetingly, denying others any chance to seize upon his intentions. The vehicle traversed what appeared to be human remains before entering the mountain terrain. The mountain road was precipitous, yet the driver maintained a steady pace, the boxes at his feet remaining undisturbed. Deep within the mountain, the rustling of leaves and the cold wind evoked a sense of unease, and the temperature seemed to drop. The group pressed on without delay, increasing their speed. Occasionally, they encountered individuals stationed on the mountain by the base. Those who were incautious were simply driven off the road. A voluptuous woman, upon seeing the 6th disheveled member of the base, cursed under her breath, concerned about the possibility of outsiders infiltrating their ranks. The evacuation was initially manageable with the personnel allocated. However, unforeseen circumstances within the organization led to a significant reduction in staff before departure. Otherwise, these amateurish bases wouldn't have been involved. Drive faster, the woman urged the driver. Sally, I'm already pushing it. Any faster, and we'll be meeting our maker, the driver quipped, his expression grim. The road became increasingly bumpy, jolting the occupants incessantly. It wasn't the driver's fault. The mountain path was riddled with loose stones. After running over something, the vehicle lurched violently. The lead car inexplicably accelerated, vanishing from sight. Sally sensed impending disaster, peering through her binoculars. The foremost vehicle had become uncontrollable, plummeting off the cliff. The two cars ahead braked sharply, narrowly avoiding the same fate. There's a 50% chance this is sabotage, Sally deduced instantly. Wei Qian glanced out the window again. The darkness impenetrable. However, he knew his opportunity had arrived. The two leading cars halted, and a man in a suit emerged from the front vehicle. His brow furrowed in frustration. We should turn back. Something's amiss. It's too simplistic. I spotted individuals from that base on the mountain earlier, and now they've all vanished. The lead car's mishap only exacerbates my concern. Tonight is not auspicious for evacuation. The late hour only amplifies the dread. The loss of two vehicles is a clear sign of foul play, though the identity of those opposing them remains a mystery. After the previous confrontation, the authorities found themselves significantly weakened, unable to recover in the short term, rendering any attempts at infiltration to cause disruption highly improbable. In Sea City, nearly no factions dared to oppose them. The man in the suit was reluctant to exit the vehicle. Doing so would essentially make him a target. Left with no alternative, Sally resolved to personally alight and ascertain the situation, determined to uncover whatever lurked beneath the surface. She summoned a man to accompany her, her expression stern as she cautioned the others. Keep a close watch on him. Should any harm befall him, your lives are forfeit. Understood. As they disembarked, the man, acting as her protector, stayed close. They surveyed their surroundings. The mountain path was narrow, barely accommodating the vehicles, and the forest loomed darkly, suggesting the presence of wild beasts. Both were acutely aware of the potential danger. Sally's weapon was poised, ready to deliver a swift response to any unwelcome threat. They ventured toward the woods. But after only a few meters, a fierce gust enveloped her. From the trees and underbrush emerged two muscular men, charging at her and her bodyguard. Sally's pupils dilated in alarm. Yet in that moment, she could no longer concern herself with her own safety. She shouted towards the vehicle, "Evacuate quickly. We are ambushed." The sudden appearance of the two men disrupted her thoughts. The occupants of the vehicle, unable to fully comprehend her warning, merely observed her surrounded and thus dispatched several men from the remaining four cars to fire into the woods. Lin Wu nimbly dodged the barrage of bullets, his countenance stern and imbued with a profound seriousness. This night presented the sole opportunity to rescue Dr. Wei. Any misstep was impermissible. He cast a significant glance towards Lin Yu, and the two began to coordinate their efforts. From prior observations, it was evident that among this convoy, the woman held one of the highest positions of authority. Thus, capturing the leader was paramount. They needed to neutralize her and her accompanying lackey. The darkness was oppressive, rendering the assailants woefully inaccurate as they fired multiple shots without hitting their mark, instead becoming prey themselves. Little did they know how long they had been under observation by this enigmatic group. Sally retaliated, her gun firing true until an inexplicable gust of wind deflected the bullet, tragically embedding it in the forehead of her comrade. She recognized the man, named Polly, whose eyes remained wide open, seemingly oblivious to his own demise, before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Staring in disbelief at this grotesque turn of events, she realized with chilling clarity that they had become targets of those with extraordinary abilities. In less than a heartbeat, Lin Yu fired at her arm, causing her weapon to clatter to the ground as blood flowed freely from the wound. In a desperate act, she hurled a dagger at the man who had shot her. But upon contact with his skin, the blade rebounded and fell to the earth. Sally understood then that the night was lost. Inside the vehicle, Wei Qian observed the chaos as the assailants exited, even hurling explosives into the surrounding woods, evidence of their disarray. The handcuffs were a cumbersome restraint. Yet fortune favored him as they had not shackled his ankles. Thus, he resolved to bide his time, confident that an opportunity to escape would soon arise. Suddenly, several shadows flickered outside the vehicle, causing the occupants to tense with apprehension. However, they were merely a group of professionally trained enforcers, not easily intimidated. They exited the vehicle cautiously, testing the waters. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a flute echoed through the air. Out of the forest, several ferocious beasts emerged, but no. They were zombies. The driver shouted, "Forget about them. We need to move the car ahead immediately, leave Sally behind, and let us flee this place." His voice rang out loud enough, yet the vehicle in front remained motionless. Moments later, a young woman stepped out from the front car. Though a few drops of blood splattered on her face, it did nothing to diminish her beauty. With a piercing gaze, she looked towards them. At that moment, the members of the organization in the van realized that the car ahead was likely in peril, and they had no idea what fate awaited the vehicle behind. Sally found herself encircled by a pack of beasts, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Today could very well be her last. As the monsters drew ever closer, she cast a glance towards the direction of the vehicle. A young woman now appeared in front of the car, while two young men emerged from the rear vehicle. It seemed that those inside the car were facing a near-fatal encounter. Was it now her turn? The thought terrified Sally, yet she refused to relinquish her chance of survival. Just moments ago, she had fired a flare. Reinforcements should be on their way soon. Moreover, there was an ability user inside the vehicle, which could buy them some precious time. As time slowly slipped away, Jiajia approached the business van. Wei Qian discerned her features clearly. His expression remained placid, yet his heart raced with anticipation. He felt compelled to warn her that the individuals within the vehicle were not as easily dealt with as others, for one of them harbored special abilities. However, Jiajia had vanished without a trace. The driver, regaining his composure, fixed his gaze on Wei Qian and addressed the others. Their presence here is undoubtedly premeditated. Though their affiliation remains unknown, their objective is singular: to seize him. Our very survival is at stake. Organizational directives are of no consequence. If necessary, we shall barter him for our escape. The situation had undergone a swift and unforeseen reversal. From hunters, they had become the hunted. Their only recourse for survival lay in compliance with the driver's commands. Yet, the occupants of the vehicle were not subject to his control. A man of unremarkable presence abruptly brandished a firearm, dispatching the driver before he could react. The car's occupants remained composed, as if such an act were commonplace. And Wei Qian displayed no surprise. Chapter 102. Rescue despite the sealed windows. An icy draft permeated the vehicle's interior. Jiajia materialized at the rear of the car, while Yang Jing, Jiang Yuhuai, Xiao Yiwei, and Deng Guangyuan ventured to the mountain's base to intercept any approaching base members. A formidable beast gradually approached, its crimson eyes gleaming with a ferocious intensity, accompanied by guttural roars. Its immense stature dwarfed her own, and Sally's legs buckled beneath her, causing her to collapse. She was surrounded not by one or two, but by several ravenous beasts, their eyes burning with a predatory hunger. Escape seemed impossible. She desperately fired her weapon, even managing to strike the undead creatures in their cerebral cortexes, but instead of deterring them, her actions only served to incite their bloodlust, driving them to the brink of devouring their prey. "You may take him, but spare the rest of us." Her auburn, wavy hair was plastered to her skin with perspiration, rendering her quite disheveled. At that instant, she espied a pale, slender young man standing deep within the forest, and it was from his direction that the melody emanated. Jiang Yi remained impassive, as if he had not heard her entreaty, and continued to command the zombified creatures to assail her. So, he possesses the ability to control zombified animals. Sally thought in despair. Why hasn't anyone acted yet? A zombified deer knocked her to the ground, her head striking a stone, causing blood to gush forth. As the zombified deer gnawed at her body, she still clung to the hope that the gifted individuals in her party would intervene, wondering in her final moments why they were not heeding her commands. Her last glimpse was of a pair of black boots halting within her field of vision before she succumbed to death. Lin Wu approached, glanced at Jiajia, and inquired, "Shall we not tarry a while longer to extract some intelligence before dispatching her?" Having reached this juncture, she would sooner remain tight-lipped. Lin Wu rubbed his nose, remarking on their tacit understanding, which rendered his suggestion superfluous. The mangled remains of the woman's corpse on the ground were ghastly. Jiajia fired a final shot at her head, granting her a mercy. Subsequently, Jiajia directed the zombified animals to proceed down the mountain, and after exchanging a glance with Jiajia, he followed the animal horde downwards. Their objective was to intercept any potential rescuers who might ascend. Jiajia was to provide support to Yang Jing and the others. Jiajia, Lin Wu, Lin Su, and Jiang Tsongyan encircled several vehicles. A gun was pressed against Wei Qian's throat, and beside him stood a man swathed in layers of fabric, who removed his mask. His face was utterly unremarkable, easily lost among a crowd, lacking any distinctive features. Yet, he was the elusive mastermind concealed in shadows. Wei Qian had long suspected that this hidden ability user was indeed the one orchestrating their fate, and he calmly shifted his gaze towards him. The commotion not far from them was also perceptible within their vehicle. It seemed that Sally's demise had not fazed this man in the slightest, as if he had deliberately chosen to witness her death. The man twisted his slightly stiff neck, his throat sounding as if it had suffered some affliction, producing an unusually hoarse voice. It was truly vexing, with so many ability users present, just when he felt invincible. That foolish Sally had the audacity to expect him to save her. Only he would dare to step out and seek death. The others dared not contradict his words. Their survival now depended on this man. Should they truly surrender him? A scowling man with fierce features raised his brows and pointed at Wei Qian, continuing, "Even if we escape, if the organization finds us after we've handed over someone of great importance to them, even you cannot evade punishment. We must not overestimate our significance to the organization." The man's words struck a chord, and the hoarse-voiced man's expression hardened as he muttered to himself, "Punishment is only relevant if we survive. They have at least 2 ability users, along with countless zombies and beasts. Tell me, would you choose death or face punishment after being discovered?" There is no choice to be made. A chilling male voice interjected. In less than a second, they were deprived of any chance to struggle. A few men, startled by his presence, thrashed about, desperately attempting to sever their bindings with the weapons in their hands. Yet their strength proved insufficient to break free. Who are you?" One of them stammered. "I am merely the one accompanying you on your journey." Jiang Tsongyan replied with a cold chuckle, his tone unervingly calm. "Care for a little encounter?" The vines were under his control, rendering any hope of escape nearly impossible. Though his abilities were not overwhelmingly powerful, handling a few individuals posed no challenge. The vines surged and expanded at his command. "Are you affiliated with the authorities?" a man inquired. "No," Jiajia interjected as she emerged from the shadows, opening the car door. Her gaze was devoid of warmth as she regarded them with a chilling smile, revealing that she had no ties to the official realm. Her sole objective was to rescue someone. "Do not presume that others lack hidden cards." Suddenly, the silent man spoke, and in an instant, the vines binding him disintegrated into ashes, followed by a crackle of electricity and the resounding boom of thunder. "You think you can kill me? You are not worthy." The vines swiftly ensnared him, bending his dagger into a twisted mess. Yet he managed to break free and fled outside, wielding the power of lightning. Sally believed until her last breath that he would come to her rescue, yet he did not. "Is that all your abilities amount to, and you dare to challenge me?" Jiajia's mocking voice rang out. The man's expression shifted as he attempted to unleash his powers, but a sudden gust of fierce wind enveloped him, pulling him into a vortex, rendering him utterly immobile. He was no match for her. "Not a single soul shall escape," she declared, her voice laced with chilling resolve. "Do not harbor any hope that your subordinates will come to your rescue. I have dispatched individuals to intercept them. They can scarcely ensure their own survival, let alone concern themselves with your plight." The man, his teeth clenched in impotent fury, found himself utterly helpless against Jiajia's power. Suspended in midair, he was rendered immobile, unable to even contemplate the use of his abilities. It was the first time he had found himself in such an ignominious predicament, particularly after his comrades in the other vehicles had breathed their last. Inside the van, the remaining occupants had seized Wei Qian as a hostage, but their efforts were futile. In the face of such overwhelming power, any resistance or struggle was rendered meaningless. This woman was certainly no paragon of virtue. I yield, the man conceded, adopting a more conciliatory tone. I have no quarrel with you. The individuals, as well as the research findings and materials we were transporting, are yours for the taking. Simply grant me safe passage. He decided to make a tactical retreat, recognizing that he still had a chance to survive. He would not sacrifice himself for the sake of a few foolish teammates. Jiajia scoffed, her eyes glinting with amusement. And what makes you believe that you are in a position to negotiate with me? Your life or death hangs solely on my whim. Lin Wu and Lin Su, having subdued the members of the convoy, approached the scene. Lin Wu's eyes widened as he beheld Wei Qian being held captive inside the van. He was about to rush forward and liberate him, but Lin Su restrained him. What's the rush? Lin Su cautioned. We are in control of the situation now. It is all part of the captain's plan. The man will be rescued in due course. Do not disrupt the captain's strategy. Lin Su exercised prudence. Lin Wu pondered for a moment, realizing the wisdom of his companion's words. There was no need to act rashly. The captain had his own designs. They fixed their gaze upon the man being buffeted by the wind. It was evident that he had not fully exerted his strength. He still possessed the ability to unleash his powers if he so desired, but he was attempting to conceal his true capabilities. Jiajia would not indulge him. Regardless of his abilities, concealing his weaknesses in her presence was utterly futile. Strength was the only true path to dominance. She had no desire to engage in further turmoil with this individual. She exchanged a brief glance with Jiang Tsongyan, who silently retrieved a compact firearm. With a subtle gust, she intensified the wind, propelling the man directly before Jiang Tsongyan. The unfortunate soul was deprived even of the chance to utter a final farewell, meeting a grim fate beneath the gun's muzzle. His powers rendered him utterly powerless in that moment. The occupants of the vehicle were paralyzed with fear and in their panic. One inadvertently inflicted a wound upon Wei Qian. Jiajia and Jiang Tsongyan swiftly dealt with several adversaries, escorting Wei Qian to safety. Once the handcuffs were removed, emerging from the confines of the business van, Wei Qian experienced an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at being bathed in daylight once more. He squinted, savoring the essence of nature, and smiled at them, noting two unfamiliar faces, her companions. I must express my gratitude once again, he said to Jiajia. Last time it was at the hospital, and now in these desolate mountains. His trust in her character was well placed. She had proven capable of restraining Lin Wu, and with formidable allies at her side. Following her lead seemed prudent. Furthermore, having survived, he deemed it unwise to reveal himself. Whether to continue serving the official capacity or to become a guest of several prominent organizations, he had no interest in either. It was far better to make a choice at this juncture. Jiajia smiled faintly. There are numerous ways in which your assistance will be invaluable. Ensure that you have all the necessary materials prepared. We shall depart shortly. Lin Yu was taken aback. We are not heading to City C anymore? He had been contemplating gathering a supply batch. Lin Wu nudged him with his elbow. Why C City? It's a place rife with chaos. It's not just this organization eyeing Wei Qian. Everyone desires such a prized commodity. Going C City is practically courting death. Lin Su was taken aback. All right. The others were somewhat perplexed. It was still summer. How could it possibly snow? Though the weather was strange, snow seemed far-fetched. This is Wei Qian. Jiajia briefly introduced him to everyone. Yang Jing appeared delighted upon seeing Wei Qian. Dr. Wei. Wei Qian, upon seeing her, transitioned from initial astonishment to equal delight. In the apocalypse, encountering an acquaintance was exceedingly rare. To have stumbled upon three was undoubtedly a stroke of luck, with Lady Luck once again smiling upon him. After a night of exertion, Jiang Ye's complexion appeared even more pallid. He subtly scrutinized Wei Qian, noting his refined and scholarly demeanor, wondering what extraordinary qualities he possessed. Deng Guangyuan's excitement was irrepressible. Though he hadn't entered Sea City, he had accompanied them in rescuing Dr. Wei. As long as Dr. Wei was alive, everything would be fine. Hope and light were imminent. Lin Wu briefly introduced Deng Guangyuan as being from the military unit that had protected him. Wei Qian shook his hand and sincerely thanked him. Deng Guangyuan was even more thrilled after the handshake, like a simple, unsophisticated young man. Meeting Dr. Wei on equal footing was a momentous occasion for him, a matter of bringing honor to his ancestors. Let's rest first. Lin Wu informed him of the rules upon joining. Yun Jiajia produced a bottle of beverage and took a hearty swig. Lin Wu then quietly began to explain the regulations for joining the team to Wei Qian. Times have indeed changed. While he himself is indifferent to status, Dr. Wei had always been among the elite, yet now finds himself the latest addition to the team. His former eminence diminished. Li Xian's success in persuading Yun Jiajia to rescue Wei Qian is commendable, though Wei Qian's own contributions were paramount. The various inventions he has developed are invaluable, and as long as he continues to innovate, he will thrive within this group. The same applies to Lin Wu, who has also proven his worth. He hopes that Wei Qian will acclimate swiftly. Having come to regard Wei Qian as a friend, he naturally desires his well-being. Wei Qian paused, glancing at Yun Jiajia in the distance. She was engaged in an animated conversation with the pale, gaunt man, and soon the taciturn man joined their discussion. That's good, Lin Wu said, relieved. Deng Guangyuan remained nearby, watching over Wei Qian, but refrained from being overly conspicuous. He was uncertain of his future. With Dr. Wei rescued, his purpose was fulfilled. He had survived, but reuniting with Officer Li would be difficult. The team members were jovial, and Dr. Wei had former subordinates and colleagues among them, leaving Deng Guangyuan feeling truly isolated. He fell silent.